In the realm of the Great Xia, on the verdant cloud continent, lies Bailiang City. A diminutive boy, scarcely 6 or 7 years of age, huddles beside a stone lion at the rear gate of the Zhao residence. In the frigid embrace of winter, the child is clad in ill-fitting garments, shivering uncontrollably. Strangely, his eyes are shrouded by a black cloth. The fabric reveals a pair of sharp brows, a prominent nose, and thin lips. His gaunt cheeks are sharply defined due to malnutrition. Creak! The back gate of the Zhao residence swings open, only to be followed by a resounding thud. Bang! A lifeless body is unceremoniously hurled from the rear door. The frail form lands upon the ground, displacing the accumulated snow and creating a shallow dent. Clad in a thick coat, Zhao Qing hesitates momentarily, a flicker of compassion evident in his gaze. He discards 4 coins, retrieving the remainder back into his sleeve. With a soft thud, the boy quickly rises, shaking off the snow clinging to him, and with a faint smile upon his frostbitten visage, he inquires, "Is that you, Brother Qing? Have the leftovers from the kitchen been thrown out?" As he speaks, the boy crouches down, his reddened hands rummaging through the snow. The smile on his face lingers until his fingers encounter a body long since rendered cold. Li Guanchi's hand freezes midair, his lips quivering, his entire being trembling. After a moment, he kneels in the snow, his hands shaking as they reach towards the face of the corpse. His trembling fingers graze the girl's chin, and suddenly, as if jolted by an electric shock, he retracts them. He discovers a long scar, a remnant of the night 2 years prior when his uncle, inebriated and in debt, had struck his sister. "Sister," a soft, sorrowful whisper escapes the boy's lips. The smile that once adorned his face has vanished, and tears flow uncontrollably down his cheeks. Ignoring the falling snowflakes as thick as goose feathers, he removes the only ragged garment he possesses and wraps it around the girl. Her emaciated form is marred by numerous gruesome scars, the bruises on her back still fresh. With hands afflicted by frostbite, he gently caresses her hair. Lowering his head, his voice hoarse, he murmurs, "It is better to be dead than to suffer in life." Disregarding the biting cold, the boy searches the ground for some time before finally unearthing 4 coins. 4 coins! A surge of rage ignites within him, a fury that feels as though it might split his chest asunder. How could it be that his sister could not even retain her last shred of dignity in death? Is the money of the deceased so easily taken? A gust of icy wind sweeps through, prompting Zhao Qing to tighten his sleeves, and unable to restrain himself, he says to the boy, "Your sister was unfortunate. Take the money in return, lest you freeze to death here." The boy tears away the blindfold, revealing a pair of pallid eyes. He raises his gaze toward the voice, struggling to suppress his inner fury. His voice trembles slightly as he extends his right hand, softly stating, "The death of a servant merits 10 coins from the master. This money is my sister's final dignity. You have no right to take it." Zhao Qing, arms folded within his sleeves, retracts any semblance of sympathy from his expression upon hearing the boy demand money. With a cold countenance, he retorts, "You little blind child, do you even want these 4 coins? Get lost." With that, Zhao Qing turns to shut the door. At merely 6 years of age, Li Guanchi appeared frail, yet a fierce expression unexpectedly graced his face. He hurried up the steps of the Zhao residence, seizing a man's hand and demanding, "Give me what is owed." Zhao Qing, noticing the boy's frostbitten hand reaching towards him, furrowed his brow. A glint of cold malice flickered in his eyes as he grasped the youth's hair and flung him down the staircase. Thud! The slight form was brutally slammed into the snow, which concealed a layer of bluestone beneath. Falling onto it would leave bruises, let alone being hurled several feet away. Zhao Qing cast a disdainful glance at the boy sprawled on the ground and venomously declared, "Blind brat, take your corpse and get lost. If it weren't for my pity, I wouldn't give you even 4 coins." Just as Zhao Qing turned to leave, he felt a firm grip on the hem of his garment. Glancing back, he found the boy had somehow positioned himself behind him, desperately clutching his clothing. The old man's eyes flickered with an imperceptible glimmer as he regarded the youth, murmuring softly, "I never anticipated that after searching for centuries, the chosen one would turn out to be a blind boy." He sighed out, "Perhaps this is fate." Subsequently, the elder rose slowly, his voice warm and resonant as he called out, "Innkeeper, bring forth the bill." In the depths of winter, when the north wind howled with a biting chill, the gusts felt like sharp daggers piercing through the youthful Li Guanchi. After resting several times along the way, as night descended, the boy laid the now stiff corpse at the entrance of a medical hall. The elder, clad in similarly thin garments, found the swirling snow and wind parting around him as he walked. The soul has departed, the 3 souls and 7 spirits have already entered the cycle of reincarnation. What business do you have at this medical hall? He inquired. I am here to fetch medicine for my mother, not for her. Shortly thereafter, the boy acquired several bundles of herbs, straining to hoist the corpse once more and continue his journey. He soon arrived at a small shop adorned with white silk at its entrance. After a moment, he emerged holding a jar. Affixed to it was a slip of paper inscribed with the name Li Guanchi. He carefully wrapped it in the girl's pink garment, maintaining a stoic expression throughout. Along the way, he picked up 2 steamed buns, now as hard as bricks, from the entrance of a bun shop. At that moment, a faint smile crossed the boy's face, puzzling the elder who trailed behind him. Why was it that the boy displayed no emotional turmoil over the death of his elder sister, fixating instead on the copper coins that had been unjustly withheld by the servants of the Zhao family? Even as he held the ashes, the boy's visage remained impassive, yet he smiled at having found 2 forsaken buns. The elder's curiosity was piqued, compelling him to follow closely. Suddenly, the elder halted amidst the storm, gazing skyward, and remarked calmly, I merely dismantled a sect not long ago, and yet the national protector of the northern Liang has come to pay me a visit? He mused, a mere nascent soul it would be beneficial to meet, sparing us both from unnecessary trouble. In an instant, the elder stepped forth, traversing dozens of miles to arrive at a secluded pavilion in the wilderness. There, a robed elder awaited, having already prepared wine and tea, seemingly having anticipated the encounter. Upon the elder's arrival, the national protector of northern Liang promptly rose and bowed, respectfully stating, I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated courtyard to the south of northern Liang City, where even the door could barely close, the boy hesitated at the entrance for a prolonged moment. Finally, he inhaled deeply and pushed the door open, stepping out from his home. Creaking open, the dark room remained shrouded in gloom, devoid of even a single lamp. The walls were bare, and the window paper bore numerous holes, left unfixed due to financial constraints. On the cold earthen Kong, a shadow stirred slightly, followed by a feeble voice that drifted through the air. Guanchi, is that you? The voice of a woman was gentle yet frail. The speaker was none other than Li Guanchi's mother, Song Wanro. Rising, the woman appeared haggard, her cheeks sunken, yet when she looked upon the boy, her eyes radiated warmth and tenderness. The woman gazed around under the moonlight, softly inquiring, Where is Tsue? Li Guanchi, rummaging through the drawer for candles, suddenly froze, igniting the wick which illuminated the solitary clay jar beside him. He turned his head away, unable to look, and spoke in a hoarse voice, Sister Tsue has passed away. The Zhao family compensated 10 coins. I have reclaimed all the money, safely hidden it away to treat mother's illness. He added, withdrawing a slightly melted bun from his pocket and handing it to Song Wanro. Groping for herbs as he made his way to the kitchen, he rasped, I will prepare medicine for mother. Gently, Song Wanro took Li Guanchi's hand, placing the bun into his palm. Fighting back tears, she insisted, Mother is not hungry, you should eat. Her withered hair concealed much of her face, yet Li Guanchi could hear the sound of tears hitting the mat. Just as they were engulfed in sorrow, a loud bang resounded. The door was kicked open, and a biting cold wind rushed into the room, causing the boy to shudder, unsure if it was from the chill or fear. The intruder was none other than Li Guanchi's distant uncle, Li Dashan. Short in stature, clad in a deep blue coat, with protruding cheeks, slanted eyes, and a hooked nose, he bore an intimidating visage. Even before entering, his malevolent voice could be heard from afar. Where's the money? Li Guanchi lowered his head, trembling slightly, standing frozen in place with the herbs in hand. Yet, the man's gaze immediately fell upon the boy's uncovered eyes. His expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he knocked Li Guanchi to the ground. Damn it! How many times have I told you to cover your eyes? He shouted, his fury intensifying as he kicked the scattered herbs. Did you use the money to buy medicine? Is it true? Is it true? The boy, perhaps having endured this scene countless times before, curled into a ball, covering his head with his hands. Li Guanchi's gaze became numb, merely wishing for this torment to end swiftly. Since fleeing their home 3 years ago to seek refuge with this distant uncle, their hellish existence had begun. The boy lay on the ground, desperately shielding the scattered herbs beneath him. The woman, hearing the commotion, stumbled towards them, pushing Li Dashin aside and pleading, "Don't hit. Don't hit the child." Seeing this, Li Dashin seized a nearby wooden board and struck the woman on the head. Bang! A sickly wretch. Why waste money on her treatment? Better off dead. If I had known, I should have sent you to the Zhao household as well. At least then we could receive more compensation. Blood trickled down the woman's forehead, yet she continued to shield the boy, repeatedly begging, "Don't hit the child." Suddenly, Li Guanchi felt a warm, sticky sensation on his face. Blood. Realizing what was happening, the boy's expression twisted in fury. With a desperate effort, he broke free from the woman's embrace and, recalling familiar memories, swiftly grasped the kitchen knife from the cutting board. For the first time, he roared in fury at his uncle. "Silence! If it weren't for your insatiable thirst for alcohol and gambling, our family would not be in such dire straits. How could my mother's illness have lingered for so long? How could you have sold my sister to the Zhao household, ultimately leading to her demise through overwork? The one who truly deserves damnation is you. It is you, Li Dashin." Li Guanchi's face contorted with rage as he unleashed the pent-up fury that had long been confined within his heart. The years of suppressed anger seemed to find their outlet in that very moment. Li Dashin, reeking of alcohol, gradually wore a menacing expression and cursed back. "If it weren't for me providing you and your mother with food back then, you would have starved to death outside the city. How dare you raise a knife against your own father?" As he searched the surroundings for a suitable weapon, the young man's ears twitched. With a burst of energy, he lunged at the man. The kitchen knife glimmered ominously in the moonlight outside, and in a panic, Li Dashin seized a clay pot and hurled it at Li Guanchi. Though the boy was slender, he was agile. At the moment the man lifted the heavy object, Li Guanchi, aided by his keen hearing, swiftly evaded. The pot shattered at his feet with a resounding crash, accompanied by the clattering of copper coins upon the ground, leaving him frozen in place. For he understood the significance of that sound. The ashes of his sister, the coins, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared painfully glaring. Li Dashin's exultant voice rang out, "Ha ha! 10 strings. This time, I will surely turn my fortunes around. I will recover both the principal and the interest. Ha ha!" Li Guanchi stood paralyzed, trembling uncontrollably, his limbs numb. Memories flashed through his mind like a film reel. He had never known a full meal since he could remember, nor did he know who his father was, having never laid eyes on him. It was said that he had perished long ago in a famine. It was only 3 years ago, after seeking refuge with this distant uncle, that his true nightmare began. Li Dashin frequently visited their home to take money, using it either to drink himself into a stupor or to gamble for days on end. The rice jar had never been full since he could remember. They had never been spared the hardships of life. With his mother bedridden and gravely ill, Li Dashin chose not to seek medical treatment, instead squandering the money on gambling. He still vividly recalled the moment his mother had clutched him in desperation, pleading. In a frenzy, he had proclaimed, "I'm on a lucky streak today. I'm sure to win, and we can all live a good life." After that, his mother fell gravely ill, and his sister was sold to the Zhao household as a maid. Meanwhile, he was left to beg on the streets, and finding 2 steamed buns today felt like an immense stroke of luck. It was enough to provide a hearty meal for the 2 of them. But today, he had returned. Somehow, he had learned of his sister's tragic demise and had set his sights on the 10 strings of coins. Sometimes Li Guanchi would fantasize in his heart about how wonderful it would be if he were a celestial being capable of soaring through the skies. Perhaps the sufferings of this world might allow one to escape, if only for a moment. As Li Guanchi turned, the curses of Li Dashin echoed relentlessly in his ears. "If you're going to die, then just die. Why burn the ashes?" Slowly, Li Guanchi raised the kitchen knife in his hand. A flicker of reluctance crossed Song Wanrong's eyes, yet she ultimately refrained from intervening. She had long since lost faith in Li Dashin and was acutely aware that her days were numbered. She did not wish to see her child sold for money after her demise. Perhaps this is for the best. With a swift motion, the sharp blade sank into the neck, and the youth felt warmth cascading down his face. Thud! Li Dashin collapsed into a pool of blood, disbelief etched across his features. The boy, having witnessed this harrowing act, felt his strength ebb away, collapsing to the ground. Song Wanrong, dizzy and disoriented, felt the world spin around her. As her body grew colder, she recognized the finality of her fate, managing to force a faint smile onto her pale face. Softly, she called out Guanchi. "Come here." Upon hearing his mother's voice, Li Guanchi hurried to her side, trembling as he embraced her. Song Wanrong held Li Guanchi close, casting not a glance at the fallen Li Dashin beside them. Instinctively, she covered her son's eyes with her hand, soothing his back as she whispered, "Do not fear. Guanchi, if one must die, then so be it. Now, lift your head so that your mother may have one last look." Li Guanchi, ever sensitive to the emotions around him, sensed the gravity of the moment. As he looked up at his mother, tears streamed down his face, rendering him speechless. "Mother, are you leaving me too? What am I to do?" Song Wanrong's vision blurred further as she gazed out into the swirling snow, murmuring softly, "I am powerless to protect you, and for that, I am sorry. In the future, you must grow to be a man of strength. Marry, have children. Your mother will watch over you from above. You must live well. Go forth, see the vast rivers and the splendor of the world." A soft thud echoed as Li Guanchi felt the hand behind him grow limp. In a fit of anguish, he cried out, "Mother!" Calling her name repeatedly, he received no reply. Li Guanchi sat, dazed and lifeless in his mother's embrace, whispering, "I have lost my mother. I have no family left." With reddened eyes, Li Guanchi's tears flowed uncontrollably. He spoke not a word, but tenderly caressed his mother's face, as if to etch her likeness into his memory forever. Then, the boy once more approached the shop draped in white mourning cloth. The portly proprietor impatiently opened the door, recognizing the youth from the previous night. Anger surged within him as he exclaimed, "What brings you back? Didn't you just come by when night fell? Let me tell you, those of us in this trade act with integrity. I did not overcharge you a single copper coin." Barefoot and standing amidst the swirling snow, the young boy lowered his head and hoarsely uttered, "My mother has passed away too. Could you assist me with the move? I cannot carry it." The proprietor, upon hearing these words, felt a lump rise in his throat. The fury that once consumed him had dissipated, replaced by a profound sorrow etched upon his face. He dismantled a door panel, pulled the boy inside, and offered him a tattered coat that had long been discarded in his home. With a voice choked with emotion, he said, "Warm yourself for a moment. I shall dress and step outside shortly. My child, your fate is indeed harsh. If you do not mind, would you consider serving as my assistant? I shan't mention how much I will pay you, but at the very least, you shall not starve." The boy, who had ceased weeping, was overwhelmed by the sudden kindness of the proprietor and sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Li Guanchi, feeling the searing warmth of the fire before him, slowly knelt down and bowed deeply before the hearth. "Mother, your nurturing grace is indelibly etched in my heart. I shall live on diligently." In the sky above, the figure clad in gray, Su Xian silently observed this poignant scene. As he calculated with his fingers, a sigh escaped him, and he murmured, "Such is fate, even if I were present, I could not alter the course of destiny." When the boy returned home, braving the wind and snow, Su Xian stood outside his door. Sensing another's presence, Li Guanchi hoarsely inquired, "Who are you seeking?" The elder, with a flash of light in his hand, produced a thick cotton coat and draped it over the boy's shoulders. He crouched down, gently enveloping the boy's frozen hands within his warm grasp. Even the elder, who had witnessed countless tribulations in this world, could not help but feel a pang of sorrow for the boy's plight. Su Xian spoke softly, "Child, do you wish to come with me? From this day forth, I shall be your grandfather, and we will leave this place." The boy's eyes, once dulled by despair, now felt an unfamiliar warmth in the elder's hands. Tears involuntarily streamed down his cheeks as he trembled and asked, "Will I have enough to eat?" Su Xian felt a sharp ache in his heart, embraced the boy, and replied in a deep voice, "You will. Not only that, but I will ensure you have enough to eat at every meal and warmth to wear." The boy nodded slightly, and soon, in this desolate wilderness, he left behind 2 graves, marking them with inscriptions. 10 coins, along with his mother's ashes, were laid to rest in the graves. Only a single coin was retained by Li Guanchi, tucked close to his heart as a cherished memory. Chapter 3. Exceptional Talent, the Eye of Insight. Atop a towering mountain peak lies a quaint village known as Fulong. Within a uniquely adorned courtyard, a handsome young lad sits cross-legged at its center. Clad in a pristine white robe, he bears a simple copper coin strung around his neck by a red cord. Not far away, a diminutive old man, slender in frame, puffs on a cigarette, his eyes glinting with a spark of intrigue as he observes the youth. The awakening of the Eye of Insight is notoriously arduous. One can only hope for success this time. Li Guanchi silently recites the incantation, entering a profoundly enigmatic state. With a mind unburdened by distractions, he perceives the minutiae, and his thoughts free from attachment, he seeks to penetrate the essence of his heart. All paths converge in his sight, as a single thought arises, revealing the true nature of reality. In tranquil meditation, he counts his heartbeats, and a radiant light begins to manifest, reflecting the universe. Forgetting the superficial, he grasps the profound truth. As the Eye of Insight opens, he comprehends the celestial mysteries. The incantation taught by his grandfather resonates continually within his mind. Li Guanchi's heart becomes as calm as still water, his spirit gradually liberated from external constraints as his consciousness immerses itself in the surrounding environment. Gradually, he feels as though he is seeing through layers of mist. Amidst the previously desolate darkness, he perceives a white fog, nearly unsettling his composure. This marks the first occasion in his life that he witnesses color. Soon he steadies his mind, and with the incantation echoing in his thoughts, he senses that he is closer than ever to unlocking his Eye of Insight. Subconsciously, he steps forward into the fog, as if intangible barriers are resisting him. With unwavering resolve, Li Guanchi advances, his spirit focused, his steps deliberate. In that moment, a surge of energy swells within him, causing the dust and gravel on the ground to tremble slightly. The smoke obscures the old man's visage, yet his upward curving lips remain visible. An ethereal path indeed. The Eye of Insight can be awakened in merely 7 days. Such a talent is truly extraordinary. Before the old man can finish his thought, Li Guanchi feels the veins in his neck pulse as his momentarily hazy consciousness breaks through the mist. Boom! A shattering sound resonates in Li Guanchi's mind. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crosses his face, and his entire demeanor grows serene. He can see, while the vision granted by the eye lacks color. It allows him to perceive everything around him, indistinguishable from ordinary sight. Su Xian nods slightly, whispering to himself, even before the foundation of the path is established. Possessing such an eye is sufficient. Li Guanchi gazes around the uniquely decorated courtyard, marveling at this sight for the first time. Grandfather? Suswan Chekes. Rising and clasping his hands behind his back, a smile gracing his face. Can you see? Li Guanchi, overwhelmed with excitement, nods fervently, his eyes glistening with tears. Though devoid of color, the experience is profoundly exhilarating. The old man pats his shoulder and chuckles. Fear not. In due time, as your spirit develops, you shall perceive the vibrant colors of the world. However, now that you have awakened your eye, exercise caution in its use. Overindulgence may deplete your vital energy. Kulme. I have prepared something for you. Li Guanchi nods slightly, committing the old man's words to memory, and after rising, he stands in place for a prolonged moment. Lost in contemplation, he glanced at his hands and feet, then picked up the copper coin from his chest, examining it closely. Holding it in his palm, he murmured, "So? This is a copper coin." Li Guanchi followed the elder to the backyard, where he caught a whiff of the fragrant concoction in a wooden barrel and smirked. "Are we soaking again today?" He began to undress, clearly indicating that this was not his first experience with such matters. However, the old man merely smiled mysteriously and continued walking inside, saying, "It's not for soaking. Come here." Li Guanchi remained silent, trailing behind the elder until he beheld a stone pillar nearly as tall as himself. The square stone column was almost the same height as Li Guanchi, adorned with several hemp ropes. The corners of his mouth twitched as he observed the rope's configuration, unable to suppress his words. Grandfather, you aren't suggesting I carry this thing, are you? Seeing the elder's silence and his beaming smile, Li Guanchi shrugged and approached the stone pillar, slinging the hemp ropes over his back. Instantly, he summoned his strength, lifting the column off the ground. Li Guanchi's face flushed as he spoke rapidly. Grandfather, this must weigh at least 500 pounds. He gulped. This might be a bit strenuous. Su Xian laughed. What of 500 pounds? You have reached the pinnacle of body training. 500 pounds is hardly heavy. From today onwards, you shall carry this while eating and sleeping, and while traversing the mountains. Li Guanchi refrained from complaining and inquired, what about during training? Su Xian turned, chuckling. Of course you'll carry it then as well, even while sleeping. Resigned, Li Guanchi complied, albeit unsure of the purpose behind such rigorous training. As the old man stepped outside, basking in the sunset, he made his way to the village entrance to play chess, casting a fleeting glance at Li Guanchi, murmuring, You rascal, it's all for your own good. The next morning, Su Xian busily prepared for something. Li Guanchi, burdened by the stone pillar, climbed the mountain, panting heavily. In the early light, wisps of smoke curled from every household. A woman clad in a floral coat opened her gate, calling out the names of the neighborhood children with a loud voice. After all, the time spent waiting for breakfast was the very time these youths indulged in play. Dog Dan, come home for dinner. Suewa, you're back. Chin-chun, you lazy child, hurry back. Zhao Beichun lurked in the shadows, waiting for the boy's arrival, his gaze filled with resentment. Meng Wanshu regarded everyone with indifference, yet she was willing to engage in conversation with Li Guanchi. In Zhao Beichun's words, Meng Wanshu was the girl he had set his sights on. What right does a blind fool have to compare himself to him? It was precisely for this reason that Zhao Beichun had frequently sought trouble with Li Guanchi over the years, only to be met with a thorough thrashing each time. Li Guanchi, now perceptive, could sense Zhao Beichun's heavy breathing even without seeing him. Seizing the moment, Zhao Beichun lunged forward, raising his fist to strike Li Guanchi. Yet, Li Guanchi merely sidestepped slightly, countering with a punch to Zhao Beichun's abdomen. The excruciating pain compelled Zhao Beichun to crouch on the ground, clutching his abdomen in anguish. He pointed at Li Guanchi, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, Li Guanchi, you wretched scoundrel, just wait for me 2 more years. Li Guanchi, also crouching, responded with a mocking smile, no matter how many years pass, you will never surpass me. Nearby, a small boy, witnessing Li Guanchi's rise, immediately contorted his face and declared, I want to go home. My mother is calling me for dinner. After several children departed, Li Guanchi paid no heed to the prostrate Zhao Beichun. His aspirations had long transcended the confines of Fulong village, and as for Zhao Beichun, he had never contemplated resorting to lethal means. Otherwise, Li Guanchi would have already dealt a fatal blow. Li Guanchi's nostrils flared as he sought out the enticing aroma. The youth leaned against a fence, calling out, Aunt Li, what special occasion is it today? Have you made stew with a hen? With a creaking sound, a slightly plump middle-aged woman emerged from the door, her face radiating warmth as she greeted the boy. Oh, it's you, Guanchi. Have you eaten? Annie will get you some. Observing the smiling woman, Li Guanchi mused. So this is how Aunt Li looks. Feigning a touch of hunger, he remarked, I actually haven't eaten. My grandfather's fare was nothing but husk and vegetables, so I followed the scent here. The woman, upon hearing this, quickly waved her hands, saying, You little rascal, don't speak nonsense. Fortunately, I still have half a pot left. I'll serve you some rice to take back and share with your grandfather. Upon hearing this, the boy's smile broadened, and he sweetly replied, Thank you, Aunt Li. Oh, it's truly a pity that Aunt Li's culinary skills aren't showcased in a restaurant down the mountain. The woman's eyes crinkled with joy, and the wrinkles at the corners deepened. You sweet-talking boy, just wait. Before long, a graceful young girl emerged, balancing a basin of fragrant stewed chicken. Clad in a light blue dress, she carefully held the overflowing pot, her wide eyes fixated on it to prevent any spill. As she walked, Meng Wanshu muttered, Li Guanchi, are you a dog? You always arrive precisely when my family has prepared something delicious. Li Guanchi, captivated by the girl's exquisite beauty, leaned against the fence, quietly observing her. So, Guanchu has grown so lovely, he thought. A faint smile gracing his lips as he whispered, Meng Guanchu, I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry a virtuous wife like you. Meng Guanchu's cheeks flushed crimson as she exerted considerable effort to place the pot atop the fence. Rolling her eyes at Li Guanchi, she darted inside, but then recalled that he was blind and couldn't see her expression. Pouting, she raised her head and scolded him, You blind fool. Li Guanchi shuklat khartili. As he turned to leave, he paused at the spot, holding the basin slightly and giving a slight bow. Feeling somewhat awkward, he asked, Has Uncle Meng returned? The man standing before Li Guanchi said nothing and simply gave him a playful kick on the backside. With a chuckle laced with mockery, he remarked, You ought to refrain from teasing Guanchu. You're approaching the age of maturity, yet still lack a proper direction. Get lost. Li Guanchi laughed heartily and promptly nodded in agreement. Sure thing. I'll bring wine for Uncle Meng tomorrow. After bursting through the door, the young lad softly called out, Grandfather, I'm back. After a few twists and turns, he finally arrived at a somewhat secluded courtyard. He called out again, Grandfather, I'm back. At the entrance, an elder puffing on a pipe suddenly brightened at the sight of him. Smacking his lips, the old man remarked, Indeed, it's still the culinary skills of old Meng's wife that reign supreme. Li Guanchi set down the bowl of vegetables, nearly stumbling to the ground. Su Xian rolled his eyes and scolded, You've barely opened your eyes to the world, and you're already behaving like this? Today, you must practice your stances 100 times. The young man's expression soured, yet he dared not retort. His control over his strength had been commendable today. Should he exert too much force, he would find himself dining at old Zhao's tomorrow. Rubbing his head, the lad remained silent for a while. I've finished eating, he finally announced. Suddenly, Li Guanchi sensed that something was amiss. He clattered his chopsticks in the bowl, producing only the sound of clinking utensils. Did you go find old Lu for a game of chess again? Mind your own business. Focus on your training. I'll be heading into the mountains for a while to gather some supplies, and will return in a couple of days. Remember to descend and fetch me some wine tomorrow. The young man grimaced, shoveling rice into his mouth until nothing remained. After finishing his meal, he retreated to the backyard, stripped down, and settled into a bath barrel. The dark green medicinal liquid continuously stimulated his skin. Within moments, his skin flushed a deep crimson, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. His body trembled slightly, teeth clenched tightly, as if he were enduring some extraordinary agony. Through the murky green liquid, one could faintly discern the intricate, mysterious patterns adorning his body. This year, Li Guanchi had only just begun to perceive the world through his newly opened eyes. In his sight, though it was merely black and white, it was an immense revelation for him. Thus, he devoted all his energy to activating his insight daily. For the knowledge of distinguishing between day and night was something he treasured dearly. Sitting cross-legged in the bath barrel, Li Guanchi silently bore the torment induced by the medicinal bath, while his mind contemplated the tasks that awaited him after his practice. As the wind whipped around him, he finally completed his final round of stances. Upon activating his insight, he realized it was already the hour of the rat, causing him to frown slightly. Why hasn't grandfather returned yet? Not pondering further, Li Guanchi lay down and soon fell asleep. The following morning, seeing that his grandfather was still absent, he decided to head down the mountain to procure some wine. After all, it was not uncommon for his grandfather to venture into the mountains for several days at a time. Whistling a merry tune, Li Guanchi made his way down. Meanwhile, a certain individual with whom he shared a significant connection was also present in the town of Chongqing at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 4. Descending the Mountain. Encountering an old friend. The mountain path leading to Fulong village is perilous and narrow. However, to Li Guanchi, it appears as a wide and smooth thoroughfare. He has traversed this route countless times, as nearly every villager in need of spirits relies on him to fetch them from the town. The descent is swift, and by the time the sun has reached its zenith, Li Guanchi is nearing Chongqing town. His breaths are deep and measured. A light sheen of sweat glistens upon his brow, and a faint smile graces his lips as he gazes towards Chongqing town, several miles ahead. At long last, he has arrived, and this time, he has made remarkable speed. As he speaks, Li Guanchi's figure darts forward like an arrow released from its bow. Chongqing Town, a bustling locale with a population of merely 20,000, is alive with the clamorous calls of street vendors, especially vibrant on market days. A young girl clad in a pale blue dress meanders about, though her dress has become faded from frequent washings. Meng Wanshu carries rice, flour, and oil in her hands. After much pleading, she has finally received her parents' consent to descend the mountain. "Uncle, how much for this rice cake?" "Little girl, just one. How affordable. I'll take 3 pieces. No, make it 4. The young girl mumbles to herself, her thoughts wandering to that freeloader. The mere thought of the little blind boy causes Meng Wanshu to stomp her foot in frustration. "Umph, if that dog of his catches a whiff, he will surely claim I refuse to buy for him." Soon enough, the elderly vendor wraps the sticky cakes in parchment. Meng Wanshu graciously accepts them, offering her thanks, and happily strides towards the town's outskirts. Meanwhile, Li Guanchi is still a few miles away from Chongqing Town, unaware that Meng Wanshu has also ventured down the mountain. Suddenly, Meng Wanshu is startled by a commotion erupting from behind her on the street. She turns to see a youth, strikingly handsome and adorned in a resplendent white and blue brocade robe, standing disdainfully with a fan in hand. His expression is one of evident contempt as he gazes upon an elderly vendor with graying hair. His servants form a protective circle around him, and in a brazen display, they topple the vendor's stall, trampling the steaming rice cakes underfoot. The old man kneels, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, reaching out in a desperate attempt to protect his wares. "Please, don't step on them. They are freshly made." With a resounding thud, the elderly man is kicked to the ground, one of the servants sneering, "Old fool, do you think you can sell here without paying? Don't you know this area has been purchased by the Zhao family?" This scene ignites a wave of reproach from the onlookers. But the criticism quickly fades as the servants glare menacingly at those who speak out, silencing the crowd. From her vantage point in the throng, Meng Wanshu recognizes the fallen vendor as the very man from whom she had just purchased rice cakes. A flash of anger crosses her face as she glances at the youth, yet she refrains from voicing her thoughts. Recalling the blind boy's advice, she remembers that it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles when one is away from home, and to refrain from meddling in the affairs of others. Meng Wanshu was acutely aware of her inability to alter her circumstances. With a sigh, she turned to leave. However, this very turn did not escape the keen gaze of Zhao Yuanlin. Initially, he harbored considerable resentment towards his father for assigning him to such a desolate location. But to his surprise, he encountered a young lady of exquisite grace. The 13 or 14-year-old girl had blossomed into a delicate beauty, her features radiating an innocent charm that set her apart from the worldly women he was accustomed to. "Go, Dog-san, I have taken a fancy to that girl." "Follow her," commanded Zhao Yuanlin. A scruffy servant, with shifty eyes, glanced at the departing Meng Wanshu, instantly comprehending the unspoken instructions. Observing her attire and the items she carried, it was evident she hailed from a modest background. Such women were typically easy to manage. Dog-san, short and wiry, hunched over, his lewd demeanor not even concealed by his forced smile. He nodded repeatedly, grinning, "Rest assured, young master, I shall attend to it at once." Zhao Yuanlin's lips curled into a faint smile, his heart fluttering as he began to envision the forthcoming events. He playfully tapped Dog-san on the head with his folding fan, chuckling, "Make it a splendid affair." As he spoke, he retrieved a hefty gold ingot from his sleeve and tossed it to Dog-san, adding, "The remainder shall be yours." Dog-san's eyes gleamed with delight as he nodded vigorously. "Get lost. What are you staring at? Disperse." After Zhao Yuanlin departed, Dog-san straightened his posture slightly, sneering as he kicked over an old man's cart. "Listen here, 1 month, 3 coins. If you fail to pay, do not dare to set up stall. For every time you do, I shall smash it." The disheveled old man, bloodied yet undeterred, wiped his face hastily, revealing a look of distress. "And my lord, was it not previously 1 coin per month? Why has it suddenly increased so much in just 2 days?" Dog-san picked up a crushed rice cake from the ground and forced it into the old man's mouth, tilting his head with a malevolent glare. "1 coin? Huh? Do my brothers eat nothing?" The old man, humiliated, swallowed the gritty morsel with great difficulty, nodding repeatedly. Why, yes, I understand. Ah, ah, Brother Dog is generous indeed. But tell me, did you catch what the young master just said? Dog San smirked, flaunting the gold ingot before the onlookers. Did they not recently capture a human trafficker in the city? What was her name? Aunt May? Go fetch her for me, and find someone to delay that little girl. At his command, several individuals immediately set to work. Dog San revealed a crooked grin, his yellowed teeth bared, as he hunched over, licking his lips. He had already noticed that little girl. Had it not been for Zhao Yuanlin, he would have claimed her for himself. However, recalling Zhao Yuanlin's nature, he mused that perhaps there would still be opportunities for him and his companions. Heh, she truly is a gem. Before long, Meng Wanchu sensed something amiss, as if there were individuals deliberately obstructing her path at every turn. No matter how one tries to escape, those people remain inescapable. A sense of inexplicable anxiety spreads within the heart. In a dark and dilapidated alley, Dogson furrowed his brow as he gazed at the benevolent-looking old woman before him. Turning to the man beside him, he inquired with a frown, "Are you certain this is Aunt May? It's hard to discern her kindness." The old woman spoke gently. "Ah, my lord, you misunderstand. If I did not present myself this way, how could so many fall for it? Eliciting sympathy is the fundamental skill of our trade." Upon hearing this, Dogsan's expression shifted to one of amusement as he declared, "Then I leave it to you. Should you succeed, a reward of 30 taels awaits." The old woman's eyes sparkled with cunning as she nodded eagerly. From her satchel, she retrieved a tattered and foul-smelling outfit to change into. She tousled her previously neat hair, rubbed her hands on the ground, neglecting even her nails, and dirted her face thoroughly. Observing the transformed old woman, Dog Sin noted the stark contrast in her demeanor. If she had once resembled a matriarch of a noble family, she now appeared as a fallen matriarch. Even Dog San, accustomed to all walks of life, couldn't help but give a thumbs up at the sight. Upon arriving in the town, Li Guanchi excitedly rushed to the tavern. A slightly portly middle-aged man, upon seeing Li Guanchi, was not at all disdainful as one might expect. Instead, he greeted him warmly, "Ah, little blind one. It's been ages since you last visited." Li Guanchi, hearing the owner's enthusiastic welcome, couldn't resist teasing, "Boss Zhao, business is evidently booming. You've gained quite a bit of weight." Zhao, the tavern owner, took no offense, for he viewed Li Guanchi as his benefactor. Ever since Li Guanchi began purchasing wine, the business had flourished significantly. Their back-and-forth banter forged a close relationship. Zhao Dafu offered a plate of sunflower seeds, inquiring, "The usual?" Li Guanchi pondered for a moment, remembering his promise to fetch wine for Uncle Meng, and replied decisively, "For jars of osmanthus wine." Zhao Dafu nodded with a smile, calling out, "Loyal customer." "For jars of osmanthus wine." Unable to hold back, Li Guanchi remarked, "Oh, calling me a loyal customer now? What, are you worried your staff might dilute it?" Zhao Dafu, startled, quickly waved his hands. "How could I dare to say such a thing? My business relies on honesty. I was just joking while waiting for the wine." Li Guanchi leaned against the counter, munching on sunflower seeds and engaging in casual conversation with Zhao Dafu. Through the gaps in the crowd, he caught sight of an old man across the street tidying up a mess. Upon seeing the elderly man, Li Guanchi couldn't help but frown slightly. Turning to Zhao Dafu, he quietly inquired, "Old Zhao, what happened to Uncle Xiao? Why was his stall overturned?" Zhao Dafu sighed, having witnessed the earlier conflict clearly, given his tavern's elevated location. "Ah, let us not discuss it. Recently, the 3 streets in our vicinity have been acquired by a family surnamed Zhao. Consequently, upon their arrival, the rent has astonishingly doubled. Now, we are all contemplating whether to relocate our businesses." Li Guanchi furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing as he murmured, "The Zhao family?" However, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he listened as Zhao Dafu recounted the events that had transpired. After hearing the account, Li Guanchi could not help but exclaim, "The Zhao family certainly exhibits a domineering attitude. Do they not fear that you might terminate your leases and move elsewhere?" Zhao Dafu, hands clasped within his sleeves, retorted with annoyance, "Who knows? In any case, I am prepared to relocate. I am not afraid of lower prices. Who can withstand such exorbitant rent?" "Boss, the osmanthus wine has been brewed. Li Guanchi gazed at the smaller jar and could not help but scold. You rascal, the quality remains unchanged, yet the quantity diminishes? Slightly embarrassed, Zhao Dafu rubbed his hands together and returned a portion of the money that Li Guanchi had handed him. Oh dear, I have no other choice, he sighed. Li Guanchi, seizing the money, shook the jar of wine and advised old Zhao, one cannot conduct business in this manner. I will go speak with Elder Xiao. At this, a flicker of guilt crossed Zhao Dafu's face. He sighed and turned to his assistant, instructing, change it. Huh? Change what? Change the jar. What? Are you daft? Oh, right, boss. I suspect that the girl in the blue dress who was watching the commotion is quite troublesome. Silence. Do not speak of things you should not. Zhao Dafu cast a wary glance around, for while he dared to pour out his grievances to Li Guanchi, he certainly did not wish to provoke the Zhao family. Suddenly halting in his tracks, Li Guanchi turned back to the assistant, frowning as he inquired, what girl in a blue dress? What is going on? Chapter 5. Trapped, Meng Wanshu in peril. Zhao Dafu stepped outside and beckoned to Li Guanchi, who followed him to the back for a brief discussion. Li Guanchi's gaze sharpened, his fists clenched tightly. No, it cannot be. When has Wanshu ever descended the mountain? He raised his head to look at Zhao Dafu, his voice laden with gravity as he inquired. Did you see what she looked like? How tall was she? Zhao Dafu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before gesturing beside Li Guanchi's ear. About this tall. She was quite pretty, but I didn't get a good look. It all happened so fast. The man seemed to realize that Li Guanchi might recognize the young girl and offered some consolation. Oh, that girl has likely left already. She might even be on her way back home now. However, the young attendant at the counter muttered, I doubt it. That dog Sin is nothing but a local ruffian. He serves that young master. It's most likely. He shook his head, leaving his thoughts unvoiced. Li Guanchi, with a jar of liquor slung over his shoulder, quickly approached the old man. Xiaobo, it's me. The elderly man, eyes brimming with tears, slowly looked up and wiped his sleeve across his face, finally recognizing Li Guanchi. Oh, it's you, young friendly, look at me. Oh, seeing the old man's flustered demeanor stirred a pang of discomfort in Li Guanchi. But now is not the time for pleasantries. He pressed on. Was there a young girl here, about 13 or 14, slightly shorter than me, wearing a dress with white flowers on the sleeves, who came to buy rice cakes? The old man recalled the girl who had purchased 4 rice cakes. Yes, indeed, there was such a girl. She initially asked for 3, but then changed her mind and bought 4. I remember it clearly. Li Guanchi's heart sank, confirming that Meng Wanshu was indeed being targeted. The mere thought of her sent his mind into turmoil as he grasped the old man's shoulders, urgently asking, which way did she go? At that moment, the old man could hardly remember anything further. He hadn't even noticed that Meng Wanshu was among the crowd. To the east of the town, the young attendant at the tavern pointed in that direction. Li Guanchi nodded slightly, not pausing to express his gratitude before plunging into the throng of people. Meanwhile, Meng Wanshu finally breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly having shaken off her pursuers. She looked up at the darkening sky, her heart racing as she made her way toward the edge of the town. If she didn't hurry, she would not make it home before nightfall. Her parents would surely worry excessively. However, just a short distance ahead, she spotted an elderly woman weakly lying on the ground. Initially, she considered ignoring the woman and continuing on her way, but biting her lip, she quickened her pace. Just then, the old woman mustered her strength to grasp the hem of Meng Wanshu's skirt. Her pale face was marked by cracked lips, clearly a sign of prolonged hunger and thirst. With trembling hands, the old woman's grasp tightened on Meng Wanshu's dress as she spoke in a faltering voice. Young lady, please, give me something to eat. As she spoke, the old woman retrieved a jade bracelet wrapped in tattered cloth from her bosom and handed it to Meng Wanshu. This bracelet is mine. My dear, all I ask is for something to eat. Tears welled in the old woman's eyes, rendering her utterly pitiable. Unable to bear the thought of the old woman starving on the streets, Meng Wanshu took a piece of rice cake from her oiled paper and offered it to her. However, the old woman's grip was too tight. She feared she could not escape without complying. Take this, but loosen your hold. The old woman ravenously devoured the rice cake, yet still refused to release her grip. In desperation, Meng Wanshu tugged at her skirt, frowning as she admonished. I've already given you food. Now let go. The old woman forcefully slipped the jade bracelet onto Meng Wanshu's wrist. It hurts. I don't want this. Please take it back. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the old woman's eyes as she relinquished her hold and spat out the rice cake. My dear, wear it. Just then, a nonchalant voice echoed from a distant box. Mother, where are you? That bracelet is meant for my wife. The casual tone, laced with mockery and amusement, drifted from the shadowy alley. Meng Wanshu's expression changed abruptly. She instantly grasped the situation. Dropping what she held, she desperately tried to wrench the bracelet off. Her wrist reddened from the friction against the table, but at that moment, figures slowly emerged from the deep alley. There were 5 in total, led by the lecherous dog San. Ha ha ha. Mother, is this the daughter-in-law you found for me? Meng Wanshu recoiled, her eyes wide with fear as she regarded the menacing group. However, several servants had already blocked her escape routes. I am not, she exclaimed sharply. Do not speak such nonsense. Dogson clasped his hands in his sleeves, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he gazed at Meng Wanshu's wrist. Oh, how can you say that? You're already wearing our family S token. As he spoke, Dogson advanced toward her, his gaze lewdly roaming over her figure, a vile glint flickering in his eyes. This nauseating stare drained the color from Meng Wanshu's face. Although many neighbors peered out to witness the spectacle, none dared to speak. Meanwhile, the old woman, feigning vulnerability, addressed the onlookers. This young girl has already consented to our family's engagement and accepted our ancestral treasure. Yet now she wishes to go back on her word. This remark ignited a chorus of murmurs among the crowd. These young girls nowadays. How could she go back on her promise after agreeing? Indeed, that bracelet must be worth a considerable sum. Alas, Dog San is an orphan. Who is his mother? Despite some knowing the truth, many were still deceived by the old woman's ruse. Bowing her head, the old woman's disheveled hair concealed her sly glances, as she contemplated whether to change locations after receiving her reward. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Meng Wanshu's eyes as she raised her wrist and forcefully struck the stone ground. The dog was struck with terror. This bracelet was an invaluable treasure obtained from Zhao Yuanpan. Stop! How dare you? Meng Wanshu paid no heed to the man's words. With a resounding crash, the priceless jade bracelet shattered, leaving a deep gash on the woman's wrist from which blood flowed profusely. Rising to her feet, Meng Wanshu's chest heaved slightly, her emotions in turmoil. The expression on Dogsan's face darkened as he gazed at the broken bracelet. He lifted his head and strode towards Meng Wanshu, delivering a sharp slap across her face. Slap! You vile woman! How dare you show such disrespect? Meng Wanshu fell onto the cold stone floor, her hand scraped and her cheek instantly swelling with the imprint of his fingers. The onlookers, witnessing Dog San's aggression, fell silent, their murmurs fading into the background. Under the oppressive atmosphere created by Dog San, the crowd instinctively retreated a few steps. Pain etched on her face, Meng Wanshu looked around, her lips parting in silent pleas for help, but no sound emerged. The indifferent crowd dared not meet Dog San's gaze. He merely surveyed them coldly, causing several spectators to disperse. Dog San chuckled mockingly, crouching down to meet Meng Wanshu's reddened eyes, his voice icy. Since you have shattered the bracelet, which is worth 300 taels of silver, you can either pay or accompany me home to marry. Yet, the fiercely independent Meng Wanshu refused to show any sign of weakness before Dog San, despite the searing pain in her cheek and the throbbing agony in her hands. She defiantly raised her chin and replied coldly, Dream on. I would rather die here than go with you. Dog San scoffed. Ah, the little lady has some spirit. Come, brothers, take her away. As his words fell, Meng Wanshu seized a bloodied stone from the ground and hurled it at Dog San's head with all her might. Bang! Blood splattered as Dog San's nose collapsed, his face becoming a gruesome sight. Meng Wanshu attempted to flee, but a young man clad in Zhao's attire seized her hair and threw her to the ground. Still trying to escape? Dog brother, are you all right? Meng Wanshu struggled desperately. Let me go. Let me go. Yet, the strength of the two burly men holding her captive was overwhelming. No matter how she fought, she could not break free. Dog San was helped to his feet, blood clouding his vision, the excruciating pain in his nose nearly driving him to madness. "I will kill you." He flipped his wrist and produced a dagger from his sleeve, but two hands restrained him. "Dog brother, please, we can't act recklessly. If you do, we won't be able to explain to the young master." As Dog San regained some composure, his chest heaved violently as he fixed his gaze on Meng Wanchu. Licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, he spoke coldly. "Vile woman, just wait. Once the young master is done with you, I will take good care of you. Take her away." Panic enveloped Meng Wanchu, a profound despair overshadowing her. "Help me. Please, I beg you. Save me. I do not know them. That old woman is in cahoots with them. I gave her food. The bracelet was forcibly shoved into my hands by that elderly woman. Help me." Yet, her cries for help evoked no compassion from those around her. They lacked the courage to confront the Zhao family. Everyone turned a deaf ear to Meng Wanchu's desperate pleas. A group of individuals forcefully parted the crowd and advanced towards the town. Impervious to Meng Wanchu's futile attempts to resist, her feet scraping against the ground in vain against the strength of the man beside her. Suddenly, a figure familiar beyond measure appeared before Meng Wanchu's eyes. The tension that had gripped the young girl shattered in an instant. Her previously taut expression now marred by a look of profound grievance. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a burst dam, and she bit her lip in an effort to stifle her cries, her heart-wrenching appearance evoking deep sympathy. Li Guanchi stood 10 paces away, his expression dark as he observed the scene unfold. His heart sank further at the sight of Meng Wanchu's bloodied wrist and the harsh imprint of fingers upon her cheek. A surge of hot blood rushed to his head, causing his limbs to tingle and blood vessels in his eyes to burst with fury. "Who is that beggar? Get lost, and mind your own business." Dog 3 sneered, frowning at the boy in the distance, slowly drawing a dagger from his sleeve as he advanced. Li Guanchi's lips quivered as he murmured softly, "Grandfather, scold me later." His gaze softened as it fell upon Meng Wanchu, a gentle smile breaking through his features as he whispered, "Wanchu, close your eyes. Only open them when I tell you to." Meng Wanchu nodded vigorously, biting her lip, and gradually closed her eyes. Li Guanchi lowered the wine jug from his shoulder, his fists cracking ominously as the murderous intent that surged within him became uncontrollable upon witnessing the harm inflicted upon Meng Wanchu. Though some in Fulong village were unpleasant, many had shown him genuine kindness. Despite her daily scoldings, Meng Wanchu always reserved a share of her treats for him. Dog 3, his face twisted with malice, glared at Li Guanchi and waved his hand, ordering, "Take him down." The constant sting on his face fueled his rage, and Li Guanchi's presence provided the perfect outlet for his pent-up fury. The 3 men charged towards Li Guanchi, but just then, a dull thud echoed in their ears. Chapter 6, Bloodthirsty Fury, Zhao Yuanlin. Boom! Suddenly, the azure bricks beneath Li Guanchi's feet erupted. Gosan's eyes narrowed, and he realized that Li Guanchi might be a cultivator. However, by the time this thought crossed his mind, it was already too late. Within mere moments, a shadow darted closer, barely visible to the onlookers at a distance of 10 zhong. Bang! Li Guanchi ducked, evading Gosan's dagger, and his fist descended like a hammer upon Gosan's chin. The crowd heard the distinct sound of bones shattering. The force of Li Guanchi's enraged strike was terrifyingly immense, shattering Gosan's jaw and propelling his body into the air. With lightning speed, Li Guanchi's left hand crushed the bones in Gosan's right hand, seizing the dagger and stabbing Gosan multiple times. Scalding blood splattered across Li Guanchi's face, yet his expression remained eerily calm. The moment he moved, his murderous intent was already palpable. Gosan's eyes widened, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks, trembling in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. "Ah, brother, go." Li Guanchi reversed his grip on the dagger, and with a swift motion, appeared before another man. The man looked at Li Guanchi in terror, as if summoning courage within himself, and swung his fist in anger. In the face of the oncoming punch, Li Guanchi retaliated with a single strike. The man's arm shattered instantly, bone protruding grotesquely through the flesh. Li Guanchi stepped forward, his dagger dancing in the air, and thrust it violently upward into the man's jaw. Leaping into the air, he delivered a kick to the man's head. withdrawing the dagger and flinging it behind him. Thud! The razor-sharp dagger embedded itself in the man's forehead. As Li Guanchi landed, he withdrew the dagger and sent it hurtling toward Meng Wanshu. In a seamless display of skill, he had dispatched 3 men in the blink of an eye. This gruesome spectacle sent the onlookers into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. Throughout this chaos, Li Guanchi maintained an unsettling calm, unperturbed by the bloodshed, a testament to Su Xian's teachings and discipline. Meng Wanshu, amidst the cacophony of screams and thuds, was bewildered by the unfolding events. The pandemonium around her instilled a sense of urgency, yet she clung to Li Guanchi's words. Suddenly, the pressure on her left shoulder lightened, and a man's body was hurled like a ragdoll, crashing through the door behind him. In a final desperate act, the last man drew a bamboo stick, igniting it, sending a fiery explosion soaring 30 zhang into the sky. Li Guanchi's gaza shot fireworks. With a single punch, he shattered the man's arm, and the dagger's cold glint flashed across his neck. Meng Wanshu's breathing quickened, the surrounding noise suddenly subdued. Just as she was about to speak, Li Guanchi's gentle voice resonated in her ear. "All right, let us depart." He shielded the girl's eyes with his palm, guiding her out of the town. Shortly after their departure, Zhao Yuanlin arrived with a contingent of over 20 men. Upon witnessing the 6 lifeless bodies on the ground, their faces shadowed by an ominous pallor, it was evident that Li Guanchi would not spare the old crone. Zhao Yuanfan, his demeanor icy, murmured, "Those who have slain me believe they can escape? Pursue them." With his command echoing in the air, the group hastily mounted their steeds and galloped in the direction Li Guanchi had departed. As they exited the town, Li Guanchi finally released his grip, and Meng Wanshu could no longer contain her emotions. She rushed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Wu-Wu, I thought I was going to, Wu-Wu. You, how did you come? Thank goodness you arrived. Little blind man, I am so frightened." Li Guanchi's hands, stiffened with tension, gradually descended as he held Meng Wanshu, gently patting her back. His soothing voice and the warmth of his palm provided her with a measure of comfort. "Do not fear, for I am here now. We must not linger. We must depart swiftly." The last person signaled, and I fear pursuers will soon be upon us. With tear-streaked eyes, Meng Wanshu nodded. Yet, having sustained injuries and now shaken, her legs felt weak. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Guanchi crouched down. "Come, I shall carry you." Her cheeks flushed crimson. Meng Wanshu softly nodded and nestled onto his back. The unexpected sensation caused Li Guanchi to momentarily catch his breath, while her face burned with embarrassment as she buried her head against his shoulder. Suddenly, sensing a tremor in the earth, Li Guanchi sprang into action, sprinting with Meng Wanshu in tow. Simultaneously, his keen eyes scanned the surrounding environment, a sense of helplessness washing over him. The expanse surrounding Chongqing town stretched for miles, an endless plain devoid of any hiding spots. Before long, Zhao Yuanfan and his companions closed in on Li Guanchi. When they were approximately 100 yards away, Li Guanchi abruptly halted. Carrying a living person made it impossible to outrun the galloping horses behind him. He gently set Meng Wanshu down and spoke softly from this moment onward. "Turn your back to me and count. When you reach 500, I shall assuredly return." As he turned away, his heart raced uncontrollably. The chilling intent to kill emanated from him, causing Meng Wanshu to glance back, feeling an unfamiliarity in his silhouette. Clenching his teeth, Li Guanchi shut his eyes in anguish, the murderous intent within him intensifying beyond measure. The youth on horseback was none other than Zhao Yuanfan, the eldest son of the Zhao family from 8 years prior, the very one who had shown utter disregard for his sister's life. However, at that moment, Zhao Yuanfan had yet to discern Li Guanchi's features, but the horse's speed was relentless, closing the distance in an instant. The distinctive white eyes and familiar facial contours revealed Li Guanchi's identity to Zhao Yuanfan at once. Having also entered the realm of body refinement, Zhao Yuanfan dismounted with an exhilarating gleam in his eyes, taunting, "You are that blind man. Ha ha ha, you're still alive? I thought the heavy snowfall 8 years ago had frozen you to death." He surveyed him with a condescending smirk. "Like your sister, you are equally worthless, reduced to begging on the streets." Li Guanchi's gaze bore into him, muttering, 17, 18. The surrounding horses, influenced by Li Guanchi's murderous intent, began to stomp anxiously on the ground. Despite the relentless whip of the riders, they remained unsettled. Meng Wanshu crouched on the ground, covering her ears and turning her back to Li Guanchi. 7, 8, 9. Zhao Yuanlan stood opposite Li Guanchi, his lascivious gaze fixated on Meng Wanshu's exquisite figure and slender waist, feeling an overwhelming surge of desire within. He licked his lips and turned to Li Guanchi, inquiring, "What is your relationship with her?" Li Guanchi replied in a calm voice, "She is to be my future wife." As his words fell, he erupted forth with a ferocity that caught his opponent entirely off guard. The ground was crushed into a deep pit as Zhao Yuanlan's pupils constricted, his right hand gripping the reins to shield his horse. Li Guanchi's fist struck the horse's head, sending the 1,000-pound steed soaring into the air, its skull shattered, blood and flesh scattering. The sheer force of the blow caused Zhao Yuanlan to stagger back more than 10 steps, even while he stood behind the horse. The surrounding guards were left utterly shocked by the scene before them. Such strength transcended the capabilities of mere mortals. Li Guanchi, fueled by rage, finally found an outlet for his pent-up fury. That single punch was beyond 500 pounds of force. He turned his gaze towards Zhao Yuanlan. "I may be poor now, but I possess 10 coins. Today, I shall use these 10 coins to buy your life." Zhao Yuanlan panicked. He had not anticipated that. Despite being a refined martial artist, he could not measure up to Li Guanchi. Yet his pride and self-esteem would not permit him to retreat. How could a beggar, once viewed as nothing more than dirt, be compared to him? Snatching the sword from the side of guard, he bellowed in fury, "Kill him! Whoever slays him will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the guards gleamed with excitement. One by one, they dismounted and charged towards Li Guanchi. However, how could these mere amateurs, with only a rudimentary understanding of combat, stand against Li Guanchi? With every punch and kick, he incapacitated one after another, leaving them writhing on the ground in agony. Some were struck down with such force that they perished instantly. With a single blow, he shattered one man's neck, closing the distance between him and Zhao Yuanlan. Li Guanchi, akin to a god of death, was unstoppable. In mere moments, he brought all the guards to their knees, inflicting casualties on more than half. The few remaining were sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, suffering from broken limbs. Zhao Yuanlan gritted his teeth, refusing to believe in this misfortune, and advanced with his sword, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Li Guanchi, caught in the momentum of his punches, found himself struggling momentarily against the onslaught of the sword. Yet, his fists were swift and powerful. In a fleeting moment, as Zhao Yuanlan's sword was retracted, Li Guanchi seized the opportunity and struck his chest. Crack! With one punch, he shattered 4 of Zhao Yuanlan's ribs. Zhao Yuanlan crashed heavily to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood. Zhao Yuanfan's gaze shifted subtly, and from the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted Meng Wanshu in the distance. He swiftly retrieved a talisman and affixed it to his body, which ignited spontaneously without fire. Li Guanchi's heart raced. Zhao Yuanfan propelled himself towards Meng Wanshu with the swiftness of a tempest. Li Guanchi's expression changed dramatically as he redirected the turbulent energy within him. With a flick of his sleeve, a dagger fell into his grasp, which he hurled with all his might. Thud! The dagger plunged deeply into Zhao Yuanfan's shoulder, causing him to falter and his speed to diminish. Seizing this moment, Li Guanchi finally reached Meng Wanshu's back. With a piercing sound, a long sword, gleaming with a cold light, pierced through Li Guanchi's right shoulder. Zhao Yuanfan's eyes glimmered with delight, yet when he attempted to withdraw the sword, he discovered that Li Guanchi's right hand was fiercely gripping the blade. Blood trickled down the sword's edge as Li Guanchi's bloodshot white eyes fixated intently on Zhao Yuanfan. The murderous intent in his gaze sent a chill down Zhao Yuanfan's spine, prompting him to crush the jade slip in his hand. Bang! Li Guanchi spoke coldly. 10 coins. His left hand gradually formed a fist, gathering a terrifying aura around it. Boom! Zhao Yuanfan was propelled backward, his chest caving in as he expelled copious amounts of blood. mixed with fragments of flesh. Li Guanchi's complexion turned pale as he slowly withdrew the longsword, advancing towards Zhao Yuanfan. Meanwhile, Meng Wanshu had just counted to 85. Zhao Yuanfan, in a state of dread, gazed at the approaching Li Guanchi, instinctively retreating in fear. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm about to test my spiritual roots. I am destined to become an immortal. Please spare my life. As long as you let me live, I will give you an abundance of wealth. Spirit stones. Yes, I will give you spirit stones. Clatter. Li Guanchi threw a copper coin from his bosom, murmuring in an icy tone. Your wretched life is worth no more than 10 coins. Chapter 7. The Cave After the Rain. A life taken, a golden streak of light shot up into the heavens from Changxing town. Li Guanchi abruptly raised his gaze and, in a fleeting moment, glimpsed a figure clad in white, soaring through the air on a sword. Li Guanchi's expression changed dramatically. Flying on a sword. A Foundation establishment cultivator, Zhao Yuanfan, witnessing this scene, hastily produced 2 talismans and affixed them to himself. The talismans transformed into a golden barrier, enveloping him. Zhao Yuanfan's demeanor relaxed as he lay on the ground, laughing heartily. Ha ha, you wretched scoundrel. You cannot kill me. When we meet again, I shall surely flay your skin. Taking a deep breath, Li Guanchi weighed the pros and cons before deciding to retreat. He believed he could break through that barrier with effort, but it would consume a great deal of time, as he had yet to refine his qi. Confronting a Foundation establishment cultivator would only lead to his demise. Li Guanchi tucked away his copper coins, seized Meng Wanshu by the waist, and, amidst her startled exclamations, leaped onto his steed, galloping towards home. The cultivator, upon seeing the severely injured Zhao Yuanfan, also wore a grim expression. Yet Zhao Yuanfan cried out as if he had grasped a lifeline. Master Zhao, please. Save me first, that wretched scoundrel. We can deal with him later. The short-statured man grasped Zhao Yuanfan and departed on his sword, indifferent to the fate of the guards. As Li Guanchi and Meng Wanshu raced across the plains, she felt an inexplicable sense of security emanating from his broad chest. Despite being her first time riding, nestled in Li Guanchi's embrace, she felt remarkably at ease. Stealing glances at him, she mused. How did I not notice how handsome he is before? The young girl's heart fluttered, while Li Guanchi gritted his teeth, his expression inscrutable. He understood such an opportunity was rare, yet with Wanshu present, he could not take that risk. Sighing, his thoughts returned to the present, only to suddenly notice Meng Wanshu's weary demeanor and pale face. It dawned on him that her wrist had been bleeding all along. As night fell, it was impossible to ascend the mountain. Reluctantly, Li Guanchi led Meng Wanshu to his secret cave for the night. The crackling of burning would echoed within the small cavern, a place Li Guanchi occasionally sought for tranquility. Though it was a modest sanctuary, the conditions were meager. After all, he barely had 2 blankets at home, and this cave offered no better. A straw mat covered Meng Wanshu as the rain began to pour outside, intensifying rapidly. What started as a gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour. Fortunately, the Foundation establishment cultivator did not come searching for them, which allowed Li Guanchi's tense demeanor to ease slightly. His face flickered in the firelight, eyes vacant, contemplating the swift resolution he desired for Zhao Yuanfan. Yet, he was even more determined to protect the person before him from harm. If an opportunity arose in the future, he would surely eliminate him. As Li Guanchi was lost in thought, a soft groan from a woman suddenly reached his ears. He quickly rose and approached Meng Wanshu, whispering, "Are you awake?" Meng Wanshu gazed at her bandaged wrist, her face flushed. The swelling on her cheeks had diminished significantly, although a hint of redness remained. The chilly night air seeped into the cave, prompting her to shiver involuntarily. Observing Meng Wanshu huddled close, wrapping her arms around herself, Li Guanchi couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, feeling both cold and hungry, Meng Wanshu pouted and muttered, "You rogue. If it weren't for them, I would have been home by now." Li Guanchi responded with a laugh. "Now you understand the difference between a true rogue and a false one, don't you?" With a slight blush on her cheeks, Meng Wanshu rolled her eyes at him. Today, Li Guanchi evoked an unfamiliar feeling within her. As the words he had spoken echoed in her mind, "She is my future wife." Burying her head in her knees, her cheeks burned with an intensity that left her uncertain of its cause. Noticing her discomfort, Li Guanchi took out a flask of wine, offering it to her gently. "Take a sip to warm yourself." Meng Wanshu accepted the flask, unable to restrain herself from saying, "You're not thinking of doing something to me after drinking, are you?" Li Guanchi awkwardly cleared his throat. "Cough, cough. What are you thinking? I maintain my fitness through boxing. You need a bit of warmth to fend off the chill." Meng Wanshu, defiantly lifting her chin, replied, "Then you should drink too." Reluctantly, Li Guanchi joined her in drinking. Though he seldom indulged in alcohol, they both coughed and sipped, their cheeks soon flushed, and under the influence of the wine, they drew closer together. Their lips unconsciously gravitated towards each other, the heated breaths and suggestive atmosphere permeating the confined cave. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Li Guilin and Meng Jianshu were in a frenzy, while an old man returning from the mountain chuckled, smoking and drinking. "All right, old Meng, there's nothing to worry about. The two kids are just delayed by the rain and will return early tomorrow." However, the seemingly anxious Meng Jianshu transmitted a chilling message. "If that brat dares to do anything, I'll slay him. And why did you stop me from intervening? It's as easy as crushing an ant." Suswan smiled. Taken aback that Meng Jianshu would proactively send him a message, it seemed the old man was genuinely anxious. He tapped his smoking pipe and softly replied, "I'll go play a game of chess with old Lu. Come find me later." At the eastern edge of Fulan village stood an ancient locust tree, hundreds of years old. Beneath it, Su Xian, clad in a gray robe and holding a chess piece, leisurely approached. The torrential rain, oddly enough, did not touch the old man at all. An amiable elder sat beneath the tree, playing chess alone. Upon seeing Su Xian, he greeted him warmly. "Just finish your meal?" Su Xian, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied softly, "Old Lu, today I will play one last game with you." After speaking, he placed the white chess piece upon the board and then raised his gaze to the old man, softly saying, "Old Meng and the elder Zhang from the west end of the village, I know who they are. But you, for 8 years I have pondered and yet remain perplexed. Who are you really? What is your name?" The old man smiled slightly, placing a black chess piece beside the white one. "Me? I'm merely a lonely old man. As for my name, Lu Tiancheng." Su Xian furrowed his brow and murmured, "Lu Tiancheng. I have not heard of him, so he must not be a significant figure. Arrogance. Utter arrogance." At that moment, Su Xian exhibited none of the demeanor of a village elder seeking a meal. Bang! The black chess piece was suddenly shattered by Su Xian's sheath, and he calmly declared, "Regardless of who you are or how defiant your name may be against the heavens, as long as I stand here, you shall not touch my grandson. You cannot move." Buzz! In the next breath, the shattered black piece astonishingly reassembled itself, returning to its original state. The old man appeared unfazed by Su Xian's threat and softly replied, "Whether I can move or not, one must try, no?" Su Xian smiled faintly, scratching his head with the sheath, and stood up, saying, "Then let us do it now. I fear tomorrow may be too busy for me." In an instant, both figures vanished from their location. Moments later, two silhouettes made their way to the chessboard beside the locust tree. The lean old man, puffing on his pipe, slightly raised his head and remarked at the approaching figure, "Old Meng, I advise you to examine this game." Meng Jianshu, father of Meng Wanshu, immediately dashed to the chessboard upon hearing this, casting a serious glance at the board. It seemed that old Su intended to confront us today. As the two remained silent, the space before them suddenly distorted. Su Xian's figure gradually emerged from the rift, his clothing somewhat tattered, yet his expression remained calm and composed. Meng Jianshu squinted, observing the dark sheath in the old man's hand, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Where's that old man, Lu?" Su Xian pointed at the chessboard and asked, "Have you all seen it?" Meng Jianshu nodded, while Zhang Qishuan, hunched over, chuckled while tapping his pipe. "What if we have seen it, and what if we have not?" Su Xian did not respond. He gently placed the dark sheath at his waist, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly. As the old man's hand grasped the air, a crimson gold hilt began to slowly coalesce. The lean elder found himself seemingly bound by an invisible force, unable to move. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Su Xian's right hand gradually ascended to the hilt, and an overwhelming power surged towards the heavens. The surrounding void transformed dramatically, with thunder roaring. You old fossils are quite bothersome. Is it useless to speak to you properly? Must I personally seek you in the Xinmen domain? Would it not suffice to leave a clone at the transformation stage? Zhang Qishuan knelt upon the ground, his throat convulsing as he struggled to swallow, his eyes brimming with terror. His head was firmly pressed against the earth, yet within him stirred not a single thought of rebellion. I beseech you, great sir, spare my life, and I shall depart from the great Xia domain at once. The ethereal blade within its sheath gradually lost its luster, and Su Xian revealed a hint of a smile, saying, "Now, that is more like it. I am a man of reason, one who favors persuasion over violence." Meng Jianchu, standing nearby, inquired, "And what of Lu Tiancheng?" The elder shrugged, fastening the sheath to his waist, muttering he was killed. There was no way. He refused to heed my counsel. Upon hearing this, Meng Jianchu's breath caught in his throat. Su Xian turned his gaze to Meng Jianchu, speaking softly, "You have expended considerable effort to decipher the celestial mechanisms, waiting here for me for a full 15 years. What is your decision?" A sudden jolt of realization coursed through Meng Jianchu. He had failed to deduce the elder's true identity. With a sigh, he exhaled a cloud of frustration and replied, "I concede. After all, Wan Shu is still here. I have taken a liking to that lad, Guichi, so I shall refrain from intervening. However, I do wish to know what that item truly is." Su Xian regarded Meng Jianchu with a penetrating gaze, remaining silent. A frown of confusion creased Meng Jianchu's brow, and he eventually sighed, placing his hands behind his back. "Very well, I shall not contest any longer. My family and I will depart from here in a day or two." Su Xian nodded, unable to suppress a chuckle. "You wouldn't be worried that my grandson might whisk her away, would you?" Meng Jianchu's lips twitched slightly. He neither confirmed nor denied, but candidly stated, "In any case, the two of them shall find it difficult to meet again in this lifetime. Today, I shall let it go and accept my losses." Once the two had taken their leave, Su Xian sat alone beneath the tree, retrieving 2 black pieces from the chessboard. With a wave of his hand, the world regained its clarity, as if nothing had transpired moments before. The elder, resting beneath the tree with hands clasped behind his back, grumbled indeed, "It is I who has prevailed through virtue. No wonder the 2 domain masters have complied so readily." Contemplating this, the elder murmured softly, "Is there anyone else left behind?" TSK Zhang Qishuan of the Xianmen domain, Meng Jianchu of the Divine Treasure domain, quite astute indeed. After speaking, the elder raised his eyes to the heavens, calculating with his fingers and muttering, "Hurry now. The remaining path must be traversed by that young scoundrel himself." The following morning, Li Guanchi and Meng Wanshu returned home, separated by a mere 3 feet, one in front of the other. Li Guilin could not refrain from a torrent of complaints. Yet upon seeing her daughter's injured wrist, her heart ached. As for the lost items, they were trivial. Meng Jianchu merely drank Li Guanchi's wine, finding it increasingly unpalatable. Crash! Li Guilin smacked Meng Jianchu on the back, exclaiming, "If you won't drink, then why spill it?" Spendthrift. Meng Jianchu, seated on the threshold, retorted grumpily, "This wine is dreadful." Upon hearing these words, Meng Wanshu blushed and refrained from speaking, recalling how close she had come the previous night. After returning home, Li Guanchi candidly confessed, "Grandfather, I have taken a life on this descent." Su Xian was taken aback by Li Guanchi's forthright admission, yet he had already been aware of everything and merely nodded in acknowledgement. It is well and good to act decisively when necessary, to take lives when warranted. However, one must possess a valid reason, a rationale that can appease one's own conscience. Should you resort to indiscriminate slaughter, I shall personally ensure your downfall. Do you understand? Listening to the elder's stern reprimand, Li Guanchi solemnly nodded in agreement. Su Xian regarded Li Guanchi and softly remarked, "Come, let us proceed to the backyard. The path of cultivation is one that often necessitates solitary strides. He cannot shield the youth indefinitely. Yet, if it were to remain thus, how could he ever claim the boy as his grandson?" Chapter 8. the enigmatic body patterns, and the descent to the sect. In the rear courtyard, the elder had already taken his seat at the table, pen in hand. The youth naturally shed his upper garment, turning his back to the elder. The elder spoke softly. "This is the last time, bear with it." The youth grinned and replied, "Grandfather, go ahead. This isn't the first time. I can endure it." The elder affectionately patted the youth's head, playfully chiding him. "You rascal." With his right hand, he swiftly dipped into a viscous liquid from a jade plate and began to inscribe mysterious patterns upon the youth's back. As the brush danced across his skin, the youth remained as still as a boulder. Only a few beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he couldn't help but emit a muffled groan. Li Guanchi silently bore this inhuman agony, letting out low growls. If the medicinal bath felt like needles piercing the flesh, then the current pain was akin to the butchering of flesh and the scraping of bones. The clarity of this torment was 100-fold greater than that of the medicinal bath. An hour later, as the elder lifted the golden brush, the intricate patterns on the youth's body finally connected, glowing with a peculiar blood-red hue under the moonlight. Witnessing this scene, the elder finally smiled with relief, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "It's finally done. You're not afraid I might harm you?" After a moment's pause, the youth turned to the elder with a grin, saying, "If you had wanted to harm me, you wouldn't have spent all these years searching for spirit herbs for me. 8 years ago, you could have just let me freeze to death on the street." As he spoke, Li Guanchi began to don his clothes, lowering his head. "Grandfather." What is it? Are you planning to leave? Will we meet again?" Su Xian murmured with a hint of nostalgia. "That depends on how quickly you progress in your cultivation." As he turned to gather his belongings, Su Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he slightly raised his head. Suddenly, the elder produced an object that towered over the youth from thin air. Looking at the boy he had called grandson for 8 years, he spoke with earnest gravity. "The path of cultivation is long and treacherous. Be wary of those who are neither kin nor foe, but show you excessive kindness. Some ancient beings, having cultivated for thousands of years and finding no hope of breakthrough, may resort to sinister means to usurp your essence." Though the youth had heard these words countless times throughout his life, he still nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. "I must depart this time, for it is a matter of necessity and fraught with peril. I cannot take you along. After tomorrow, you may descend the mountain. This sword coffin is the most significant gift I bestow upon you. Remember, it must not leave your side. You must protect it." The youth gazed with curiosity at the jet-black sword coffin, intricately adorned with countless mysterious patterns. He was familiar with sword cases, but what was a sword coffin? This object stood over 4 feet tall, towering above him. Moreover, the elder had revealed nothing about it, only instructing him to carry it. Li Guanchi attempted to shoulder it. It weighed precisely 500 pounds. With a hint of moisture in his eyes, the young boy finally comprehended the heartfelt intentions of his grandfather. It turned out that everything had been for this moment. Thus, from this day forth, the spirit realm would witness the emergence of a swordsman burdened with a sword coffin. The next morning, Li Guanchi gazed at the dishes laid out on the table, speechless for a while. "Grandfather, can you truly not manage even a single warm dish?" Indeed, the table was adorned entirely with cold dishes. Yet, the old man merely smiled faintly and waved his hand, summoning 2 exquisitely crafted jade wine cups to the table. Li Guanchi felt a jolt of surprise and said with a smile, "Grandfather, are you inviting me to drink?" Su Xian replied with a gentle smile, "Tomorrow, you will descend from the mountain. It would not do to go without having a drink." The boy grinned widely, raised his cup, and downed the contents in one swift motion, only to find himself desperately seeking water as the fiery liquor coursed down his throat like a blazing trail. Seeing this, Su Xian could not help but burst into laughter and chided, "Take it slow, young lad. Is there any need to drink it so recklessly? You've turned a fine wine into something reminiscent of the martial world." Coughing, the boy responded, "I didn't expect it to be so fiery." After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure and eagerly inquired, "Grandfather, what shall I do after I descend from the mountain?" Su Xian lightly tapped the boy's head with his chopsticks and chuckled softly, "You have reached the pinnacle of body refinement. The next step is to draw upon the celestial energy of the heavens and earth to attain the chi refinement stage. At that time, your spiritual eyes will be indistinguishable from ordinary ones. The boy's pale eyes sparkled with a glimmer of aspiration. The elder continued, "You are already 14 years old, the perfect age to join a sect. It is time for you to descend a mountain." From a very young age, Li Guanchi had yearned for the day when he could cultivate and become a celestial being, soaring through the skies and wielding a sword. However, the past 8 years spent with Su Xian had been filled with joy, and he did not anticipate that this parting would arrive so swiftly. With a hint of uncertainty, the boy asked, "There are countless sects in the world, not to mention the entire Great Xia region. Even the Qingyun continent is home to numerous powerful sections. Which one should I join?" To his surprise, the elder did not ponder long before exclaiming, "The Great Xia Sword Sect." The boy frowned slightly. Having spent so many years by Su Xian's side, he had heard many secrets of this realm. Yet he had never heard of the Great Xia Sword Sect on the Qingyun continent. Noticing the boy's confusion, Su Xian reassured him, "Do not overthink it. It may not be a dominant power, but it is a sect of great integrity." Thus, the elder and the young boy sat together in the courtyard, chatting casually while sipping wine. However, the boy's tolerance was quite poor, and he became inebriated after just a few cups, mumbling, "What is so good about this drink?" The elder chuckled warmly at the drunken lad, saying softly, "In time, you shall understand the worth of good wine, my young friend." He draped his robe over the boy and, with a wave of his hand, sent 3 beams of spiritual light into the dark sword coffin. Casting a deep glance at it, with a decisive step, he traversed vast distances, soaring into the skies. The young boy, awakening in a daze, found the old man had vanished, an occurrence that elicited little surprise. Gazing at the map left behind by Su Xian on the table, tears cascaded down his cheeks. Grasping the map, the boy spoke with a voice tinged with bitterness. "Grandfather, could you not have left me some provisions?" Helpless, he could only gather all the edible supplies from his home. With a massive stone sword coffin upon his back and an enormous bundle before him, he cautiously closed the door, the creaking sound echoing in the silence. After a moment of contemplation, he finally set off down the mountain. Li Guanchi had initially intended to visit the young girl at Aunt Li's, but upon discovering the Meng family's door tightly shut, he refrained from knocking. Rubbing the back of his head, he muttered, "Goodness, I've been walking for 3 months." As he journeyed through towns and villages, he heard numerous tales regarding the Great Xia Sword Sect. The essence of these rumors extolled the sect's virtues, proclaiming its governance over a 1,000-mile radius with minimal calamities. It appeared that the Great Xia Sword Sect was indeed, as his grandfather had described, embodying a commendable ethos. 3 days later, Li Guanchi found himself at the foot of the Great Xia Sword Sect. Amidst the bustling crowd, lamentations arose incessantly, for before them lay the famed heavenly ladder known as the Dustless Path. This staircase comprised 3,333 steps. At the foot of the stairs stood the administrator, holding a sign that clearly stated, "Those wishing to join the sect must ascend the heavenly ladder unaided. The use of any external assistance is strictly prohibited." Surveying the cacophony of the crowd, Li Guanchi gracefully wove through, a smile gracing his lips as he boldly ascended the heavenly ladder. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by many. A youth clad in resplendent robes furrowed his brow, questioning, "Who is that, carrying such a large coffin, yet moving with such agility? His physique is formidable." Yet, some speculated that Li Guanchi merely sought attention, predicting he would soon falter. Nonetheless, this only ignited the competitive spirit within many onlookers. However, in the span of mere moments, Li Guanchi left them all behind. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly commenced the entrance examination for the Great Xia Sword Sect. He was filled with anticipation and admiration for the sect that his grandfather had praised so highly. As Li Guanchi stepped onto the first tier of the staircase, he drew the attention of numerous spectators. This boy, burdened with a colossal stone coffin, exhibited no signs of exertion whatsoever. The black cloth band across his eyes piqued everyone's curiosity. The previously silent administrator suddenly opened his eyes wide, focusing on the figure ascending the steps. In his estimation, The stone coffin the boy carried weighed at least 200 pounds, yet throughout the ascent, the boy maintained a steady breath, showing no signs of struggle. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the administrator's eyes as he murmured, "Such a physique! It might rival that of a peak body-refining practitioner." Suddenly, a faint sound of slicing air reached Li Guanchi's ears, causing him to furrow his brow and, with a swift motion, shift his position by a foot. What was that? Li Guanchi stood on the steps, bowing respectfully in the direction of the steward. What was it that this esteemed senior was about to do? The steward, observing the boy's swift movements, smiled even more broadly. "Fear not, little one. It is merely a timing talisman." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Guanchi scratched his head, realizing it was just a talisman for keeping time. With a flick of his finger, the steward caused the yellow talisman to circle around Li Guanchi before it finally adhered to his chest. "Off you go. Make haste. The sooner you ascend, the better." Li Guanchi's lips curled into a slight smile, and he promptly clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, steward. I shall take my leave now." The steward opened his mouth to say something, but watched as the boy took a deep breath and, with a powerful push from his legs, shot upward like a sleek leopard. My word, what a physique! I had intended for him to remove the items behind him. Along the way, shadows flitted past Li Guanchi, swiftly left behind in his wake. He glanced down at the talisman on his chest, which gradually faded, mentally estimating the time it would take for it to vanish. 2 hours. This seemingly endless staircase must have thousands of steps. It was no trivial matter. Turning back to glance at the foot of the mountain, Li Guanchi couldn't help but exclaim, "There's simply too many people here." A rough estimate suggested that nearly 30 to 40,000 individuals were gathered at the base of the Daxia sword sect. Among them, almost 10,000 were young boys and girls aged 12 to 14, while the remainder consisted of family members and servants. It seemed that joining the sect was not as straightforward as he had imagined. Last year, it was said that the Daxia sword sect received over 18,000 applicants, yet only close to 100 were accepted as disciples. Just as Li Guanchi sped upward, lost in thought, he noticed a slender youth matching his pace beside him. Chapter 9. A shocking turn of events so swift, the figure clad in white, adorned with jade at his waist, moved with remarkable speed. As he passed by, he couldn't resist emitting a derisive snicker. Li Guanchi furrowed his brow. The individual before him did not appear to be a practitioner at the body refinement stage. So why was he so rapid? It was then that Li Guanchi noticed the 2 wind charms affixed to the soles of the youth's feet. Shaking his head, Li Guanchi began to regulate his breath and stride. Uncertain of how many more steps lay ahead, he aimed to conserve his stamina as much as possible. Upon reaching the 1,000th step, he found the staircase, over 10 zhang wide, teeming with people, leaving only a narrow passage of about 2 feet for others to ascend. When the person ahead slowed their pace, those behind could do nothing but wait impatiently. The young men and women resting on the steps wore expressions of amusement as they observed each passerby, some even displaying unabashed smiles. It seemed these individuals had been influenced by the words of others, resulting in their dense congregation, thereby restricting the speed of movement to a mere slender path. Witnessing this scene, a cold smile crept upon Li Guanchi's lips. Indeed, those who have been drenched in rain often wish to tear the umbrellas of others. Li Guanchi cast a sharp gaze around, his eyes keen. He noticed the white jade handrail beside the staircase, with a sheer cliff looming ominously on the other side. However, Li Guanchi suddenly exerted force beneath him, propelling himself into the air with a leap of nearly a zhang. In the span of almost 2 zhang, he landed deftly upon a young man's shoulder, springing upward once more. Wow, how could that person jump so far? Is he mad? What does he intend to do? The abyss lies below. This audacious act immediately elicited gasps from the crowd. Thud thud. Li Guanchi landed effortlessly on the handrail, crouched low, resembling a predator poised to pounce. As he sped upwards, yet, despite the youth's daring actions provoking numerous exclamations, none dared to follow suit. It must be noted that the other side of the handrail was indeed the perilous cliff. A misstep would result in a fatal fall, and one could hardly expect disciples of the great Xia sword sect to come to their rescue. However, Li Guanchi was not the only one daring enough to take such risks. This blocked staircase extended for hundreds of steps, and those who moved slowly were already far behind. Among the crowd were many scions of noble families, honed in body since childhood and also adept in the body refinement stage. Some exerted their arms forcefully to ascend the wall beside the staircase, swinging like monkeys to leap over the throng. Others forcefully stepped on the shoulders of their fellow climbers to surpass the congested masses. In no time, a myriad of methods emerged from the crowd, all striving towards the summit. Huff, pant. At this moment, Li Guanchi had already traversed over 2,000 steps, his speed remaining relatively unimpeded. The straps of the sword Coffin dug into his shoulders, leaving two long, crimson lines. Sweat blurred the boy's vision, and only a scant few remained by his side. As Li Guanchi, panting heavily, set foot on the final step, the spirit talisman at his chest ceased its burning. Li Guanchi, with both hands resting on his knees, gasped for breath. At that moment, a robust young man approached him, about to pat his shoulder. Sensing the movement, Li Guanchi deftly sidestepped. The youth, slightly surprised, withdrew his hand and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Wow, brother, your physique is truly impressive." Li Guanchi turned to the dark-skinned youth and replied with a gentle smile. "You flatter me, brother. You are no slouch yourself." The young man chuckled, scratching his head. "I chased you all the way and couldn't catch up. I nearly broke a sweat as I navigated through the crowd. You have quite the audacity. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Lin Dong." Upon seeing the youth extend his hand, Li Guanchi hesitated for a moment before responding, "Blind man, Li Guanchi." Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, then grinned at the bandage covering Li Guanchi's eyes. "Everyone calls me Dongzi. You can call me that too. Come on, it looks like the event is about to conclude." Li Guanchi found the affable nature of this young man quite pleasant as they walked side by side toward the plaza. As they strolled, Li Guanchi lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings. He realized that the plaza was possibly over 2,000 zhang in circumference. Behind the plaza, 100 steps ascended toward a vast hollow formed by two peaks. Above, intricate stone carvings displayed the characters the Xia sword sect. Surrounding them were dozens of sword energies, each radiating in various colors. Lin Dong leaned closer to Li Guanchi, narrating the details of the Daxia sword sect's peaks. Intrigued by Lin Dong's insights, Li Guanchi inquired, "Are you well acquainted with the Daxia sword sect?" A sheepish grin spread across Lin Dong's face as he scratched his head and replied, "I have been practicing martial arts at the foot of the mountain since I was 5. Entering the Daxia sword sect has been my lifelong dream, so I am quite knowledgeable about it. If I can miraculously establish my foundation, soar through the skies on a sword, and vanquish evil, how exhilarating that would be." As the two conversed, a plump young boy clad in a golden robe finally reached the top of the steps, panting heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat, and his face flushed. The spiritual talisman on his chest had shrunk to the size of a fingernail. With great care, he cradled the tiny yellow piece of paper, tears welling in his eyes. After a moment to catch his breath, the boy struggled to rise and approached Li Guanchi and Lin Dong with a smile. "Greetings, brothers. I am Li Shungen. I secretly stashed away a few chicken legs. Would you care to share?" Initially, Li Guanchi considered declining, as it felt inappropriate to accept food from someone he barely knew. However, just as he was about to refuse, his stomach betrayed him, growling at the irresistible aroma wafting through the air. Li Shungin's eyes sparkled with delight as he directly thrust the chicken legs into their hands. Li Guanchi discovered that the chicken legs were still warm, and he heard Li Shungin assure them, "I kept them in my embrace, so don't worry. They're wrapped in oil paper, absolutely free from any unpleasant odor." Lin Dong burst into laughter, unabashedly taking a hearty bite. "My name is Lin Dong, and this brother beside me is Li Guanchi. You wouldn't believe it. Even climbing these stairs is utterly exhausting, and I am truly famished." Li Shungin interjected with a hint of grievance. Indeed, last year there was no mention of climbing any stairs. One could simply pay someone to carry them up. Li Guanchi merely smiled without responding, as he found it hard to believe that the esteemed Dain Sword sect would orchestrate such a spectacle without reason. As fate would have it, just as the three had finished gnawing on their chicken legs, two young disciples clad in white robes suddenly soared out from the gate above on their swords. The sight of these figures, soaring with their hands behind their backs, left everyone in utter awe. At that moment, nearly 3,000 individuals gathered in the square held their breath, their gazes fervently fixed on the ethereal pair, a man and a woman. The man strikingly handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his countenance resolute. The woman exuded an air of cool elegance, her skin as smooth as jade, with a delicate oval face, willow-like brows, a prominent nose, and slightly thin lips. A true beauty of the mortal realm. Even a usually composed Li Guanchi was stirred, imagining that perhaps one day he could tread upon the sword and soar through the heavens. Upon seeing the two, Li Shengyan murmured, "Goodness, is that the outer sect's senior brother Zhou Ji and senior sister Jiang Su come personally to escort us?" Li Guanchi's ears perked up as he took note of their names and identities. From his observations, he sensed that Li Shengyan did not appear to be of ordinary lineage. As the man and woman gracefully descended, all eyes were drawn to them. By now, the number of those ascending the stairs had dwindled significantly. Zhou Ji surveyed the surroundings with an impassive expression and, with a wave of his hand, a massive ancient bell crashed onto the stone slab with a resounding thud. He then struck the bell and declared in a deep voice, "Time's up. Those who have not ascended the stairs may return." His voice, infused with spiritual power, echoed far and wide, prompting a chorus of complaints from the crowd. Yet, the man remained unfazed, tossing out a jade slip, causing the thousands of steps to vanish before everyone's eyes. What had once been solid steps transformed into a perilous abyss. The square upon which they stood now floated in midair. Suddenly, mysterious runes of light illuminated the center of the square, coalescing into a shimmering teleportation array. Jiang Su's cool voice resonated. "Those whose spiritual symbols have burned out, please step forward." At her words, a ripple of agitation swept through the crowd. An invisible pressure emanated from Jiang Su, silencing the clamor as many, dejected, stepped forward. "Those who did not ascend the mountain within the allotted time, please enter the array." Li Guanchi chuckled at the sight of Li Shengyan carefully cradling a palm-sized yellow talisman. "You certainly have good fortune, just a hair's breadth away." Li Shengyan, his eyes fixed intently on the yellow talisman in his hand, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, "Heaven knows how hard I've worked for this." Lin Dong, puzzled, looked at the plump boy and asked, "Brother, you don't strike me as one in need of money. Why not procure a few talismans or the like?" However, who would have thought that Li Shengyan would scoff and say, "It's not that simple. Just watch." Indeed, Zhou Ji's figure slowly ascended into the air, his eyes revealing a sharp gaze as he solemnly declared, "Those who resort to cunning tactics, step forward." Upon hearing this, many individuals lowered their heads, glancing furtively around. A cold snort echoed, as if a massive stone pressed upon the hearts of the crowd. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Zhou Ji cast out several transparent crystal orbs. Within them were the figures of numerous individuals who had employed seals during their ascent. There were also those who had directly consumed special powders, and so forth. Without exception, these individuals had all been stripped of their qualifications. Among them, a robust youth, feeling indignant, stepped forward and glared at Zhou Ji, exclaiming loudly, "I merely took some invigorating blood-activating powder. I have already reached the peak of body refinement. Why should I be deprived of my qualifications?" Zhou Ji turned his gaze toward the youth, his eyes narrowing as he intoned, "Are you seeking an explanation from me?" The youth, defiantly lifting his chin, replied, "Indeed. Not only am I at the peak of body refinement, but my father has long arranged for someone to test my spiritual roots. I possess both wood and fire, true spiritual roots. Why should I be grouped with a bunch of useless individuals?" A cold smile crept upon Zhou Ji's lips as he descended from the air, striding directly toward the speaker. Towering over the youth, Zhou Ji gazed down with a chilling smile and said, "Do you believe your dual elemental spiritual roots grant you exceptional talent, making you look down upon others?" The youth, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure under Zhou Ji's gaze, flushed with embarrassment yet still retorted, "Absolutely. Why not?" Zhou Ji then turned to survey the crowd, softly inquiring, "Are there others among you who share this sentiment?" Not a single person dared to speak up, prompting Zhou Ji to sneer, "You are even less courageous than he. What is your name?" The youth looked up at Zhou Ji, his emotions settling somewhat, and replied solemnly, "Luo Hu." Zhou Ji then leaped back, hovering in the air, and addressed the crowd with a grave tone. "Those who resort to cunning tactics are not welcomed by the great Xia sword sect. Let those who wish to take them and do so. If there are no further questions, leave quickly." Luo Hu's expression darkened, anger boiling within him, convinced that Zhou Ji was targeting him. At that moment, Luo Hu caught sight of Li Guanchi and his two companions, and he unleashed his fury upon Li Guanchi, pointing at him and shouting, "The great Xia sword sect even accepts a blind man. This once great sect is better off not having me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji's expression turned exceedingly grim. Addressing the more than 3,000 disciples present, he declared solemnly, "The great Xia sword sect evaluates its disciples based on character, perseverance, and talent. Are you not dissatisfied? Show me your spiritual talisman." Luo Hu retrieved the talisman from his possession and tossed it toward Zhou Ji. As the crowd beheld the talisman, which still retained a quarter of its original form, they could not help but gasp in awe. For those who had managed to reach this height, most talismans only bore a fraction of their original strength. Luo Hu glared defiantly at Zhou Ji, as if to say, "Your great Xia sword sect will rue the day it rejects me." However, Zhou Ji approached Li Guanchi and softly inquired, "May I have a glimpse of your talismans?" Li Guanchi, scratching his nose, was taken aback that this could also involve him. He then retrieved the remaining talismans from his bosom and handed them to Zhou Ji. Luo Hu, who had been observing the two, remarked, "I thought it was something significant. It's merely comparable to mine, both having a quarter left. This only indicates that his strength is commendable. What of it?" However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhou Ji gradually unfurled the stack of talismans. A quarter. Yet, Li Guanchi had only burned a quarter of his talismans, leaving a substantial portion intact. The previously stacked charms appeared minuscule when unfolded. Zhou Ji, clearly taken aback as well, coldly gazed at Luo Hu and said, "Are you still unconvinced? What now? Enough of your nonsense. Depart." Chapter 10. Spirit Root Testing. Zhao Yuanlin and Luo, who glared at Li Guanchi with palpable resentment before striding into the teleportation array. Of the more than 3,000 disciples who ascended the mountain, only 1,800 proceeded to Tianzi Mountain. All eyes were now eagerly fixed on the impending tests. At this juncture, Li Guanchi realized that the number of spirit talismans burned bore no real significance. Just as Li Shengyan had managed to pass the first test with merely a scrap of yellow talisman, paper the size of fingernail. This trial was not a true challenge, but rather an assessment of the resolve and character of all the disciples. With 2 hours to spare, even allowing for a brief respite, anyone who did not surrender would undoubtedly succeed. Thus, this segment was merely a test of perseverance. Along the way, numerous discussions arose among the crowd regarding the recent events. It was astounding that a dual-system disciple, one with both wood and fire spiritual roots, could simply refuse and yet be accepted. This demonstrated the uniqueness of the Daxia sword sect. Had this been any other sect, they would have clamored to take Luo Hu as a disciple, potentially nurturing him into an alchemist. Moreover, the disparity between mixed spiritual roots and dual elemental roots was significant. The latter belonged to the category of mutually nurturing roots, with a cultivation speed second only to singular heavenly roots. However, the Daxia sword sect's approach fostered a sense of fairness among many of the common-born disciples. Indeed, fairness. As Zhou Ji had articulated, the Daxia sword sect was not one that judged disciples based on their spiritual roots or lineage. Yet, this practice inadvertently excluded many gifted individuals. Zhou Ji and Jiangsu stood shoulder to shoulder, with Jiangsu whispering, "This happens every year, haha." Zhou Ji, with a resolute expression, replied, "Though our numbers are few, the unity within the Daxia sword sect is remarkable. This reflects a philosophy of extracting the essence while discarding the dross." Li Guanchi remained oblivious to a young man in the crowd, his countenance as fair as jade, whose gaze lingered on him. Moments later, Li Guanchi turned abruptly to look behind him, but noticed nothing unusual. Li Shengyan, wearing a broad smile, happened to catch sight of Li Guanchi's furrowed brow. "What is the matter, Guanchi?" he inquired. Li Guanchi relaxed his brow and replied with a slight smile, "It's nothing. I just have the feeling that someone is watching me." Startled, Li Shengyin, tugging at Li Guanchi's sleeve, exclaimed, "What? You can see them?" The youth grinned and pointed to his own eyes. "I cannot see. I'm truly blind." Li Shengyin nodded, still skeptical, then sighed, "I wonder if my trifecta of mixed spiritual roots will pass the spirit root test." Li Guanchi, intrigued, asked, "Is it really that difficult?" This prompted Lin Dong, standing nearby, to interject, "Are you completely unaware of these matters?" Li Guanchi shrugged, admitting that he had only occasionally heard snippets from his grandfather. However, during those times, he had been rather distracted and absorbed the information haphazardly. Moreover, he remained uncertain whether he possessed any spiritual roots, as Su Xian had never mentioned it. Every time he inquired, Su Xian merely offered a slight smile, refraining from elaborating. However, Li Guanchi remained oblivious to the revelations that awaited him during the forthcoming spiritual root assessment, which would unveil certain secrets of the cultivation realm to all present. Upon their arrival at Tianzi Mountain, the elders from various peaks within the sect had long been awaiting their arrival. The sect's banner prominently displayed a large character for Xia, flanked by two long swords. In the expansive square, measuring 1,000 feet in circumference, stood 8 spiritual testing platforms, each adorned with a transparent crystal orb. As Li Guanchi activated his spiritual eye, he noticed the many ethereal elders atop the high platform, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this rite of initiation would command such significance. Perhaps sensing Li Guanchi's bewilderment, Li Shengyin gently elucidated, "Do not be alarmed by the grandiosity. Some sects have their leaders personally present on the day they recruit disciples. The promising cultivators identified through this test will undoubtedly be fiercely contended for by the esteemed elders. Indeed, some prodigies may even bypass external training and directly enter the inner sanctum. To gain immediate access to the inner sect means resources that far surpass those available in the outer sect." Yet, Li Guanchi's attention was drawn to an elderly figure resting with closed eyes behind the elders. The old man's face was lined with numerous creases, his eye sockets slightly sunken, a hawkish nose, thin lips, and a goatee adorning his chin. Clad in incongruous gray robes, he emanated an air of formidable seriousness. Merely casting a glance at him evoked a sense of guilt. This individual was none other than Qin Xian, the chief law enforcement officer of the great Xia sword sect, who had already reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Over 1,000 individuals were guided by the disciples of the sword sect, forming 8 distinct lines. The ground of the square quivered gently, followed by the sudden emergence of an array shimmering with azure light. The elderly figure atop the platform abruptly opened his eyes. Boom! The elder retracted his aura, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the crowd below, intoning solemnly, "I am Qin Xian, the chief law enforcement officer of the sect. We shall now commence the spiritual root assessment." The subsequent evaluations yielded a mixed bag of joy and sorrow. Even for those aspiring to join the outer sect of the great Xia sword sect as mere auxiliary disciples, a minimum requirement of a tri-elemental spiritual root was mandated. Tri-elemental roots had fallen out of favor with other sects, and disciples possessing such roots would find their cultivation speed several times slower than that of their dual elemental counterparts. Even with considerable resources expended, it remained uncertain whether they could ever transcend the Qi refinement stage. After nearly 100 evaluations, aside from a few with 3 or 4 elemental pseudo-roots, some individuals were found to possess no spiritual roots at all. Suddenly, in a line beside Li Guanchi, a young boy clad in tattered hemp garments found his crystal orb radiating a dazzling golden and azure aura. The disciple conducting the assessment beamed with joy, proclaiming, "Lin Yo, aged 13, possesses a Goldwater true spiritual root. He may join either Tianjin Peak or Tianshui Peak. Henceforth, he is officially a disciple of the outer sect of the great Xia sword sect, and his family shall receive a reward of 100 taels of gold and silver." At last, a true spiritual root youth had emerged. Moreover, this young man possesses a golden spiritual root, with gold giving rise to water. From a spectator's stand, a man clad in a golden robe smiled at the elder of Tianshui Peak in the distance, saying, "Elder Lon, Why not allow this disciple to join us at Tianjin Peak? He is not a female cultivator. After all, let us have our moment in the spotlight, shall we? The elder in an ice-blue robe retorted with a hint of annoyance. Meng Lin Hai. You may have him, but it will cost you 500 spirit stones. The elder of Tianjin Peak, known as Meng Lin Hai, chuckled heartily, waving his hand as a storage bag flew forth. Here, take it. I wouldn't deny you. Let us make this a celebratory occasion. Ha ha. Other elders also wore faint smiles. Someone quietly remarked, I wonder how many of this generation's disciples will possess heavenly spiritual roots. Barely had the words left their lips when another voice chimed in. It's hard to say. Heavenly spiritual roots are not easily found. Having a few true spiritual roots is already quite remarkable. Heavenly ones are as rare as phoenix feathers. At this moment, the elder from Tianmu Peak wore a troubled expression and sighed, Alas, this year, I do not know if I will be able to select any disciples to bring back for my underlings. Why are there so few with element spiritual roots? Upon hearing this, an elderly man who had been meditating with his eyes closed open them in displeasure. Pointing an accusing finger at the elder of Tianmu Peak, he scolded, You're still lamenting your misfortunes? Last year, your Tianmu Peak received nearly 20 disciples. Meanwhile, Tianlei Peak has not had a new disciple in 3 years. Do you know how I've endured these 3 years? Li Guanchi, curious, wondered why the elders on the high platform had begun to quarrel. One particularly gaunt elder appeared especially agitated. The disciple, namely Neo, was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes as he crouched on the ground. Unable to contain his sobs, he never imagined he would one day step into the immortal sect and embark on the path of cultivation. Subsequently, the disciple was escorted away by a fellow wearing sect robes. Li Guanchi noticed that the insignia on the disciple's chest differed from that of the regular outer sect disciples. It depicted a mountain soaring into the clouds with golden embroidery on the shoulders, marking him as a member of Tianjin Peak. As the testing continued, more and more disciples were chosen. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd. A dazzling golden light erupted from the crystal ball before one young man. Instantly, the 8 elders from the stands appeared in the sky, a golden heavenly spiritual root. The young man seemed to have anticipated this outcome, showing little surprise on his face. The elder from Tianjin Peak smiled broadly, the wrinkles on his face deepening with joy. He swiftly approached the young man and inquired, Ha ha ha, what a fine lad. You possess a heavenly spiritual root. What is your name? The youth, dressed in white and possessing striking features, had a slightly thin-lipped expression that suggested he might be difficult to approach. He bowed respectfully to the man and then turned to Li Guanchi, a playful smile gracing his lips as he softly replied, in response to the elder, My name is Zhao Yuanlin. Li Guanchi, who had been bowing his head, suddenly trembled with astonishment. Zhao Yuanlin's smile grew even more radiant. Meng Lin Hai, with an exuberant expression, said, Excellent. From now on, you shall join my Tianjin Peak and officially become an inner disciple. I may also accept you as a core disciple. What say you? As a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, Meng Lin Hai indeed possessed the authority to take him under his wing. However, Zhao Yuanlin, with his lofty ambitions, was not swayed by the proposition of a mere elder from Tianjin Peak. His aspirations soared higher. He sought to become the direct disciple of the Peak's master. Thus, Zhao Yuanlin merely smiled faintly and offered no reply. Meng Lin Hai, understanding the pride often associated with prodigies, simply returned a subtle smile and let the matter rest. Whether the master of Tianjin Peak would value him was an entirely different consideration. Noticing that Zhao Yuanlin had no intention of departing immediately, Meng Lin Hai inquired with a hint of curiosity, What is it? Do you wish to linger here a while longer? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Zhao Yuanlin's eyes as he declared, Indeed, for there is a fellow townsman of mine here, and I am eager to see him. Meng Lin Hai, not giving it much thought, assumed it was merely a matter of camaraderie, wishing to extend some future assistance within the sect. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and he felt no need to elaborate further. Oh, a good relationship? However, Zhao Yunlin's next words were akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock throughout. No. I am not familiar with someone who would exchange their own sister's life for 10 coins. I am merely curious, does the Daxia sword sect truly accept such individuals? As this statement echoed, every elder furrowed their brows, their gazes hardening with intensity. Should such a person exist, no matter how prodigious their talent, the Daxia sword sect would never entertain the idea of acceptance. Instantly, the disciples awaiting their spiritual root assessments erupted in commotion. Yet Li Guanchi, upon hearing these words, felt a chilling, murderous, intent flash in his eyes. Chapter 11. Rumors as sharp as blades, enduring not suddenly. Within the crowd, Li Guanchi's body trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly. Li Shengyan sensed something amiss and thought it unwise. He quickly urged, "Brother, do not act impulsively. Exercise restraint." He believed that with Li Guanchi's prowess, he would undoubtedly be accepted into the great Xia sword sect. Acting rashly at this juncture was far from prudent. Li Guanchi fixed his gaze intently upon the youth on the platform, his lips bitten until they bled slightly. Li Shengyan noted that the whites of his eyes were now tinged with red. With a thunderous roar, the stones beneath the youth's feet shattered into fragments. "Endure not." Li Guanchi moved with the speed of the wind, and the other youths merely perceived a blur before them. They beheld him stride forward, his steps as powerful as a dragon or tiger, employing a remarkably ordinary footwork to leap onto the platform. Li Guanchi hurled a fist towards the loquacious Zhao Yuanlin atop the stage. However, Meng Linhai, with a narrowed gaze, reached out to intervene. Yet, the elder Su Zhangjie of the Heavenly Thunder Peak, clad in a purple robe, halted him. Who is right or wrong remains uncertain. We should not heed a single narrative. Moreover, that young lad is not incapable of withstanding this blow. Seeing Li Guanchi's imposing advance and forceful punch, Zhao Yuanlin revealed a cold smirk. A subtle wave of energy emanated as he, too, raised his fist to collide with Li Guanchi's. Bang! A muffled sound resounded. Li Guanchi felt the surge of his own vitality as he slightly leaned back, while Zhao Yuanlin was forced to retreat a full 7 steps, blood trickling from his mouth, his arm hanging limply. "Damn blind fool! Do you seek death?" Zhao Yuanlin's right arm bent at a peculiar angle, bone piercing through skin and flesh, blood gushing forth. The onlookers gasped in silent astonishment at this spectacle. Just moments ago, Su Zhangjie had contemplated intervening to stop Zhao Yuanlin, for it was evident that he had begun to harness the spirit energy of the world. At the pinnacle of body refinement, he had even begun to tap into the ethereal essence. Yet, to his astonishment, the blindfolded youth had utterly overwhelmed his opponent with sheer physical might. The two were not even of comparable caliber. Zhao Yuanlin's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by Li Guanchi's strength. "Li Guanchi, how dare you strike in the presence of the elders? Are you fearful of me exposing your misdeeds? You wretched peasant, you coward! Ha ha! You are afraid of me." Accompanied by Zhao Yuanlin's vitriolic tirade, Li Guanchi was now perceived by all as a villain who acted out of fury. The air was thick with curses and slander, permeating the entire square. It is only out of guilt that he strikes. Indeed, a man willing to sacrifice his kin for retribution is hardly virtuous. Yes, did that senior brother not say that character is paramount in choosing disciples? This man exemplifies the lowest of morals. I would disdain to be counted among his peers. If such a person can enter the sect, I would be ashamed to share the same path. Li Guanchi silently bore the torrent of insults, choosing to remain indifferent. His fists clenched tightly, clearly poised to strike again. Su Zhangjie furrowed his brow, his voice laced with spiritual power, commanding the crowd, "Enough! Silence!" As his words echoed, the square fell into a hushed stillness. At that moment, Lin Dong, amidst the throng, gripped his fists and gritted his teeth. He had closely followed Li Guanchi up the celestial ladder and had developed a bond with him. In his eyes, Li Guanchi would never commit the acts described by Zhao Yuanlin. The stout Li Shengyan hurriedly grasped his arm, a mix of fear and astonishment in his expression, and urgently whispered, "What are you planning to do? Have you lost your mind?" Even if Guanchi has not done those things, Zhao Yuanlin, being a heavenly spiritual root, is destined to be favored and become a core disciple of the inner sect or even an elder's apprentice. Do you not fear retaliation for stepping forward? Yet Lin Dong cast a deep gaze at Li Shengyan and spoke softly. If everyone remains silent and chooses to close their eyes to injustice, what is the point of cultivating immortality? A resounding voice suddenly rang out amidst the crowd. I believe he is not that kind of person. The crowd gradually parted, revealing the dark-skinned Lin Dong. Fury glinted in his eyes as he directed his gaze at the fallen Zhao Yuanlin, declaring in a low voice, "What piercing words! Akin to blades. Since you claim he is heartless and ungrateful, then present your evidence. Empty words can ruin a man. Anyone can speak such accusations. I could just as easily say you are a fervent admirer of the dragon's favor. What would you do about that?" Upon hearing these words, many disciples calmed down. Some even chuckled at Lin Dong's proclamation. Li Guanchi, taken aback by Lin Dong's defense, slightly raised his hand to signal him to stop. He then slowly turned his head to face the over 1,000 disciples of the sect, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Though his eyes were covered, the crowd felt as though he was looking directly at each of them, stirring a sense of unease within. Li Guanchi's expression remained inscrutable as he addressed the assembly. The dogs at the village entrance bark, and the others follow suit, yet they do not understand why they bark. The greatest distinction between humans and beasts is the possession of independent thought. If one lacks the capacity to discern right from wrong, he gradually pivoted and strode purposefully toward Zhao Yuanlin. His steps were steady and forceful, and the sword sheath behind him added an imposing aura to his presence. "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Yuanlin's tone rose with agitation, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. This anger stemmed from his fragile, arrogant pride. He could not fathom that someone who once scavenged his leftovers could now defeat him with a single blow. He could not accept this reality deep within his heart. After all, he was a heavenly spiritual root. Su Jing's eyes sparkled with interest as he regarded Li Guanchi, finding the young man exceedingly intriguing. It is neither his peculiar sword sheath nor his solid foundation at the pinnacle of body refinement that defines him. Rather, it is the profound statement he just uttered that unequivocally reveals him as an individual of remarkable conviction. A blind man? In his eyes, Li Guanchi perceives more clearly than anyone else. Slowly, Li Guanchi crouches down and gently removes the blindfold from his eyes. His pallid gaze is unveiled, causing gasps of astonishment from the young men and women in the audience. Zhao Yuanlin feels a chill in his heart as he beholds those ghostly white eyes. The voice of Li Guanchi, restrained yet simmering with fury, resonates. "Indeed, I did take 10 copper coins from your Zhao residence. But do you dare to inform everyone what kind of money that is?" A flicker of panic crosses Zhao Yuanlin's eyes. "I've already said, you are selling." Li Guanchi strikes Zhao Yuanlin's face with a resounding slap, roaring, "Silence. Those 10 copper coins are the wages earned by my sister, Li Tsui, who perished while toiling in your Zhao residence. Within merely a month, my sister was worked to death, starved to death. Even in death, when your servants discarded her body, your Zhao residence could not bear to cover her with a tattered cloak. Zhao Qing, the gatekeeper, even attempted to withhold the 10 copper coins that were her due for her unjust demise. Speak." As he reaches this point, Li Guanchi's eyes are already filled with bloodshot fury, his voice trembling slightly. The chilling intent to kill is almost palpable. His cheeks bulge from exertion, veins protrude on his forehead, and his face is flushed. "Indeed, I've been a beggar since childhood. The leftover morsels from your Zhao residence are a lifeline for me. When a servant dies, the master compensates with 10 copper coins. This has always been the custom. Yet, in your eyes, we are deemed worthless, destined to languish as beggars for eternity, unable to endure even a glimmer of fortune. Is my sister's 10 copper coins a price for her life? Perhaps, but not really. 8 years ago, when I was merely 6, Zhao Qing gave me only 4 copper coins. At that moment, a singular thought consumed my mind. That was my sister's last shred of dignity, and it must be given to me." Li Guanchi gradually rises, casting a scornful glance at Zhao Yuanlin, his voice icy. "This is what you call 10 copper coins." Zhao Yuanlin's complexion pales, and as he surveys the crowd, he realizes their gazes have transformed. In a fit of rage, he shouts, "So what? You are inherently worthless. What being a celestial root? I'm a celestial root. A celestial root. What about you? You probably don't even possess a spiritual root. Meanwhile, Su Zhengjie, his face already ashen, kicks Zhao Yuanlin away with tremendous force, sending him flying several dozen feet. With an open palm, a crackling sound erupts as a black lightning whip, nearly a yard long, materializes, raised to strike him. Meng Linhai, visibly torn, opens his mouth to speak, but is met with the furious visage of Su Zhengjie. Old Su He, however, in a fit of rage. Elder Su Zhengjie of Tianlei points an accusatory finger at Meng Linhai, bellowing silence. Meng Linhai, for the sake of a mere celestial root, are you willing to defy the sect's teachings? If you dare to obstruct me today, I shall not hesitate to confront you with equal fervor. Chapter 12. The manifestation of the spirit testing monument and the ethereal root Li Guanchi beheld the scene through his inner eye, concluding that punishing Zhao Yuanlin held little meaning. However, he refrained from intervening. Regardless of its significance, the opportunity to strike Zhao Yuanlin was all that mattered. As the thunder whip descended, Zhao Yuanlin's flesh was instantly torn. His skin charred, even emitting wisps of blue smoke. Ah! Stop! Don't! Why? On what grounds do you strike me? Ah! Help! Please! Cease the beating. His wails echoed through the heavens as Su Zhengjie lashed him 7 or 8 times. Zhao Yuanlin, what of your celestial root? With such moral depravity, my Xia sword sect shall never accept you. Zhao Yuanlin lay prostrate on the ground, his breath dwindling. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Li Guanchi. Sensing the weight of this moment, Li Guanchi suddenly spoke, "In that case, esteemed elders, allow me to test the spirit root." With that, he stepped before the spirit-testing orb and turned to the ground-bound Zhao Yuanlin, who resembled a beaten dog. Do you not yearn to see whether this beggar possesses a spirit root? Then open your eyes wide and watch closely. Do not blink. His intention was to utterly shatter Zhao Yuanlin's pitiful pride. As for labeling himself a beggar, Li Guanchi was indifferent to revealing what were deemed weaknesses, once exposed. They ceased to be weaknesses at all. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. At that moment, Meng Linhai fell silent, reflecting on the loss of a celestial root disciple from Tianjin Peak. Contemplating the sect's teachings, his countenance darkened. Such a temperament was better off without. Su Zhengjie regarded the youth who met everyone's gaze and declared solemnly, "Very well. Let the test commence. Today, even if you possess a trifling mixed spirit root, our Tianlei Peak shall claim you." The youth offered a slight smile and, under the scrutiny of the multitude, ascended the spirit testing platform. Li Guanchi inhaled deeply, uncertain of his own spirit root. Over the years, he had sensed that his grandfather, Su Xian, was extraordinarily powerful. Given the lengths his grandfather had gone to procure numerous medicinal herbs, surely his spirit root was not lacking. On many occasions, he had witnessed his grandfather wielding treasures that radiated with ethereal glow. As he grasped the crystal ball, silence enveloped the entire square. Zhao Yuanlin clenched his lips tightly, his eyes fixed on the transparent orb. The crystal ball shimmered with swirling brilliance, its 8 colors continuously shifting. This was the manifestation of the spirit root's essence. The final hue and the intensity of its glow would ultimately reveal the individual's innate aptitude. As the crowd held its breath, the light emanating from the crystal ball began to quicken. Soudain, a resounding explosion érupted. The crystal ball shattered with a thunderous crack. In an instant, everyone in the square exchanged bewildered glances. Zhao Yuanlin, consumed by madness, pointed at Li Guanchi in derision, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Useless! You are nothing but a waste. The spirit-testing orb has shattered. You likely do not even merit a trifling mixed spirit root. Ha ha ha! You are born of a lowly fate, a despicable lineage." As soon as these words were uttered, they ignited public outrage, especially since many present possessed the trifecta of mixed spiritual roots. Nevertheless, a number of individuals would still be selected for entry based on the manifestation of their roots. Meng Linhai furrowed his brow, his impression of Zhao Yuanlin plummeting to an all-time low. With a wave of his hand, a beam of golden light shot forth, instantly sealing Zhao Yuanlin's mouth. The clamor ceased. The spirit-testing orb shattered, leaving Li Guanchi momentarily stunned, awkwardly scratching his head. I'm not quite sure how that exploded. I hope there's no need for compensation. Suddenly, the elders appeared to recall something, exchanging incredulous glances. Meng Linhai, taken aback by their reaction, felt his throat constrict slightly. With a dry voice, he uttered, "Surely, you do not mean what I think you do?" Lanhe immediately soared into the air, exclaiming in a delicate voice, "Quick! Retrieve the spirit testing steel from Tian's Hufeng." Observing the chaos among the elders of various peaks, no one comprehended the situation. At that moment, the outer sect's senior brother, Zhou Ji, murmured, "Could it be a royal grade spiritual root?" Jiang Su's eyes widened in astonishment as she whispered, "Is it truly so? It seems the last appearance of a royal grade spiritual root was over a dozen years ago." Zhou Ji nodded slightly, his tone grave indeed. "That person is the current senior brother, disciple under the sect leader, Wu Bing. It is said that the senior brother is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the Golden Core realm. If he succeeds within 3 years, he would be a Golden Core cultivator before even reaching 30. In an instant, the gazes of the elders shifted towards Li Guanchi, their expressions transformed. Among them, the second elder of Tianlei Peak, Su Zhangjia, appeared particularly envious. Moments later, for inner disciples, who had already established their foundations, soared into the air, carrying a pitch-black steel approximately 10 feet in size to the spirit testing platform. The heavy stone, weighing thousands of pounds, bore numerous names inscribed upon it. Upon closer inspection, each name was followed by the words Royal Grade Spiritual Root. The name at the very top was unfamiliar to all, yet it was not followed by Royal Grade. This particular name had remained unchanged for a millennium. Li Guanchi naturally approached the steel, placing his hands upon the engraved palm imprint. A resonant hum echoed, the steel trembled, and soon an 8-colored aura manifested, filling the air for 100 feet. One by one, the colors faded, leaving behind a singular, colorless white light. Witnessing this scene, the elders furrowed their brows in concern. Could it be that there were truly no spiritual roots? But what caused the spirit stone to explode? Yet, the aura continued to expand, enveloping the entire Daxia sword sect. A colossal halo, spanning 1,000 feet, hovered in the sky. The dark steel was now bathed in the white glow, appearing entirely milky. A mysterious voice resonated in Li Guanchi's mind. Name of the spirit tester, Li Guanchi. With a resounding pulse, an invisible shockwave surged outward, rippling across the surroundings for 100 miles. Immediately, the heavens and earth transformed as countless strands of colorful light began to swirl gently around the great Xia sword sect. This vibrant luminescence resembled an array of exquisite ribbons, imbued with an enigmatic aura. The extraordinary phenomenon left everyone astounded, and soon, a series of protective formations erupted to safeguard the sect from covetous eyes. Suddenly, the name Li Guanchi appeared at the bottom of the steel. It then began to ascend rapidly, approaching the name of the steel's foremost figure. Under the astonished gazes of all the elders, Li Guanchi's name slowly surpassed the long unchanged name that had remained for millennia, ultimately positioning itself at the pinnacle. A line of shimmering golden characters abruptly manifested, and the voice of the steel's spirit resounded across the skies. Li Guanchi, saint-level spiritual root. Ethereal root. This unexpected turn of events left everyone at a loss, though many bore expressions of bewilderment. What is this? Ethereal root? Does that not imply the absence of a spiritual root? How can that be deemed a saint-grade spiritual root? Amidst the cacophony of discussions, Zhao Yuanlin stared blankly at the calm youth on the stage, his face paling, disregarding the confusion of others. The elders of the 8 peaks hastily encircled the young man, clamoring in excitement. Choose fire. Choose fire. Its destructive power is immense, and I can teach you artifact crafting. Alchemy as well. Meng Linhai, in a state of urgency, shoved aside the elder with long eyebrows, exclaiming, "Get lost. The high destructive power must belong to our gold element. Sword cultivators practicing gold elemental energy are like tigers with wings. Choose water. Our heavenly water peak is filled with female disciples." Finding a partner is a breeze. Choose Earth. I will take you as my closing disciple. I'll even give you my monthly stipend. Come to my heavenly wood peak. I'll persuade the peak master to take you as a closing disciple. Suddenly, a light cough interrupted the commotion. It was the earlier mentioned sect's lawmaster, Qin Xian. The elder's expression was grave as he stated, I am not averse to accepting disciples myself. However, the elders of the 8 peaks disregarded his authority and retorted, You haven't taken a disciple in 300 to 500 years. What can you teach? That law master, it's about the matter, not the person. Please don't make things difficult for me in the future. Peak master, hurry and come. Close the doors. A disciple with a saint-grade spiritual root. If you delay, they will be gone. Brother, quickly emerge. Come to the heavenly gate cave and seize the opportunity. Hey, why are you scolding me? Hurry and come snatch the disciple, a saint-grade spiritual root. Suddenly, from behind the heavenly sword mountain, countless figures bathed in radiant light soared towards them. Li Guanchi felt as if he were being grasped tightly by innumerable hands, his clothes nearly torn apart. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. The crowd instantly stiffened and stood at attention. A man clad in a blue robe descended upon the scene, stepping upon the radiant light. He possessed an ethereal demeanor, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a visage resolute and imposing. It was none other than the sect master of the great Xia sword sect, Li Guanchi, a perfected nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 13. The Wrathful Slaying of Zhao Yuanlin, the Sacred Spirit Root. In Li Guanchi's perception, it seemed as if the world had been reduced to a singular presence, that of Li Guanchi. The figure descending from the radiant clouds resembled an ethereal being, exuding en dehors de l'aura. Such an individual appeared to require no action, merely standing there commanded immediate attention. Senior Li Guanchi pays respects to the sect master. Respect to the sect master. At that moment, all the elders and disciples of the great Xia sword sect paused their endeavors, bowing deeply to the figure hovering in the skies above. Li Guanchi's piercing gaze swept across the assembly as he spoke with gravity, as esteemed elders of the peak. What manner of conduct is this? Each elder shall forfeit 3 months' salary. The elders' expressions turned grim upon hearing this decree. 3 months' worth of remuneration was no small matter. In the presence of the sect master, they dared not protest, merely nodding in acquiescence. Lan He shot Li Guanchi a resentful glare, muttering, I want to be able to afford my cosmetics for the next few months. Li Guanchi glanced at Lan He, his demeanor composed as he nonchalantly replied, For your insubordination. Lan He, an additional month's penalty shall be imposed, along with 10 extra lectures for the outer disciples this month. He then turned away, ignoring the murderous gaze Lan He directed at him. Li Guanchi observed the unfolding scene, feeling that the atmosphere within the sect was rather pleasant. It was a rare sight for an elder of Tianshui Peak to jest with the sect master. After all, a single month's salary was but a trifling matter compared to their esteemed positions. The sect master's punishment of the elders also seemed to serve as a boon for the outer disciples. Li Guanchi mused quietly, perhaps. This sect is a refuge worth considering. As Li Guanchi gracefully descended to the high platform, he looked up at the resplendent sky, his face adorned with a warm smile as he regarded Li Guanchi, revealing no hint of artifice. He spoke earnestly and sincerely. I am Li Guanchi, the 38th sect master of the great Xia sword sect. What is your name? Though Li Guanchi's attire was modest, it was impeccably clean and neat. He straightened his collar and performed a formal greeting, executing an exceptionally refined and noble gesture of respect. Throughout the encounter, Li Guanchi maintained a demeanor of calm composure, which further elevated Li Guanchi's regard for him. Zhao Yuanlin struggled to rise from the ground, his body aflame with agony. Nonetheless, the physical torment paled in comparison to the seething resentment in his heart. His gaze remained fixed upon the figure on the platform before he turned to leave the great Xia sword sect. Li Guanchi cast a lingering glance at Zhao Yuanlin's retreating form, his eyes narrowing as he suddenly called out, Stop! He then turned to Li Guanchi, clasping his hands in respect as he spoke in a low tone. Junior Li Guanchi humbly requests permission to attend to a personal matter first. A flicker of sharp insight crossed Lu Kongyan's eyes as he nodded slightly. Li Guanchi then turned to Zhao Yuanlin, his cold, murderous intent barely contained. You think you can walk away after slandering me? That will not be so easy. Zhao Yuanlin, clutching his arm, displayed a fleeting look of panic. What do you intend to do? If I refuse to join the great Xia sword sect, I will simply descend the mountain. In an instant, Li Guanchi moved, positioning himself squarely in front of Zhao Yuanlin. You and I shall engage in a life-and-death battle, without any grievances and death. At this moment, Zhao Yuanfan had already harbored thoughts of retreat, unable to meet Li Guanchi's gaze, lowering his head as he was about to refuse. Yet, a chilling voice pierced his ears. Lu Kongyan, with an indifferent expression, regarded Zhao Yuanfan as merely possessing a meager celestial root, finding it of little value. Such a disposition would not be welcomed by the great Xia sword sect. Prepare for the fight to the death. If you survive the accusation of slander, you shall be spared. Lu Kongyan's words were akin to a death sentence for Zhao Yuanfan. A flicker of gratitude flashed in Li Guanchi's eyes, and without hesitation, the disciples scattered to create a space of 30 paces around them. Zhao Yuanfan's face turned ashen, fully aware of his slim chances of resistance. He could only fight with all his might. Gritting his teeth, he addressed Lu Kongyan in a low voice. If I win, let me go. Lu Kongyan, seated on the high throne, let out a cold laugh. Of course, should you wish to stay, the great Xia sword sect would not welcome you. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yuanfan stood opposite Li Guanchi, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. If not for Li Guanchi, he would have been fully qualified to directly enter the inner sect of the great Xia sword sect. Qin Xian personally oversaw their battle to the death. In a fight to the death, all means were permitted, and the battle would conclude only upon one party's demise. Begin, as the final word echoed. Li Guanchi's form shot forth in an instant. Even then, he did not remove the sword coffin from his back. To the onlooking disciples, his speed was but a fleeting blur. The elders, witnessing this scene, nodded in agreement. Such velocity achieved solely through physical prowess was indeed rare. Zhao Yuanfan, reacting instinctively, turned to throw a punch, but struck nothing but air. With a low stance, the murderous intent in Li Guanchi's eyes surged forth, and he struck Zhao Yuanfan's chin with tremendous force. Crack! This blow shattered Zhao Yuanfan's jaw, blood gushing forth as teeth scattered. Zhao Yuanfan was sent soaring. Li Guanchi seized Zhao Yuanfan's ankle and violently slammed him to the ground. Bang! The earth was splattered with blood as Zhao Yuanfan let out a pain howl. His body rebounded from the ground, leaving cracks in the blue stone slabs beneath him. The immense recoil shattered his internal organs. Zhao Yuanfan swept his foot towards Li Guanchi, retreating a step after releasing his wrist, his toes grazing past his nose. As Zhao Yuanfan spun midair and regained his footing, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His bloodshot eyes were clouded, nearly obscuring his vision. A shadow darted past, and with a fierce roar, Zhao Yuanfan unleashed a powerful punch. Li Guanchi's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, he exerted force beneath his feet, shifting his body slightly to meet the attack. Boom! Crack! In an instant, Zhao Yuanfan's left arm shattered, while Li Guanchi's right hand converged like a blade as he bellowed die. With a sickening thrust, his fingers pierced through Zhao Yuanfan's chest, puncturing his heart. Thud! Zhao Yuanfan knelt upon the ground, his eyes devoid of life. Li Guanchi withdrew his hand, blood dripping from his fingertips onto the earth. Yet he stood still, his eyes tightly shut, with tears glimmering at the corners. In a hoarse whisper, he murmured, "Sister, your brother has avenged you." The disciples in the square fell silent at this sight, while the peak masters and elders nodded with amused expressions. Decisive in action, resolute in execution. A gleam sparkled in Lu Kongyan's eyes, and his smile deepened. The elders of various peaks exchanged furtive whispers through their consciousness. Did you see that? Old Lu just swooped in unexpectedly. TSK, this is like shutting the door after taking in Wu Bing, yet wanted to open it again. Bah, shameless Lu Kongyan. Is it so casual to open and close the door? Lu Kangyan casually scanned the crowd, and they promptly fell silent. Li Guanchi, is today your first test of spiritual roots? Li Guanchi steadied his emotions, watching as Zhao Yuanlin's corpse was carried away, and gently nodded. Yes, every time I asked my grandfather, he would smile without answering, and I never knew what my spiritual root was. Lu Kangyan had just assessed the youth's innate talent and discovered that his roots were equally remarkable. The tempering of the body not only involved the resilience of the organs, but also the strength of the internal meridians and bones. It seems that the one who guides him is extraordinary. May I inquire about your grandfather's name? Suswan. Suswan. I have not heard of any nascent soul cultivator by that name. No matter, since that is the case. I shall explain to you all why it is called the void spiritual root. Li Guanchi nodded slightly, and then Lu Kangyan quietly stated before everyone, the void spiritual root, also known as the root of emptiness, is the most precious spiritual root because the cultivator can freely choose any of the 8 elemental systems as their own spiritual root. Hiss! As soon as these words were spoken, gasps of astonishment erupted from the mouths of all disciples present. Their gazes toward the youth were filled with envy and respect. Moreover, the purity of the chosen spiritual root far surpasses that of the heavenly spiritual root. To illustrate, if the cultivation speed of the 3-element spiritual root is akin to a bucket pouring into a water tank, the dual-element true spiritual root would be equivalent to 4 buckets, while the 5-element true spiritual root would be like 6 buckets. In contrast, the 5-element single system heavenly spiritual root would be 10. Lu Kangyan turned to Li Guanchi, his lips parting gently as he spoke softly. The royal grade spiritual root would be 15. The sacred grade would be 20. Boom! As this revelation echoed, the crowd, which had previously been curious, erupted into an uproar. This is the common wisdom among countless powerful figures in the realm of cultivation. Talent determines the upper limit. Effort can only compensate to a certain extent. In the face of true talent, all diligent endeavors are futile. It is a harsh truth, but this is the reality on the path of cultivation. Perhaps some may experience fortuitous encounters, refining their essence and remolding their roots, stepping onto the supreme path. Yet, I have never heard of anyone with a 3-element spiritual root who could ascend beyond the nascent soul stage. Li Guanchi suddenly inquired, is there anything beyond the sacred grade spiritual root? Lu Kangyan observed the youthful faces in the audience, filled with a thirst for knowledge, and a playful smile crept onto his lips. Yes, wow! To the astonishment of all, there exists an even more formidable spiritual root beyond the celestial root. Indeed, it is no wonder that every sect places immense importance on spiritual roots and innate talents. With a sigh, Lu Kang, youthful and spirited, remarked, the celestial root is already a mark of genius. The royal grade spiritual root is a rarity, often referred to as the pride of heaven. The sacred grade depends on fortune and opportunity, appearing only once every few millennia, earning the title of a prodigy. Beyond the sacred grade lies the divine grade, and those who possess such spiritual roots are individuals of extraordinary destiny. Their spiritual roots represent the pinnacle of a certain essence. Their cultivation speed is akin to that of 30 water buckets. It is said that in the 6 domains, the daughter of the Lord of the Divine Treasure domain recently awakened a sacred grade ice-type spiritual root. With a smile, Lu Kang continued, it suffices to know a bit about the affairs of other domains. I share this merely to broaden your horizons. A royal grade spiritual root is already a rare treasure in our Great Xia domain, let alone in our Q Ingi incontinent. Today, the awakening of a disciple with a sacred grade spiritual root heralds a glorious era for our sect, signifying the flourishing fortunes of the Great Xia Sword sect. Henceforth, all disciples with 3 types of spiritual roots may join our sect, albeit temporarily, as outer disciples. At this proclamation, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted, with even those disciples who had initially been overlooked reveling in excitement. So, Li Guanchi, which type of spiritual root will you choose? As soon as this question was posed, the hearts of all the elders and peak masters surged with anticipation. For Lu Kang, Guanchi's own spiritual root was of the earth attribute. As long as Li Guanchi did not select the earth attribute, they would have a chance. Meanwhile, Li Guanchi aspired to be a sword cultivator, and the most formidable sword cultivators are those with metal-type spiritual roots. At this moment, Li Guanchi found himself immersed in an extraordinarily profound state. It was as though he existed within a vast expanse of white, surrounded by 8 luminous spheres of varying colors drawing closer to him. Just as he reached out to touch the golden sphere, an inexplicable intuition surged within him. He turned a glance in the direction beside him. Chapter 14. Choosing the Thunder System. Entering the heavenly thunder as Li Guanchi made his choice of spiritual roots. The world fell into a profound silence. Lu Kangyan, utilizing his exceptional powers, enveloped him in a layer of earthy-hued primordial energy barrier, effectively isolating all external noise and obscuring the scene from onlookers. Curiosity permeated the air as everyone wondered which spiritual root this extraordinarily gifted youth would select. Elder Menglin Hai of the Tianjin Peak grinned broadly and proclaimed, "Ahem, esteemed sect leader, does that young lad's back not resemble a large sword box? Given that we are the great Xia sword sect, I dare say he shall undoubtedly choose the gold spiritual root." Upon hearing these words, the other peak masters and elders found themselves at a loss to counter his assertion. Lu Kangyan, with a sardonic smile, turned to Meng Lin Hai and whispered, "According to your perspective, what do you truly perceive? What if, ahem, he opts for earth instead?" Beside them, the second elder of Tianlei Peak, Su Jingjie, pouted and muttered, "Oh dear, what if he chooses earth? If he selects earth, I'll eat 3 pounds of human center yellow." Lu Kangyan's senses were so acute that he could hear even the faintest murmurs. He glared at Su Jingjie and transmitted his thoughts with gritted teeth. "Very well. From now on, you shall be responsible for all the human center yellow at Taiyan's Hufing this month." Su Jingjie's expression instantly darkened. Suddenly, the previously serene skies above the great Xia sword sect transformed dramatically. Dark clouds amassed, fierce winds howled, and torrential rain poured down. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lonnie effortlessly repelled the deluge. "What is happening?" Boom! Boom! The world dimmed as a pitch-black lightning bolt streaked across the sky, prompting Su Jingjie to burst into laughter. "Goal my foot! The lightning's spiritual root of Tianlei Peak possesses the greatest destructive power." As the barrier dissipated, a composed Li Guanchi gazed at the exasperated Lu Kangyan and bowed, announcing, "The lad has chosen the Thunder System." Lu Kangyan suppressed his disappointment and clapped the youth on the shoulder with a smile. "Ha ha, fret not. Just follow your heart and your choice. I had hoped to take on another disciple." Lu Kangyan shot a playful glare at the exuberant elder, saying, "It seems that from this day forth, resources must be allocated preferentially to Tianlei Peak." Disciple Li Guanchi entering Tianlei Peak. Awakening the sacred grade, lightning spiritual root, rewarded with 3 chi cultivation pills, 300 low-grade spirit stones, and 500 contribution points, along with a separate residence at Tianlei Peak. Approved. As a disciple of Tianlei Peak, you may access the Ascension Spirit platform 3 times without consuming contribution points. Li Guanchi promptly stood, respectfully expressing, "Thank you, esteemed sect leader, for the appointment." The second elder of Tianlei Peak, his spirits soaring, bowed and added, "Thank you for the generous rewards, esteemed sect leader. I shall take care of matters at Taiyan's Hufing." The elder approached the youth, blocking the elders who sought to dissuade him, and swiftly departed. The elder guided the young disciple through the air, heading directly to Tianlei Peak. "Wow!" The boy, suspended in midair, could not help but exclaim in awe. It was his first time soaring above the ground. This marvelous sensation instantly took root in his heart. The youth, silent and observant, cast his gaze around, clenching his fists and quietly vowing to diligently cultivate himself, hoping to soar through the skies on a sword one day. The elder merely smiled at the boy's restless demeanor, as if he were witnessing a reflection of his younger self from a century ago. Back then, he too had harbored a fear of heights, even more so than this little fellow. Li Guanchi, sensing the elder's unwavering attention upon him, softly inquired, May I ask for your esteemed name, senior? The elder chuckled heartily and replied gently, I am Su Jingjie, the second elder of Tianlei Peak. You may address me as Elder Su, or simply Old Su or the Old Drunkard, if you wish. The boy smiled faintly and responded, I shall call you Elder Su then. The other titles seem a bit too forward. Su Jingjie offered no objection, appreciating the youth's respectful demeanor. Suddenly, the boy queried, Elder Su, do we have any blind members in the Great Xia Sword Sect? The elder laughed heartily, you cheeky lad, although you may be blind in sight. Your heart is certainly not. I wonder what kind of person your grandfather is to have raised such a remarkable child. The weight behind you must be around 200 pounds, right? The boy shyly smiled, 500 pounds. The elder paused, forget I asked. The Great Xia Sword Sect. His tone softened as he continued. This is a sect worthy of entrusting one's life. What does it matter if one is blind or crippled? If my heart is aligned with the way, can any flaw bind me? Li Guanchi felt a jolt of inspiration at those words. What a profound notion. If my heart is aligned with the way, can any flaw bind me? How remarkable is the Great Xia Sword Sect. No wonder my grandfather insisted I come here. The elder, now beaming with joy, said, Come, let me take you to the guest quarters first. I must return to see if I can recruit more disciples. Although our Tianlei Peak is small in number, we are united in spirit. Swish! Li Guanchi quietly savored the moment, closing his eyes to feel the wind whispering around him. As they glided past a flock of geese, he reached out to touch one of their feathers. The goose honked in discontent, slightly distancing itself from the two. A gentle smile graced Li Guanchi's lips. Before long, they beheld a towering peak reaching into the clouds, with numerous colossal mountains resembling stone pillars lining their path. No wonder he had heard others speak of the Great Xia Sword Sect, renowned for its 3,000-odd peaks and 800 exquisite waters. Buzz! A shimmering barrier imbued with the power of thunder appeared before them. Su Jingjie produced a jade slip, and the barrier opened a small gap. The elder explained, This barrier detected the presence of a stranger. After tomorrow's entrance ceremony, you will receive your identity jade slip, and thereafter, you will not encounter this barrier when entering or exiting Tianlei Peak. As they ascended the mountain, they passed countless grand pavilions and observed several guest residences nestled among the peaks. The elder smiled. Your quarters are situated just above at the mountainside, making it convenient for you to go anywhere. Your residence even includes a small plot of spiritual field. The sect leader holds you in high regard. Li Guanchi was filled with curiosity and, with a heart full of questions, inquired, Why would the sect master bestow upon me such generous rewards? Is it not a bit excessive? The elderly man, with a smile upon his face, gazed at him and replied, Indeed, it is somewhat surprising and feels rather overwhelming. With his hands clasped behind his back, the elder gently continued, However, it is not excessive at all. The Great Xia Sword Sect has struggled for many years, and its foundation is rather weak. Otherwise, the gifts bestowed upon you would be far more abundant. Were you in another grand sect, you would have the freedom to choose from spirit stones, magical treasures, techniques, and scriptures at your leisure. Even if you desired the first daughter of an ancient clan as a concubine, that could be arranged. Upon hearing this, Li Guanchi displayed an expression of disbelief. Yet the elder continued to speak. However, here in the Great Xia Sword Sect, whatever you wish to attain must be earned through your own endeavors. Well, this shall be your courtyard. I shall take my leave now. As for the matters of the sect, you will learn about them in due course. For today, rest well. Little Bun, I am off. Before the young lad could respond, the elder had already vanished from sight. Turning around, the boy noticed a little girl of about 6 or 7 years squatting at the entrance of the courtyard. The girl had her hair styled in 2 exuberant pigtails and was clad in a colorful coat. Her eyes were round and sparkling, and her delicate, rosy face was exceedingly charming. Crouched on the ground, she cradled a steamed bun in her hands, her wide eyes fixed upon him. Li Guanchi scratched his head, unsure of whose child she might be, as he approached and knelt beside her, before he could utter a word. The little girl swiftly tucked the bun into her embrace and darted away, her gaze filled with trepidation, as if fearing he might snatch her precious treat. Chapter 15. The warmth of a senior brother. Li Guanchi felt a sense of bewilderment, uncertain of the identity of the child before him. Yet, the little girl exuded a remarkable vitality, likely around the age of 5 or 6. Without further contemplation, Li Guanchi pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside. Upon entering, the young man was momentarily taken aback, for the courtyard was exquisitely adorned. In stark contrast to the humble dwelling he had previously inhabited in Fulong village, this place resembled a veritable paradise. A stream of water, sourced from the celestial Thunder Peak, meandered through the front yard, accompanied by a charming bridge and an array of peculiar rocks and pine trees. Moving further, he encountered a stone table, and beyond that lay an expansive main hall, measuring over 6 zhang in length. All the furnishings within the room were crafted from pristine redwood, and beyond the main hall were 3 sleeping quarters, 1 master room, and 2 secondary ones. The environment was simply splendid, with a rear courtyard featuring a small plot of land, resembling a miniature spiritual garden. The soil appeared dark, sprinkled with a green powder, presumably a fertilizer to enrich the garden's earth. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking echoed, prompting Li Guanchi to hastily approach the door. Outside, a soft voice called out, "Junior brother, take your time. There's no need to rush." Li Guanchi paused for a moment, pondering the words. Might she be a disciple of Thunder Peak? Wasn't the initiation ceremony scheduled for tomorrow? Creaking open the door, he was greeted by a group of 7 or 8 individuals, all slightly older than him. Each wore a smile, some cradling cotton and others carrying wooden basins and various supplies. Upon noticing the blindfold covering the young man's eyes, a flicker of compassion crossed their faces. Clad in white garments adorned with purple lightning embroidery cascading down their shoulders, they bore an emblem on their chests featuring a purple character for thunder. At the forefront stood a young woman with a slightly darker complexion. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, her hair styled in a high ponytail, and her oval face featured exquisitely defined features. Her large, bright eyes held an authoritative glint as she cast a glance at her companions, signaling them to remain silent regarding the boy's condition. She then spoke gently, "Greetings, junior brother. I am Gu Ran, a disciple under the second elder of Thunder Peak. You may call me senior sister, haha. These individuals are also disciples of our Thunder Peak and are essentially your senior brothers and sisters. We came today primarily to ensure you have bedding and cotton." Li Guanchi promptly stepped aside, smiling as he clasped his fists in greeting. "I'm Li Guanchi. Pleased to meet all of you, senior sisters and brothers. Please do not linger at the door. Come inside and make yourselves comfortable." Gu Ran beckoned her companions to enter the courtyard, while a few tall senior brothers hurried toward the main chamber, laying out the bedding they had brought. Observing the bustling activity around him, a deep-seated tenderness within the young man was unexpectedly stirred. His past experiences, long buried within, resurfaced at this moment. His current demeanor had gradually evolved during the 8 years spent with Su Xian, perhaps as a conscious effort to emulate his grandfather's carefree spirit. At this moment, Gu Ran approached the youth, gently grasping his arm and walking at an exceedingly slow pace. "Take your time to acclimatize to your surroundings. There is a step beneath your feet, leading to a stone bridge just 10 paces ahead. To your right stands a stone table, while to your left lies the pond. Be cautious when you turn back." She continued, "I've already retrieved your disciple's robe from the Internal Affairs Department. We'll see if it fits. If not, I'll have them exchange it for another. From now on, consider Tianlei Peak as your home. We are your family. Should you require anything, simply call out at Tianlei Peak, and your senior brothers and sisters will undoubtedly support you. If anyone dares to bully you, let me know, and I shall stand up for you." Despite all this conversation, the two had yet to descend from the bridge, a testament to their incredibly slow pace. The young man was led forward by Gu Ran, who held his arm tenderly. "Dato, go assist Zhu Gan in wrapping the corners of the furniture. You can't just stand there doing nothing." The tallest youth quickly responded with a smile, "Of course, senior sister. Little junior brother, if Elder Su only brings you back this time, you will truly be the youngest disciple at Tianlei Peak. Haha. Rely on senior sister Gu for anything you need. When I first arrived, I felt she cared for me even more than my own mother. Dato, are you hoping for extra practice?" "Eh, ha 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 ha. You're just asking for scolding. After 3 years, I finally have a little junior brother. Amidst this seemingly casual chatter, the young man felt as though he were in a different world. The words of those around him flowed like the warm sun of spring, like the gentle streams in the mountains, becoming a soothing current within his heart. Suddenly, tears streamed down his cheeks, obscured by the black cloth over his eyes. He could endure the humiliation of Zhao Yuanlin, who, in front of everyone, insulted him, trading his sister's life for money. He could acknowledge publicly that he was blind, a lowly beggar, and he could bear the derision of the crowd, who scorned him like wild dogs barking at the village gate. Yet, he could not withstand the slightest hint of concern from these strangers. It dawned on him that this world was not solely filled with suffering. With a sudden motion, Gu Ran stiffened momentarily before wiping the tears from the young man's face with her hand, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Don't you have anything better to do? Hurry up. We have just a short while before it's time for training." She then handed him a pristine white robe, saying softly, "Quickly change into this so we can see if it fits." Li Guanchi smiled faintly, cradling the garment as he replied, "Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. It is an honor for me to become your junior brother." Although he noticed everyone stepping back, he still bowed respectfully. Rising, he wore a playful smirk and remarked, "Senior sister, if you keep pulling on senior brother's hair like that, you might just pull it out." As he spoke, the young man turned, seemingly locking eyes with the girl. Gu Ran blinked in surprise, then waved her hand in front of him, cautiously saying, "But aren't you unable to see?" Li Guanchi slowly untied the cloth belt, revealing his somewhat eerie, pure white eyes. "I am indeed blind, but I have opened my third eye." "What? This rascal dares to challenge me." "Exactly. I thought I was truly unable to see. I had already wrapped the corners of this table. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson." The crowd surged forward, playfully wrestling with Li Guanchi, until a few senior brothers remarked, "We're off now. See you at the training grounds. Today, I will challenge our senior sister." "Huh, just you wait. I shall fight you today. By the way, shall we go accept some quests tomorrow? I've been quite impoverished lately." After everyone departed, Gu Ran gazed at the young man clad in white robes and couldn't help but nod, saying, "Not bad. Indeed, handsome is suits white attire. Your sword sheath is quite large. Was it a gift from an elder? Is there a sword inside?" Li Guanchi scratched his head, uncertain of what lay within. Gu Ran flashed a charming smile and turned to say, "Junior brother, make sure to rest well today. Tomorrow at the break of dawn is the initiation ceremony. Don't be late." Once everyone had left, Li Guanchi looked at the house, which had transformed dramatically, and a gentle smile crept upon his lips. That night, he slept exceptionally soundly. Chapter 16. The ceremony of ascension and master discipleship. On the following day, Li Guanchi had risen early, well before dawn, to prepare himself. In the backyard, he practiced his stances relentlessly, his body invigorated, drenched in sweat. Observing the sky, he finally set down the sword case behind him and proceeded to boil water for a bath. As for why the sword case was referred to as a sword coffin by his grandfather, he could not say. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Tianlai Peak, the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement, as nearly all disciples remaining on the peak had gathered. Over the past 3 years, Li Guanchi had been the sole new disciple accepted by Tianlai Peak, and to add to the intrigue, he was rumored to possess a legendary sacred spirit root. In a secluded courtyard on the mountainside, a young girl clad in a floral coat struggled to hang her freshly washed clothes. Squatting at the entrance, she retrieved a bun from her pocket and began to devour it. With a single bite, nearly half the bun disappeared, its thin skin and fragrant filling tantalizing her senses. After just one morsel, her lips were glistening with oil. "Grandfatherly, are you not attending the ceremony for the new disciple today?" A voice slurred from within the room. "No," came the response. The girl nodded, as if this answer was expected. She continued to herself, "Why would a sacred spirit root choose the lightning element? Such a fool." Soft snoring emanated from inside, prompting the girl to spring up and dash toward the grand hall. Her arms raised as if she were a great goose spreading its wings in flight. "Guanchi, over here," called Gu Ran, as Li Guanchi hurried toward the direction of the hall with his sword case slung on his back. In a vast square, measuring 100 feet across, a multitude had gathered. Not only were all the disciples of Tianlai Peak present, But even the sect leader, Lu Kongyan, had personally arrived, alongside elders from various peaks. They were all eager to witness which master this prodigious talent would choose to follow. However, at that moment, only Elder Su Zhengjie was present among the Tianlai Peak elders. The peak boasted a single master, 2 elders, and a total of 37 disciples. The peak master, Lei Yingze, a consummate golden core practitioner, was currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the nascent soul realm. The elder had yet to make an appearance, leaving only the second elder, Su Zhengjie, to manage all affairs of the peak. Upon noticing that Li Guanchi had arrived, yet only Su Zhengjie occupied the elder's seat, Lu Kongyan's brow furrowed in concern. Is Li Nanting not attending on such an important day? Though the sect leader's words were unchallenged, others were not so restrained. For Elder Li Nanting held a position of considerable significance within the great Xia sword sect. No elder from any peak would dare to jest in his presence, for he had once served as the chief enforcer of the sect. Suddenly, a figure clad in a white robe materialized beside Lu Kongyan. The newcomer stood tall and straight as a sword, an elder whose appearance belied his age, showing no signs of frailty. With sharp features and keen eyes, he resembled an eagle in its sharpness. Upon seeing the figure, Lu Kongyan smiled softly. "I thought you would not come." The elder chuckled gently. "It has been 3 years since Tianlai Peak has seen such liveliness. I had to come and witness it." Lu Kongyan nodded and suddenly inquired, "Where is the little bun?" Li Nanting pointed to the roof of the grand hall, where a little girl in a flowered coat was peeking over the edge, nibbling on a carrot. Lu Kongyan beckoned with his hand, and the girl instantly soared into the air, landing in his embrace. With a face adorned with stubble, Lu Kongyan playfully rubbed against her delicate features, causing her to frown and promptly thrust the carrot into his mouth. Lu Kongyan chuckled heartily, allowing her to perch upon his shoulders. Now that everyone had gathered, the initiation ceremony for disciple Li Guanchi was about to commence. The drums resounded. Incense was offered. The ancestral statues were honored. Boom, boom, boom. Over 100 disciples struck the rhythmic war drums with fervor. A colossal copper cauldron fell thunderously into the center. Stone statues, towering over 10 feet high, crashed down one after another. In total, over 30 statues, each intricately carved to perfection, represented the lineage of the great Xia sword sect. Lu Kongyan's voice echoed throughout the sect. Since its establishment, the great Xia sword sect has endured for a staggering 13,298 years. The sect has passed through 38 generations of masters, 1 ascendant to the immortal realm, 2 in the great ascension stage, 3 at the combined body stage, 5 in the refining void stage, and 15 at the transformation stage. Today, upon entering the sect, you shall forever be a disciple of the great Xia sword sect. As you embark on the path of cultivation, as long as you act with integrity and righteousness, the sect shall do everything in its power to protect all its disciples. The creed of the great Xia sword sect: the sword in hand shall not point at the weak, and the heart's sword shall not fear the strong. To rectify the world's injustices, and to eliminate those who deserve to be vanquished. Should you ever encounter formidable foes due to our creed, the great Xia sword sect shall muster all its strength to safeguard you. Li Guanchi, do you wish to join the great Xia sword sect and become a member of the Heavenly Thunder Peak? Standing firm, Li Guanchi slowly removed the blindfold from her eyes. Her pure white gaze met Lu Kongyan's as she raised the mountain water incense high and solemnly declared, "Disciple Li Guanchi wishes to join the great Xia sword sect and become part of Heavenly Thunder Peak." Boom, 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 boom. The war drums thundered, resonating throughout the Heavenly Thunder Peak. Lu Kongyan's expression turned serious as he declared, "Offer incense. The initiation ceremony is complete." The subsequent proceedings were rather straightforward. Lu Kongyan approached Li Guanchi with great solemnity, presenting her with a small white jade tablet. The tablet was palm-sized, engraved with the emblem of the great Xia sword sect and the words "Great Xia sword sect." The reverse bore her name and the likeness of Heavenly Thunder Peak. "This is your identity jade tablet. Remember to keep it safe. As for its functions, you may explore them at your leisure." At this point, Lu Kangyan suddenly turned his gaze towards the seemingly unapproachable elder and softly inquired, "Now, Li Nanting, do you wish to accept him as your disciple?" The second elder, Su Zhengjie, cast a resentful look at Lu Kangyan, who had not even bothered to consult him or the master of Heavenly Thunder Peak. Li Guanchi stood still, saying nothing. After all, if the leader had arranged a suitable person to be his master, he would have no objections. Why must it be me? Old Su would suffice. Lu Kangyan shook his head gently and remarked, "In all these years, the Daxia sword sect has produced only two promising talents. Since he has chosen the Thunder System's spiritual route, you are the most fitting candidate in the entire Thunder Peak. Whether in swordsmanship, martial arts, the application of thunder elemental energy, or even the mastery of spiritual spells, you alone among the 8 Peaks elders are proficient in all aspects. I cannot entrust Li Guanchi to anyone else." Li Nanting fell silent. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to remaining detached from worldly affairs. Yet, when faced with a disciple of exceptional spiritual roots, he felt a genuine yearning. His hope of re-entering the nascent soul stage seemed as elusive as finding a needle in the ocean, and he longed to pass on his knowledge to someone. The previous Wu Bing possessed a gold system spiritual root, which was unsuitable. Li Nanting approached Li Guanchi, slowly crouching down, and softly inquired, "Young man, would you be willing for me to be your master?" The elder's voice trembled slightly, laced with unease. However, Li Guanchi sensed the elder's sincerity and caution. The elder's gaze held a glimmer of hope and expectation. Such a look sent a tremor through Li Guanchi's heart, prompting him to lift his garment and kneel slowly. In a solemn tone, he declared, "Disciple Li Guanchi wishes to pay homage to you as my master." In that poignant moment, the elder's eyes shimmered with tears, and his gaze reddened. Looking up, the elder's voice quivered as he said, "Good. Very good." The elder helped the youth to his feet, and, addressing those around him, proclaimed in a firm voice, "I, Li Nanting, hereby accept Li Guanchi as my direct disciple. I ask the 8 Peaks elders to look after him in the days to come." Chapter 17. The Path to Greatness. What is a celestial being? The elders of the 7 Peaks nodded in unison, for they were well aware of Li Nanting's formidable prowess. Such extraordinary talent warranted his decision to take Li Guanchi as his disciple. It was a notion easily understood by all. After all, no one wishes to traverse the mortal realm in vain, and each individual yearns to pass their skills to the next generation. As the assembly dispersed, Li Nanting returned to his humble abode with Li Guanchi. They performed a simple yet solemn initiation rite, marked by kneeling and the offering of tea, culminating in the completion of their formal bond. Li Nanting spoke softly, "Guanchi, today we embark on a journey as master and disciple, a destiny entwined. I possess little to offer you, but I shall present you with a medicinal pill." With a flicker of light from the ring on his left hand, an exquisite jade box materialized in his grasp. Li Guanchi carefully accepted the box, opening it to reveal a smooth, lustrous pill that shimmered with an ethereal glow. "Master, what is this?" he inquired, his voice tinged with awe. The elder smiled gently and replied, "It is a premium foundation establishment pill." Li Guanchi was momentarily taken aback, hastily closing the box and returning it to the elder. No, master, this is far too precious. You must keep it." The elder laughed heartily, his voice warm and reassuring. "Take it, for it is the only valuable possession I have." The sect leader had also intended to bestow a foundation establishment pill upon you, but such items attract undue attention and could bring trouble. He planned to wait until you reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. Yet I am different. Since I possess it, I shall give it to you. Nevertheless, Li Guanchi remained resolute. "Master, I could not possibly keep such a treasure. It would rob me of my peace of mind. Instead, let it remain with you until I truly require it." Observing the youth's insistence, the elder refrained from further argument, retracting the jade box with a soft sigh. "Very well, I shall keep it for you then. By the way, I perceive your vitality is robust, and your foundational training is remarkably solid. Did a family elder instruct you?" Li Guanchi scratched his head, recalling the stern visage of his grandfather. "My grandfather has always prepared medicinal baths for me since childhood, making me bear weights up and down the mountains while practicing martial stances. It has become second nature." A glint of enlightenment sparkled in Li Nanting's eyes. No wonder he sensed a refreshing aroma of herbs upon encountering Li Guanchi. Is the object you carry on your back also a gift from your grandfather? Is it a sword box? Upon further inspection, he noted it does not resemble one. How could such a substantial stone box be merely a sword box? Li Guanchi shyly confessed. It was given to me by my grandfather before he passed, but he insisted it is a sword coffin, not a sword box. Boom! This revelation struck Li Nanting's mind like a thunderclap. With a swift motion, the grand hall's wooden doors slammed shut with a resounding thud. He then erected a barrier of primordial energy before them. Li Guanchi, perplexed by the elder's sudden caution, observed as Li Nanting rose, his expression grave. If anyone inquires about this object in the future, you must insist it is merely a sword box. Why? Because we fear that should someone recognize its worth, they may resort to violence to seize it. A sword coffin, only a sword of artifact grade, or even ancient treasure level, can be sealed in such a manner. The classification ranges from mundane tools to artifacts, spirit tools, treasures, ancient treasures, spiritual treasures, and transcendent spiritual treasures. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, Li Guanchi realized just how precious this sword coffin truly was. The elder elucidated in a straightforward manner. Even a nascent soul cultivator finds it exceedingly rare to possess a sword of ancient treasure caliber. In fact, many cultivators in the nascent soul realm still wield treasures. One must be discreet with wealth, exercising caution at all times. The youth nodded solemnly, etching this matter into his memory. Subsequently, the elder dissipated the barrier of spiritual energy and softly remarked, "It appears your grandfather was also a cultivator, and undoubtedly of considerable strength. You have carried an ancient treasure spirit sword with such nonchalance." Li Guanchi could only awkwardly touch his nose, for he was unaware of the true extent of his grandfather's prowess. Li Nanting, seated on a chair, gestured to the cushion before him, inviting Li Guanchi to sit. After gathering his thoughts, he gently inquired, "What do you perceive as an immortal?" Li Guanchi pondered for a moment before replying softly, "Eternal life. Soaring through the skies on a sword, wielding the blade at will, and achieving ultimate freedom within the heart." Upon hearing this, Li Nanting's face broke into a warm smile. He lightly tapped in Li Guanchi's direction and remarked, "It is indeed remarkable for one so young to possess such insights. Some say that an immortal embodies freedom, benevolence, and kindness. They vanquish demons and uphold justice, basking in the essence of heaven and earth, with a lifespan that stretches endlessly. They witness the vicissitudes of the world across generations while sipping from a cup of murky wine, remaining unmoved by the mountains. This is an immortal, yet not entirely so." Li Guanchi had already immersed himself in the elder's depiction of immortality. However, the elder suddenly shifted his tone, speaking with a piercing intensity. "Yet, in the eyes of your master, immortality takes on an entirely different visage." Li Guanchi, filled with curiosity, asked, "What kind?" The elder's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he stood to gaze at the heavens, solemnly stating, "The road of cultivation is long and fraught with deceptions, intrigues, and schemes. Bloodshed is inevitable, especially when treasures emerge, drawing countless individuals into conflict. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one must endure a minor tribulation every 300 years. At this point, the elder turned to face the youth. "Thus, from my perspective, entering the path of immortality is akin to plunging into an abyss. There is no turning back in this life. The essence of immortality is encapsulated in the word struggle." The youth's eyes reflected a glimmer of confusion. Struggle? Precisely. Struggle against others. Struggle against the earth. Struggle against the heavens. Seize spiritual essence. Seize fortune. Seize opportunity. To live for eternity, devoid of joy or sorrow, is to embody both immortal and demon. The essence of cultivation is to defy the heavens, to plunder the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, achieving an exalted golden body and ascending to the realm of immortals. The path is laden with thorns. Thus, when encountering mountains, one must forge paths through them, and when facing rivers, one must build bridges, cleaving a broad path that belongs to you with the sword in hand. The elder's impassioned voice seemed to convey the insights he had garnered over centuries. He sought to impart, in a few brief words, the wisdom that the youth ought to grasp at an early stage. These truths have been gleaned through countless trials and tribulations he has endured in this world. He does not wish for the youth to become a narrow-minded individual, overly kind-hearted. In the boy's naive gaze, a sudden depth emerged, and he rose to bow respectfully, saying, "Master, although I cannot fully comprehend these words yet, I shall engrave them in my heart." Li Guanchi observed the bewildered youth and refrained from uttering reassurances such as "you need not understand everything right now." His intention in imparting these lessons was to hasten the boy's awareness of the harsh realities of cultivating immortality. Li Guanchi gestured with his hand, saying, "You may return home early today. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, gather at Tianxue Peak for a lesson. Elder Lan will serve as your instructor, and it is imperative that you do not arrive late." Li Guanchi bowed and took his leave. Chapter 18. A Twisted Fate as Night Descended. A stout wooden post appeared in the backyard of Li Guanchi. Observing the brand-new post, a subtle smile crept upon Li Guanchi's lips. He then took his stance and began to practice his punches. The sound of thudding echoed from the villa on the hillside, capturing the attention of a small girl who was running about. She perched on the roof, peering down at the youth who relentlessly struck the punch post, his every blow sending splinters flying. His top body twisted and turned with agility. Yusuan, lying on the rooftop, was filled with disbelief in her wide eyes. This boy was treating the post before him as a figment of his imagination. How impressive! What a sight to behold! What was he carrying on his back? After completing his training, Li Guanchi, drenched in sweat, prepared to wash up and rest. He eagerly anticipated the first lesson of his sect the following day. Moreover, today's initiation under the tutelage of Li Guanchi felt like a fortuitous event. At least, in his perception, the elder's gaze towards him was devoid of malice. Radiating purity, setting down his sword case, he immersed himself in a warm bath, relishing the soothing water. Unbeknownst to him, the little girl had stealthily slipped into the courtyard. Cautiously, she approached Li Guanchi's room. Li Guanchi, noticing a slight movement, smiled and chose to ignore her antics. Suddenly, a cacophony ensued. "Help!" Li Guanchi hastily wrapped himself in a garment and dashed out. As he opened the door, he was met with the sight of a tiny figure trapped beneath the sword case, her hands flailing wildly. She was still mumbling help. Li Guanchi swiftly lifted the sword case with one hand and pulled the little girl out with the other. Her small face was smudged with dirt, and she was still chewing on a bun, clutching another one tightly. With a serious expression, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, she declared to Li Guanchi, "I'm injured. You must take responsibility." Li Guanchi found himself amused by the girl's audacity. After all, she had entered uninvited and had toppled the sword case upon herself. Yet, now, she demanded he be accountable. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed that her complexion had flushed slightly. He quickly knelt to examine her and asked gravely, "Does your chest hurt?" Yusuan's eyes glistened with tears, and she nodded, her large eyes welling up. Li Guanchi immediately reassured her, "It's all right, it's all right. Don't move. I'll get dressed and take you to find someone." He rushed back inside to put on his clothes, then scooped the little girl into his arms and bolted out the door. He was determined to seek his master on the mountain. He suspected that the sword case had inadvertently fractured her rib when it fell upon her. On the way, concerned that the little girl might be frightened, Li Guanchi gently inquired, "What is your name? I've seen you twice now and still don't know it." The little girl, feeling the pain subside, took a bite of her bun to steady herself and replied in a clear, melodic voice, "I'm Yusuan, and I'm 6 years old." Li Guanchi was momentarily taken aback, surprised to find the little girl's name quite melodious. Eventually, he sought out the still-awake Li Guanchi, and after a restless night, the little girl fell asleep in Li Guanchi's care. Observing the child nestled against Li Guanchi, he curiously inquired about her identity, having seen her twice in the peak area. Li Guanchi gently tucked the blanket around her, softly patting her. "This little bun is not just any child. I found her 3 years ago when I descended the mountain." "Found her?" "Indeed, I found her. 3 years ago, a famine struck the northern territories of the great Xia sword sect. After 2 years of relentless drought, the farmers reaped nothing. I had gone to invoke a rain spell when I spotted the little girl squatting by the roadside, beside a woman who had perished from starvation. I brought her back with me and treated her to a warm meat bun on the way. I still vividly recall the brightness in her eyes when she looked up at me, exclaiming that it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten. Li Guanchi listened intently to the elder recounting the tale of the little girl, evoking memories of his own childhood, which hadn't been particularly kind. It was no wonder that each time he encountered Yu Han, she was clutching a bun. Her past, it seemed, was fraught with adversity as well. The elder, observing Li Guanchi's expression, gently remarked, "You seem to resonate with her story." A bittersweet smile graced Li Guanchi's lips as he gazed up at the night sky and whispered, "Indeed, in my past, I held my sister's compensation, 10 coins, to cremate her. Upon returning home, I took the life of my gambling-addicted distant uncle, who had driven my mother to illness and death. In the midst of a heavy snowfall, I collected 2 hard, stale buns on my way home, which at that time were akin to a feast for me. That very day, I visited the crematorium twice." Li Guanchi recounted these memories in a soft, steady tone, devoid of any tumult. The elder, however, looked at the boy with profound empathy, wrapping his arm around his shoulder and softly reassuring him, "It's all right. All that is behind you now. In the future, consider your master and brothers as your family, and treat Tianlei Peak as your home." The 3 of them, an elder and 2 children, sat harmoniously in the courtyard. The following morning, Li Guanchi awoke in an unfamiliar bed, realizing he had dozed off on the elder's shoulder the previous day. He found himself in Li Nanting's room, with still 2 hours left before dawn. The elder was seated on a mat, engaged in meditation. Li Guanchi rose, tidied himself up, and proceeded to practice his punches in the backyard. Each strike was executed with utmost seriousness, slicing through the air with a whoosh. Unbeknownst to him, the elder stood quietly outside the door, observing him with a slight nod of approval. Li Guanchi had devoted 8 years to mastering this set of martial arts, every subtle nuance of his strikes firmly within his control. It was precisely due to his unwavering dedication to both practicing punches and stance work over the years that he achieved a remarkable mastery over every muscle in his body. Upon finishing his routine and turning around, he discovered the elder standing right behind him, prompting him to give a thumbs up in admiration. Subsequently, the elder demonstrated the very punches Li had just executed, flowing seamlessly through the entire foundational sequence with grace and precision. This performance offered Li Guanchi profound insights. Observing his contemplative demeanor, the elder chuckled, "Very well, ponder these elements, and you shall discern their significance. However, if you do not hasten to Tianshu Peak now, you may find yourself tardy." Lani is notoriously averse to lateness. It was only then that Li Guanchi noticed the dawn had broken, and he hurriedly prepared himself. Before departing, he made sure to greet Li Nanting, saying, "Master, I shall take my leave now." "Ha ha ha, splendid. Off you go," the master replied cheerfully. Chapter 19. Embracing the Immortal Path. The journey is long on his way to Tianshui Peak. Li Guanchi encountered many fellow disciples who had joined the sect at the same time. The young men and women, clad in their pristine sect robes, radiated a fervent anticipation for the future. They gathered in small clusters, laughing and chatting as they made their way towards Tianshui Peak. Tianshui Peak is situated to the west of the Daxia Sword sect, and the positions of the 5 main peaks are meticulously arranged according to the 5 elements. Only the peaks representing wind, thunder, and ice stand alone, while Li Guanchi envied the camaraderie of others as they conversed jovially. He was suddenly embraced from behind by 2 figures. "Ha ha ha! Guanchi, who would have thought you chose a thunder-type spiritual root? Moreover, it's astonishing that you possess a rare saint-grade spiritual root. You've soared directly into the inner sect." A smile crept onto Li Guanchi's lips as he recognized the speakers. Lin Dong, who had joined the inner sect of Tian's Peak, and Li Shengyan, who was part of the outer sect of Tianshui Peak. "Lin Dong, you're quite impressive as well, possessing an earth-type celestial spiritual root. You are bound to have a bright future ahead," Li Guanchi remarked. The amiable Lin Dong scratched his head, grinning broadly. "Our ancestral graves must be blessed. Our forebears have accumulated virtue." Beside them, Li Shengyan's face reflected a hint of satisfaction as he mused, for a mixed spiritual root like mine. Simply entering the outer sect is already commendable. The trio ascended Tianshui Peak together. To their astonishment, they discovered that 9 out of 10 disciples they encountered along the way were female. Many senior sisters stood atop the rooftops or elevated positions, engaging in lively banter about the new entrants this year. Wow, senior sister, did you see that blind man carrying a stone on his back? I heard he is the only disciple accepted by Tianshui Peak this year, and he boasts a saint-grade spiritual root even more formidable than senior brother Wu Bing. The graceful young woman listened to the chattering remarks of her junior sister with a faint smile. Li Guanchi, how elegant a name for a blind man. His talent is indeed unparalleled across the entire Qingyun continent. All right, it's time to practice. The bustling crowd gathered in the grand hall of Tianshui Peak. Each person had a mat to sit cross-legged on. The seating arrangement was of great significance, as the cultivation world places immense emphasis on hierarchy, respecting the strong. Li Guanchi intended for the 3 of them to sit together, but Li Shangyan interjected, "That one do. Your current status is that of the closed-door disciple of the Grand Elder of Tianshui Peak, which places you above even the core disciples. You must sit at the very front, surveying the surroundings." Li Guanchi noticed the awkward expressions on the faces of those nearby and reluctantly made his way to the foremost mat. It stood solitary, with inner sect disciples behind him, followed by the outer sect disciples. This time, Daxia Sword Sect had opened its gates widely, enrolling a total of 392 disciples, marking one of the most significant intakes in recent times. Among them, over 60 disciples entered the inner sect for training, with only 4 possessing celestial spiritual roots. Yet, even those endowed with celestial roots are not necessarily favored by the elders for acceptance as their disciples. Li Guanchi knelt before a table, with a mat set before him, mirroring another on the opposite side. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the air, and a woman clad in an icy blue robe materialized behind the table. Her countenance was serious. She was Lan He, the 3rd elder of Tianshui Peak at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Upon noticing the numerous vacant mats, her expression darkened immediately. With a wave of her hand, the grand hall's doors slammed shut, leaving the disciples who had rushed outside with faces filled with dread. They dare not knock, standing obediently outside instead. Lonnie gracefully lifted her robe and settled onto the mat. To arrive late on the very first day of class. Then you shall all remain outside. As she called the lesson to order, the disciples within the hall straightened their postures, taken aback by Lan He's unwavering resolve. Regardless of their status as inner or outer disciples, tardiness would not be tolerated. At that moment, a profound impression of the sword sect began to form in the minds of the gathered crowd. Words were to be matched by actions. Though Lan He possessed striking beauty, her role as an instructor imbued her gaze with an air of authority. She spoke softly yet clearly. I trust you all find the prospect of entering the immortal sect exhilarating. However, the first lesson I wish to impart today is to caution you against placing undue trust in human hearts. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the disciples at her words. After a brief pause, Lan He continued, when you reach a certain level of cultivation, you will understand. Those who call you fellow cultivator in daily life may abandon you in times of crisis. A dead fellow cultivator is better than a living one. You need not grasp the full meaning of this now. Simply remember it. Her voice, though soft, resonated throughout the 100-foot hall with clarity. With a flicker of light, Lan He revealed a jade slip in her hand. I trust you have all received your identity jade slips. From this day forth, you must always carry it with you, for it will accompany you throughout your life. The weight of her words was profound, and every disciple who departed from the Daxia Sword Sect understood the significance they carried. The jade slip served numerous purposes. Within the sect, its most vital function was to track contribution points. These points would be recorded within the slip, which also possessed a locating feature, allowing you to see the positions of fellow disciples when necessary. Moreover, one could use the jade slip to view items within the treasure pavilion, and other elders' lectures could also be accessed through it. In essence, safeguarding this jade slip was imperative. Once you enter the Qi refinement stage, you will naturally unlock its myriad functionalities. All present retrieved their jade slips to examine them closely, astonished by the multitude of features contained within such a small object. However, Lan He's subsequent revelation left them utterly astounded. "Do you know where we are?" she inquired. One disciple ventured, "The northern region of the Qingyun continent." No sooner had he spoken than another youth, his eyes slightly reddened, declared solemnly, "The Daxia region, northern region of the Qingyun continent." Upon hearing the voice, Lan He was momentarily taken aback, and as she turned to gaze at the youth, a flicker of understanding passed through her eyes. She softly remarked, "So, it is you, the young master of Yuyang Mountain, Zhonglin. Indeed, we find ourselves in the land of Qingyun, within the great Xia domain. This realm is what is referred to as the human spirit world, also known as the lower realm. The human spirit world is divided into 6 domains, the rest I leave for you to explore in the future. The reason I mention this is to inform you that beyond the human spirit world and the immortal realm, there exists yet another realm, the Yellow Springs realm. It is precisely due to the existence of the Yellow Springs realm that throughout countless millennia in the human spirit world, many formidable cultivators have seized bodies, and individuals with memories of their past lives have undergone reincarnation. Li Guanchi was immediately astonished, pondering to himself, "Reincarnators?" Previously, during the spirit root assessment, the law enforcer had slain 2 body snatchers. Now, there are actually those carrying memories of their past lives? If one does not enter the immortal sect, such matters would remain forever unknown. Chapter 20, A Breakthrough in the Classroom, Astonishing All Tap Tap Tap. Lan He gently rapped on the table, gradually silencing the murmurs below. "All right, what I am sharing with you serves merely to illuminate the reality of the world we inhabit. Our ultimate aspiration is to ascend to the celestial realm. As for reincarnators, I have yet to encounter such beings myself. Those capable of sealing their memories and entering reincarnation through their own immense power are exceedingly rare, even throughout the vast expanse of the great Xia domain." A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, who had anticipated the existence of many such individuals. Lan He continued, "The reason I mention the celestial realm is to convey another vital piece of information. The celestial realm and the realm of mortals are not entirely isolated from one another." Boom! The instant these words left his lips, all present in the grand hall were struck with astonishment. Even Li Guanchi felt a profound shock within. Could it be that the celestial beings from the upper realm maintain a connection with the lower realm? After a brief pause, Lan He softly added, "It is not as you may envision, for if it were so, what purpose would there be in cultivating and ascending? What I am about to reveal is of utmost importance. The spirit abyss, the life name." Li Guanchi furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by this phrase, as were the others. Lan He reassured them, "Do not fret, I will elucidate it slowly for you. Before reaching the age of 18, those who attain the foundation establishment stage may, through a special ceremony and formation, unlock the spirit abyss. The spirit abyss resides within the spiritual platform, manifesting all things, a natural phenomenon. In truth, 99% of the spirit abysses among mortals are devoid of any substance, with only a select few containing items. However, not all these items prove useful. Weapons and magical artifacts are the most valuable. Upon hearing this, Li Guanchi's brow furrowed deeper as he inquired softly, "Elder Lan, what purpose do the items within the spirit abyss serve?" Lan He smiled gently and gestured, causing a blue ribbon to instantly ensnare all the disciples within the hall. "This is an item I once found within the spirit abyss, a piece of blue satin. It can be used to entrap others or to launch an attack. The items within the spirit abyss function much like magical artifacts. They can connect with one's body and spirit, being refined within. If paired with a compatible artifact, their power is even greater." As he spoke, Lan He's tone grew increasingly solemn, and he intoned, "The spirit abyss may only be unlocked once in a lifetime. Remember, do not attempt to forcibly open it again." The gathered crowd began to comprehend what the spirit abyss entailed, yet their hopes remained tempered. Continuing, Lan He quietly remarked, "When you break through to the golden core stage, you will experience an extraordinarily profound sensation of transcendence. If fortunate, a celestial being from the upper realm may bestow upon you a life name. This life name allows for a brief borrowing of the upper realm 1s celestial power in confrontations. Therefore, should you encounter an individual possessing a life name, exercise utmost caution in battle. Zhonglin suddenly interjected, Elder Lan, do you possess a life name? With a subtle smile, Lan He's forehead glimmered with a soft, milky white, mysterious pattern. As the pattern flickered and vanished, Lan He softly remarked, most disciples of the Daxia sword sect, upon breaking through to the Golden Core stage, are granted the Ming surname. This is because our esteemed ancestor of the Daxia sword sect is a powerful practitioner who ascended to the celestial realm. No sooner had the words left her lips than the disciples in the hall erupted into a chorus of astonished exclamations. Wow, our Daxia sword sect has an ancestor in the celestial realm. My goodness, surely other sects do not possess such a lineage? The ancestor. How many years ago was that? To be accepted into the Daxia sword sect is the greatest fortune of my life. In that moment, all the new disciples of the Daxia sword sect felt an overwhelming sense of pride, a unique honor associated with their sect. As the clamor subsided, Lan He gently continued, all right, that concludes some basic knowledge. Next, we shall embark on the first lesson of cultivation, body refinement. In truth, many of the disciples entering the sect were mere mortals, entirely unaware of what body refinement entailed. However, after Lan He's explanation, everyone grasped the concept. Subsequently, she distributed scrolls containing fundamental body refinement mantras and training methods. The process of body refinement could take a minimum of 3 months or as long as a year to achieve full mastery. For instance, Li Guanchi suddenly singled out. Li Guanchi bashfully touched his nose. Lan He then pointed to a 100-pound stone mill that had been prepared in advance and chuckled softly. Come, Guanchi, demonstrate for everyone how to lift the 100-pound boulder with one hand. With the conversation having reached this point, Li Guanchi felt he could not refuse. 5 enormous stone mills were threaded together by a steel pillar. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he slowly approached. Everyone knew of Li Guanchi's extraordinary talent upon entering. Yet seeing his slender physique, some murmured, that stone mill must weigh at least 100 pounds. Can he manage it? I'm stronger than he is. Others chimed in. Indeed, can he do it? I hope he doesn't get crushed. Zhonglin's eyes glinted with a hint of intrigue. As another peak body refiner, he calculated silently, considering that with his physical strength, he could lift a maximum of 300 pounds. Yet, Li Guanchi seemed troubled, uncertain of how much Lan he expected him to lift. Standing before the stone mill, he shrugged, slowly extending his right hand to grasp the central pillar. Whoosh! Hiss! A collective intake of breath echoed through the hall. In a seemingly effortless motion, Li Guanchi lifted the 5 stone mills above his head with a single hand. He casually swung them in the air a couple of times before turning to ask, Elder Lan, is this correct? Lan He's eyes widened in astonishment. He lifted 500 pounds with one hand? As he waved the stones, she pondered the extent of his body refinement achievement. Maintaining her composure, she remarked, Ahem. That will suffice. You may set it down. Li Guanchi placed the stone mill down with a thud that reverberated through the hall, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Zhonglin wore an expression of utter disbelief. With such a casual motion, his shoulders did not even tremble. What techniques had he employed during his physical training to cultivate such terrifying strength? Subsequently, Lan He imparted the method of qi refinement, instructing her disciples to absorb it diligently. Li Guanchi observed the scroll with his mind's eye, positioning himself according to the seated posture outlined within. After 3 breaths, his breathing gradually became remarkably rhythmic. Lan He, unfazed, continued to explain to the inner disciples of the physical refinement stage. Channeling the spirit energy of heaven and earth into one's body is the most crucial step in cultivating the Tao. According to the method, one must perceive the spirit energy and identify the power corresponding to their own spiritual root, drawing it into their body. Ultimately, solidifying it at the dantian to form a cyclone signifies a breakthrough from physical refinement into the qi refinement stage. The most challenging aspect of the qi refinement stage is comprehending the spirit energy of heaven and earth. The purer one's spiritual root, the clearer their comprehension. However, drawing it into the body remains exceedingly difficult, even for those with a heavenly spiritual root. This step may take as little as 3 days or as long as several months. Thus, we must tread steadily with diligence. Li Guanchi. Suddenly, a mysterious wave emanated from Li Guanchi, causing a dramatic shift in Lan He's expression. Lan Ling swiftly cleared the area within 10 zhang surrounding Li Guanchi. Following this, she cast a circular formation plate, embedding 6 palm-sized spirit stones into it. A beam of spiritual light descended, causing the spirit energy around Li Guanchi to surge dramatically. The energy swirled like ethereal smoke, subtly visible. White mist was drawn into Li Guanchi's nostrils, and soon after, a soft pop echoed from within him. Almost immediately, countless black impurities began to surface on his skin, clinging to him like sludge. Upon opening his eyes, Li Guanchi remained unaware of what had transpired, only to catch the astonished glint in Lan He's eyes. In her very first lesson, Li Guanchi had broken through to the first layer of qi refinement. The first layer, she, a prodigy with a water spiritual root, had taken 2.5 days to achieve this. Is this the disparity between individuals? Not only Lan He, but the disciples within the hall also underwent a transformation in expression. Jealousy flickered across their faces, ultimately giving way to a resigned sigh. Chapter 21. Exceptional Talent. Qi induction. As Li Guanchi opened his eyes, he found Lan He and the disciples in the hall gazing at him, their expressions akin to those witnessing a rare phenomenon. Aware of the reason behind their astonishment, he chose to confront it with composure. After all, it was merely a successful induction of qi, marking his breakthrough to the first layer of qi refinement. Nothing to make a fuss about. Following the instructions of the qi induction mantra, he soon entered a profoundly enigmatic state. It felt as though he was suspended between heaven and earth, surrounded by numerous colorful specks of light. Among them, only the violet lights responded to his call, merging into his being. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease, albeit the sticky impurities clinging to his body were quite intolerable. Moreover, these substances emitted an unbearable stench. Lan He smiled gently and remarked, "These impurities reside within us, and as we embark on the path of cultivation, they will gradually be expelled. You may return to freshen up. The others can take this opportunity to observe the body forging techniques and the qi induction mantra. Should you have any queries, feel free to approach me." Li Guanchi initially hesitated to leave right after the first lesson, but the odor was simply too much to bear. After excusing himself to Lan He, he hurried towards Thunderclap Peak. Upon arriving at the foot of the peak, he spotted an elderly man seated in meditation. As soon as the elder sensed his presence, he opened his eyes and, astonished, exclaimed, "You've broken through to the qi refinement stage? Were you not attending class?" Li Guanchi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "I managed to break through during class and now I'm in quite a predicament." Hearing this, the elder, Li Nanting, burst into hearty laughter, declaring, "Truly worthy of being my disciple. You have indeed astonished all. In the history of the great Xia sword sect, no one has ever achieved a breakthrough during the first lesson. Come, let me escort you back." Li Nanting seized the youth and soared through the air. Along the way, they encountered several disciples of Thunderclap Peak practicing their skills. Upon seeing the soot-covered Li Guanchi, they paused in surprise. Gu Ran set down her sword and nudged the tall disciple beside her, whispering, "Did I see that correctly? Wasn't he our junior just attending class at Tianshui Peak today? How could he have broken through?" The tall disciple, equally bewildered, murmured, "Isn't this talent a bit too extraordinary for our junior? Shouldn't the first lesson have been an introduction to the basics of cultivation by Elder Lan?" Before long, news spread like wildfire that Li Guanchi, a disciple of Thunderclap Peak, had achieved a breakthrough to the first layer of qi refinement during his inaugural lesson. In an instant, the label of genius became insufficient to encapsulate Li Guanchi's prowess. He was a true prodigy. Meanwhile, the other newly initiated disciples were still striving to reach the body forging realm, aiming to lift a 100-pound stone mill with one hand. After returning to his room and taking a bath, Li Guanchi finally felt rejuvenated. He changed the bathwater 3 times, scrubbing his skin until it turned rosy, which alleviated his discomfort. Upon stepping out of his room, Li Guanchi discovered that his master had not departed and that several jade vials and spirit stones were laid upon the table. Li Nanting's eyes glimmered with a hint of pride as he gestured for Li Guanchi to sit beside him. Without hesitation, the young man approached and took a seat next to the elder. The old man regarded the youth with a look of satisfaction before softly inquiring, "Has Lan He spoken to you about the Lingshu and the Ming clan?" Upon receiving a nod from the boy, the elder turned his gaze skyward and quietly remarked, "The matter of the Lingshu is predetermined from the moment of birth. Whether it exists or not does not alter your path of cultivation. Now that you have already stepped onto the path of the immortals, I shall share with you the next steps in your training." Li Guanchi's expression grew serious, prompting him to sit up straight. The Qi refinement stage is divided into 10 levels. The first 3 layers refine the internal organs, the middle 3 focus on the meridians, and the last 3 cultivate the spirit. The objective is to enable your body to better adapt to spiritual energy and the nascent awareness of consciousness. Do you feel a certain heaviness in your spiritual platform? Li Guanchi nodded, having noticed a peculiar sensation at the center of his forehead since his breakthrough at Tianshui Peak. The elder chuckled softly. "Do not fret. That is merely a sign that your sea of consciousness is beginning to take form, much like your dantian. At present, your dantian is still unstable, and you must not rush your progress. It is as fragile as an infant, so during your training, you must enter a state of focused meditation, free from distractions." Li Guanchi nodded gravely, clearly taking this advice to heart. When you reach the 9th level of Qi refinement, you may attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, given your exceptional talent, it would be prudent to reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement before considering such a breakthrough. With your innate gifts and the assistance of a foundation establishment pill, I have no concerns regarding your advancement. The elder continued, "You currently possess 500 contribution points, which will allow you to visit the library at Tian Sword Peak to select a cultivation method suited to you." As he spoke, he handed Li Guanchi a cloth pouch. "Take this storage bag with you." Curious, Li Guanchi asked, "What is the purpose of this storage bag? It seems too small to hold much." The elder laughed heartily. "Why not try to channel your consciousness from the spiritual platform and make contact with it? Focus your mind and envision your awareness in the sea of consciousness as a silken thread." Disengaging from his inner sight, Li Guanchi quickly sensed the presence of his consciousness within the sea. It resembled vapor, scarce in quantity, akin to a large water tank filled only to the bottom. He then concentrated, attempting to move his consciousness, and to his astonishment, he succeeded. Furthermore, he discovered that his awareness, akin to eyes, could vividly perceive the world around him. It was no longer black and white. Li Guanchi's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, and 2 streams of clear sorrow cascaded down his cheeks. Trembling, he stammered, I can see colors." The elder chuckled gently, patting the young man's back, which alleviated some of his emotional turmoil. As his consciousness brushed against the storage bag, he was amazed to find that it contained a space of 10 zhong. "Now, try using the storage bag to collect the items on the table," the elder encouraged. Whoosh! Li Guanchi felt a sudden inspiration, and everything on the table was effortlessly absorbed into his storage pouch. A broad smile spread across his face as he contentedly stowed away the pouch. The old man then regaled Li Guanchi with numerous tales about the world of cultivation, each one piquing Li Guanchi's curiosity and broadening his horizons. For instance, he learned that there truly exist spirits in this world, those lacking the 3 souls and 7 consciousnesses, or those burdened by deep grievances, unable to reincarnate for various reasons. Furthermore, he discovered that many flowers, herbs, and crystals in this realm could cultivate into sentient beings once they awakened their intelligence. It seemed that everyone was in pursuit of the path of immortality, while the flora and fauna sought to transform into human forms. Little did Li Guanchi know that he would soon witness these phenomena firsthand, as foretold by his master. On that day, the old man and the young one conversed in the courtyard for a considerable time. The elder patiently elucidated the potential challenges that Li Guanchi might encounter on his path of cultivation. He advised him to practice his boxing forms twice daily emphasizing that he should not neglect his training. After much contemplation, the elder realized that the boxing forms were not merely simplistic movements. Each stance contained numerous variations, showcasing a remarkable control over the practitioner's physical form. He even pondered whether to seek the young man's opinion on whether this boxing form should be taught to all disciples of the Thunder Peak. Chapter 22. The Disgrace of the Sect. Punishing the traitor early the next morning, Li Guanchi, peacefully slumbering in his master's secluded abode, was abruptly awakened by the jarring sound of a bell tolling. Upon rising, he discovered his master waiting solemnly at the door. The elder, with a grave countenance, softly urged, "Hasten, we must proceed to the Tianjin Peak Square." Li Guanchi, bewildered, hurriedly prepared himself and followed the elder down the mountain. As they descended, he noticed that all disciples within the sect were hastening toward Tianjin Peak. It seemed that nearly every student in the sect was making their way there. Curiosity piqued. Li Guanchi inquired, "Master, what is happening? What was that sound of the bell?" The elder, still somber, explained that was the alarm bell of the Daxia sword sect. A rare occurrence. When it tolls, all disciples within the sect must swiftly gather at the Tianjin Peak Square. It appears that someone has violated sect rules. A tremor coursed through Li Guanchi's heart. What kind of infraction could warrant such an uproar? However, he dared not press further. Along the way, numerous disciples paused to salute the elder, offering friendly smiles to the young boy. Li Guanchi, ever courteous, returned their greetings and cheerfully addressed them as senior brothers and sisters. Seeing that their current pace was too slow, Li Nanning opted to take flight, soaring through the air toward Tianjin Peak with Li Guanchi in tow. Upon their arrival, they found the square already teeming with disciples. At the forefront stood several individuals, seemingly in their mid-20s, exuding an imposing aura. Previously, Li Guanchi had been unable to perceive such energies, but now he vaguely sensed the formidable presence emanating from these individuals. Astonishment filled Li Guanchi's heart. Could it be that these were his senior brothers and sisters who had already established their foundations? How impressive! Excluding the newly admitted disciples, there were at least several thousand individuals densely gathered in the square. The newcomers wore expressions of confusion, while the more seasoned disciples bore looks of grave concern. Those who had been in the sect for several years had never before encountered the sound of the alarm bell. Suddenly, sect master Lu Kongnian materialized in the sky. Behind him hovered a figure, bound by 4 earthen-colored shackles. The figure appeared to be a youth of 17 or 18, casting a malevolent glare at Lu Kongnian. The sect master's face was dark with fury, and with a mere gesture, he silenced the square, enveloping all in a heavy stillness. Li Guanchi noticed that nearly all the elders he had encountered upon entering the sect were gathered behind him, while a few unfamiliar elders stood at the forefront. Among them was a middle-aged man whose expression was particularly grim, presumably the master of the Tianjin Peak. Without warning, Lu Kongnian's voice, cold as ice, rang out, "Tu Kuei, kneel." The man flinched, but, without a word of protest, sank to his knees before the throng of disciples. In that moment, Lu Kongnian produced a whip, sleek and black, adorned with menacing spikes. With a flick of his wrist, the long whip transformed into a shadow, striking the man's back with a resounding crack. The sound was sharp and clear, as the white robe of Tu Kuei was immediately torn apart. Within moments, blood stained his entire back. The whip rose high and fell relentlessly upon the man. Throughout the ordeal, he remained silent, enduring the punishment in stoic silence. The man, kneeling on the ground, turned pale, beads of sweat pouring down like rain onto the stone floor. A tremor ran through everyone present. None could fathom what had transpired. However, all were struck by the fury of the sect leader. Lu Kongnian set down the whip in his hand, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the man, whose back was now a tapestry of wounds. "Tu Gui," he thundered, "I entrusted you with the leadership of Tianjin Peak, and this is how you discipline your disciples? What a disgraceful disciple you have. What a shame for Tianjin Peak. The disciples of the immortal sect. How grand they must feel. If it weren't for that 80-year-old crone taking 12 days to reach the foot of the Daxia sword sect, I would remain oblivious to the arrogance of your disciples down there. I had no idea that our Daxia sword sect had birthed such a beastly failure. Tukue, still on his knees, remained silent, fully aware that his disciple had committed an unforgivable sin. Just as the crowd was still in a daze, the young man bound in the sky let out a furious roar. I pursued that woman because of her fortune. Why must I be punished? Moreover, I even gave her 100 taels of silver. She is the one who gained an enormous advantage. Lu Kongyan grasped the young man's throat with a fierce grip, bringing his stern face close as he coldly rebuked, "At this point, do you still believe you are blameless? Presumptuous disciple of the immortal sect." The young man's face turned crimson under the pressure, yet his wide-open eyes revealed his defiance. In a sudden motion, Lu Kongyan struck the young man's abdomen. Thud! A visible vortex of energy dispersed from the man's midsection. Wah! Cough! Ah! The young man coughed up a mouthful of blood. A prodigy who had entered the foundation establishment stage by the age of 20 was thus rendered unable to cultivate. The disciples below fell into a chilling silence. Even their breaths became cautious. In a fit of rage, Lu Kongyan released the binding spell, causing the young man to collapse to the ground. That girl was to be wed in 3 days. She had already confided in you, pleading with despair. Yet you forcefully and even harmed that elderly woman. Out of shame before her future husband, the young girl took her own life after you left. Disciples of the immortal sect? I am ashamed of our Dasha sword sect. Ashamed. Clang. A long sword suddenly appeared in Lu Kongyan's hand, raised high. At that moment, the young man finally felt fear. Losing his ability to cultivate was a mere obstruction to his path of immortality. But now, it was evident that Lu Kongyan intended to kill him. The once prostrate and anguished youth now rose to his knees before Lu Kongyan, fervently rubbing his hands and repeatedly bowing his head, causing blood to seep from his forehead, a testament to his desperation. Bang! 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 He cried out, "Master! Master, I realize my mistakes. I understand my wrongs. I shall immediately apologize to that lady's grandmother and offer compensation in gold and silver. I will withdraw from the great Xia sword sect and serve their family like a beast of burden." Bang! I was wrong. I truly understand my faults. Spare me. I implore you. Bang! I genuinely recognize my errors. See, if I perish, that elderly woman will be left all alone, without anyone to care for her. If you do not slay me, I will descend the mountain and tend to the elder's final resting days. I am already broken, reduced to a mere husk. Allow me to live. Spare me. The world was silent, save for the youth's pleas and the dull thuds of his head striking the ground. The newly arrived disciples grasped the situation, yet they were also aware of the elderly woman's plight, many convinced of the youth's sincere repentance. Suddenly, Li Nanting turned to Li Guanchi beside him and in a grave tone inquired, "What do you think should be done with this disciple?" Li Guanchi, expressionless, coldly responded, "He must be executed." Indeed, Lu Kongyan, consumed by fury, was utterly unmoved, his sword flashing forth with the swiftness of lightning. The youth was cleaved into mere remnants. Blood sprayed in all directions, and the youth's agonized cries were abruptly silenced, disregarding the blood splattered upon his face. Lu Kongyan cast a sharp gaze over the crowd below. "I do not wish for anyone to violate the sect's regulations again. If you're unclear, examine the identity jade, slip closely, and engrave it firmly in your hearts. Tu Kuei, as the master of Tianjin Peak, has failed in his duties. Henceforth, I hereby revoke Tu Kuei's position and appoint Meng Lin Hai as the new peak master. When disciples err, their masters cannot escape culpability. You shall personally bear the wretched disciple's corpse to provide an explanation to that elderly woman." Tu Kuei, pale and on the verge of collapse, rose but did not dare to counter Lu Kongyan's decree. Bowing respectfully, he replied, "Tu Kuei obeys," with a wave of his sleeve and a cold snort. Lu Kongyan vanished from sight, leaving the assembled disciples in a state of stunned silence. Chapter 23. This person must be killed. The heart of the people is calm. The tempest arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, yet its lingering effects remained for an extended period. Once the disciples dispersed, almost everyone immediately began to memorize the sect's regulations. On the path back to the Thunder Peak, Li Nanting softly inquired, "Why do you believe this person must be killed?" I perceive that many disciples find his acknowledgement of wrongdoing to be quite sincere. Furthermore, considering the old woman's circumstances, adhering to the disciple's suggestion might not be entirely unbeneficial. Li Guanchi shook his head. He had long understood, even without the gift of foresight, that many individuals in this world are incapable of withstanding the trials of human nature. From a young age, he had witnessed the grotesque facets of humanity. Li Guanchi articulated his perspective on the matter. For the disciple who erred, he does not perceive himself to be at fault. He believes himself to be a disciple of the celestial sect of noble status. He views the woman below the mountain as one who has ascended beyond her station, and he even left behind 100 taels of silver. Such a sum is sufficient to secure a life free from want for the woman down the mountain. Thus, I assert that he does not consider himself to be in the wrong. Li Guanchi, intrigued by the youth's words, encouraged him to continue. The boy hesitated for a moment before proceeding. For the girl on the mountain's base, her heart is unwilling. She perceives the disciple of the Daxia sword sect as a ruthless bandit, no different from a mountain marauder. Having been on the verge of marriage, she has lost her purity, and in her eyes, that disciple embodies evil. Additionally, the old woman, her relative, would naturally reject any notion of accepting servitude from the one who caused her granddaughter's demise. Moreover, given the disciple's temperament, should he be spared today, he would undoubtedly descend the mountain seeking vengeance, silencing any witnesses. A glint of insight flashed in Li Guanchi's eyes as he solemnly remarked, "Indeed, should we release him today, the old woman may well face dire consequences, even if we were to implant a spiritual curse within the disciple's heart, rendering him incapable of committing further atrocities and making him subservient to the old woman. It is likely that her daily sight of this adversary would bring her no joy." Li Guanchi continued, "Therefore, I maintain that this person must be killed. The rationale is straightforward, to serve as a warning. The regulations and ethos of the Daxia sword sect must remain unbroken. This serves as a clarion call for all. Particularly, the severe punishment meted out to the master of the Tianjin Peak has further instilled fear among the disciples." Upon hearing the youth's insights, Li Guanchi smiled with satisfaction. It appeared that his prized disciple was not merely endowed with extraordinary talent, but possessed a mind as intricate as a spider's web. Analyzing the situation not solely through personal bias, but also considering the perspectives and sentiments of all parties involved. From their conversation the previous day, Li Guanchi had gleaned some details about the boy's childhood, which made the elder feel a profound sense of compassion for his disciple. He was exceedingly perceptive, yet this very understanding deepened the elder's concern for him. The more understanding a child becomes, the more hardships they endure. Li Guanchi placed his hand on the young man's wrist, exclaiming in astonishment, "You have already solidified your cultivation at the first level of qi refinement to such an extent?" Li Guanchi scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful as he replied, "Master, I was just pondering this question. Why is the vortex of qi in my dantian only the size of my thumb?" Li Guanchi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Typically, when an ordinary person breaks through to the first level of qi refinement, they have merely begun to draw qi into their body. Yet here was Li Guanchi, who had drawn in qi just yesterday, and today the core of his dantian vortex was already stable. It seemed that before long, he would be able to completely fill his dantian and advance to the second level of qi refinement. Taking a deep breath, Li Guanchi softly remarked, "This is the foundation of your dantian. Though it may currently be the size of a thumb, it serves as the bedrock of your cultivation journey. Once you fill your dantian with primordial energy, its size will expand accordingly." Suddenly, Li Guanchi's expression shifted in disbelief. "Your dantian? What is this?" He was truly taken aback. He had not noticed the remarkable size of the dantian vortex while examining it earlier. How could it be as large as a water tank? Li Guanchi, fearing he had made a mistake in his training, quickly asked, "Master, what is wrong? Have I done something wrong in my cultivation?" Li Guanchi took several deep breaths to regain his composure and looked at Li Guanchi. "You do not feel any discomfort in your dantian, do you?" Upon receiving a nod from the youth, he felt relieved. Perhaps the young man's dantian had always been this large upon entering qi refinement. It appeared that Li Guanchi's cultivation speed was not only rapid, but the size of his dantian was also extraordinary. The elder looked at Li Guanchi, a silent determination forming within him. The resources required for his disciples' cultivation would inevitably amount to an astronomical figure. Nevertheless, he would ensure that Li Guanchi would never have to worry about such trivial matters. A gentle smile graced the elder's face as he softly declared, "It's perfectly fine. Now that you have successfully drawn in qi and solidified the core of your dantian, your next task is to select a suitable technique from the library at Tianju Peak. With a cultivation method in hand, you will be able to actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as the purer energy from spirit stones. Only then can you convert the absorbed spiritual energy into usable primordial power." As the elder and the youth made their way up the mountain, the elder elucidated many important aspects of cultivation that the young man needed to be aware of, as well as the numerous transformations encountered when progressing to the second and third levels of qi refinement. With each breakthrough, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would cleanse and refine the practitioner, expelling various impurities from their body. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Guanchi quickly tidied up before preparing to head to Tianju Peak. Tianju Peak, the highest mountain within a 10-mile radius of the Daxia sword sect, was renowned for its unique shape, resembling a colossal dragon reaching skyward, standing over 500 zhang tall, earning it the title of Heaven's Pillar. Li Guanchi had learned some information about Tianju Peak from the Jade Slip. At the foot of the towering Tianju Peak lies a myriad of significant locations within the sect, including the Armory Hall, Alchemy Tower, Library Pavilion, and Mission Hall, each extending from the base to the summit of the mountain. The 500 zhang high mountain provides ample opportunity for physical training with daily ascents and descents. However, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one may briefly soar with a sword, rendering such concerns trivial. As Li Guanchi made his way towards Tianju Peak, he pondered the cultivation matters his master had discussed. Before he realized it, he had arrived at the mountain's base. A fellow disciple of the sect intercepted him, smiling gently, and said, "Please present your identity, Jade Slip." Li Guanchi returned the smile, extending his Jade Slip as he introduced himself. "Disciple Li Guanchi of Tianlei Peak, I beg your assistance, senior brother." As soon as his words fell, the disciple's demeanor shifted dramatically. After confirming the identity slip, he warmly exclaimed, "Ah, it is indeed junior brother Li. You have been quite the sensation within the sect lately. Where are you headed?" Li Guanchi, taken aback by the sudden enthusiasm, quickly replied, "Senior brother, I intend to visit the library pavilion. May I ask for directions?" "Ah, you seek to select a cultivation method, I presume? The techniques suitable for thunder-type spirit roots are located at the southernmost end of the first floor. You can find them there." Li Guanchi expressed his gratitude and was about to step towards the mountain when the disciple called out to him from behind, gesturing to several platforms nearby. "Since you are heading to the library pavilion at the peak, you might as well use the teleportation array." Li Guanchi paused, intrigued by the novelty of the sect's offerings, and, having never experienced a teleportation array before, decided against declining. He positioned himself upon the array destined for the library pavilion. At that moment, the older disciple extended his hand with a smile. "It will be 5 points of sect contribution. Please use your Jade Slip to pay." Li Guanchi's expression soured, and he stepped down from the array, softly replying, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. But I shall wait until I am more financially able to use the teleportation array." With limited resources, he found the 5 contribution points to be quite a burden. "Next time, I promise," he assured, departing as the older disciple wore a bemused expression. With a slight exertion of strength, he shouldered the 500 gene sword coffin and swiftly dashed towards the peak like a gust of wind. At the summit, an elderly man reclined in a rocking chair, sipping wine, and chuckled, "What an interesting young fellow, haha." Chapter 24. The lame man and the guardian of the pavilion. Throughout his journey, Li Guanchi encountered numerous fellow disciples from various sections. Many places were bustling with activity, and some individuals had even set up makeshift stalls along the path leading to Tianju Peak. The wares displayed were a curious assortment, a veritable cornucopia of items. Midway up the mountain, he also observed the throngs gathered at the task pavilion. It was said that this was the future locale where all disciples would receive their sect missions. The rewards for these tasks varied widely. Some offered spirit stones, others various items or elixirs. However, the majority of missions rewarded sect contribution points, which could be exchanged for low-grade spirit stones at a ratio of 10 to 1. Furthermore, these points serve as a form of currency within the sect, allowing for the purchase of goods beyond one's wildest imagination. Ascending further, he beheld the Grand Weapon Hall and the towering Dan Tower, resembling a proud pine tree atop a mountain peak. Nevertheless, he did not linger, as his purpose was singular and clear: to reach the library pavilion and select a cultivation technique suitable for himself. After half an hour of strenuous climbing, Li Guanchi finally reached the summit, drenched in sweat. While the journey had seen ample company, this precious library pavilion was surprisingly devoid of visitors, with only a handful of individuals scaling the heights alongside him. Upon reaching the peak, he beheld a vast platform, beyond which stood an ancient hall comprising merely 3 stories. The imposing redwood doors, towering 10 feet high, exuded an air of formidable weight. Above, a blue plaque emblazoned with the character's library pavilion in gilded calligraphy showcased strokes as sharp as swords, emanating a chilling aura even from a distance. The rhythmic sound of sweeping echoed through the air. A middle-aged man, disheveled and leaning on a crutch, was meticulously clearing the dust from the summit. As he approached Li Guanchi, it was as though he had not noticed the youth's presence at all. Li Guanchi bowed slightly, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Yet the man's broom unexpectedly swept across Li Guanchi's feet. The man rose, bellowing fiercely, "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm cleaning here?" The youth took a half-step back, his expression unchanging as he replied, "Indeed, I am blind." The man looked up, noticing the black cloth covering the youth's eyes. Yet, the high bridge of his nose and thin lips rendered him strikingly handsome, despite the blindfold. Momentarily taken aback, the man had not anticipated that the youth was truly sightless. He felt a twinge of regret for his earlier outburst, but, unwilling to concede, retorted, "So what if you're blind? Why cover it with that rag? Afraid people will see you? I'm lame, and I don't hide it." Li Guanchi felt a jolt of recognition at the man's words. Deciding to respond, he slowly removed the cloth from his eyes, revealing a pair of pure white irises. He gazed intently at the man, smiling. The man, unsettled by the unwavering stare, quickly stepped aside, muttering as he walked away, "You scared me. Made my heart skip a beat." Yet, he could not deny that Li Guanchi's eyes were indeed strikingly beautiful. A pair of enchanting, fox-like eyes, if not for the current scene, could have captivated countless women in the world. However, at this moment, Li Guanchi's state of mind underwent subtle changes. He found the coarse words of the man with the injured right leg to possess an underlying wisdom. After a brief silence, the young man bowed to the retreating figure and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Yet, to his surprise, the man appeared oblivious, muttering, "Senior, my foot, I'm just a useless fool. Have you gazed upon the rivers and mountains too often? Do you think a mere janitor is an extraordinary sage? Not only is he blind, but it seems his mind is also rather dull." Li Guanchi merely chuckled at this, indifferent to whether the man was truly a senior. He was thankful for the seemingly casual remark that had alleviated some of his inner turmoil. Just then, someone behind him exhaled in relief upon seeing the man's silhouette. That old fellow. His temperament is as foul as it is peculiar. Li Guanchi, catching the comment, turned to the disciple and gently inquired, "Do you know who that person is, brother?" "Ah!" the youth exclaimed in surprise, quickly bowing an apology. "I did not mean to mock you. It was just quite unexpected." Li Guanchi smiled and shrugged, saying, "No harm done. You are too courteous." The young man returned a slight smile, and upon noticing Li Guanchi's sect attire, seemed to grasp the situation. "You are Li Guanchi, a disciple of the Thunderbolt Peak, right?" Seeing the young man nod in affirmation, he continued, "That man is named Gao Chiwen. Once, never mind. Just avoid provoking him, or he might chase you around the sect for 3 whole laps." After the man departed, Li Guanchi shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on the limping man. Internally, he mused, "Had I known, I should have scolded him a bit. I thought he was a reclusive expert from the sect. To receive such a reprimand without retort is a loss." He pondered, Perhaps I should have retaliated with his broom? Lost in thought, he looked up and found himself within the library. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly felt someone grasping his sword Coffin from behind. Instinctively, Li Guanchi reacted, launching a fierce kick with his right leg, as if it were a spear. A sharp sound echoed as his foot connected, but he felt as if his soul had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing him to stumble downward. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pivoted his body, using his waist as a fulcrum for a swift reversal. His left leg descended like a mighty axe. In midair, Li Guanchi finally discerned the identity of the person behind him. It was an elderly man, his hair white yet youthful in appearance, smiling benignly with one hand tucked behind his back. Despite the force behind Li Guanchi's left leg, he did not withdraw, but instead intensified his assault. With a resounding thud, the old man merely lifted his right hand to effortlessly neutralize Li Guanchi's attack, sending him soaring several feet away. Li Guanchi forcibly twisted in the air and executed a graceful backflip, landing smoothly on the ground. The old man wore a robe of coarse fabric, his figure slightly portly. With small eyes and a bulbous nose, a yellow gourd of wine hanging from his waist, suggesting he had seen many years. The elderly man, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at Li Guanchi with a gentle smile, remaining silent. Suddenly, Li Guanchi pointed to the wrinkled hemp robe worn by the old man and remarked softly, "Such garments are truly comfortable." A spark of interest ignited in the old man's eyes as he embraced Li Guanchi and exclaimed, "Ah, young one, you too?" Li Guanchi rubbed his nose and replied, "When I was a beggar, I found that only wrinkled clothes felt soft against the skin, though I regrettably wore but one such garment." Afterward, he glanced at his pristine sex white robe and mused, "I wonder how long it will take for this one to become like my old one." The old man blinked and suggested, "Then simply wear your own clothes." He then chuckled softly, "You have indeed laid a solid foundation in physical training. I'm quite curious about how you achieve such results. I am Ling Daoyan. You may call me Old Ling." He introduced himself. Li Guanchi respectfully bowed and said, "Disciple Li Guanchi pays his respects to Old Ling." Clearly, Ling Daoyan held a high regard for the young man before him, especially considering the force behind that kick, which had been delivered without holding back. The elder spoke softly, "You must be the one who recently awakened the saintly grade spirit root, correct? You are indeed the talk of the sect these days." Li Guanchi shrugged and said, "I have no desire for such hollow fame. A tall tree attracts the wind. The higher they elevate me, the more likely I am to face a downfall." Ling Daoyan nodded slightly, appreciating the youth's clarity of thought. Pointing to the staircase nearby, he advised, "Do not search the first floor any longer. Lu Kanyan has informed me. I will grant you a special exception to access the third floor." Instantly, Li Guanchi's expression brightened, and after bowing again, he ascended towards the third floor. Meanwhile, Ling Daoyan settled into a rocking chair at the entrance of the library, closing his eyes with a smile and reflecting, "The great Xia sword sect has indeed produced a promising talent." Chapter 25. The gambler Yi Feng and Wang Ling Jin. As Li Guanchi stepped into the library pavilion, a sense of curiosity lingered in his heart. Why was a powerful, reclusive master so brazenly seated at the entrance? He found it hard to believe that this individual, who appeared to be a high-ranking figure, was merely a janitor, while the true waste was hidden elsewhere. The interior of the library pavilion featured lofty ceilings, with the air notably dry. It seemed that measures had been taken to ensure that the martial arts manuals remained untouched by moisture. The first floor was remarkably spacious, with shelves densely arranged, each labeled according to the type of martial arts it contained. However, only a handful of disciples were scattered about, perusing the selections. Upon ascending to the second floor, Li Guanchi noticed a significant reduction in the number of texts available. There were merely a few shelves, and only 2 or 3 individuals occupied the space, one of whom happened to be the senior disciple who had spoken to him earlier. Upon seeing Li Guanchi, the young man waved cheerfully and said, "Junior brother, there are several excellent lightning-type martial arts manuals over here. They are of the yellow grade superior level, perfectly suited for you." Feeling somewhat awkward, Li Guanchi pointed towards the upper floor and replied with a smile, "Thank you, senior brother, but I wish to proceed to the third floor." The young man's hand froze mid-air, for he had painstakingly accumulated his sect points for over a year to reach the second floor, which required a minimum of 1,500 points. The third floor, however, demanded at least 3,000 points. Perhaps sensing the confusion etched on the senior's face, Li Guanchi quickly added, "Senior brother, you misunderstand. I do not possess that many points." Upon hearing this, a smile finally broke across the young man's face as he gently remarked, "I thought as much. How could a junior brother who has just entered the sect possibly have enough points to ascend to the third floor? The better manuals on the first floor only cost 300 to 500 points, which is still quite decent. The second floor starts at 1,000 points. You might want to check the southeast corner on the ground floor." Li Guanchi, reluctant to dampen the enthusiasm of this overly cordial senior, shrugged and said, "The sect leader made an exception, allowing me to go up and select." Their conversation had already caught the attention of several others nearby. When they heard the young man's words, they turned to glance at the disciple from Tianmu Peak. A burly man among them appeared teary-eyed, biting his lip, his gaze filled with resentment as he watched Li Guanchi ascend. As Li Guanchi stepped onto the third floor, he was abruptly halted by a luminous barrier. A soft glow emanated from the fluorite above, illuminating the jade slip at his waist. Once verified, the barrier opened a passage, allowing him to proceed. Upon reaching the third level, Li Guanchi was utterly astounded. There were no shelves to be found. The entire floor was empty, alive with countless wisps of spiritual light swirling in the air. To his astonishment, another figure occupied the space, a tall, strikingly handsome youth with captivating golden hair. This individual was none other than a fellow disciple who had entered the sect alongside him. The boy possessed sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his features well-defined, with a conspicuous mole on his nose that added an alluring quality to his overall demeanor. A flicker of surprise crossed the youth's eyes, evidently. He had not anticipated encountering another individual on the third tier at this moment. The other person slowly approached Li Guanchi and chuckled softly. "Greetings, Tianjin Pikifone." Li Guanchi regarded the handsome young man before him, absent-mindedly touching his nose, and mused, "How flamboyant he appears. This fellow must be quite popular among the female disciples at Tianshui Peak." Thus, while Li Guanchi entertained such thoughts, he maintained a smile and replied, "Tianlei Peak, Li Guanchi." Yi Feng smiled back and remarked, "I've heard of you, a sacred-grade spirit root. How enviable. As for me, a mere awakened king-grade spirit root. I have stirred no waves behind you." Although Li Guanchi smiled outwardly, inwardly he scoffed. This guy was clearly the type who relished being in the limelight. During the sect's spirit root assessment, he likely did not leave much of an impression on anyone. Then Yifeng pointed at the erratically darting spiritual lights in the sky and suggested, "Shall we place a wager to see whose cultivation technique will be of higher grade?" Although Li Guanchi was uncertain about the source of this sudden competitive fervor, he thought, "It's a rainy day, and I have nothing better to do. Why not?" Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, he produced over 100 low-grade spirit stones. He then looked at Li Guanchi and said with a smile, "My talent pales in comparison to yours. I've only just begun to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I should be able to draw it into my body tonight." Li Guanchi shifted his gaze, pondering, why does this guy seem intent on competing with me at every turn? Furthermore, he has no idea that I already broke through to the first level of chi refinement at Tianshui Peak that day. Thus, Li Guanchi decided not to indulge him. Retrieving around 100 spirit stones from his storage bag and placing them on the ground, feigning regret as he said, "Alas, I am not as capable. I still haven't sensed any spiritual energy." He added, "Let us use these 100 low-grade spirit stones as the stakes." A glint of cunning flashed in Yi Feng's eyes as he feigned concern, saying, "Oh dear, does that mean I'm taking advantage of you? How about this? If I win, I'll take half of the spirit stones. If I lose, all of my 100 spirit stones will belong to you." Upon hearing this, Li Guanchi pretended to be embarrassed and replied, "How can that be? We agreed to a wager." "Fine, let us do it my way," Yifeng declared boldly with a grand gesture, unaware that his actions had firmly established him as a fool in Li Guanchi's eyes. As for capturing the spiritual lights in the sky, it was quite simple. Once one of them stepped into the boundary, They would have the time of a single incense stick to seize those lights. The grades of the techniques range from low-grade Xian to peak-grade Xian. Moreover, had they not been granted this opportunity to choose here, they would have to undertake sect tasks for at least a year based solely on their points. With great grace, Yifeng extended his hand and said, "You go first." Li Guanchi hesitated and replied, "No, you should go first. I'm afraid I might catch none at all." This ostentatious scene, in Yifeng's eyes, merely reflected Li Guanchi's profound insecurity regarding his own capabilities. Yifeng feigned reluctance and said, "Very well, I shall go first. This task is rather simple. It primarily hinges on speed." With that, Yifeng leaped gracefully from the high platform, landing firmly atop it. Li Guanchi smacked his lips, noting that the other's foundation in body refinement was remarkably solid. No wonder he exuded such confidence. It evidently stemmed from his own strength. However, Li Guanchi felt a twinge of curiosity. Did the other not know what had transpired that day at Tianshui Peak? No, that couldn't be right. All the disciples were present in the hall that day, save for a few latecomers. Could it be that this brother had been tardy from the very first day and had entirely missed the gathering? In the hall, numerous streams of colorful spiritual light danced swiftly through the air. Yifeng, with his golden hair, utilized the surrounding walls to propel himself like a gust of wind towards these lights. Yet, as he approached, each luminescent streak would suddenly dart away, exhibiting astonishing speed. The reason Yifeng was unaware of Li Guanchi's actions aligned with his suspicions. However, Yifeng had not merely been late that day. He had overslept. Even the Qi refinement technique had been brought back to him by fellow disciples. Chapter 26. The Earth-Level Fragment, Thunder Technique. Soon, Yifeng swiftly obtained the first strand of spiritual light. However, a frown creased his brow as he promptly cast aside the spiritual light in his hand, evidently dissatisfied with the caliber of the technique just acquired. The duration of an incense stick was nearing its end, during which Yifeng had captured 2 strands of spiritual light, both of which he ultimately rejected. Given his proud disposition, he would certainly disdain techniques of inferior or medium-grade quality. With a swift motion, Yifeng reached for a golden strand of spiritual light, but it abruptly changed direction, evading his fingertips. In response, Yifeng twisted in midair, forcibly altering his trajectory. His feet swiftly clamped down on the strand of light. Li Guanchi Smirka. Believing that Yifeng would likely choose this technique, as it possessed a notably potent aura among the gathered strands. Indeed, upon glimpsing the technique contained within the spiritual light, Yifeng's expression brightened. Thus, the time of an incense stick elapsed. With a powerful leap, Yifeng ascended to a platform roughly 10 feet high. This is quite challenging. The speed is overwhelming. I barely managed to secure a superior grade technique, he remarked, casting a provocative glance at Li Guanchi. Li Guanchi glanced at the name of the technique, Golden Haze Heart Method. It seemed well suited to match Yifeng's innate spiritual root, which was commendable. With a hint of regret, Li Guanchi sighed, "Alas, it appears my spirit stones are destined to be lost." Yifeng laughed heartily, patting Li Guanchi on the shoulder. "No worries. I thrive on gambling. Everything appears to me as a wager. So, if you do happen to lose, I shall simply take half your spirit stones. I, Yifeng, am a man of my word." Li Guanchi shrugged and gradually descended from the platform, making his way into the arena. He had already identified his target, a remarkably swift purple light. As Li Guanchi approached the center of the arena, his aura shifted dramatically. In Yifeng's astonished gaze, the young man moved with a speed that surpassed his own, racing toward a strand of purple spiritual light in the air. However, the light moved too swiftly, darting through the gaps between Li Guanchi's fingers multiple times in mere breaths. At that moment, with his back turned to Yifeng, Li Guanchi's expression subtly altered. He suddenly pivoted to focus on another flickering purple light. In an unexpected move, he unfastened the sword box strapped to his back while airborne. The sword box plummeted straight down from the sky. Observing this spectacle, Yifeng furrowed his brow, muttering, "Is he attempting to reduce weight to enhance speed and agility? But a mere sword. Oh my goodness!" Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as the sword box smashed through the ground's blue bricks. As Li Guanchi descended, His feet landed firmly atop the sword box, unleashing a powerful force. The tremendous energy caused the stone slabs beneath to shatter visibly. Subsequently, Li Guanchi's form appeared as a blurred shadow, hurtling towards another strand of purple spiritual light in the air. As the ethereal light sensed its impending capture, it accelerated in an attempt to evade the grasp of the young boy. However, Li Guanchi was not one to offer such an opportunity. A flash from a storage pouch at his waist revealed 3 spirit stones instantly appearing in his hand. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the stones soared forth with remarkable speed, altering their trajectory in midair. Following this, Li Guanchi seized the ethereal light with ease. Throughout this ordeal, the boy's brow remained furrowed, for he discerned that this wisp of light was not particularly formidable. With a steady descent, he swiftly retrieved a sword box and secured it upon his back. Upon looking up, he was met with the astonished gaze of Yi Feng, whose eyes were wide and mouth agape. With a forceful push against the ground, the boy ascended the platform like a gentle breeze. He waved his hand to collect all the spirit stones and, with a smile, remarked, "Thank you, Brother Yi, for your generous assistance. I feel rather embarrassed." Yi Feng, finally regaining his composure, pointed an accusatory finger at Li Guanchi and exclaimed, You? Li Guanchi feigned innocence and asked, "What is wrong with me?" After taking several deep breaths, Yi Feng inquired, "How heavy is that sword box on your back?" Li Guanchi shrugged and replied, 500 pounds. 500 pounds. Yi Feng exclaimed incredulously. Li Guanchi remained silent, as this individual had undoubtedly witnessed him lifting a 500-pound stone mill single-handedly in the hall of Tianshui Peak. Yi Feng pressed on, "Are you now in the qi refining stage?" Li Guanchi raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. "Yes, I am at the first layer of qi refining. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here seeking a cultivation method. My dantian is quite full, yet I lack the technique to convert the absorbed spiritual energy into vital energy." Li Guanchi could plainly see Yi Feng's fingers trembling with disbelief. "You never mentioned it. Nor did you ask. Fine, I won't hold that against you. But clearly, my cultivation technique's spiritual light is more potent. I haven't lost." Yi Feng's face was a mask of stubbornness. Nonetheless, Li Guanchi found himself rather fond of this fellow, as Yi Feng had not once mentioned the acquisition or loss of the spirit stones, focusing instead on the wager itself. Reluctantly, Li Guanchi displayed the cultivation method in his hand, revealing the bold inscription, 9 turns Xing lay scripture, a mid-grade earth-level fragment, upper half. Due to the absence of the techniques following the Golden Core realm, it was classified as a top-tier mysterious grade technique. Yi Feng's expression soured with disappointment, and he lamented, "Alas, I lost another bet. Is my luck truly this dismal? How could I lose this?" Li Guanchi smiled slightly, waved goodbye, and prepared to depart. "Feel free to come challenge me again next time." Yi Feng shrugged and, watching Li Guanchi's retreating figure, proposed, "Shall we wager again for the first entrance examination in 3 months?" Li Guanchi smiled faintly. "What shall we bet on?" Yi Feng pondered for a moment, then, with a hint of frustration, raked his fingers through his hair and said, "I haven't thought of anything yet. Let's discuss it later. Next time, I must win back what I have lost." Observing the glimmer in Yi Feng's eyes, Li Guanchi could not help but ask, "Would you like me to leave you some spirit stones for your cultivation?" To his surprise, the other party displayed indifference towards the spirit stones, casually waving his hand and saying, "It's fine. I'll have my family send some over later." The two descended the stairs together. On the second floor, a senior brother was still grappling with which cultivation method to choose. Upon seeing Li Guanchi come down, he pretended not to notice. However, as the two were leaving the library, Ling Daoyan suddenly intercepted them. With a displeased expression, he said to Li Guanchi, "Pay up. 10 spirit stones." Li Guanchi quickly grasped the situation and patiently replied, "Ling Laozu, this matter isn't entirely my fault. It was Yi Feng who insisted on betting with me. I may have been a bit too forceful and broke just a small part. Nevertheless, it's no problem. My brother Yi Feng said he would cover this expense for me." Yi Feng, taken aback, looked at Li Guanchi with disbelief in his clear eyes. Just as Ling Daoyan was about to respond, Li Guanchi made a hasty retreat, leaving Yi Feng standing there in shock. Ultimately, Yi Feng ended up covering the 10 spirit stones for Li Guanchi. Li Guanchi, you owe me 10 spirit stones. Are you not aware that gamblers face misfortune when owed money by others? Chapter 27. Cultivating the technique. Success at first attempt. Upon returning to his secluded residence, Li Guanchi was surprised to find his master waiting at the entrance. He hurried over, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Master, what brings you here?" The elder chuckled heartily, replying softly, "I merely wish to see what technique you acquired." Li Guanchi opened the door and led the elder into the main hall. A hint of embarrassment crept into the young man's voice as he admitted, "I obtained a fragmentary manuscript." At these words, Li Nanting's brow furrowed in concern as he asked, "Did you not acquire the complete harmony thunder technique?" However, the elder refrained from dwelling on it, offering a comforting smile. "Fear not. When you reach the golden core stage, I shall take you to some auctions, and perhaps you may stumble upon a more remarkable technique." The elder's reassuring words warmed the youth's heart. Yet, the reason behind his choice of technique remained unspoken. The elder chose not to leave immediately, but instead invited him to the quiet room. Li Guanchi's residenza ousa espacios meditation chambe. Once inside, the elder waved his hand, setting 10 inferior spirit stones into a gathering array. Instantly, the air within the chamber became rich with spiritual energy. "I shall assist you in clarifying any uncertainties regarding your technique," the elder stated with a smile. "It is your first cultivation session. We must ensure everything proceeds smoothly." The young man nodded, unreservedly opening the 9 turns thunder scripture to read aloud. The content proved somewhat obscure and challenging to comprehend. Fortunately, Li Nanting patiently elucidated the intricacies, highlighting the critical points within the human meridian system. However, he refrained from divulging too much information, aware that overwhelming the youth with knowledge could be counterproductive. He focused on conveying the method of energy circulation described in the technique and the corresponding meridians involved. After a full half-hour, Li Nanting confirmed that Li Guanchi had memorized the path for circulating the technique within his body. The elder then reiterated the key phrases of the technique and lit a calming incense before the young man. As the fragrant smoke spiraled upward, Li Guanchi felt his mind clear, his distractions diminishing. The elder then fell silent, sitting quietly beside Li Guanchi, ever ready to intervene if necessary. The spiritual energy in the chamber had thickened to a significant degree, and Li Guanchi settled into a meditative posture, taking his time to prepare rather than rushing into cultivation. He recalled his master's earlier admonitions. The foremost priority during his inaugural practice was to guide the earthly and heavenly spiritual energy along the prescribed path, completing a full cycle within his body. It was crucial to maintain unwavering focus and avoid the tumult of distracting thoughts, lest he risk losing his way and damaging his meridians. After merely a few moments, the young man's breathing gradually evened out, observing the earnest expression on Li Guanchi's face. The elder felt a surge of satisfaction. He had not anticipated the youth's concentration to be so commendable. Most ordinary disciples would struggle to achieve such tranquility even after a prolonged period of meditation. Li Guanchi's remarkable ability to concentrate on a singular task can be attributed significantly to his childhood experiences. During that period, he often found himself lost in thought, for he possessed few toys to engage with. Consequently, his mind would occasionally wander, allowing him to sustain his attention on a particular matter for extended durations. For instance, he could spend an entire day squatting on the ground, observing an ordinary stone. A faint tremor rippled through the air, causing the elderly man beside him to instinctively sit up straighter. His hands clenched tightly around the hem of his garment, bracing himself to act at a moment's notice. At that moment, Li Guanchi sensed the rich aura of the heavens and earth, gradually drawing it into his body. The utmost priority was to channel this spiritual energy to thoroughly break through the blockages within him. Gradually, Li Guanchi felt the mist within his dantian thicken. He endeavored to mobilize the vapor that had yet to transform into true energy, directing it through the meridians from the inception of his cultivation techniques. A silent explosion resounded in his mind, causing his complexion to flush with vigor, yet his brow furrowed in apparent agony. The elder's gaze remained fixated on the youth's transformation. refraining from intervening at that moment. Internally, he whispered a fervent plea. Hold on. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged through the youth's meridians, the pain indescribable, akin to the very fibers of his being twisting together. Nevertheless, this suffering was bearable for a boy who had endured much in life. Compared to the torment of his previous medicinal baths, this pain was, in fact, remarkably mild. At that instant, the elder's expression shifted dramatically as a realization struck him. He had forgotten to inform Li Guanchi that breaking through the meridians should not be rushed, that gradual progress each day was advisable. However, he could not intervene now, for interrupting the youth at this critical juncture could lead to severe injury to his meridians, or worse, jeopardize the stability of his nascent dantian. Regret flickered in the elder's eyes. If Li Guanchi were to be harmed as a result, he would be overwhelmed with guilt. Meanwhile, Li Guanchi was wholly absorbed in the endeavor of unblocking his meridians. With each channel he cleared, he sensed subtle transformations within himself. After an entire hour of anxious anticipation, the spiritual energy within the quiet chamber began to swirl like a current, flowing into the boy's nostrils. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Initially, he had thought that Li Guanchi would withdraw from his meditative state after achieving a partial breakthrough. Yet, it was evident that the youth had successfully opened all his meridians and had commenced the operation of his first circulation. However, just then, Li Guanchi's complexion paled, and his form swayed slightly. A violent wave of spiritual energy erupted from within him. In an instant, as the boy's face drained of color, the elder appeared at his side, with both hands gently patting Li Guanchi's back. A surge of extraordinarily pure primal energy flowed into his body. Subsequently, a voice resonated in his mind like the tolling of a great bell. Guard the celestial spirit. Focus your mind. Li Guanchi felt the infusion of this pristine energy, and the weariness that had enveloped him was instantly dispelled. Harnessing this power, he resolutely completed a full cycle of the 9 revolutions thunder scripture. Upon the completion of this cycle, a faint sound emanated from the location of his dantian, akin to the delicate pop of a bubble. Instantly, his dantian expanded several-fold, and the speed of his internal cultivation accelerated, gradually becoming instinctual. The remaining spiritual energy in the quiet chamber was entirely absorbed by him. Through the refinement of his practice, it transformed into a milky white mist, flowing into his dantian. Unbeknownst to anyone, a sudden flash of crimson swept across the stone-carved sword box resting at his feet. Chapter 28. The Sword Chest. No, Elder? An hour later, after Li Guanchi had adeptly mastered the cultivation technique, Li Nanting quietly exited the meditation chamber. The most challenging hurdle had been surmounted. The rest was no longer his concern. Once Li Nanting departed, Li Guanchi, who had been immersed in his practice, abruptly opened his eyes. He then turned his gaze towards the sword chest at his feet. Li Guanchi propped the sword chest upright, scrutinizing it intently. The myriad of monstrous creatures etched upon its surface were entirely unfamiliar to him. He had never laid eyes on them, nor even heard of their existence. He had previously inquired with Li Nanting about the beast depicted in the carvings, but Li Nanting had unequivocally informed him that these creatures were mere figments of imagination, non-existent in reality. Aside from the 4 divine beasts inscribed, nearly all of the depicted creatures were absent from the sect's compendium of demons. After a prolonged silence, Li Guanchi unexpectedly knelt before the sword chest and bowed his head. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity without any response, the youth rose, perplexed, and remarked, "Isn't it supposed to be like this? Didn't the old text say that such objects usually contain an elder or something?" Scratching his head, Li Guanchi suddenly felt a wave of frustration. He had sensed that this sword chest was anything but ordinary. When he had chosen his spiritual route, amidst the barrier set by Lu Kongyan, no one knew what had transpired. Yet, he distinctly understood why he had opted for a lightning-type spiritual route. It was as if an inexplicable force had guided him, compelling him towards that choice. Even during his time in the library, he could have selected another technique, but still, the sword chest exhibited a peculiar reaction, leading him to the current incomplete method. After a moment of contemplation, Li Guanchi recalled something significant. He bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the sword chest. Yet, the chest remained unchanged. Was it not supposed to acknowledge its master through blood? That cannot be right. I had heard that certain magical artifacts required blood to establish a bond. Suddenly, a look of realization dawned upon the young man's face. Surely, the blood I offered was insufficient. Without hesitation, Li Guanchi slashed his wrist, letting his blood cascade onto the sword chest like a stream. Time passed, and when Li Nanting re-entered the meditation chamber to check on Li Guanchi's progress, he was met with a scene that left him utterly astounded. The youth lay unconscious on the ground, his complexion pale, his wrist stained with dried blood, and the sword chest smeared with crimson. Li Nanting's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes as he hurried to the youth's side to assess his condition. What happened? Why would you go to such lengths as to harm yourself? Oh, my foolish disciple, what troubles have you encountered? Good heavens, how much blood has been lost? He quickly applied pressure to stop the bleeding and retrieved a crimson jade vial from his storage ring, extracting a red pill and breaking it in half to administer to the young man, channeling a wisp of spiritual energy to dissolve the medicine. As dawn broke the following day, Li Guanchi awoke in a state of considerable drowsiness, his mind still enveloped in a haze. Upon rising, he noticed an elderly man with a remarkably gentle countenance seated at the edge of his bed. Li Nanting, the elder, rubbed his cheeks to appear more amiable. Seeing the young man awaken, he promptly offered a glass of water with a soft smile, saying, "Here, have a sip of water first." Surprised by the elder's kindness, Li Guanchi cautiously accepted the cup and took a tentative sip. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Master, what brings you here?" Li Nanting pondered for a moment before taking a seat on the stool beside the bed and replied, "Guanchi, although I am merely at the golden core stage, you must always confide in me if you encounter any difficulties. To say nothing of other matters, within the great Xia sword sect, apart from the sect master, I can certainly seek justice for you should you face any grievances. Therefore, do not harbor any despair. Your path of cultivation is so bright. Why think of ending it? Please, share with me what troubles you." Listening to the elder's gentle words, Li Guanchi felt a warmth in his heart. Yet, he hesitated to reveal the true reason for his distress. Should he confess to his master that he suspected the sword box held extraordinary significance, and in his eagerness to bond with it through blood, he had fainted from blood loss? Li Nanting, observing the youth's conflicted expression, mistakenly presumed that the boy was troubled by a formidable adversary. Instantly, a flame of indignation ignited within him. "Rise," he commanded, his voice grave. "Let me see who dares to bully my disciple, Li Nanting." Moments later, as the elder exited the door with his eyes tightly shut, he found himself in a state of bewilderment, both amused and exasperated. Upon witnessing the elder's wrath, Li Guanchi ultimately decided to speak the truth. Consequently, a lively young girl, Yu Suan, who had suffered 2 broken ribs, insisted on descending the mountain to mock him, enduring great pain for the sake of amusement. "Ha ha ha! The blind fool is even more foolish than I. How absurd to faint from blood loss. What a shame." Li Guanchi paid little heed to the girlesque jests, continuing his practice of martial stances as usual. This marked the 3rd wooden stake he had replaced. Later, he ventured to the library, selecting a set of sword techniques entitled Qinglian Tiangang sword. The iron sword in his hand was also procured for him by Li Nanting from the weapon hall, a standard issue for all disciples of the sect. Although the Great Xia sword sect is primarily a sword sect, it does not imply that every disciple is suited for swordsmanship, as many choose to practice other weapons. Over the past few days, Li Guanchi had successfully consolidated his cultivation at the Qi refining first layer. The growth of his internal energy vortex was remarkably swift. Li Nanting had visited several times, reassured upon discovering that Li Guanchi had refrained from further bloodletting into the sword box. During this period, Li Guanchi had scarcely stepped outside his courtyard, dedicating each day to his sword practice. Yet, what he practiced was not the revered Qinglian Tiangang sword, but rather the fundamental techniques of the long sword through relentless repetition. In this manner, Li Guanchi has been initiated into the art for a month. During this period, his rate of breakthrough has been nothing short of unprecedented in the annals of the Great Xia sword sect. In a mere month, He ascended from the initial stage of chi refinement to the 5th level. Such velocity is truly unparalleled in history. However, it is not solely Li Guanchi who shines. Yi Feng of Tianjin Peak recently advanced to the 4th level of chi refinement, while Lin Dong of Tiana Peak has reached the 3rd level and is on the verge of breaking through to the 4th. Yet, Li Guanchi consistently outshines both of them. This blind youth has been unanimously hailed as the senior brother by all his contemporaries, for he is undoubtedly the foremost among them. Each time he visits the dining hall, everyone graciously parts to create a path for him. Wherever he goes, he is treated with a reverence befitting a celestial star surrounded by adoring moons, with all extending their utmost courtesy towards him. However, Chapter 29, What Pretense? I care not. On a tranquil night, Li Guanchi sat within the confines of a quiet chamber, embedding the last 10 low-grade spirit stones into the spirit-gathering array. He murmured softly, "Tonight, I shall attempt to break through to the 6th level of chi refining." Over the past month, he had distinctly sensed a monumental transformation within his body. His perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become notably clearer. As he settled into a meditative state, the flow of his internal technique accelerated. The spiritual energy within the chamber coalesced into a vibrant arc, entering his body and swiftly being transformed into vital energy. However, just as he felt the imminent signs of a breakthrough, a sudden surge of terrifying suction erupted from the sword case beneath him. Instantly, with his eyes closed in concentration, Li Guanchi furrowed his brow as the vital energy within him began to uncontrollably dissipate at an alarming rate. In mere moments, his cultivation level plummeted to the 4th level of chi refining. Desperately suppressing the panic within, Li Guanchi endeavored to accelerate the operation of his internal technique to quell this bizarre loss. Yet, no matter his efforts, the vital energy within his dantian swirled away as if unleashed from a dam. 3 levels. 2 levels. Li Guanchi's face turned ashen in the face of this calamity. Powerless to reverse the tide, he could only watch helplessly as his cultivation fell to the 1st level of chi refining. With his complexion pale and beads of sweat dotting his forehead, a flicker of disappointment crossed his white eyes. He glanced around the empty chamber, confirming that the door was securely shut. With a slight tremor, he moved directly to the sword case, his expression stoic as he spoke in a low voice. "I can sense that you have devoured my vital energy. If you possess any consciousness, I hope we may converse." Silence. The chamber remained devoid of sound aside from his own breathing. After a prolonged moment of quiet, seeing that the sword case remained utterly still, as if it were a lifeless object, Li Guanchi strode forward, seizing the sword coffin and making his way outside. From a distance, Gu ran, returning from her own cultivation. "Sputa Li Guanchi." However, before she could greet him, she saw him hastily heading toward the back mountain, grasping the sword case firmly. Noting his somber expression, Gu Ran refrained from speaking, although she sensed the fluctuations of vital energy around him were exceedingly faint. Assuming he had just completed his cultivation, she paid it no mind. Li Guanchi proceeded directly to the precipice of the towering cliff. Upon reaching the edge, he thrust the sword case forward with resolve. The cold-faced youth looked at the sword case and declared, "I shall say this for the last time. Will we converse or not?" The sword case remained unresponsive. With a disdainful snort, Li Guanchi twisted his waist and hurled the sword case off the cliff. How bold! After completing this act, the youth turned to leave. Having discarded the sword case, Li Guanchi felt no sense of loss. Everything he possessed had been earned through his own efforts. Even if he fell in rank, with diligent practice, he could easily reclaim his peak. Yet, the mystery of the sword case lingered in his mind like a sword suspended above him. Li Guanchi's thoughts were remarkably simple. In his eyes, even if this object were a treasure far mightier than the heavens, it would be rendered worthless if it could not be wielded for his own purposes. Did he feel any sorrow? Not in the slightest. For everything he currently possessed was not bestowed upon him by that sword box. However, upon his return to the secluded courtyard, he was astonished to find the sword box hovering in midair. Yet, this surprising sight did not faze Li Guanchi. Instead, he scoffed, "Get away." At that moment, the sword box trembled slightly, and a multitude of ethereal lights surged forth, ultimately coalescing into a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a red gown. She was extraordinarily tall, towering over Li Guanchi, who was already a head and a half shorter than her. With a high-bridged nose, skin as smooth as fine jade, and exquisitely delicate features. Her figure was a perfect hourglass, the red gown clinging tightly to her curves. Yet, her eyes shimmered with frost, and her brows bore an air of haughtiness. The contemptuous gaze she cast upon the world, coupled with her frosty demeanor, evoked the impression that she was a celestial being from the realm of immortals. Even the composed Li Guanchi was momentarily taken aback by her unparalleled beauty. Before she could utter a word, he adopted a serious expression and earnestly remarked, "No, no, no. This seduction tactic won't work on me." The moment the woman opened her mouth, she immediately furrowed her brow upon hearing Li Guanchi's words, and a flicker of anger ignited in her eyes. She soared into the air and perched herself atop the floating sword box, her right hand gently caressing it, causing the sleeve on her shoulder to slide down slightly, revealing a glimpse of her delicate shoulder. Nevertheless, she acted as if nothing had happened, her elongated, beautiful eyes fixing upon Li Guanchi. Her voice as cold as an icy spring in winter, pierced through the air. "You have no right to possess me." The woman's words, laced with disdain, struck Li Guanchi's heart like a dagger. In his childhood, he had never donned new clothing or fresh shoes. "You have no right to wear new clothes," was a phrase often uttered by Li Dashin. Li Guanchi took a few steps forward, striding toward the woman with determination. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he finally stood before the ethereal figure, he raised his gaze to meet hers and suddenly grasped the sword box. With a thud, his powerful physique yanked the floating box down to the ground. Bam! Li Guanchi stomped on the sword box and leaned closer to the woman, their faces merely an inch apart. His expression remained calm as he fixed his gaze intently on her eyes. A chilling voice escaped his lips. "What constitutes worthiness? Merely a sword spirit, able to manifest only because it has siphoned my essence. What right do you have to display such arrogance before me? On what grounds do you presume to be so proud?" Perhaps taken aback by the audacity of the young man before her, the woman found herself momentarily speechless. By the time she regained her composure, she could even feel the warmth of his breath. Leaning back slightly, an overwhelming force propelled Li Guanchi several feet away. A flicker of anger flashed across the woman's eyes as she coldly intoned, "Just because I am." Yet, her words remained unspoken, swallowed back into silence. Suddenly, she broke into laughter, gracefully lifting her fallen sleeve with her delicate fingers. With a self-deprecating smile, she mused, after years of slumber, "I find myself vexed by a mere inexperienced youth." Rising slowly, she regarded the boy with a tone reminiscent of condescension, stating from now on, "I shall claim half of your cultivated essence. I will permit you to wield a sword from within after you establish your foundation." Li Guanchi scoffed and turned away, retorting, "Farewell. I am uninterested." Inwardly, he cursed, "What nonsense! Just a sword spirit stealing my essence, putting on airs for what?" The boy's dismissive demeanor incensed the woman further. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes as the sword box trembled, poised to open. Suddenly, a blade glinted ominously, poised against her slender neck. The woman froze, her gaze ablaze with fury. "Old fool, this is the second time you have threatened me." Yet, a voice resounded ominously in her mind. "You insolent woman, I grant you 3 chances to reveal your killing intent. Miss these opportunities, and I shall end you. My grandson does not respond to force. If you wish to accompany him, I advise you to submit." Her expression shifted through a myriad of emotions before she finally spoke softly. "Very well. I shall return it to him." The blade vanished, and the woman stood atop the sword box, her chest heaving with intensity. After several deep breaths, she leaped down and made her way toward Li Guanchi's chamber. Chapter 30. The Sword Spirit's Submission. Chi Refinement Stage 5. When the woman arrived at Li Guanchi's room, her gaze, though still imbued with haughty pride, softened considerably. Li Guanchi was perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor. Observing her, he offered a slight smile and inquired, "What brings you here? Have you taken a liking to me?" The woman, upon witnessing the smirk on Li Guanchi's face, felt an overwhelming urge to crush it underfoot. However, recalling the elder's earlier threat and her current predicament, she relinquished the thought. Taking a deep breath, she softly said, "We can have a proper discussion. I can return the essence I absorbed from you." Li Guanchi settled into a chair, his expression remaining neutral as he gestured for her to sit. When she remained unmoved, he chuckled, "Please take a seat." After she complied, Li Guanchi directly asked, "Who are you?" The woman, not concealing her identity, parted her lips slightly and replied, "I am the sword spirit." Li Guanchi furrowed his brow and inquired, "The sword spirit within the sword box?" Noticing her lack of denial, he pondered for a moment before asking, "How many swords are contained within a box?" The woman slowly extended 3 fingers. Li Guanchi nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "Do you have a name?" At this, the woman's body stiffened momentarily before she shook her head, whispering, "You are not worthy of knowing my name yet. If you must call me something, refer to me as the sword spirit." Despite her reiteration of her previous statement, Li Guanchi sensed that her words were not intended to provoke him, but rather to convey a truth. Li Guanchi was more intrigued by the identities of the 3 swords within the box. Seemingly reading his thoughts, the woman gently stated, "With your current strength, you cannot wield any of those swords. Perhaps when you reach the golden core stage, you might barely manage the first sword. As for me, well, do not even think about it." Li Guanchi shrugged and, after a moment's contemplation, remarked, "Aside from providing you with essence, what benefits can you offer me as a sword spirit?" The woman pointed to herself. Before she could respond, Li Guanchi muttered to himself, "She is indeed quite beautiful, but merely gazing feels somewhat insufficient." Upon hearing this, the sword spirit's expression turned a shade darker. She had never encountered such audacity before. In her past, what a naive assumption. Leaning gracefully against the chair, the sword spirit softly articulated, "What I mean is that I will guide your cultivation from now on. I have a master." Li Guanchi shrugged, feeling that her words held no substantial value. The sword spirit shot him a sidelong glance and enunciated each word. "I am unlike him, a mere golden core, even one who has once transcended to the nascent soul. Is nothing remarkable. What I can teach you, no one else in this realm can accomplish." However, who could have anticipated that Li Guanchi would immediately mimic the last words of the woman in a mocking tone? He could not help but think to himself, is this sword spirit perhaps flawed? It seems her mind is not quite right. Perhaps it would be better to refrain. The sword spirit closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then waved her hand, conjuring a radiant light before Li Guanchi. Upon seeing it, Li Guanchi instantly understood that the human figure formed by this light represented the fragmented teachings of the martial arts he had been practicing. At that moment, he was astonished to discover that the manner in which this radiant light operated was entirely different from his own cultivation technique. Li Guanchi was profoundly shocked, realizing that this method could elevate his current cultivation speed by a remarkable 30%. Additionally, many unfamiliar incantations appeared alongside it. Li Guanchi raised his eyebrows in surprise and exclaimed, "Is this the continuation of that incomplete martial art?" The sword spirit nodded naturally, curling her lips as she remarked, "Such a mediocre technique. Deriving a continuation is quite simple, isn't it? However, this particular method does align well with your spiritual roots. So there is no rush to change techniques before you achieve the foundation establishment." Li Guanchi clicked his tongue, but refrained from voicing any rebuttal, only thinking to himself, "If you look down upon it, why not provide me with a higher tier technique?" Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken, for it was paramount to record the subsequent incantations and the operational pathways of the technique. After a brief moment, the radiant light dissipated. The sword spirit glanced at the satisfied young man and softly asked, "Do you have any further questions?" Li Guanchi, with a smile, waved his hand and replied, "No problem. Of course not. However, I was merely wondering, how much more do you need to absorb?" The sword spirit slowly rose, her demeanor exceedingly aloof, as she stated, "Continuously absorb." Upon hearing this, Li Guanchi's expression darkened significantly. Unable to restrain himself, he retorted, "Does that mean all the vital energy I cultivate will be divided with you?" The sword spirit, donned in a flowing red dress, considered for a moment and softly replied, "This time, it is solely for my awakening." I can forego it until you establish your foundation, but thereafter, you must share with me. I could return the energy I absorb from you shortly, but at times, I will still require a portion. After all, I need to maintain my current divine form. Li Guanchi then breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that in 2 months, the first assessment for entering the sect would commence. If her absorption continued indefinitely, his cultivation speed would certainly plummet. However, just as the sword spirit was about to exit, the woman suddenly turned to face Li Guanchi. He immediately stiffened, not wishing to provoke the sword spirit's wrath any further. The ability to effortlessly revise and extend the tiered martial arts was a significant concern. Moreover, she was merely the spirit of a sword. How powerful must that sword be? One day I shall possess her. Cough, cough. In my grasp, the sword spirit gazed at Li Guanchi for at least 3 breaths, finally stating with grave seriousness, "Above all, do not perish." After uttering this, the woman transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sword box. Li Guanchi stood rooted in place for quite some time, lost in thought. What does she mean by that statement? What does it signify when she says not to die? From her level of understanding, it must be something truly remarkable. She certainly wouldn't utter nonsensical words. But what could it mean? Could it be that in such a brief moment, she has been awed by my charisma and fallen for me? Li Guanchi shook his head, narcissistically running his fingers through his hair. A mysterious power surged within him, and his aura continually ascended, restoring him to the mid-stage of chi refinement at an astonishing pace, albeit slightly below his previous peak state. Suddenly, the door of the courtyard was flung open by an elderly man. Chapter 31, The Altar of Time. Double speed, observe the game. Observe the game. What has happened to you? I heard from Shaoran that you went to the cliff on the back mountain. Where are you? Don't lose hope. If there is anything troubling you, speak to your master. Creaking open the door, Li Guanchi smiled sheepishly and replied, Master, it's nothing serious. I just went to the back mountain to dispose of some trash. You little brat. Who are you calling trash? Li Guanchi's smile faltered, taken aback by the sudden voice of the sword spirit echoing in his mind. The elderly man swiftly approached him, channeling his yuan energy to inspect his condition. However, he found nothing unusual, merely that Li Guanchi's aura seemed slightly diminished, which relieved him greatly. Li Nanting, noticing the subtle decline in his aura, assumed he'd been overly eager in his cultivation. He gently cautioned, you should avoid straining yourself too much in your daily practice. Your pace of cultivation since your initiation has already surpassed that of many core disciples from formidable factions. Cultivation is a long-term endeavor. Do not be overly impatient. Li Guanchi nodded with a smile. I understand, master. Only then did Li Nanting feel at ease, chuckling softly, if all is well in a few days. You may also visit the task pavilion to undertake some missions. It would be a good opportunity to descend the mountain and broaden your horizons. After the elder departed, Li Guanchi let out a sigh of relief. He pondered how his master would react if he truly faced a setback. At that moment, the voice of the sword spirit resonated in his mind. Since we are now bound together, I shall do my utmost to assist you in enhancing your strength. You can use your consciousness to perceive the sword box. Within it lies a unique space. A thrill coursed through Li Guanchi, prompting him to inquire, what kind of space? A storage space? The sword spirit chuckled derisively. Storage space? Do you underestimate me too much? Li Guanchi chose not to argue, and as he directed his consciousness towards the sword box, he found, as usual, that he could not discern what lay within, as if his consciousness were obstructed. Yet this time, he sensed the space the sword spirit had mentioned. Buzz! A wave of mysterious energy surged forth, and in an instant, Li Guanchi vanished from the room. Thud! The sword box struck the green bricks, producing a dull thud. Li Guanchi gazed in astonishment at the flickering spiritual lights surrounding him, and at his feet lay an ancient altar, 10 zhang in size. What is this? The sword spirit gradually materialized atop the altar, softly instructing. Try embedding the spirit stones into the formation. Li Guanchi looked at a protruding stone slab on the altar, which bore 10 recesses. He retrieved 10 inferior spirit stones and placed them upon it, causing the slab to suddenly reveal countless mysterious patterns. Buzz! The pitch-black void trembled slightly, and the altar beneath him erupted with a dazzling silver light. However, nothing further occurred, leaving Li Guanchi in a state of bewilderment. The spirit stones upon the altar were visibly depleting at an alarming rate. Li Guanchi couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that all?" The sword spirit scoffed in response, "Currently. The temporal flow ratio between the altar space you occupy and the external world is 2-1. Li Guanchi furrowed his brow and cautiously inquired, "Is it exactly as I suspect?" 2-1? Indeed, came the reply. Goodness, this disparity in the flow of time. Is that even possible? The sword spirit gazed at the altar and softly remarked, "What is impossible about it?" However, a mere 10 low-grade spirit stones can sustain this for no more than an hour before being entirely consumed. If you use medium-grade spirit stones, it will last a day, and high-grade stones can extend it to a month. Though Li Guanchi felt a pang in his heart, he understood that such phenomena were incredibly surreal. Such capabilities were too extraordinary. They must remain a secret. However, his expression soon turned sour as he observed that a fifth of the spirit stones had already been depleted. He hastily began to scrape down more. While the ability was impressive, it consumed spirit stones at an alarming rate. Noticing Li Guanchi's distressed expression, the sword spirit rolled her beautiful eyes before vanishing from the altar. You must continue to cultivate diligently, striving to establish your foundation. Once you achieve that, you will be able to wield the first sword from the sword box. Li Guanchi grimaced, his mind now preoccupied with the pursuit of wealth. In an instant, he appeared in his room, grabbed the sword box, and dashed towards the cultivation chamber in the backyard. Upon arrival, he calculated that he still possessed a considerable number of spirit stones. He promptly took out 100 or so stones and lit a stick of sandalwood incense, about the thickness of a finger, before entering the space of the sword box. The following evening, Li Guanchi materialized in the still chamber, glancing at the half-burned incense. His heart raced with excitement. The temporal flow was indeed different. He had cultivated on the altar for a full 2 days, while only 1 day had passed in the outside world. Clenching his fists, he murmured, "This phenomenon is utterly terrifying. I must ensure no one discovers the capabilities of the sword box." In high spirits, he exited to freshen up, preparing to attend a lecture at Tianjin Peak. Today, an elder from Tianjin Peak would be explaining a fundamental sword technique that he wished to hear. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Yu Suan, who was clutching a bun. Upon seeing him, she sprinted over to Li Guanchi's side. "Hey, little blind one, where have you been? I haven't seen you in days." Li Guanchi chuckled and tousled her little head, earning a playful roll of her eyes in return. "Little bun, how is it that you remain so carefree every day?" Upon hearing this, Yu Suan frowned and replied earnestly, "Shouldn't it be that way? My grandfather once told me a saying." "What saying?" Li Guanchi brunta. Yu Suan then clasped her hands behind her back, imitating Li Nanting's demeanor as she paced slightly, her expression comically exaggerated. However, her subsequent words caused Li Guanchi to pause in surprise. Even amidst the towering waves crashing upon us, a mere smile could dispel all worries. With that, Yu Suan turned with a flourish and said, "How about that? I've learned quite well, haven't I?" Li Guanchi felt a slight tremor in his heart, realizing the profound truth in his master's words. Indeed, why should a young lad bear a face clouded with sorrow? The mere delight of having a bun each day is a source of immense happiness. What is there to be troubled about? Yu Suan frowned and replied, "There is." "Oh, what could possibly trouble you so?" Li Guanchi inquired with genuine curiosity. To his surprise, Yu Sun earnestly responded, "Whenever I cannot snag a bun, I am deeply troubled about what to eat." "Ha ha ha! Would you care to join me for a stroll around Tianjin Peak?" "Absolutely. Let us go, let us go. I want to ride a horse." The two figures, one large and one small, darted towards Tianjin Peak like the wind. Chapter 32. Enlightenment Through the Sword. Encountering conflict at Tianjin Peak, the current acting leader is Meng Linhai. After all, the previous leader, Tu Kuei, had failed to adequately guide his disciples and is now facing punishment. It is Meng Linhai who is conducting today's lesson, and by the time Li Guanchi arrives, the training ground is already filled with eager disciples. In a solemn tone, Meng Linhai declares, "Today, in addition to teaching you the fundamental sword techniques, I will also introduce a basic sword style that leans towards offense. Beyond the 17 foundational sword stances, combining these basic techniques with footwork can yield significantly greater results. He then turns to Li Guanchi, please elucidate the 17 basic stances. Upon finishing his statement, he calls Li Guanchi to the stage and hands him a fine iron sword. The hundreds of newly initiated disciples below gaze up at Li Guanchi with admiration. Li Guanchi shrugs and stands poised with the sword. As the blade moves, it emits a soft, melodic sound, while Li Guanchi's form shifts fluidly across the arena. As he wields the sword, he begins to articulate. The 17 sword techniques include intercepting the sword, thrusting, slashing, pointing, lifting, cloud, hanging, and breaking the sword. Suddenly, a tremendous force emanates from the sword's tip, causing the iron blade to shatter into 3 pieces under the strain. A flicker of astonishment crosses Meng Linhai's eyes. He had not anticipated the sheer power Li Guanchi possessed. The ordinary iron sword was utterly incapable of withstanding the demonstration of such fundamental techniques. Li Guanchi and Meng Linhai exchange glances before Li Guanchi suggests, Elder Meng, shall we perhaps switch swords? Indeed, the resilience of this iron sword is woefully inadequate to bear your strength. Use my personal sword instead. Li Guanchi accepts the enchanted blade, and a subtle transformation in his demeanor becomes apparent, though only Meng Linhai can perceive this shift. Clang! The sword breaks. With a flurry of dazzling moves, he performs a series of basic transformations: sweeping, embracing, cutting, lifting, entangling, raising, wiping, and blocking. Meng Linhai watches with growing satisfaction and exclaims, I had no idea your mastery of the sword had reached such heights. Li Guanchi smiles lightly and steps down from the training platform. Meng Linhai speaks gravely. The 17 techniques Li Guanchi just demonstrated represent the most fundamental swordplay. The more intricate sword arts are merely combinations and variations built upon these basics. At this point, Meng Linhai casts a profound glance at Li Guanchi, feeling deep within that he is a natural-born sword cultivator. I wonder if you all noticed, he continues, that every sword technique Li Guanchi displayed culminated in a singular point in the air. With this revelation, the disciples collectively awaken to the realization. Yifeng's eyes also reflect a moment of clarity as he softly murmurs, No wonder I felt his swordplay flowed so seamlessly, without any hint of hesitation. The disciples from other peaks finally grasp why they had perceived such naturalness in his movements earlier. Subsequently, Meng Linhai, wielding a long sword, solemnly declared, Today, the swordplay I shall demonstrate is known as the diamond sword technique. Observe closely. With a swift motion, Meng Linhai's figure shifted, and, as his inner force surged, the sound of slicing air resonated as his sword moved with the speed of lightning, executing a series of transformations. Li Guanchi, with keen insight, absorbed every nuance of Meng Linhai's movements. To him, each gesture appeared remarkably succinct, with the technique primarily encompassing 4 forms: the thrust, the strike, the point, and the stab. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of lethal intent, and the only defensive measure relied on the offensive swordplay's morphing capabilities, employing the thrust, strike, and point to counter the opponent's attacks. Once Meng Linhai concluded his demonstration and stood poised with the sword, Li Guanchi lowered his head, lost in contemplation. The display he had just witnessed had unexpectedly opened a new realm of understanding for him. Indeed, it resonated with what the sword spirit had conveyed. All sword techniques reside within the heart. The same technique could yield vastly different results, contingent upon its application. At this moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded Li Guanchi's mind. A mere 17 techniques had birthed countless possibilities. The cacophony around him gradually faded, and he found himself seated in meditation, entering a state of enlightenment. Upon noticing Li Guanchi's epiphany, Meng Linhai promptly emanated a subtle pressure to silence the crowd. Li Guanchi, in this moment of clarity, perceived a vast, misty expanse filled with myriad reflections of himself, each executing distinct sword techniques. A simple thrust transformed into a deft maneuver that deflected an enemy's weapon. His understanding of swordsmanship blossomed, liberating him from the constraints of conventional techniques. Time slipped away unnoticed until Li Guanchi slowly opened his eyes. Observing the visibly anxious Meng Linhai beside him, he apologetically remarked, "I beg your pardon, Elder Meng, for interrupting your lesson." Meng Linhai burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Interrupt? Not at all. If everyone could achieve enlightenment, as you have during my teachings, I would gladly instruct every day. Have you gained insight?" he inquired. Li Guanchi smiled faintly, responding, "I have made some progress." Encouraged by Meng Linhai, he departed to seek a quiet chamber for further contemplation. Li Guanchi, without hesitation, recognized the necessity to thoroughly organize his newfound understanding. Upon returning to his secluded space, he resumed his practice. It was not until the following day that he awakened to the gentle voice of the sword spirit. Indeed, to grasp the essence of swordsmanship in such a brief time, transcending mere techniques, is commendable. Surprised by the praise, Li Guanchi curiously asked, "If you knew this, why did you not share it with me?" The sword spirit's tone carried a hint of playfulness as it replied, "Some truths, even if recited 100 or 1,000 times by others, cannot compare to the directness of your own genuine realization. Even if I tell you to transcend the techniques, without your own enlightenment, the meaning shall forever elude you." Li Guanchi nodded in agreement with what the sword spirit had articulated. Had it not been for his recent epiphany, he would not have truly comprehended the essence of being unbound by sword techniques. Rising and stretching, Li Guanchi recalled that his master had mentioned he could visit the task pavilion a few days prior. He promptly tidied up and prepared to make his way to the task pavilion at Tianxiufeng. After all, the spiritual stones he had earned were nearly depleted. He needed to devise a means to earn more spiritual stones. Otherwise, his cultivation pace would inevitably slow. However, upon arriving at the task pavilion, he observed a throng of disciples from various sects gathered at the entrance, their clamor incessant. Peering through the gaps in the crowd, Li Guanchi's expression darkened, for he recognized the individual kneeling on the ground. Yet he chose not to rush forward to assist, instead opting to stand aside and observe the unfolding situation. Chapter 33. The face earns its keep. Relying on oneself, Li Guanchi navigated through the throng, only to discover several towering youths trampling on Li Shengyan. This sight caused an immediate furrowing of his brow, as he was perplexed by the situation. In his mind, Li Shengyan was quite the astute individual. Unlike others, he seemed to embody the essence of a soft-hearted man. The basis for Li Guanchi's perception stemmed from their first encounter. Perhaps Lin Dong was unaware of Li Shengyan's motives for approaching them, but Li Guanchi understood well. Had their ascent up the mountain not consumed so few spiritual symbols, Li Shengyan likely would not have sought to express goodwill towards them. Li Shengyan lay bloodied on the ground, a robust youth pressing down hard on his chest. With a derisive flourish of the jade token in his hand, the youth mocked, "For such an effortless task, shouldn't you have shown me some respect first? Why is your memory so short?" Despite the unusual gazes from those around him, Li Shengyan did not exhibit any signs of anger. Instead, with a bloodied visage, he managed to smile and replied, "I apologize, Brother Wang. I had no idea you were eager to undertake a task these past few days. Had I known, I would have certainly seized it for you, sparing you the trouble of doing it yourself." The youth known as Brother Wang lifted his foot and erupted into laughter, leaning down to slap Li Shengyan's face. The sound echoed, making the flesh on Li Shengyan's face quiver, yet his smile remained unwavering. Observing this scene, Li Guanchi's expression remained largely unchanged, even silent. However, at that moment, Li Shengyan lifted his gaze and caught sight of Li Guanchi. Instantly, his eyes dimmed, feeling a sense of embarrassment at having his predicament witnessed by someone close to him. Li Shengyan's expression alerted the onlookers to the presence of the boy with the pure white eyes. A murmur of speculation ensued. Isn't that Li Guanchi from the Thunderclap Peak? The youth referred to as Brother Wang, upon turning and spotting Li Guanchi, immediately transformed in demeanor, his face betraying a hint of trepidation as he bowed and addressed him. "Brotherly." Yet, noticing that Li Guanchi remained silent, Wang Dachun hastily urged those nearby to withdraw. As they departed, he did not forget to bow and extend the task token towards Li Guanchi. Li Guanchi scoffed, "The item belongs to you. Why offer it to me?" Wang Dachun glanced at the speechless Li Shengyan on the ground, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. However, unwilling to relinquish the task at hand, he decided to pocket it and hurried away. The surrounding crowd dispersed, leaving only Li Shengyan on the ground and Li Guanchi standing nearby. With a faint, bitter smile, Li Shengyan softly inquired, "Why did you decline that task?" "This marks the third task that Wang Dachuan has snatched from me." Li Guanchi cranchet beside Li Shengyan, his eyes devoid of emotional fluctuation as he regarded him, and asked, "Are you expressing discontent?" A flicker of anger finally crossed Li Shengyan's face. "Indeed, I am complaining. After all, I have nothing left. Is it not permissible to voice my grievances in the presence of friends?" However, Li Guanchi did not share his sentiment and directly retorted, "No." The chubby boy paused momentarily, then inquired why. Li Guanchi slowly rose, casting a sidelong glance at him as he replied, "On what grounds?" Lying on the ground, Li Shengyan was rendered speechless, bewildered by Li Guanchi's assertion that he had no right to complain. Li Guanchi continued, "Have you not already resolved to become a perpetual, good person? Since you have chosen this path, on what basis do you feel entitled to complain? You should regard your misfortunes as blessings. If others knock out your teeth, you must swallow the pain and greet them with a smile. Is this not your chosen way of life? If it is indeed your choice, what gives you the right to voice your grievances to others?" His calm words struck Li Shengyan's mind like a series of thunderclaps, leaving him frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. As Li Guanchi made his way to the task pavilion, he added, "If you wish to continue being the good-natured person you aspire to be, then remain here, lying down, and never rise again. Suffer your grievances in silence, bearing them alone. If you have had enough of this existence, then stand up and confront it with your fists. The one who can aid you is not me, but yourself." With those final words, Li Guanchi turned and departed. Li Shengyan, seated on the ground, experienced a tumult of emotions, his expression shifting several times before he silently rose and left. Meanwhile, Li Guanchi received a commendable task within the task pavilion, investigating the appearance of vengeful spirits in a town, with a generous reward of 50 sec points. The exchange rate of sec points to spirit stones was 1 to 2, implying that this single task would yield nearly 100 spirit stones. This high point allocation stemmed from his previous 3 failures. However, as Li Guanchi exited the task pavilion, he began to hear a cacophony of noise. A bloody, chubby boy stood rigidly at the entrance of the pavilion. Li Shengyan had a broken nose, swollen eyes, and his lips bore several cuts. Upon seeing Li Guanchi emerge, he broke into a grin, raising the task jade token in his hand. Li Guanchi's lips curled into a slight smile as he patted the boy's shoulder. Subsequently, he made a visit to the treasure pavilion, exchanging points for several talismans before descending the mountain. His destination lay in Xingyun town, within the jurisdiction of the Daxia sword sect in the southern region. This town had long thrived on weaving and dyeing fabrics, housing numerous dye houses. Recently, for reasons unknown, many men had met untimely deaths, instilling fear among the populace. Merchants had ceased to venture here, and upon learning of the situation, the Daxia sword sect had raided the task and released it. This marked Li Guanchi's inaugural descent from the mountain for a task, stirring a sense of excitement within him. After all, he had yet to encounter a ghost and felt a twinge of curiosity about what such beings might be like. Is it truly as the folk tales suggest, intangible and elusive? Along the way, Li Guanchi did not waste a moment, making haste towards Xingyun town. Despite the 100-mile distance, even now, it would take him a full day and night to arrive. Chapter 34. The Night of the Female Ghost and the Mountain Temple as night descended. Li Guanchi found himself enveloped by the towering mountains, resonating with the haunting roars of wild beasts. This realm was rife with malevolent creatures. Encountering a first-tier beast might be manageable, but the prospect of facing a second-tier beast was perilous, for such a creature was akin to a foundational cultivator among humans. Fortunately, in the distance, he spotted a dilapidated temple atop a hill. The sight of this forsaken structure brought a sigh of relief to Li Guanchi. At least he had a refuge for the night. Consulting the map inscribed on his jade slip, he realized he would not reach Xingyun town until the following evening. The temple's plaque had long since vanished, and its derelict appearance suggested it had been abandoned for quite some time. Creak! In the stillness of the night, The sound of the youth pushing open the door was particularly jarring. However, Li Guanchi had long adapted to the darkness. The night held no dread for him. The courtyard was strewn with withered leaves and cobwebs. He swept aside the webs with the sheath of his sword and entered the temple. Creak, creak. Stepping on the dry leaves, Li Guanchi walked in with an air of composure. Yet, the temple was in utter disarray. Several Buddhist statues were shattered, their forms barely recognizable. Stripped of their golden paint, the remnants lay bare. Although Li Guanchi held no belief in deities, out of respect for the place, he bowed slightly and uttered a mantra. Gathering some twigs from the surroundings, he returned to the temple, igniting a small bonfire in the courtyard. From a storage bag, he procured some jerky and water. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he placed a broken incense altar at the entrance and reclined upon it, succumbing to slumber. In the quiet of the decrepit temple, the only sounds were the crackling of the flames. Just as Li Guanchi had closed his eyes, an icy gust swept through the entrance. As he attempted to activate his spiritual sight, he found himself utterly unable to perceive the outside world. A wave of alarm surged within him. He had barely shut his eyes for 10 breaths. Crackle. The sound of burning wood echoed clearly in his ears. He tried to rise, but found himself utterly immobilized. Cold sweat drenched his back, and the chilling breeze made the hairs on his body stand on end. What was happening? Panic began to creep into his heart, for he had never encountered such an eerie situation. No matter how hard he struggled, his eyelids felt as if they were pressed shut, refusing to part. Though he remained acutely aware of the cold wind brushing past, the crackling fire, and the acrid scent of smoke, he was paralyzed. Suddenly, as he lay on his side, a woman in white with disheveled hair appeared before him. The sudden manifestation of this spectral figure sent shivers down Li Guanchi's spine, eliciting an involuntary reaction of goosebumps. The woman approached him with deliberate slowness, as if she were peering out from beneath the incense altar on which he lay. The chilling sensation sent shivers down his spine. Gradually, the woman rose slowly, climbing onto the incense table, her entire form pressing down upon him. Her body felt as weightless as a feather, yet it bore down upon Li Guanchi's heart with an overwhelming presence. He could even detect a peculiar scent emanating from her hair. His already immobile body felt as though it had become significantly heavier. Lying on his side, Li Guanchi found himself utterly unable to move, forced to merely witness the woman ascend. With a swift motion, her hair brushed against his neck, the tactile sensation sending waves of terror coursing through him. This feeling was far too vivid. What on earth was happening? Before he could gather his wits, Li Guanchi suddenly felt something press against his neck. A tongue, a soft, chilling touch devoid of warmth. The woman's tongue was extraordinarily long, nearly the length of an adult forearm, reminiscent of a wild cat's, adorned with minute barbs. It traced along Li Guanchi's neck, reaching the base of his ear. The sheer reality of the sensation caused an icy dread to explode within his mind. Move! Move now! Do something! Boom! Under the fierce impetus of Li Guanchi's will, the 9 revolutions thunder scripture within him surged to life. The thunderous energy from his dantian coursed throughout his body. A faint sound echoed in his mind, as if a seal had been broken. A layer of purple lightning enveloped his right hand. With a forceful slap upon the table, he instantly flipped over. His right hand struck like lightning, gripping the woman's neck and pinning her beneath him. Crash! The incense table shattered. The spirit of the wild ghost was forcefully confined beneath the youth. A piercing scream reverberated through the empty, ancient temple. Li Guanchi's left hand suddenly produced a yellow talisman, and as vital energy surged, the talisman ignited in a blaze of azure flames, imbued with a hint of thunderous power. Manifestation talisman. Appear! Whoosh! The azure flames swiftly penetrated the ghostly figure, causing her form to gradually solidify. Li Guanchi furrowed his brow as the thunderous energy surged within him. He spoke in a deep voice. From whence does this spectral fiend come, daring to siphon the vitality of the living? At that moment, the ghost's disheveled hair fell away, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face, albeit excessively pale. The woman tilted her head, glancing at the youth with a gaze filled with shame and indignation. Li Guanchi sat astride her chest, and under the influence of the talisman, the ghost appeared almost indistinguishable from a living person. This position was undeniably awkward. Clearing his throat, after rising, Li Guanchi's right hand showed no sign of relinquishing its grip. Whoosh! The binding spirit talisman. After burning, the talisman transformed into a golden rope that coiled around the woman, one end tethered to Li Guanchi's wrist. As long as the vital energy within Li Guanchi remains, this rope shall not be easily severed. At that moment, Li Guanchi turned to the woman and inquired in a solemn tone, "Recently, there have been numerous murders in Xingyun town. Do they pertain to you?" The woman, kneeling upon the ground, gazed at the youth with a look of fear in her eyes, her voice ethereal as she implored, "Immortal Master, it was not I who committed these acts. I beseech you to discern the truth. I have merely lingered in this dilapidated temple, absorbing a modicum of yang energy to sustain my soul. I have never taken a life. I implore the Immortal Master to spare me. For the past 20 years, I have not ventured beyond this mountain." Li Guanchi furrowed his brow, and under the scrutiny of his inner eye, he discerned that the woman displayed no emotional fluctuations while recounting her tale, which suggested sincerity. "What reason do I have to believe that you have not departed this mountain for 2 decades? Upon hearing this, the woman's face contorted with conflict. Yet as a surge of thunderous vital energy coursed through the rope, she hesitated for a moment before softly replying, "Because my remains lie just beyond this mountain. Therefore, I cannot stray beyond a 10-mile radius of my bones. If I do, I shall be utterly lost." After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Guanchi resolutely declared, "Leave me there." Chapter 35. A subtle eerie encounter in Xingyun town. Moments later, the specter led Li Guanchi beneath an exceptionally robust tree. The apparition gestured towards the roots, prompting Li Guanchi to unearth the buried bones beneath. A foul stench assailed his senses, yet the youth remained composed, merely furrowing his brow as he gazed upon the remains. Judging by the skeleton, it appeared to belong to a woman in her 20s, her features strikingly similar to those of the ghostly figure before him. Li Guanchi cautiously reinterred the bones, confirming the veracity of the woman's claims. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Given this, do you wish to enter the cycle of reincarnation? I can guide you." This method of guidance was one taught by Li Nanting, comprising fundamental spells. By harnessing the celestial energies, it could be executed, though it was hardly an advanced technique. A flicker of hesitation crossed the woman's visage as she softly replied, "Master, may I delay my reincarnation for another 2 days?" Li Guanchi shrugged, perplexed by her request, assuming it stemmed from a reluctance to part from the mortal realm, and chose not to press further. He returned to the dilapidated temple, while the woman, still in a state of shock, dared not approach it again. The following morning, the youth descended the mountain, bearing the weight of dark circles under his eyes. However, as Li Guanchi made his way down, the spirit of the sword within its sheath manifested at the mountainside, casting a penetrating gaze upon the ethereal woman, its expression rife with disdain. The sword spirit's voice echoed in Li Guanchi's mind. "She is somewhat peculiar." Li Guanchi shrugged, his demeanor unfazed. The sword spirit scrutinized him deeply, momentarily at a loss to decipher his thoughts. She furrowed her brow, astonished that there would come a day when she could not fathom the mind of a mere youth, especially when he seemed unwilling to provide her with any explanations. With a huff, she retreated back into the sword sheath. Li Guanchi smiled subtly, contemplating the spirit's prideful nature. Upon reaching the entrance of Xingyun town, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices, as a crowd jostled and pushed against one another. Li Guanchi leapt to a tree branch, settling himself to observe the commotion. Many among the throng were adorned in vibrant garments, evidently dyed with various colors. At the center of the crowd stood an elderly man in a Taoist robe, surrounded and clutching a peachwood sword, desperately attempting to flee. "You charlatan, I see you are but a fraud seeking to swindle us," shouted one voice amidst the chaos. "Indeed, we have provided you with ample offerings, yet you have accomplished nothing." Another chimed in, "Umph. In my view, you are merely here for our coin. Let's await the arrival of the immortal from the great Xia sword sect." The white-browed elder, shielding his head, bemoaned, I have made preparations for 3 days. The malevolent spirit was supposed to manifest last night. How was I to know it would not appear? Oh, do not strike me. As Li Guanchi continued to watch the lively scene from his perch, someone suddenly pointed at him, exclaiming, "Whose child is that? Come down at once. That is our town's sacred tree. How did you manage to climb up there?" The young man paused momentarily, noticing the numerous red strings hanging from the trees, beneath which were many wooden plaques. At that moment, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, all eyes turning toward the boy with pure white eyes. The crowd gradually parted, revealing an elderly man with silvery hair. The elder scrutinized Li Guanchi from head to toe, and with a hint of cautiousness in his voice, inquired, "Are you perhaps a celestial master of the great Xia sword sect?" Li Guanchi waved his hand and produced his identity jade tablet to affirm his status. Instantly, the villagers of Xingyun town bowed deeply in respect to the youth. The elder, leading the villagers, solemnly declared, "This old man is Gu Yihong, and on behalf of the villagers of Xingyun town, I pay my respects to the celestial master of the great Xia sword sect." Everyone displayed sincere expressions as they bowed in reverence. This scene deeply shocked the young man's heart. What kind of sect could command such respect for an ordinary disciple within its domain? For the first time, Li Guanchi felt a profound sense of pride in being a disciple of the great Xia sword sect. He donned his sect's attire with a wave of his hand, straightened his robe, and bowed in return, saying, "I am Li Guanchi, a disciple of the heavenly thunderpeak of the great Xia sword sect, entrusted to come here." Gu Yihong, over 80 years of age, appeared even older with his graying hair and haggard features. The elder hastened to the young man's side and earnestly implored, "Celestial Master, you must save our Xingyun town in just a few short days, for people have already lost their lives. The entire town is engulfed in fear, with many claiming to have witnessed malevolent spirits haunting us." Li Guanchi nodded slightly, catching a glimpse of a group of men tossing out the old Taoist clad in yellow robes. Initially, the old man attempted to curse, but upon meeting the boy's uncanny gaze, he swallowed his words and fled in disgrace. Noticing the young man's expression, the elder awkwardly remarked, "The recent events have spread to the neighboring villages, attracting many charlatans seeking to deceive us. Celestial Master, please follow me to my home. I shall explain the current situation." Li Guanchi nodded slightly and, amidst the crowd's adulation, proceeded toward the mayor's residence. The mayor lived in considerable comfort, with his family's courtyard spanning nearly 100 square feet. At this moment, the entire town was aware of the arrival of the great Xia sword sect's envoy. Those who had been staying indoors flocked to the mayor's home. In the hall, there were 3 elders present, including the mayor, all respected figures in the town. After brief pleasantries, Li Guanchi proactively stated, "Elder Gu, I was informed that 3 had died when I descended the mountain the day before yesterday. Now, is 4? Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted. Gu Yihong remained silent for a moment before softly affirming, "Indeed, Wang Ergo from the town passed away the night before last. His death was utterly horrific." Observing the elder's pale countenance, Li Guanchi furrowed his brow and gently inquired, "How horrific?" The elder glanced at those beside him, his voice trembling with trepidation as he recounted the details. "Perhaps I shall personally take you to see for yourself," Li Guanchi said softly as he rose slowly. "Very well, it is an opportune moment to ascertain the situation." With that, the group rose and made their way toward the back street. Along the way, Li Guanchi observed numerous townsfolk, a mix of both men and women, young and old. Dye houses stood every 10 paces, yet the entire Xingyun town seemed rather desolate. Merchants, having heard tales of hauntings, no longer dared to venture here. Before long, guided by the elder, Li Guanchi arrived at a somewhat secluded courtyard. He walked along the path with an impassive expression, keenly observing the countenances of all the townspeople he encountered. Chapter 36. The town's fog and whispers as he journeyed along. He observed many individuals, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Suddenly, the elder's voice interrupted Li Guanchi's thoughts. "Master, this is the residence of Wang Ergo, the man who perished 2 days ago and has yet to be attended to." Li Guanchi nodded slightly and proceeded directly to the door, pushing it open with deliberation. The decrepit wooden door creaked ominously, sending a shiver down one's spine. The sight that greeted him within the room made even Li Guanchi gasp in horror. A nauseating stench of blood assailed his senses, and the temperature in the room plummeted. The scene before him caused his skin to prickle with goosebumps. A robust man was grotesquely suspended by a hemp rope from the rafters, scissors lodged in his wrist, with a chunk of flesh impaled upon them. Upon closer inspection, the man's eyes had been reduced to 2 gaping wounds, and his toes had been severed with brutal precision. The most grievous injury was the long gash across his neck, marred by numerous scratches, indicative of a blunt instrument that had repeatedly inflicted pain. Blood saturated the floor, thickening as it pooled beneath him. This grim tableau was unlike anything Li Guanchi had encountered before. He had initially believed his task merely involved apprehending the malevolent spirit. However, it appeared that the reality was far more complex than he had anticipated. Rising to survey his surroundings, he noted the disarray and chaos within the man's abode. Yet that was the extent of it. Subsequently, Li Guanchi retrieved a talisman, its energy resonating as it ignited. The moment the talisman touched the blood on the ground, it erupted into flames. As the fire consumed the liquid, thick plumes of black smoke billowed forth. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, the chilling atmosphere of the room gradually lifted. The onlookers nodded in approval, having initially assumed that the great Xia sword sect had dispatched a mere novice to handle the situation. The previous observers had merely glanced about, failing to discern anything significant. Li Guanchi, standing still, furrowed his brow at the density of the smoke. He murmured softly, "It seems this is a formidable adversary." He then addressed the gathered crowd. "We should prepare the body for burial promptly. The heat will cause it to decay rapidly." The elder hastily summoned assistants to tend to the remains. The elder then approached the youth, a hint of unease in his voice as he inquired, "Master, do you have confidence in confronting this malevolent spirit?" Li Guanchi offered a gentle smile, replying softly, "Confidence can only be gauged through experience. I shall likely remain here for a few days. During the day, the strong yang energy will keep the spirit at bay. Tonight, I shall confront it." His words were intended to provide some reassurance to the villagers, though he felt no certainty about the outcome. Turning to his sword case, he inquired, "Spirit of the sword, do you possess any sound strategies?" After a brief pause, the voice of the sword spirit resonated in Li Guanchi's mind. "TSK, I expected more from you, yet here you are merely holding on. It's quite simple. When the hour of Cho arrives, you need only sit by the window in the southern position to cultivate, and she will naturally reveal herself. Li Guanchi, sumawet perplexa, inquirat." Why during the hour of Cho? The sword spirit, seemingly exasperated, elaborated. The hour of Cho is when the yin energy is at its peak among the 12 hours of the day. The window position is advantageous for her approach. And as for your cultivation, even without practice, your youthful form resembles a lantern beneath the night sky. Cultivation merely serves to add a few more candles. After this, the sword spirit abruptly reminded him, "Nonetheless, you need not worry. This time, I can intervene." Li Guanchi was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated such assistance. Amused, he replied, "Oh, are you concerned for me? Enough to take action yourself?" Silence ensued. After a considerable pause, the sword spirit's voice, laced with disdain and arrogance, responded, "It seems you are truly oblivious to your own weight. Concerned for you? I fear I shall have nowhere to absorb the primordial energy in the future. I can also absorb some of the malevolent power of vengeful spirits. But before your foundation is established, I must consume strength from elsewhere." Gradually, the sword spirit's voice faded into silence. Meanwhile, a smile graced Li Guanchi's lips as he whispered to himself, "Steady." However, there was still much time before dusk. So Li Guanchi first joined the townsfolk for a meal of local cuisine. The spiciness invigorated his appetite. Located on the plains and surrounded by mountains, Xingyun town was perpetually shrouded in a light mist, creating a humid atmosphere. The use of Chilean dishes could induce sweating, dispelling the chill within. By afternoon, Li Guanchi wandered casually through the town. His arrival had emboldened the previously reclusive villagers, who ventured outside for a stroll before nightfall. During this afternoon, he gleaned various pieces of information from the townspeople. As he sat by the roadside, Li Guanchi suddenly felt as if events were unraveling like a tangled ball of yarn before his eyes. The first deceased was a man named Zhang Dainiu, who had a mute wife that had vanished years ago. Subsequently, Zhang Dainiu had taken up with a widow in the town, and after his death, she too disappeared without a trace. The subsequent deaths involved men from the village, some single, others with families. What is the connection among these individuals? Just as Li Guanchi pondered this, he noticed a flicker of movement in his ears. Not far from the roadside, two middle-aged women, holding sunflower seeds, were casting curious glances around them. Their hushed tones and exaggerated expressions suggested they were discussing something significant. Even from a distance, Li Guanchi sensed the gravity of their conversation. Taking some mountain pastries from his storage pouch, he naturally approached them. "Sisters, what are you discussing? I have here 2 delightful pastries from the mountains, which I truly cannot consume. It would be better to offer them for you both to taste." The middle-aged, plump woman instantly lit up with joy, eagerly reaching out to accept the pastries, exclaiming with a smile, "Oh dear, young immortal master, why such formality?" Li Guanchi smiled gently and took the opportunity to inquire, "I noticed you two sisters were engaged in lively conversation. Might you share it with your younger brother as well?" The slightly slender woman beside her glanced around before leaning closer to Li Guanchi's ear and whispered, "What is there to discuss? It's merely about those few who have passed away." Li Guanchi raised his brow, his voice instinctively dropping in volume as he asked softly, "Do you possess some insider knowledge?" Upon hearing the term insider, the plump woman immediately cast furtive glances around as if she were committing a transgression. Ensuring no one was in sight, she leaned towards Li Guanchi and uttered 2 words, "Retribution." Chapter 37. The malevolent spirit's soul lock and the unraveling of mysteries. It was soon revealed to Li Guanchi a matter that many in the town regarded with trepidation. As the sun descended, the twilight gradually faded behind the towering mountains. The 2 women who had conversed with Li Guanchi hurriedly returned to their homes. Li Lanhua and Zhang Tsuifan, the notorious child traffickers. Li Guanchi's expression remained calm as he softly uttered those words, sensing that the tangled threads of his thoughts were beginning to unravel. Now, he merely awaited the appearance of the malevolent spirit to solve the enigma. As night enveloped the town, the mayor was absent from his residence. At this moment, Li Guanchi found himself alone in the mayor's courtyard. Yet, the brightly lit room was devoid of any presence, save for a solitary oil lamp and a paper effigy torn into pieces, standing before the flickering flame. A shadow of a figure could be discerned against the window. At the stroke of the second watch, the previously tranquil Xingyun town had grown eerily silent. Even the wild dogs of the town refrained from making a sound, rendering it akin to a ghost town. Unlike the howling winds of July that rustled the fallen leaves, an eerie phantom flickered atop the treetops at the village's entrance. Subsequently, the ghostly figure rushed toward a household on the western side of the town. Inside the tightly shut room, a burly man lay sprawled upon the bed, snoring thunderously. Suddenly, the specter materialized inches above the man's face. Its crimson tongue writhed in the air before plunging directly into the man's brow. The snoring ceased abruptly, and the man's body grew rigid, his eyes wide open, filled with terror. Meanwhile, at the Tian's-Hufing of the Daxia sword sect, an elder hastened on his sword towards the mission hall. "Quick! Elevate the task level for Xingyun Town to 3. Conditions must be set to prohibit those below the Foundation establishment stage from accepting it." The female disciple of the counter promptly raised the conditions for task acceptance. However, she soon discovered that 2 days prior, a disciple had already taken on this task. She hastily informed the steward, whose complexion paled as he exclaimed, "Quickly, find out who accepted this task. I have just received news that the malevolent spirit haunting that town is far from simple." The female disciple checked, and, her face turning ashen, whispered, I found it." The steward, frowning at her hesitation, felt a surge of anger. "Speak. Who accepted the task?" Tianlei peaked disciple, Li Guanchi. Upon hearing this, the steward's face drained of color. The newly admitted prodigy of the Daxia sword sect, Li Guanchi. The thought of the furious Li Nanting spurred the steward to rise hastily, retrieving a jade slip to send a message to Tianlei Peak. In an instant, all disciples of Tianlei Peak sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupting. A streak of light ascended from Tianlei Peak, soaring through the void on their swords. The steward could only pray for the safety of the young man, hoping to avoid incurring any physical repercussions. If anything were to happen to him, it would not only signify the end of his responsibilities, but also subject him to severe penalties for negligence. In Xingyan Town, a man found himself ensnared by a spectral thread of azure, manipulated by a vengeful spirit. With vacant eyes, he slowly approached the kitchen, placing his left hand upon the cutting board while his right hand reached for the sharp kitchen knife. Yet through his eyes, it was evident that these uncontrollable movements were performed in a state of lucidity. Cackling, "Are you afraid?" The eerie laughter echoed like the death knell in his ears. The man's eyes widened, resembling brass bells, his lips pallid, and his forehead drenched in cold sweat. His trembling body could not conceal the terror that gripped his heart. His right hand, clutching the knife, rose ominously, poised to strike. Suddenly, from the shadows of the room, a sinister voice pierced the air. "Should I call you Li Guanchi? Or perhaps Zhang Suifan?" "Who?" The specter, shrouded in black mist, abruptly turned towards the corner of the wall. An enraged voice followed. "I'm not that wretched Zhang Suifan." "Wretched? Wretched?" The dark energy surrounding the spirit surged as the mention of that name stirred its emotions profoundly. Li Guanchi slowly rose, removing the aura-concealing talisman from his person. The moment the apparition beheld the youth, its smoky form momentarily faltered. In that fleeting instant, Li Guanchi also discerned the visage of the woman. She was the same one he had encountered the previous day in the dilapidated temple amidst the mountains. However, the essence she radiated now was entirely different from that day. With a frigid gaze, the woman raised her hand, casting a pitch-black palm strike towards Li Guanchi. His heart raced as he instinctively bent backward, narrowly evading the attack. Gazing at the dark imprint left upon the wall, trepidation gripped him. A direct hit would have surely inflicted grave injuries. Clang! The long sword at his waist was unsheathed in an instant, and as his internal energy surged, it enveloped the blade in a thin layer of lightning-infused aura, with arcs of electricity visible to the naked eye. Despite feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure, he chose to advance. The sword moved with graceful agility, embodying the Qinglian Tiangang sword technique, which he had only just begun to master at the mid-stage. 3 luminous azure lotuses, comprised of sword light, charged towards the malevolent spirit. This was the most formidable strike within his current capabilities. Bang! Astonishingly, the spirit disregarded the 3 azure sword lights and approached head-on. After all, it was a being of soul and spirit. Ordinary energy attacks could not harm her. Having unleashed his Qinglian strike, Li Guanchi had severed his retreat. He could only channel his internal energy fervently into the sword. In an instant, the iron blade in his grasp emitted a distressing crack, fractures rapidly spreading across its surface. Just as the spirit, with a fierce glint in her eyes, reached for Li Guanchi, her sharp claws nearly grazing his eyes, the 3 azure lotuses imbued with lightning energy descended upon her. Bang! The immense force shattered the wall before Li Guanchi, and the malevolent spirit was violently hurled several yards away. The thread connecting it to the man's brow snapped completely, leaving Li Guanchi with nothing but the hilt of his sword. The moment the man regained his senses, he screamed in terror. "Li Guanchi, weren't you supposed to be dead? Is it my time to face the ghost?" "No, I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die." With that, he fled in a frenzy. Li Guanchi furrowed his brow, first producing a soul-binding talisman and igniting it. A golden rope suddenly ensnared the vengeful spirit. Subsequently, he forcefully hurled the sword hilt towards the back of the man's head. Thud! The man collapsed to the ground, and Li Guanchi, regaining her composure, fixed her blood-red gaze upon him. "Do you intend to protect him?" Chapter 38. The Path of Immortality and Reincarnation. Li Guanchi shook his head gently and spoke softly. "Not necessarily." As he maintained the binding rope, he continued, "I actually have a few questions. The ethereal female ghost that appeared at the dilapidated temple on the mountain was none other than Li Nu. However, the presence of her aura upon the corpse suggested otherwise. Certain details led him to sense an anomaly. Crouching before the ghost, he remarked to himself, "The corpse on the mountain should not belong to you. It must belong to that widow, Zhang Xiu Fn." Instantly, the ghost raised her head, glaring at Li Guanchi with a fierce expression, and exclaimed, "Do not mention that wretched woman before me. Indeed, they were all slain by my hand. Li Guanchi was the last who deserved his fate. Boy, should you obstruct me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Li Guanchi let out a soft sigh. Earlier that afternoon, he had gleaned certain secrets from the two women. This affair had become a scandal in Xingyi town over the years, gradually fading into obscurity. It was only after a series of recent murders that many began to recall the events of the past. The ghost before him was the central figure of this entire incident. Li Nu, orphaned from a young age, had her tongue cut out by traffickers and was sold to the brothels of Li. By the time she reached 30, deemed worthless, she was sold to Li Guanchi of Xingyi town. Having long grown weary of the mortal realm, Li Nu finally believed she could enjoy a life of domesticity. However, the insatiable Li Guanchi soon became entangled with the widow, Zhang Xiu Fn. The once diligent Li Nu, who toiled without complaint, seemed to have vanished from existence. Prior to the affair, whispers circulated throughout the town, accusing Li Nu of shamelessness, claiming that her prolonged stay in Li had led her to seduce men all over town. Li Guanchi recounted all that he knew, oblivious to the trembling ghost beneath him. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, propelling Li Guanchi through the air. An ominous wind enveloped Xingyi town in darkness. Li Guanchi's expression shifted as he glanced at the binding rope in his hand. He noticed numerous cracks forming in the yellow talisman within. Bang! I did not seduce any man. It was him. It was him. Li cinquantenanos Damiano shifta dramatically. Her overwhelming resentment surging forth. Li Guanchi, despite carrying a sword case, deftly leaped onto the rooftop, his heart heavy as he observed the figure in the distance releasing its vengeful energy. He could not help but speak again. "Oh, am I mistaken?" Boom! The visage of the vengeful spirit contorted, transforming into that of a seductive middle-aged woman. Li Nu pointed at her own face and roared, "It is that vile woman. What does she have to do with me? I am the one who has suffered indignation. Why should this be? Just because I am mute, I must bear all the slander and insults. They are the truly detestable ones. Zhang Daniyu is nothing but a beast. How dare he allow them to humiliate me?" Observing the woman who appeared to be in a frenzy, Li Guanchi sighed deeply within, yet spoke so, "The skeleton beneath the old temple tree belongs to Zhang Suifan." Li Lanhua's gaze turned icy, and in an instant, her form transformed into a blurred shadow as she lunged toward Li Guanchi. The world before Li Guanchi shifted, and suddenly, Li Lanhua's pallid face loomed before him. With his arms raised in defense, Li Guanchi was struck with tremendous force, crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, he smashed into the earth, shattering several pieces of the blue bricks beneath him. Li Lanhua gripped his arms tightly, her voice a frenzied roar. "Indeed, I have torn the soul of that wretched woman apart. I savored each bite. I never anticipated that I would gain such formidable power from it. I seek vengeance. I want them all to meet a miserable end. If you dare to stop me, I shall slay you too." At that moment, Li Guanchi found himself pinned beneath her, yet he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Ultimately, she was a pitiful soul, having endured a lifetime of suffering without enjoying a single blessing, only to be branded with the name of a wanton woman. From the very beginning, he had sensed no murderous intent from her. However, at that moment, the sword sheath behind him stirred. Li Guanchi sighed inwardly, realizing that the sword spirit had finally intervened. A flash of sword light sliced through the air, and the female spectre-esque body appeared to be cleaved in two. The dark resentment transformed into a swirling smoke that flowed into the sword sheath. In an instant, Li Lanhua's soul became ethereal, barely holding together. Upon realizing she had lost her power, Li Guanchi collapsed to the ground as if her very spirit had departed. Soon after, a series of profound, soul-calling incantations echoed in Li Guanchi's mind, far more intricate than those he had learned at the Daxia sword sect. Li Guanchi looked at the unconscious man on the ground with a gaze full of desperation, then turned her eyes toward the young man, her expression brimming with hope. The frail specter knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Finally, as her form became increasingly insubstantial, she prostrated herself, declaring, "I harbor no attachment to my wretched life. Yet, my purity after redemption is more precious to me than life itself. Since I transformed into a vengeful spirit, I have never harmed the innocent. I am aware that the Celestial Master has his sex command and cannot act freely, but I still dare to implore. Please, Celestial Master, help me avenge this injustice. Restore my innocence. Speak for this mute girl, and tell everyone that I am the true victim of this twisted narrative." Li Guanchi, feeling a weight in his heart, closed his eyes. He knew the truth, yet no one else did. Or perhaps, everyone knew, but they chose to remain silent. It seemed the same, yet different. With a sincere heart, Li Guanchi softly recited the soul-calling incantation. A sacred white light began to envelop Li Guanchi gently. The woman closed her eyes, tears cascading from the corners, her face etched with bitterness. Yet, at that moment, Li Guanchi slowly rose and approached the unconscious man. Bang! A swift kick shattered the man's nose, and as he groaned in pain, he was yanked to his feet by his hair. Li Guanchi leaned close to the man's ear and spoke in a chilling tone. "Do you see? The woman whom you tormented to death." However, the man only beheld the fading spirit of the woman, a manic joy gleaming in his eyes. Crack! Li Guanchi swiftly snapped his neck. Amidst the radiance, tears streamed from the woman's eyes like a dam bursting, as she deeply bowed to Li Guanchi and softly uttered, "May the immortal master's path be smooth." Li Guanchi stood still, watching the brilliance dissipate. He murmured, "Are you aggrieved? Those who slandered you know your plight better than you do." The voice of the sword's spirit gradually resonated. "Is it worth it? Li Guanchi shukladligli, rapling, akshruteli. Otherwise, why would I cultivate immortality?" The sword's spirit fell silent. And in that instant, an endless surge of vital energy flooded through Li Guanchi, propelling him to break through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Chapter 39. The 7th layer of Qi refinement. The town remained enveloped in silence for an extended period, with not a single sound breaking the stillness. At this moment, many individuals were unable to succumb to slumber. Those with bolder hearts began to lean against their windows, peering outside. To their astonishment, they beheld a youth seated nearby, nonchalantly cracking sunflower seeds, while on the ground lay a lifeless corpse, devoid of vitality. The houses had collapsed, and the streets were riddled with deep pits and sword marks. Boom! Earlier, Li Guanchi had ventured to Zhang Daniu's home, retrieving a skeleton from the well. It was none other than the remains of Li Guanchi. After burying her with due reverence, he rose slowly, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a dark shadow in the distant sky. Moments later, Li Nanting leaped down from his flying sword, which circled once before returning to its sheath. He swiftly approached the youth, examining him closely and discovering that Li Guanchi bore no wounds whatsoever. Astonishingly, his cultivation had even advanced to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Li Guanchi, somewhat vague and evasive in his explanations, attributed his narrow victory to his lightning affinity spirit root, which had proved effective against the malevolent spirit. The elder, though skeptical, refrained from further inquiry. He took Li Guanchi back to the great Xia sword sect on his flying sword. As they departed, Li Guanchi cast a lingering glance at Xingyun town, his thoughts drifting to the tragically deceased Li Guanchi. He murmured softly, a phrase of hardship followed by sweetness. She has endured suffering year after year. On their journey, Li Guanchi recounted the events of Xingyun town to the elder. Li Nanting remained silent for a considerable time, then spoke gently. "Guanchi, this is the essence of human nature." After a pause, Li Guanchi replied softly, "I understand. Yet I cannot help but feel the chill of humanity's indifference each time I encounter such matters. I often ponder, If only someone had stood up for Li Guanchi and spoken a word of justice, perhaps events would not have unfolded as they did. Alas, there are no ifs in this world. Li Guanchi remained silent. Many truths and principles must be experienced and contemplated personally to grasp their significance. Master, could you possibly procure some spirit stones for me? Earning points is exceedingly difficult. How could a mere level 1 task involve such a formidable malevolent spirit? Li Guanchi's countenance darkened at the thought of his disciple nearly losing his life, igniting a fierce anger within him. He simply stated that the matter was no longer Li Guanchi's concern. Upon returning to the sect, Li Guanchi did not rest. As always, he entered into deep meditation and cultivation. The sword spirit, adhering to their agreement, refrained from siphoning his cultivation energy. The following morning, Li Guanchi awoke from his meditative state, feeling invigorated and mentally clear. After setting up the wooden stakes he had prepared, he diligently practiced his forms for several dozen repetitions. With sufficient warm-up, Li Guanchi then retrieved a fine iron sword and began to practice fervently. Though dawn had yet to break, he had already devoted 2 full hours to sword training. At that moment, the voice of the sword spirit suddenly resonated in his mind. Let the sword move with you. Do not allow yourself to be led by the sword. Strikes must be swift and decisive. The momentum before a thrust must harness the full strength of your body. The spirit of the sword suddenly enlightened Li Guanchi, igniting a profound realization within him. With a mere adjustment of his long sword in hand, a serious expression adorned his brow. Clang! The sword pierced forward with remarkable swiftness, slicing through the air and producing a piercing sonic boom. This strike, as swift as the wind, shattered the stout wooden post to smithereens. Bam! A smile graced the corners of Li Guanchi's mouth. He hadn't anticipated that the sword spirit possessed such keen insight. Even the minutiae that his master overlooked were identified by the spirit with remarkable precision. After he had tidied up, the chief steward of the outer sect personally visited to seek out Li Guanchi. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. This time, it was a matter concerning the task pavilion. Thus, the sect's points were calculated at 5 times the usual rate. The points have already been recorded in your jade slip. Li Guanchi replied with a smile, I appreciate your attention, Steward Zhou. I shall bring 2 bottles of fine wine for Uncle Zhou later. Upon hearing this, Steward Zhou's face lit up with joy, having been anxious since yesterday. Fortunately, Li Guanchi had advised his master, if you vent your anger on him, how will your disciple fare? How will he undertake tasks? Consequently, Li Guanchi had discreetly communicated a warning to Steward Zhou, resulting in the present situation. Li Guanchi understood the adage that a flower-laden sedan chair is carried by many. The scene of Steward Zhou treating Li Guanchi with such warmth did not go unnoticed by numerous outer sect disciples, who could only envy the display. In the days that followed, Li Guanchi amassed a considerable number of points, complemented by a storage bag from Li Guanchi containing 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. He no longer needed to scurry about for cultivation resources. Over the course of the next month, Li Guanchi was a frequent sight on the sect's ascension platform. During this month, his strength surged rapidly. Within a mere month, he had ascended to the 7th level of Qi refinement. This astonishing speed left everyone in awe, revealing the vast chasm between them and this prodigy. Li Guanchi operated like an indefatigable machine, dedicating his days to sword practice and recuperating his spirit energy through cultivation. The remaining time found him at the sect's training grounds, where for a single low-grade spirit stone, he could unlock a small chamber imbued with formations. This chamber boasted a spacious area of 100 feet in radius, providing any weapon one desired. Throughout this month, his Qinglian Tiangang sword reached a state of consummate mastery. With each strike, the sword sang, conjuring 6 blossoming Qinglian sword flowers in an instant. However, when he once again showcased his prowess to the sword spirit, it could no longer restrain itself and uttered a remark, superficial and worthless rubbish. Li Guanchi retorted with a smirk, anyone can say that. If you're so capable, teach me a more formidable sword technique. The sword spirit, unable to tolerate his relentless pursuit of such ostentatious swordplay, manifested in a graceful form that momentarily captivated Li Guanchi. Subsequently, the sword spirit deftly summoned a profound energy sword within the palm of its hand. As the woman crouched low, her gaze sharpened with an unparalleled intensity. And in an instant, Li Guanchi felt the flash of the sword light. The sword spirit, with an air of superiority, inquired, "Did you see that clearly?" Emerging from the cultivation chamber with a look of bewilderment, Li Guanchi made his way directly to the sword tower. The great Xia sword sect's sword tower is renowned among all sects within 100,000 miles. The tower, entirely cloaked in black, exudes an aura of solemnity. It consists of 36 levels in total, with every 12 levels corresponding to a different stage of cultivation, allowing practitioners from the Qi refinement stage to the peak of the Golden Core stage to enter. Within the sword tower, various tiers of sword cultivator automatons reside. The greater the number of levels, the more formidable opponents one faces at the same cultivation stage. Thus far, no Golden Core practitioner has managed to confront 12 Golden Core sword cultivators simultaneously. According to the historical records of the Great Xia Sword Sect since its inception, only the first-generation sect master ascended to the 33rd level, that formidable practitioner who transcended to the celestial realm. This marks his third visit to the sword tower. Even with his prodigious talent, he has only reached the 6th level thus far. Chapter 40. Cultivating Qi 13, transmitting the mantra numerous disciples gazed at Li Guanchi, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. Ah, if only I didn't have to worry about cultivation resources every day, one sighed. Even with so many resources, you might not cultivate as swiftly. Wow, senior brother Li is attempting the sword tower again. Do you think he can reach the 7th level this time? A female disciple from the Tianshui Peak remarked, her gaze dreamy. The girl beside her, her cheeks flushed, replied, "He should be able to, right? He definitely can." Yet, Li Guanchi remained oblivious to the reactions surrounding him, his mind absorbed in the singular sword strike demonstrated by the sword spirit. He was fixated on whether he could ascend to the 7th level today, replaying the moment of that stunning sword move in his mind. Little did he know that the strike was merely a casual display from the sword spirit, who did not expect him to grasp its essence. Even so, that seemingly simple stroke was formidable. Just as Li Guanchi placed the spirit stone upon the formation, his brow gradually relaxed. Buzz! The teleportation array of the sword tower instantly transported him to the 7th level. Upon arrival, he recognized the 7 dark puppets that had once given him great difficulty. He knew that taking even half a step forward would provoke them into an immediate assault. With a deep breath, Li Guanchi's hand slowly ascended to his sword at his waist, mirroring the position previously struck by the sword spirit. The sword spirit watched in disbelief. Does he truly possess such comprehension? Buzz! The long sword quivered slightly, and Li Guanchi's entire demeanor shifted dramatically. Then, with a sudden advance, he stepped forward, and the eyes of the 7 metallic puppets ignited with a ghostly blue flame. Instantly, they surged towards him from all directions. The sound of the sword slicing through the air echoed in Li Guanchi's ears, yet he stood immobile. Suddenly, as the 7 swords approached within 3 inches of him, he opened his eyes wide. His once vacant gaze now emanated a fierce intensity. Clang! The sword was drawn, and a flash of lightning-like brilliance surged forth from his front. The resonating sound of the unsheathed sword lingered, yet had already returned to its sheath. Boom! 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 A series of muffled thuds resounded as the 7 puppets halted, each marked with a long sword scar across their chests. Li Guanchi stepped down from the teleportation array, softly murmuring, "What a swift draw! I shall name it Thunderbolt." The sword spirit within the sword box watched in silence. She had not anticipated his swordsmanship to be so exceptional. Could it truly be fate? Before she could finish her thought, a sudden scoff escaped her lips. When have I ever believed in fate? Suswan, did you truly just give me to him without a second thought? A question that had plagued her for a long while resurfaced in her mind. Observing Li Guanchi's silhouette. The sword spirit couldn't help but murmur, "Should I lend him my aid? His strength has been steadily increasing, which is most beneficial for me." With only a month remaining before the entrance examination, Li Guanchi has become the busiest individual. Every day, his master comes to oversee his training progress. Once Li Nanning departs, the rigorous training with the sword spirit commences. However, This has also led to a rapid enhancement of his abilities. Among the newly initiated disciples, Li Guanchi's training pace stands unparalleled. Yet, disciples from other sects are also swiftly advancing in their realms. For instance, Yi Feng from Tianjin Peak and Lin Dong from Tiantu Peak are equally diligent in their cultivation. It is not only Li Guanchi who is dedicated. Many others train tirelessly throughout the night, unwilling to allow even the slightest relaxation. The sword techniques Li Guanchi practices have been modified by the sword spirit. Indeed, they have been directly altered. The originally ornate Qinglian sword flower has been discarded, retaining only the swiftness inherent in the sword techniques. As for the reason, the sword spirit simply stated, all else is superfluous. Only speed shall break through. As long as your sword is swift enough, you can strike before your opponent, plunging your blade into their throat. The sword-drawing technique that Li Guanchi has stealthily mastered exemplifies this precision and speed to the utmost. With just 7 days remaining before the entrance examination, Li Guanchi has already reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. This astonishing speed not only shocked everyone, but also drew the attention of the sect leader, Lu Kongyan. While encouraging all disciples, he took the time to commend Li Guanchi's diligent training. Everyone respected this, as no one felt jealousy towards another's innate talent. Talent is a predetermined gift. No one would comment further. Instead, it is disheartening to see someone with lesser talent outworking you. This ignites motivation. Li Nanting was also quite pleased, spending the night in Li Guanchi's courtyard discussing various matters. Essentially, he advised against rushing to break through to the foundation establishment stage at this time. For you, foundation establishment is merely the beginning, so it is crucial to lay a solid foundation. Expand your dantian as much as possible during the Qi refinement stage. This will impact how far you can travel on your path to longevity. After Li Nanting's departure, the sword spirit slowly manifested and remarked, in this regard, the young lad's thoughts are indeed correct. Li Guanchi felt a wave of discomfort at the term young lad. How could this be? His master is already over 200 years old. The sword spirit smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, with a serious demeanor, she gestured to a chair before her, indicating that Li Guanchi should sit. Li Guanchi frowned slightly, unsure of the reason, yet complied and took a seat. Through their interactions over time, he discovered that the sword spirit was remarkably knowledgeable and well-informed. Almost any question he posed was met with an answer. Moreover, the severity of her training regimen was proportionate to the results achieved. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break through so swiftly. After a prolonged silence, the sword spirit softly inquired, "Do you know how many layers exist within the Qi refinement realm?" Li Guanchi's face displayed a look of confusion as he softly inquired. Isn't it a universally acknowledged fact in the realm of cultivation that there are 10 levels of Qi refinement? However, upon hearing this, the sword spirit shook its head. Is that not the case? Li Guanchi then witnessed the sword spirit, with a mere wave of its hand, establish an invisible barrier within the courtyard. Within this barrier, the sword spirit, with a solemn expression, proclaimed, "This may be the common understanding of the cultivation world. Yet, I must inform you that there are actually 13 levels of Qi refinement. The current cultivation community has lost the methods to progress beyond the 10th level, which has led to the widespread misconception of only 10 levels." The sword spirit's words struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him in a daze. What? Did I hear that correctly? 13 levels? How is that possible? If such levels exist, why does everyone only acknowledge 10? Moreover, breaking through the 10th level signifies the foundation establishment stage. What could possibly come after? The woman smiled gently and then, with a delicate gesture, pointed into the void, causing a stream of ethereal light to instantly penetrate Li Guanchi's mind. A series of obscure and intricate incantations materialized in his consciousness. Gradually, Li Guanchi's eyes widened in astonishment, for in his perception, these were indeed the cultivation incantations for the 13th level of Qi refinement. Chapter 41. The Cloud Dream Immortal Palace. 11th level Li Guanchi effortlessly secured the top position in the initial entrance examination. During this period, Li Nanting searched the sect numerous times for Li Guanchi, consumed by the worry that his disciple might be overly eager to establish his foundation. Alas, I am hardly preoccupied with the thought of foundation establishment. The sheer amount of spiritual energy required to break through the 10th level of chi refinement is staggering indeed. In the tranquility of his meditation chamber, Li Guanchi let out a quiet sigh. At this moment, the size of his dantian resembled a vast lake. If one were to measure the dantian size according to the standards of disciples with heavenly spiritual roots, Li Guanchi's dantian could contain several times more primordial energy than that of others. This implies that if Li Guanchi wished to advance once more, he would need to expand the size of his dantian, requiring a total amount of spiritual energy comparable to what a foundation establishment cultivator would need in their later stages. Subsequently, Li Guanchi exchanged all his points within the sect for spirit stones. What followed was the tedious and monotonous process of cultivation. After a full 20 days, the area surrounding his figure in the meditation chamber was enveloped in a fine dust of spirit stones. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within the chamber swirled towards Li Guanchi like a vortex. As he inhaled and exhaled, a faint sound resonated in the air. Boom! A layer of black viscous substance seeped from his skin once more. With that, Li Guanchi opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Simultaneously, his senses became remarkably acute. His spiritual platform was clear, and he distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in his consciousness. The size of his dantian had doubled compared to before. Next, he focused on absorbing the remaining spiritual energy in the room to replenish his dantian. Level 11 of Chi Refinement. The sword spirit quietly appeared, glancing at Li Guanchi and nodding slightly, internally acknowledging that while his cultivation speed may not rival that of some prodigious talents from the upper realms, it was nonetheless commendable. However, the upcoming 12th and 13th levels might pose considerable challenges. After a considerable time, upon awakening from his meditation, Li Guanchi was met with an unpleasant odor. He hurriedly prepared to boil water for a bath, but as soon as he exited the meditation chamber, he spotted Yu Suan, that little girl, perched on the roof with a bun in hand. Upon seeing Li Guanchi emerge, she immediately sat up, waving her small hand with a beaming smile. Stinky, you've reached the 10th level of Chi Refinement, yet you still have so many impurities. You didn't fall into a latrine, did you? Li Guanchi's expression darkened, and he chose to ignore her. Ever since she had suffered a broken rib from being struck by the sword box, she seemed to have become attached to him, pestering him daily to buy buns. He swiftly moved to pull her down from the roof, suddenly gesturing at his waist. Have you grown taller recently? After speaking, he noticed her wrists were now exposed. Yu Suan, carefree as ever, responded, of course. I'm going to grow into a big girl in the future. Just like this, she gestured with her hands on her chest and hips. Li Guanchi chuckled heartily, ruffling her hair as he laughed. Little brat. What do you know? It's just like that. Yu Suan swatted Li Guanchi's hand away and rolled her eyes at him. I know everything. I'm off to find Grandpa Li. With that, she dashed away in a puff of smoke. However, while Li Guanchi was soaking in a bath, the jade slip beside him flickered slightly. After infusing it with a wisp of spiritual energy, the voice of Li Nanting echoed. Guanchi, once you are finished, come to the palace. After setting down the jade slip, Li Guanchi pondered how to conceal the matter of his aura. After all, the realm of Chi Refinement was universally acknowledged to have only 10 levels. So how could he possibly have reached the 11th? Moreover, he was acutely aware of the adage that possessing precious treasures invites calamity. If he were to attract the attention of a more formidable force, he wouldn't know how he might meet his end. Thus, this secret would remain locked within him. In the main hall of Thunder Peak, Li Guanchi, expecting significant news, was surprised to find himself alone. Upon seeing him, Li Nanting was momentarily taken aback before hastily moving to his side. With an anxious tone, he asked, Have you broken through to Foundation Establishment? Before Li Guanchi could respond, Li Nanting had already scanned around and muttered to himself, No, ISNT this still the 10th level of Chi Refinement? Did I sense incorrectly? Li Guanchi scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I haven't reached Foundation Establishment. It's just, I felt something unusual, and for some reason, it seems like my dantian has expanded a little. Hearing this, Li Nanting's expression darkened. Frankly, he himself was unsure what kind of disciple he had taken on. In just 4 months since his initiation, Li Guanchi's realm had advanced at an astonishing pace. He had finally glimpsed the prospect of his disciple becoming the fastest to establish a foundation in the great Xia sword sect. Yet now this sudden turn of events was perplexing. Li Nanting had also heard from Yusuan that there was a layer of impurities from the washing of marrow and refining of bones still clinging to him. Ultimately, Li Guanchi simply shrugged and said he did not know what was happening, that it had occurred inexplicably during his practice. Having become accustomed to various situations with him, Li Nanting decided to let it be, as long as the young man's health was intact. Li Guanchi quiet li agjalat, relieved that if the elder were to inspect his dantian, the anomaly would be revealed. Li Nanting softly spoke, "I have good news to share with you." What good news? As he spoke, Li Guanchi retrieved a flask of fine wine from his storage pouch. While it may not compare to the celestial wines brewed from various spiritual fruits on the mountain, it had still cost him a considerable amount of gold and silver. He poured a cup for the elder, who smiled slightly. The Yunming Immortal Palace, which we co-manage with other sects, will open in 1 month. The Great Xia Sword sect has been allocated 5 spots, one of which is yours. Li Nanting set down his cup. Li Guanchi furrowed his brows and softly inquired, "What is the Yunming Immortal Palace? Is it akin to an immortal secret realm?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Nanting explained gently, "It is an extraordinarily mysterious secret realm. It opens once every 100 years, but each time, the secrets within are different. The Cloud Dream Immortal Palace appears to be a nexus connecting various hidden realms. These realms, however, typically bestow considerable benefits upon those who enter. Thus, this opportunity is exceedingly precious, and one must cherish it deeply." Upon hearing this, Li Guanchi nodded, harboring immense interest in the Cloud Dream Immortal Palace. Furthermore, he intended to leave his sect for a period. Otherwise, explaining his breakthrough from the 12th to the 13th level of Qi refinement would prove challenging. Subsequently, the elder instructed Li Guanchi to return and gather his belongings. And as he departed, he bestowed upon him a radiant long sword. Gazing at the gleaming blade in his hand, Li Guanchi found himself momentarily at a loss for words of gratitude. However, Li Nanting merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "I have heard from members of the Qi Listening Pavilion that you have acquired over a dozen fine iron swords in recent months. This sword is no longer of use to me. It is better suited for you." Yet, Li Guanchi remained transfixed, staring at the elder's waist, which once bore a wine gourd for quite some time. Chapter 42. The 6 Great Sects. Jinyue Mountain at the break of dawn. Li Guanchi awoke from his cultivation as usual. His realm had now become firmly established at the 11th level, a sensation of strength that captivated him immensely. He retrieved the magical long sword from the previous day, feeling distinctly that it surpassed an ordinary iron sword by a considerable margin. After practicing his sword techniques dozens of times, he only ceased when he had exhausted his final ounce of energy. Notably, the calluses on his left hand were more pronounced than those on his right, with the cracks in his left hand's tiger mouth having long since hardened into calluses. The sword spirit observed the young boy practicing with an air of amusement, occasionally interjecting with a remark or two. As the first light of day fully illuminated the surroundings, Li Guanchi tidied up his belongings and set off towards Tianjin Peak. In the expansive square, only a handful of individuals stood present. Upon approaching, he recognized a few familiar faces. Lin Dong from Tiana Peak greeted him with a bright smile and a wave. Another individual, with a hint of a grin, remarked, "I told you my gamble was correct. The remaining person must undoubtedly be you." Li Guanchi, though not particularly pleased, readily identified the speaker as Yi Feng of Tianjin Peak, the gambling king. Over the past few months, he had won at least 300 spirit stones from wagers with Yi Feng, leading him to bestow this moniker upon him. Another familiar face was Zhong Lin, whom Li Guanchi had encountered during his first lesson at Tianshui Peak. The last individual was a disciple from Tianshui Peak, a woman of graceful and ethereal beauty, known as Kuqin, a disciple from the previous generation and a Prat Ji of Lanhe. She had now reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement, surpassing Lin Dong and the others in cultivation. Lin Dong and Zhong Lin had both attained the peak of the 7th level, seemingly on the verge of breaking into the 8th. Ye Feng, Li Guanchi, stood at the 9th level, a testament to his remarkable talent. The leader of their group was none other than Shenlan, the peak master of Tianshui Peak. Upon spotting Li Guanchi, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shenlan's eyes. He jested, "You, young man, are now solely focused on sword practice. Do not neglect your studies and spiritual spells." Li Guanchi nodded sheepishly, aware that he had not attended the lessons at Tianshui Peak in quite some time. Shenlan did not pursue the matter further, and Li Guanchi exchanged a brief nod with Kachin as a form of greeting. Then, with a flicker of light in his hand, Shenlan summoned a ship the size of a spirit stone into his palm. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhong Lin explained to Li Guanchi, "This is called a cloud boat. It is a spirit-grade vessel, typically chosen for long-distance travel." With a wave, Shenlan cast the cloud boat into the air, and it magnificently expanded to an impressive size of 10 zhong. The vessel's sides featured folded sails, seemingly designed for adjusting its direction. The group boarded the cloud boat, which gradually ascended under Shenlan's command. As they gazed down at the Daxia sword sect shrinking away, the boat soared into the clouds. A layer of azure protective shield enveloped the cloud boat, which then sped away towards the horizon at remarkable velocity. Shenlan spoke softly. "The destination we are heading to lies within the territory of Jinhua Mountain. This is also an opportunity for me to inform you about the various forces surrounding us: Qinglong Island, the Wanshan Sword Sect, the Zixiao Sword Pavilion, and the Qixing Gate, culminating in our own faction alongside Jinhua Mountain. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, these 6 sects possess the most substantial influence, while the remaining factions are scarcely worth mentioning." After a brief pause, Shenlan continued, "Among these, the Daxia Sword Sect, Jinhua Mountain, and the Wanshan Sword Sect lead in strength, surpassing the other 3. These 6 sects jointly govern the Yunming Immortal Palace, whose mysteries you're likely already aware of." At this moment, Li Guanchi suddenly expressed his confusion. "Elder Shun, if the Yunming Immortal Palace is truly so extraordinary, should we not fear the covetous eyes of others?" Shenlan smiled gently and replied, "Your question is misguided, for the Yunming Immortal Palace has a significant drawback. This secret realm permits only disciples in the Qi refining stage to enter, and the treasures discovered within seldom exceed the golden core stage. In essence, this secret realm holds little value for those of higher cultivation levels. However, it serves as an excellent trial ground for our disciples, with considerably reduced risks." Li Guanchi nodded slightly, understanding the implications. No wonder no one sought to seize it. Its utility was limited. At that moment, the voice of the sword spirit suddenly echoed in Li Guanchi's mind. "Oh, the Xiaobaiting realm. Intriguing." Li Guanchi inquired mentally, "What is the Beitong realm?" The sword spirit's languid voice drifted back. "It is what you refer to as the Yunming Immortal Palace. This secret realm was formed from the remnants left by powerful cultivators from the upper realms, naturally attracting fragments of space from the void to connect with it." Li Guanchi furrowed his brow. Though he found the explanation somewhat nebulous, he grasped its essence. While on the boat, Yi Feng, Lin Dong, and others wandered about, clearly fascinated by their surroundings. In contrast, Li Guanchi sat alone at the stern, meditating in cultivation. Shenlan nodded with a smile, internally acknowledging, "A genius indeed. But what is more crucial is the diligence that surpasses others. Li Nanting has truly taken on a promising disciple." The cloud boat traveled at speeds far exceeding 1,000 miles a day. Even so, after a day and a night of flight, they finally caught sight of the vague outline of a towering mountain. The peak was immensely grand, reaching into the clouds. Surrounding it were numerous celestial cranes and tame flying beasts darting by. Beside their cloud boat, another colossal vessel appeared. This boat was entirely crimson, featuring 2 sails on its side, and it soared with astonishing speed, zipping past them in a flash. The cloud boat began to tremble violently, and the protective barrier shimmered slightly. Shenlan hurriedly adjusted the helm, channeling more spiritual energy to stabilize it. Li Guanchi slowly rose to gaze towards the rear of the red cloud boat, where he noticed a stern-looking youth intently fixated on him. A rare cold smirk appeared on Li Guanchi's face. Who is he? After a moment of contemplation, Li Guanchi turned to his side and gently inquired of Shenlong. Elder Shun, which faction does that cloud vessel belong to? And who is that person at the bow? Shenlong, with a grim expression, replied, Zhao Xianzhu, an exceptionally talented individual among this generation of disciples from the Wanqing sword sect. The Wanqing sword sect has always been at odds with us. If they provoke us in the Cloud Dream Immortal Palace's secret realm, be sure to teach them a lesson. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged knowing smiles. Buzz. The protective array of Jinhua Mountain was activated, and the cloud vessel gradually docked at the surrounding platform. At this moment, the other faction's vessels had already anchored, and they found themselves to be the last to arrive. Before anyone could disembark, a sharp and cutting voice pierced the air. I say, Shenlong, has your great Xia sword sect really fallen to such a state? Are you so reluctant to replace this decrepit cloud vessel? It's excruciatingly slow, and everyone is waiting for you. Chapter 43. The ambush and the murderous sword. Shenlong's expression was frigid as she opened her palm and commanded, Spirit Spell. 282. Thunder Whip. Crack. The resounding purple thunder whip struck mercilessly across the face of the man who had spoken. Bang! The sheer force of the thunder whip sent the man flying several feet, leaving his cheek mangled and charred. The man, pointing at Shenlong, felt his blood surge in anger, his fingers trembling slightly. Shenlong dissipated the thunder whip and led her companions past him. A mere steward of Qinglong Island dares to speak so arrogantly to me. Oomph. Consider this a lesson, lest your words bring you trouble in the future. The man's face turned an ashen hue, yet he could not utter a word. The woman's gaze conveyed a clear message. Should he dare to speak another word, she would strike. Once Li Guanchi and his party had distanced themselves, the man finally dared to rise and curse. Damn woman. Just wait until you enter the Yunmeng Xian Palace. I will find a way to deal with you. Li Guanchi, at the rear of the group, merely smiled coldly upon hearing this. Deal with us? Soon, the disciples of Jinhua Mountain welcomed the group, clad in ochre robes of their sect. The disciples had been waiting here for some time. An elder, distinguished by his age, hurried over upon spotting Shenlong. I did not expect at this time the Daxia sword sect would be personally escorting disciples by Elder Shun. How remiss of us not to have come out to greet you properly. Oh, it seems that the Daxia sword sect has acquired some remarkable talents this year. The elder was exceedingly courteous, ensuring to attend to everyone. He then turned and remarked softly, These are our new disciples this year. Their strength is still somewhat inferior to these young ones. Despite the elder's words, pride was evident on his face, as most of the disciples behind him were at the 9th level of qi refinement, which could hardly be deemed poor. Shenlong smiled in response. Once our disciples enter the Yunmeng Xian Palace, we shall assist one another. The elder smiled faintly. Indeed. He guided the group toward the back mountain of Jinhua Mountain's main peak. Along the way, disciples from other sects gathered together. Amidst this throng, Li Guanchi spotted a familiar figure. Though his expression remained unchanged, his mind was racing. What was that person's name again? Luo Hu. He has actually become a disciple of Qinglong Island. Li Guanchi shook his head and sighed softly. It seems not every sect is as accommodating as the Daxia sword sect. That Luo who had been filled with disdain during the entrance ceremony. Yet ultimately, due to his dual spirit roots, he was accepted as a disciple by Qinglong Island. However, it was a certain Zhao Xianzhu who caught Li Guanchi's attention. The aura he exuded was simply impossible to overlook. Soon, all 6 sect disciples had gathered atop a colossal altar platform. The elder from Jinhua Mountain, who had spoken earlier, was once again in charge. Esteemed guests, I trust you have conveyed the rules to your disciples. In the secret realm, life and death are borne by oneself. Any grievances within must not be carried outside. Having prepared adequately, it was time to enter the ethereal cloud Dream Immortal Palace. The leaders of the 6 major sects each produced a unique jade pendant and cast it into the air. The 6 pendants emitted a soft, shimmering glow, conjuring a magnificent palace silhouette in the sky. Suddenly, Shenlong communicated with Li Guanchi, instructing, if you encounter danger within, do not hesitate to act decisively. If it comes to it, Do not shy away from taking a life. Meanwhile, Shun Lan conveyed to the others from this point onward. Li Guanchi shall lead. His voice was resolute, leaving little room for dissent. Among the five, Lin Dong and Yi Feng appeared indifferent, while Kachin hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Only Zhong Lin exhibited some reluctance, yet he remained silent. As the distorted spatial rift materialized, the elder solemnly warned, "Remember, do not attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage within. Otherwise, you will be instantaneously expelled." Wishing everyone good fortune, a resonant hum echoed. Once the spatial rift stabilized, the group swiftly leaped into the secret realm. Shun Lan softly urged, "You may enter now." Li Guanchi nodded slightly and led the group into the void. As they traversed the secret realm, it felt akin to being submerged in water, their consciousness momentarily adrift. Suddenly, piercing sounds of air being sliced through rang out. With a sudden drop beneath his feet, Li Guanchi plummeted. In that instant, he drew his sword and effortlessly cleaved the incoming hidden weapons. "Be cautious," he warned. The group fell from a height of several dozen feet, their expressions sharpening. Upon landing, Li Guanchi did not pause. He surged forward like a driven cheetah. A dull thud resonated as he propelled himself off the ground, creating a shallow crater beneath him. With a swift motion, Yi Feng, wielding his long sword, followed closely behind, while the remaining three unsheathed their weapons, alert to their surroundings. Zhong Lin, his brow furrowed, decisively exclaimed, "Let us move. We shall flank from the left." The young man, clad in purple robes, seeing his hidden weapon intercepted, attempted to retreat. However, as he turned, he found his pursuer had already closed the distance to mere 20 paces, an alarming speed that threatened to overtake him in mere moments. Cursing under his breath, he muttered, "Damn it, how can he be so swift?" Behind him, Yi Feng had pushed his agility to the limits, yet he could only watch as Li Guanchi maintained his lead. "His physical prowess is astonishing," Yi Feng murmured. "This is no different from a body refinement martial artist. Such speed derived solely from physical strength." Li Guanchi frowned slightly, his spiritual sense unveiling the figure of his opponent. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he murmured, "Seven-string sect?" With a resounding thud, his already remarkable speed surged even further, creating a gap of several paces between him and Yi Feng in the blink of an eye. They now found themselves in an expansive forest, where the adversary effortlessly leaped among the treetops, simultaneously retrieving a jade slip to send a message. "Come quickly. I've been discovered." Suddenly, a sudden wave of scorching breath brushed against the young man's neck, prompting him to turn and behold a pair of eerily pure white eyes fixated upon him. "Got you." With a resounding thud, Li Guanchi unleashed a powerful kick to his opponent's ribcage. The youth was propelled like a ragged sandbag, crashing into an ancient tree as thick as a barrel before finally halting. Gasping in agony, he lay on the ground, clutching his ribs and moaning in distress. Yi Feng, witnessing the scene, hastened to Li Guanchi's side. "How unfortunate for him to encounter you." At that moment, the others finally approached the two. Kachin furrowed her brow at the sight of the youth spitting blood. Zhong Lin's expression grew serious. The opponent's aura was at least that of a peak 8th layer Qi refinement, yet he was rendered helpless by Li Guanchi as if he were but a child. Li Guanchi remained silent, sword in hand, advancing towards the youth with a frigid demeanor. Suddenly, Kachin interjected, "Why not? Let it go. He has received his due punishment. There are many ties between the 6 sects. We cannot simply kill him." Upon hearing this, Li Guanchi's brow furrowed deeply. At that moment, aside from the two of them, the others in the forest had vanished. Even if he were to slay his opponent, no trace would remain. The very act of aggression from the youth had already ignited a murderous intent within Li Guanchi. Abruptly, the youth, who had been lying on the ground, shifted his gaze to one of malice. With a swift motion, he hurled a dagger straight towards Kachin's face. With a flash, Yi Feng drew his sword to intercept the attack. "Be careful." Chapter 44. The cruel path of cultivation. Establishing authority, Kachin was utterly petrified, rooted to the spot. Just at that critical moment, a hand suddenly clutched the blade of the dagger with unwavering strength. Blood trickled down from Li Guanchi's palm as he approached Kachin with an impassive expression, deftly tossing the dagger aside. Thud! The dagger pierced through the young man's palm, pinning him firmly to the ground. Li Guanchi's vacant gaze fixated on Coffin, disregarding her pallid complexion as he spoke in a low, stern voice. This is your sole opportunity to show mercy, for I can bear the consequences of this choice. Should there be another instance, I will abandon you to your own fate. Let me remind you, within this secret realm, where life and death are disregarded, do not treat it as a mere game. Life is singular, and I refuse to be encumbered by one who is weak-hearted. With that, Li Guanchi's sword flickered, and the disciple of the seven-strings sect met a swift demise. Emotionless, he completed his task and declared, "We must depart swiftly. Their people will find this place shortly." He then collected the storage pouch and identity jade slips from the fallen adversary. Coffin, pale and trembling, bore the splatters of blood upon her face. Li Guanchi coldly remarked, "If you do not leave, then do not bother at all." Only then did Coffin regain her composure, panic lacing her voice. I will go." Thus, the small party of 5 hastily fled in another direction. Silence enveloped them during their flight, save for Yi Feng's bold inquiry. "Have you killed before?" Li Guanchi replied, his face devoid of expression. "I have." At that moment, however, Li Guanchi abruptly turned, his eyes widening as he spoke gravely. "Yi Feng, Zhong Lin, you two circle around from the rear, maintaining a distance of 500 zhang. Wait for my signal before revealing yourselves." Lin Dong inquired solemnly, "Have you detected the presence of the seven strings sect disciples?" Yi Feng scoffed. "What did you think he took the identity jade slip for?" "Zhong Lin, follow me." With a swift motion, the two figures vanished amidst the tall grass. Li Guanchi cast a final glance at the dazed Coffin, internally lamenting such sheltered lambs. "Lin Dong, accompany me eastward. There are only 2 of us. We must resolve this swiftly." The trio advanced towards the east, while Li Guanchi narrowed his eyes, contemplating. "Since a conflict has arisen, I shall eliminate them entirely." This had always been the doctrine instilled in him by his grandfather. Su Xian had taught him from a young age that once a dispute arose, one must either refrain from action or eradicate the trouble entirely. Yet, he had often pondered why his grandfather frequently sought to reason with people in the village. Russell, the 2 disciples clad in purple robes, upon witnessing their comrade's dismembered form, erupted in furious rage. How dare the great Xia sword sect slay a disciple of the seven-string sect? However, just as the man was in the throes of rage and despair, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "What are you afraid of?" At that moment, Li Guanchi's sword was barely deflected, for the man had just broken through to the 10th level of Qi refinement. The young man's visage was cool and composed, with elongated eyes and faint brows, unmistakably the countenance of a cunning and treacherous individual. "You have not left after all. The great Xia sword sect has indeed produced a ruthless character." Bang! Li Guanchi's blade struck like a tempest against his opponent, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. Such needless chatter. Clang! 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 Bang! The swords clashed in the air, sparks flying, as the 10th level of Qi refinement faltered under the weight of the opponent's formidable essence. Li Guanchi's sword was swift as the wind, ferocious in its assault. Even he could only barely withstand the onslaught, ultimately being sent flying several yards by a powerful kick. Before he could regain his footing, Li Guanchi had already arrived at his side. Channeling his essence in his feet, Li Guanchi moved with the swiftness of a gale. Thrust! In the intertwining of blades, the tip of his sword pierced the opponent's chest. Simultaneously, the adversary's blade struck his shoulder. Unfazed, Li Guanchi swiftly pivoted and plunged into the fray of Lin Dong's battle behind him. Lin Dong and Coffin had never taken a life. Even with 2 against 1, they could only manage to encircle their foe. Upon witnessing Li Guanchi slay his senior brother, the opponent became immediately flustered. "I am a disciple of the seven-string sect. You cannot kill me." At these words, Lin Dong and Coffin's swords hesitated. "This is bad." Li Guanchi rushed toward them. Simultaneously, Yi Feng and Zhong Lin arrived from behind, equally powerless upon witnessing the scene. The disciple was clearly clutching 2 dark purple pills in his hand. In a moment of desperation, Li Guanchi hurled his sword. The blade infused with thunderous essence shot forth. Thud! The sword pierced through the adversary's skull, mere inches from Qin's face. The swiftly approaching Yi Feng and Zhong Lin immediately seized Lin Dong and retreated hastily, just as they left their original position. The two pills fell to the ground and ignited into roaring flames. Gasping for breath, Li Guanchi slowly rose and approached Qin, gripping her collar and without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap. Yi Feng opened his mouth to speak but uttered no sound. Zhong Lin, however, interjected, "Senior brother Li." Smack! Qin was utterly stunned by the blow, lowering her head as tears welled in her eyes. A clear handprint marred her fair skin. Yet, Li Guanchi's voice erupted with fury. "If you wish to die, then do so alone. Do not drag others down with you. Had it not been for Lin Dong intercepting a few of your strikes, you would have been dead already." Breathing heavily, Li Guanchi turned to reclaim his sword, gathering the storage bags from the two individuals and carelessly tossing them to Yi Feng and Lin Dong, while also tossing the earlier storage bag to Zhong Lin. After tidying everything up, Li Guanchi, crouched on the ground, paid no attention to the trembling shoulders of Qin. Instead, he spoke to himself. "Once you step into the realm of cultivation, do not entertain the notion of remaining unscathed. If you do not take the initiative to eliminate others, rest assured, they will seek your demise. If you cannot grasp this reality, I advise you to abandon your cultivation and descend the mountain to lead a mundane life." Qin, sitting on the ground, yearned to scream and vent her grievances at Li Guanchi. However, upon hearing his words, she felt a lump in her throat, her mouth opening yet unable to utter a single word. Yi Feng collected the storage bag and stood up, stating, "If you have resolved to pursue cultivation, do not be so tender-hearted. We are all in the same boat, and if you continue in this manner, we will have no choice but to abandon you." Even the honest and simple Lin Dong quietly rose, unwilling to take a life, yet more averse to losing his own. Suddenly, the ferocious roars of beasts echoed in all directions, prompting Li Guanchi to signal the others to crouch low. After a moment of focused contemplation, he solemnly declared, "Northward, move." The four hastened their pace, showing no concern for Qin. After a significant interval, with reddened eyes, Qin slowly picked up her long sword, her gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Following two battles, Li Guanchi's formidable strength and decisive nature had earned the respect and allegiance of the group, establishing him firmly as the leader of their small band. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Yi Feng's eyes as he thought, "Damn, old Li's a real man. He strikes when he needs to." Chapter 45. Treasure hunting in the cave. Beneath the pool, the echoes of beastly roars reverberated in the ears of the group. Li Guanchi swiftly raised his hand to signal everyone a halt. At that moment, they had reached the edge of the forest, where a lush expanse of grassland and towering mountains lay beyond. Before Li Guanchi appeared a nearly translucent barrier of light, surrounding the colossal volcano. Disciples of the Wanjian sect and Zixiao Pavilion were fleeing in all directions. In Zhao Xuanju's hand was a remarkably unique spiritual herb, its leaves shaped like horse hooves, with a dark, glossy root exuding a soft pink luminescence. Additionally, several other disciples of Zixiao Pavilion held similar spiritual herbs, the flower rain ghost root and the purple xuanji. Li Guanchi was somewhat astonished by the appearance of these herbs, all of which were peak-grade treasures. However, what captured his attention the most were the two enormous demonic beasts. One was a dark bat with a wingspan of 6 zhang, and the other, a red-eyed demon ape standing about 10 feet tall. Li Guanchi was not prepared to confront these beasts head-on. Judging by their size, they were at least foundation-building demonic beasts, and he had no desire to engage in conflict with them. Nevertheless, he was curious about this peculiar place. The two beasts were in pursuit of two fleeing groups, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath them. Yi Feng nudged Li Guanchi and whispered, "What should we do?" After a moment of contemplation, just as Li Guanchi was about to respond, a voice from the sword's spirit echoed in his mind. "There are treasures in the cave 100 zhang away." Li Guanchi swallowed his words, mentally inquiring, "What treasures?" "Tai silver." Li Guanchi's eyes widened in astonishment as he replied solemnly, "Is that true?" "Believe it or not," came the retort. Gazing at the vast cave 100 zhang away, Li Guanchi hesitated. He was uncertain whether to lead the group into this adventure. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. I wish to explore that cave. Will you join me? Zhonglin rubbed his hands together excitedly and replied, let us go. They have already obtained spiritual herbs. We must find some other rewards too. Seeing everyone eager to embark on this endeavor, Li Guanchi asserted, very well. Let us hurry inside while the two beasts are still away. If any danger arises, we shall make a swift retreat. Suddenly, Li Guanchi turned around and noticed Kachin standing expressionlessly behind the group, her eyes red and swollen. I won't go too. Her voice was devoid of emotion, as if she had transformed into a different person. Li Guanchi regarded her gently and said, since you have decided to change, bear it silently without showing such a face. If you do not wish to change, no one is forcing you. Kachin rubbed her cheeks, and her expression softened considerably. Observing that the young woman had calmed somewhat, Li Guanchi began to assign roles. Kachin, stay at the cave entrance. If those two beasts return, notify us immediately. The rest of you come with me. With that, they prepared to step out of the forest. Yifeng suddenly turned back to Kachin and remarked, do not hold it against him. It is all for your own good. Guarding the cave entrance essentially entrusts our lives to you. Do not let us down. Li Guanchi spoke in a solemn tone. Let us depart. With that, the 5-member team dashed forward in a diamond formation. Their speed was astonishing, covering a distance of 100 zhong in mere breaths. At this moment, the two monstrous beasts had already pursued several hundred zhong, utterly oblivious to what transpired behind them. Kachin suddenly retrieved a brown ancient zither from her storage bag, swiftly concealing herself behind a large rock at the cave's entrance. The remaining members hastened into the cave. The cavern measured 3 zhong in both length and width, with an exceedingly damp ground that felt like squelching through mud. The air was thick with a foul odor, reminiscent of a long-decomposed fish. Li Guanchi furrowed his brow, his senses fully alert, surveying the interior of the cave. However, they had already infiltrated nearly 100 zhong, and the deeper they ventured, the more his heart raced. The further they went, the longer it would take for them to escape. Gradually, the temperature around them began to drop. At last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, and the space before them opened up magnificently. The vast interior stretched a full 10 zhong, revealing 2 enormous nests. The group hurriedly searched for treasures. Zhonglin's voice rang out in delight. Wow, there's a vast expanse of baigu grass here. This is prime material for concocting foundation-building pills. It's at least 100 years old. With that, he began to harvest eagerly. Li Guanchi inquired, where are your valuable items? He asked this because he knew that, given the sword spirit's pride, she would hardly be impressed by mere grass. The sword spirit replied softly, do you see that pond in the corner? It lies beneath that. Li Guanchi rushed to the corner and indeed discovered a pond about 3 feet in size. However, this was merely the entrance. The space beneath was far larger. He instructed, if anything happens, call for me immediately. Without delay, he plunged into the pond before the astonished gazes of his companions. The weight of the sword box caused him to descend rapidly, and in this place his vision revealed nothing. Once his consciousness surged forth, Li Guanchi remained unfazed. He realized that his spiritual energy was depleting rapidly in the water, lasting at most half a stick of incense. Guided by the sword spirit, he soon reached a wall deep within the pond. Before him, a large section of the stone wall emanated a silvery glow. What is this? Li Guanchi inquired. The sword spirit replied softly, Tai silver, a fundamental material used by golden core cultivators to forge magical artifacts, and even some spiritual tools require it. Without hesitation, Li Guanchi unsheathed his sword and began to strike. Yet after many attempts, the substance remained unmoved. Time was not on his side, so he decisively positioned himself at the bottom of the water, channeling his energy to unleash a single strike. Bang! The entire block of Tai silver was cleaved off in one go. With a flicker of his consciousness, Li Guanchi swiftly collected the Tai silver. As he was about to depart, he heard the astonished voice of the sword spirit. Oh, wait. It seems there is some mystical treasure spirit sand below. Just as Li Guanchi turned around, he was met with the shouts of the onlookers above. After a brief moment of hesitation, he swiftly reversed his grip on the sword, and the blade emitted a distressing cracking sound under the strain. From the depths of the wall, a golden stone the size of a human head tumbled down. Seizing the item, Li Guanchi immediately swam upwards. Shortly thereafter, he heard the anxious cries of Coffin from the jade slip. Hurry! Those two monstrous beasts are already on their way back. Just 100 zhang away. A heavy dread filled Li Guanchi's heart. It had only been a matter of mere moments. Yet the adversaries were already 100 zhang from returning. Given the power of those two beasts, unless he could achieve a breakthrough in Foundation establishment right now, everyone would face certain death. Yet, if he were to break through, he would be instantaneously transported out of the secret realm, leaving the others doomed. At their current speed, even if they turned back now, they would inevitably collide head-on with the monstrous beasts. What to do? What to do? Cold sweat began to bead on Li Guanchi's forehead. Chapter 46. Thrilling encounters in the Beastmaster sect in a moment of urgency. Li Guanchi made a decisive choice. Run. Retreat immediately. Simultaneously, he swiftly retrieved a jade slip, his voice resonating with gravity. Coffin, inform us at once of the whereabouts of those two monstrous beasts. Quickly. With that, the group surged forward, their speed reaching its zenith. Li Guanchi took the opportunity to change out of his drenched garments. The voice of Coffin echoed through the jade slip. 80 zhang. At that moment, they were still at least 150 zhang from the cave's entrance. 60 zhang. 30 zhang. The group had pushed their speed to the utmost, and Li Guanchi's consciousness began to sweep rapidly above them. 10 zhang. He could hear the earth rumbling ominously beneath them. Now, they were merely a corner away from the cave entrance. Only 30 zhang remained. Li Guanchi halted abruptly, whispering through thought transmission to the cave's apex. Yifeng immediately grasped his intent, and the group scrambled upwards in an instant. However, Zhonglin stumbled and fell back a few feet. Without hesitation, Li Guanchi steadied Zhonglin's foot and propelled him upward with force. They have entered. The crimson-eyed demon ape and the dark bat had already infiltrated the cave. Li Guanchi, eyeing the perfect spot, leaped into the air, anchoring himself against a protruding stone column to avoid falling. The group held their breath as the sounds drew ever closer. The deep rumble was becoming unmistakably vivid. They exchanged anxious glances, collectively stifling their breaths. The tension was palpable, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably, with their senses heightened beyond imagination. At last, a colossal beast lumbered past beneath them. Li Guanchi could even discern the filthy fur of the crimson-eyed demon ape. Suddenly, the beast raised a hand to scratch its head, nearly brushing against Li Guanchi's foot by mere inches. Thump, thump, thump. Li Guanchi felt as if his heart might leap from his throat. The demon ape then ambled around the corner. Following closely was the entirely black dark bat, its wings as thin as parchment folding in as it advanced on its elbows. While the bat's vision was poor, its acute hearing allowed it to pinpoint everything's location with precision. Gradually, it approached the corner. Suddenly, the dark bat halted. Its stillness sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. The bat's nose twitched slightly, and Li Guanchi instantly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He turned to Zhonglin and transmitted urgently, "After you harvested the baigu grass, did you eliminate your scent?" Upon hearing this, Zhonglin's face turned pale. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Guanchi urged through thought transmission, "Run." As they landed, the dark bat whipped around, its gaze locking onto the group. It opened its mouth, emitting a piercing sonic wave. Almost simultaneously with the group's landing, the sound wave reverberated in their ears. In an instant, the crowd was overwhelmed, blood streaming from their orifices, their spirits unsteady. "Block your ears and run," Li Guanchi bellowed, grasping Lin Dong and Zhonglin as they hurriedly made their escape. The jade slips flickered with light, and Coffin's voice echoed once more. The disciples of the Wanxian sword sect and the Zixiao pavilion had returned. Li Guanchi's thoughts raced. Evidently, the adversaries were aware that treasures still lay hidden within the cave. They sought another opportunity to test their fortune, but at this moment, Li Guanchi could not afford to dwell on such matters. Behind them, the furious roars of two ferocious beasts reverberated like thunder. The cave's rocky walls trembled, and debris rained down from above. The group pushed their speed to the limit and finally burst forth from the cave. Upon emerging, they spotted Kachin. Without a moment to spare, Li Guanchi shouted, "Go!" In the opposite direction. The five of them wasted no time, swiftly circumventing the towering mountains as they fled. Just as the 10 members of the Wanxian Sword Sect and Zixiao Pavilion reached the cave entrance, they caught sight of the fleeing figures. Zhao Xianzhu furrowed his brow, pondering. How could the members of the Daxia Sword Sect emerge from that cave? Roar! Almost immediately, they were met with the sight of two nearly frenzied beasts, which, upon seeing them, launched into an even more frenzied pursuit. The group raced northward, and after an indeterminate span of time, they finally halted, having covered nearly 3,000 zhang. Collapsing to the ground, their vital energy was drained to its absolute limit. Yi Feng, panting heavily, glanced at the composed Li Guanchi, muttering incredulously, "What a monster!" Li Guanchi urged everyone to absorb the spiritual energy without delay, then spoke solemnly. "I retrieved 2 items from beneath that pool." Lin Dong and the others had already suspected that Li Guanchi had discovered something valuable, but had yet to inquire. "What did you find? What could possibly be down there? Show us." With a resounding thud, a sizable piece of silver stone struck the ground. Yi Feng and Zhong Lin stared in disbelief. Zhong Lin exclaimed, "Tai precious silver. Such a large piece must be worth at least 10,000 spiritual stones." Yi Feng nodded in agreement, then asked, "You mentioned 2 items? What is the other one?" Suddenly, a golden-hued stone materialized in Li Guanchi's palm. Even Zhong Lin was unable to identify it. Yet Yi Feng blurted out, "Xianbao spirit sand. Good heavens! A piece this size is worth at least 30,000 spiritual stones. We're rich." Without further ado, Li Guanchi stored the items and stated, "Once we exit and sell these, we will divide the profits evenly." Kachin, who had remained silent until now, raised her head and timidly asked, Do I get share too?" Li Guanchi smiled gently and replied, "Of course you do. You performed admirably just now. Without you, we would not have reacted in time." The others in the cave exchanged smiles, yet they all understood that had it not been for Li Guanchi and the others, they might well have become the beast's next meal. Simultaneously, they held a deep respect for the decisiveness Li Guanchi had exhibited. Li Guanchi rose and gazed into the distance, softly stating, "Let us converse as we walk. Further ahead, there seems to be a multitude of structures. Perhaps this is a secret realm of a certain sect, and the treasures here far exceed what lies outside." The others, having recently divided their spoils, felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. Meanwhile, Li Guanchi casually glanced backwards. Dev enixi en sword sectis yedenashche opevilion. He had yet to spot anyone from ZHNYU Mountain or Q in Jieling Island, and it seemed only 2 individuals from the Qingxuan sect remained. However, the jade slip no longer displayed their locations, suggesting they had likely sensed something amiss. The group hurried towards the indistinct cluster of buildings, encountering 2 additional realms along the way, both similarly shrouded by a layer of barrier, the ice and snow domain and the volcanic domain. Throughout their journey, Li Guanchi, utilizing his formidable spiritual sense, deftly avoided numerous demonic beasts. Simultaneously, a question arose in his mind. Why were there so many demonic beasts in this place? Could it be that the diverse environments of the 4 realms were designed specifically to nurture these creatures? Was there perhaps a sect dedicated to beast taming? Chapter 47. The beast uprising in the siege of the city gates. After a prolonged dash, the group finally caught a vague glimpse of the immense sect ahead, sprawling across nearly 10,000 square feet, resembling a colossal fortress. However, a cacophony of sounds reached their ears once more. Li Guanchi raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt, and peered cautiously from behind a rock. To his astonishment, he observed 6 or 7 first-tier beast creatures besieging several youths clad in earthy-toned robes. Li Guanchi's bro furuba. They were disciples from Jinyue Mountain. It was evident that these individuals had stumbled upon a valuable find, only to be discovered by the beasts. 2 of the disciples were already injured, and if the situation continued, they would not last much longer. Rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Li Guanchi ultimately resolved to intervene. Yi Feng, noticing the situation, softly inquired, "Old Li, are you going to help them?" Li Guanchi quickly explained, "This is a rescue we must undertake. It is not merely due to our favorable relations with Jinyue Mountain. We have already slain disciples from the Qixin sect. The Wuxian sword sect and the Zixiao pavilion have evidently allied, and we encountered conflict with the people from Qinglong Island as soon as we arrived. At this juncture, we must secure an ally for ourselves. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, realizing Li Guanchi was not one to overestimate his own significance. He was astutely analyzing the current predicament. The group then hastened towards the battle scene, located 100 feet away. Li Guanchi shouted with conviction, "Brothers of Jinyue Mountain, hold on. We are here to assist you." The Jinyue Mountain disciple's eyes brightened at his words. Yet the leading disciple cautioned, "Let us remain vigilant." The three disciples from Jinyue Mountain began to distance themselves from the two injured members. With Li Guanchi and his companions joining the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The first-tier beasts were no match in size or strength for the two second-tier beasts they had previously encountered. Especially effective was Ku Qin's ability, which countered these creatures. The sound waves from her Guqin, infused with spiritual energy, disoriented the beasts. In no time, Li Guanchi and his companions had slain 4 purple devil lizards. While the Jinyue Mountain disciples finally dispatched the last 2, Li Guanchi instructed Lin Dong to collect the inner cores from the beasts and approach the disciples of Jinyue Mountain. The leading disciple, robust in stature and possessing a resolute countenance, stepped forward and clasped his hands in gratitude, stating solemnly, "I am Xin Qi from Jinyue Mountain. We thank you, esteemed members of the Daxia sword sect, for your timely rescue." His words were heartfelt, for had Li Guanchi and his companions intended harm, they would have acted long ago. The formidable strength they had displayed required no ulterior motives. Li Guanchi introduced his companions one by one, then spoke earnestly, "This area is rife with beasts. It is unwise to linger. Let's proceed together towards the sect." Xin Qi nodded in agreement, and the two groups set forth towards the great mountain. Along the way, Li Guanchi learned of their recent troubles. It turned out that the people from Qinglong Island had raided the nests of the purple devil lizards, drawing the wrath of the beasts upon themselves. "You are truly unfortunate. Not only have you missed out on the benefits, but someone has also been injured," Li Guanchi remarked with a smile. This statement, once uttered, only served to intensify Xin Qi's growing ire. "If I ever catch those from Qinglong Island, I shall teach them a lesson. Oh, by the way, I heard that you had a conflict with those scoundrels from the seven-string sect?" Li Guanchi chuckled but remained silent, while Yifeng, standing nearby, shrugged and spoke up. "Those scoundrels attempted to deceive us upon our arrival, and we ended up slaying 3 of them." Xin Qi's pupils constricted, though his expression remained outwardly calm. Li Guanchi observed this exchange keenly, choosing not to intervene as Yifeng recounted the incident. Indeed, one must always guard against treachery. It is wise to sound a warning to the people of Jinyue Mountain, lest they harbor any ill intentions. As the group approached the temple-like sect, Li Guanchi suddenly halted, crouching down to touch the ground, his expression shifting abruptly. "Run! Something is amiss." Upon hearing Li Guanchi's urgent words, the members of the Daxia sword sect wasted no time and took off running. This level of decisiveness took Xin Qi by surprise, and he soon joined in, urging the others to follow suit. "Li brother, what is happening? Why must we flee?" Xin Qi called out anxiously from 10 paces behind. With a grave demeanor, Li Guanchi replied, "A large horde of beasts is charging toward us. Numerous, countless." After running for a short while, when they were still 800 paces away from the towering walls and gates of the sect, a cloud of dust suddenly erupted a few hundred paces behind them. Li Guanchi turned sharply to see hundreds of beasts advancing in unison, with the previously dark bat leading the charge. The ground trembled, and the beasts roared. The 10 individuals wished fervently for a second pair of legs. Positioned in the south, they noticed others approaching swiftly from their left, also racing toward the sect. Li Guanchi's expression hardened. It was the disciples of the Wanshan sword sect and the Zixiao pavilion, and they were mingled with those from Qinglong Island and the seven-string sect. Li Guanchi's countenance turned icy as he commanded, "Increase your speed. We cannot allow them to enter first." The terrain was flat, offering no refuge. Their only chance lay in reaching the sect's ruins and closing the gates behind them. However, the members of the Wanshan sword sect and Qinglong Island had also spotted them. Luo, whose face turned cold as he urged, "Senior brother, quickly, we must enter first." The pace of both groups quickened once more, and a sense of foreboding settled over Li Guanchi as he calculated their speed. If he did not devise a plan soon, they would undoubtedly be left outside to perish. Turning to Shenqi, he said solemnly, "I must go ahead to prevent them from closing the gates once they enter. You all need to move as fast as you can." Without waiting for Shenqi's acknowledgement, Li Guanchi's muscles tensed, and he propelled himself off the ground, creating a deep crater beneath him, launching into motion with a terrifying speed that surpassed even that of a cheetah. Beside him, Yifeng clicked his tongue. While others might be oblivious, he was acutely aware of the weight of the sword box carried by Li Guanchi. To traverse at such speed while bearing a 500-pound stone sword box was indeed remarkable. Li Guanchi raced forward, the wind howling past his ears, wielding his long sword as he charged towards the nearest members of Qinglong Island. Upon noticing Li Guanchi's approach, Luo, whose eyes flickered with a glint of malice, the humiliation he endured at the great Xia sword sect remained fresh in his mind. But fortunately, he had joined Qinglong Island. Luo, who spoke coldly, "Brothers, it seems that the blind man from the great Xia sword sect intends to obstruct our entry." Upon hearing this, the remaining two disciples of the Seven Strings sect exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. Let's deal with him first. Chapter 48, 1 against 7. The Beastmaster sect at this moment, the members of the Wanjian sword sect and the Zixiao pavilion had already soared into the city. Boom! Boom! Li Guanchi raised his eyebrows. Indeed, the two massive gates were slowly closing. The individuals from Qinglong Island and Qixing Gate were gradually converging towards him. Before the two figures from Qixing Gate could approach, a flurry of hidden weapons was hurled at Li Guanchi. Whoosh! 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 The sound of piercing air echoed as Li Guanchi wildly swung his sword, expertly deflecting each projectile with precision. The distance of 10 zhang was instantly bridged. The seven assailants swiftly surrounded Li Guanchi. Despite being alone against 7, Li Guanchi, now at the 11th level of Qi refinement, showed no signs of faltering. With his formidable physique and fierce swordsmanship, he momentarily halted their advance. The leading disciple from Qinglong Island, at the 10th level of Qi refinement, turned back to see that the gate was now only a short distance away. He quickly called out, "Retreat! Hurry! The gates are about to close." The seven assailants suddenly unleashed their full power, forcing Li Guanchi back several zhang, showering him with countless hidden weapons and explosive fireballs. The ensuing explosions and concealed weapons compelled Li Guanchi to retreat. Observing the imminent closure of the gate, he roared, "Wanjian sword sect and Zixiao pavilion, if you dare to close the gates, you shall bear the consequences." Bang! The gates thunderously closed after the members of Qinglong Island entered. Li Guanchi clenched his fists in frustration. Behind him, his companions followed closely, as a horde of demonic beasts was now merely 100 zhang away. Suddenly, the voice of the sword spirit resonated in his mind. Head east. At a distance of 150 zhang, there is a rocky outcrop. There should be a secret passage there. Without hesitation, Li Guanchi led the group eastward. The members of the Daxia sword sect did not dare to question him at this critical moment. They trusted that Li Guanchi would not lead them into a dire situation. Shenqi from Jinyue Mountain hesitated only briefly before following suit. "I hope I can trust you." Li Guanchi sprinted without uttering a word, his consciousness sweeping over the towering walls. The roar of beasts to their left grew ever closer, now just 10 zhang away. Found it! Li Guanchi removed the sword box from his back and hurled it against the protruding rock. With a resounding crash, the rock face ascended, revealing a small opening barely 3 feet wide, just large enough for a person to crawl through. Li Guanchi seized the sword box as a makeshift shield and commanded, "Quickly, get inside." Kuqin and the others were the first to crawl in, while Yifeng stood beside Li Guanchi, shouting, "You all go ahead. I'll cover the rear with Old Li." Yifeng, being the second strongest among them, remained behind without further persuasion, and Shenqi also chose to stay. However, just as the two injured disciples from Jinyue Mountain crawled inside, the beast horde was upon them. Two ferocious tiger-like beasts lunged towards Li Guanchi and the others. Li Guanchi rooted himself in place. With a powerful swing of his sword box, he sent one beast flying, while his sword, swift as lightning, plunged forward. The sword swiftly sliced through the belly of the ferocious tiger, blood splattering in the air. Yi Feng, exhibiting an agile movement, deftly maneuvered around a white magic bird, his golden essence enveloping the long sword as he unleashed a powerful strike. Shen Qi, meanwhile, manifested a massive silver shield in his hand, positioning it beside the two. "Come on," Shen Qi bellowed, as a layer of earthy essence enveloped the silver shield. A formidable earth mountain rhinoceros charged violently against the shield. The overwhelming force caused Shen Qi's right arm to crack and his body to lift off the ground, nearly sending him flying. Li Guanchi turned, securing the sword sheath on his back, and with a shoulder check, propelled Shen Qi into the cave entrance. Grasping the shield with one hand, he forcefully drove it into the ground. The earth mountain rhinoceros, momentarily disoriented, was unexpectedly hurled aside by Li Guanchi's swift motion. "Hurry! Yi Feng, you too!" Li Guanchi positioned himself with sword and shield 3 steps from the cave entrance. Yi Feng shouted back, without looking "You too" quickly. He then swiftly crawled into the cave. The corpses of several beasts obstructed further incursions from other creatures. Li Guanchi pressed the shield with his left hand and dove into the secret passage. With a thought, he stored the shield in his storage bag and then forcefully struck the nearby rock. Boom! The cliff crumbled, effectively sealing off all beasts outside. Lying within the passage, Li Guanchi gasped for breath, retrieving 2 spirit stones to clutch in his hands. After such an extensive pursuit and battle, nearly 80% of the essence in his dantian had been expended. Fortunately, after the modification of his cultivation method by the sword spirit, his rate of absorbing spirit stones was astonishing, restoring 1/10 of his essence in mere moments. Yet, Li Guanchi furrowed his brow slightly. For up to now, he had heard no voices. In the pitch-black passage, he couldn't see his own hand before his face. "Yi Feng, Lin Dong," he called out twice, but no one responded. A weight settled in his heart as he quickly finished absorbing the spirit stones, retrieving another to continue the process. After climbing for several dozen yards, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. However, upon emerging, he found himself in a vast, empty hall devoid of any other presence. "Sword Spirit, what is happening?" The Sword Spirit's impatient voice replied, "This is quite normal. At the exit, there is a random teleportation array. Many sects design their secret passages this way to prevent ambushes." Li Guanchi nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. Encountering the 4 sect members at this moment would undoubtedly lead to conflict. He had not fully regained his strength, so caution was prudent. Indeed, human nature is inherently selfish. Qinglong Island, Wanxian Sword Sect. "Sword Spirit, I feel the 12th layer's bottleneck loosening." The Sword Spirit did not offer any praise in response. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, Li Guanchi chose a random direction and began to walk. The entire sect is predominantly composed of rock, yet an overwhelming sense of decay permeates the atmosphere. This aura is not merely a testament to the passage of time, but rather an indication of the extensive devastation that has befallen the entire sect. However, it wasn't long before Li Guanchi stumbled upon several tightly sealed chambers. With considerable effort, he managed to push open one of the stone doors. A gust of fresh air swept through, only to reveal that the array of weapons within had instantaneously turned to ash. A look of disappointment crossed Li Guanchi's face, as he had hoped to discover some magical artifacts. Upon opening the next stone door, he found it to be utterly barren, save for a few damaged beast collars. This further solidified his belief that this had once been a beast-taming sect. Otherwise, there would not have been so many beast collars. Yet, when he opened the final stone door, a surge of elation filled his heart. Neatly arranged upon the shelves were various jade vials, and nestled within were 2 well-preserved jade boxes. Meanwhile, disciples of Jinhua Mountain and several members of the Daxia Sword Sect found themselves entangled in a deadly pursuit. Chapter 49. The Mysterious White Bones and the Thunder Pool. Li Guanchi rummaged through the boxes and discovered that all the jade bottles were empty. save for 2 fragrant foundation establishment pills nestled within a jade box. Overjoyed, he collected the pills, even gathering the empty jade bottles, determined not to let anything go to waste. However, he pondered the whereabouts of those who had left him waiting outside. A reckoning was due. Unfamiliar with the layout of the sect, he meandered through winding corridors, ultimately arriving at a location marked by towering, yet severely damaged structures. The remnants of walls lay strewn about, alongside deep, unfathomable chasms. In that moment, Li Guanchi's gaze fell upon a shattered wall, revealing the tattered corner of a garment. As he drew closer, he was taken aback to find a skeleton. The ribcage of the skeleton was shattered, suggesting it had suffered grave injuries in life. The fabric adorning it was extraordinary, evidently a robe of considerable quality, but its essence had long since faded, crumbling to ash at the slightest touch. Yet, a purple jade pendant caught Li Guanchi's attention, remarkably well-preserved and engraved with a character for sect. His heart raced as the implication struck him. Could this individual have been the sect master in life? As he peeled away the robe covering the skeleton, he noticed a fully purple jade ring adorning its finger. Hastily, he removed it, cleaning it against his clothing. With hands clasped in homage, he bowed slightly to the remains. "Forgive me," he murmured. "You have passed on, and leaving your possessions untouched would be a shame. Since I have encountered them, it signifies our fated connection, and thus, I do not consider it theft. Let's agree on that." He was fortunate the skeleton had not been disturbed for countless years. Otherwise, it might have risen to chastise him for his audacity. Li Guanchi swiftly employed his spiritual sense to dispel the faint seal that bound the jade ring. To his astonishment, the storage space within was vast, spanning 100 feet in diameter, 10 times larger than his storage pouch. Within lay a considerable number of spirit stones, easily amounting to nearly 100 mid-grade spirit stones. A broad smile spread across his face. Fortune had smiled upon him unexpectedly. Soon after, he discovered a unique jade slip within his storage pouch. Extracting it, he found it contained the pinnacle of Shin-level movement techniques, Thunder Flash. Li Guanchi licked his lips, and without hesitation, he activated the jade slip with his spiritual sense. Instantly, a flurry of intricate gray incantations and methods of energy circulation flooded his mind. He attempted to practice the movement technique's incantation. Although the flow of energy felt obscure, it began to take shape. The swiftness of this treasure acquisition was astonishing. No wonder the realm of cultivation was rife with bandits. With the ring now upon his finger, Li Guanchi prepared to rise when suddenly, the jade pendant in his hand emitted a soft, radiant glow. Without a moment's thought, he darted towards the source of the light. Guided by the pendant, Li Guanchi traversed the grand hall of the sect, ultimately arriving at the rear mountain. Along the way, he had not found much of value, but he did collect 2 white jade meditation cushions. Soon, he arrived at the rear mountains of the entire sect, a place generally regarded as a sacred ground. However, as Li Guanchi ventured deeper, an unsettling aura enveloped him. The scenery around the sect bore the scars of a fierce battle. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a relatively well-preserved residence. Lifting his gaze, he was taken aback to find the plaque inscribed with the words Sect Master's Residence. A thin veil of light obstructed his path. Yet with a slight infusion of energy from his jade pendant, a gap in the barrier opened. Approaching, Li Guanchi followed the pendant's glow and discovered a teleportation array within a chamber. Observing the grooves on the array, he placed the jade pendant within. With a hum, the grand formation flickered with light but remained inert. Noticing several other grooves, comprehension dawned upon him. With a wave of his hand, he embedded 16 spirit stones into the array. The glow pulsed yet still yielded no results. Did breaking the formation require mid-grade spirit stones? Suddenly, as expected, the light flickered, and Li Guanchi's figure vanished from the room. Crack! Crack! Upon opening his eyes, Li Guanchi was jolted awake by an intense, stinging sensation coursing through his body. As he regained his bearings, he found himself standing atop an ancient altar, surrounded by sprawling arcs of thunder. The delicate bolts of lightning striking him caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Glancing upward, the altar resembled a tempest of thunder, with something at its center seemingly absorbing the power of the storm. At that moment, the figure of the sword spirit gradually emerged. It is known that the sword spirit expends immense energy each time it manifests, which is why it rarely appears. Observing the tall woman, Li Guanchi inquired, "What is this entity?" The sword spirit's beautiful eyes fixated intently on the thunder at the altar's center as she murmured, "How could such a thing appear in the realm of mortals?" Li Guanchi frowned and asked, "What entity?" The sword spirit abruptly turned to him, her gaze laden with a myriad of complex emotions. Doubts resurfaced regarding Su Xian's intentions for bestowing her upon this young man. "You are truly a person of great fortune and destiny. If you manage to obtain this object, it will prove invaluable to you in the future. However, to claim it, you must rely solely on your own strength. It would be best to take the entire altar with you." Li Guanchi, bewildered, muttered at the vanishing figure, "Why don't you at least tell me what it is? Such potent, thunderous power. If I step inside, I be struck senseless?" Although he voiced his concerns, curiosity about the object that could summon the sword spirit lingered in his heart. He was eager to uncover what lay within that had evoked such a response. Taking a deep breath, a newfound gravity settled upon his brow. The 9 turns thunder scripture within him surged with vigor, and in an instant, the overwhelming power of the thunder pool seemed provoked. Countless arcs of lightning surged toward Li Guanchi. Boom! A tendre explosion érupted. The distance of 10 zhang diminished as he took 3 steps, yet the momentum began to wane. The resounding power of thunder enveloped him entirely. A sudden groan of agony erupted from his lips. Damn! The relentless force of the thunder ravaged his body, and within mere moments, his skin had turned a char-black. This torment surpassed even the pain he endured during his first foray into the medicinal bath. With a spark of inspiration, Li Guanchi swiftly positioned the sword box against his left hand, while grasping the previously wielded shield in his right. He summoned his strength and surged forward. In a single bound, he traversed the distance of 10 zhang, feeling the thunder roaring beside him as several bolts of lightning pierced through the magical shield. Li Guanchi swiftly reached out and ensnared the head-sized object in his storage ring. As the thunder dissipated, Li Guanchi lay on the ground, his body charred, his hair singed. His garments were tattered, and numerous wounds marred his flesh, ravaged by the lightning. Within his meridians, countless tiny arcs of electricity surged chaotically. Motionless upon the altar, Li Guanchi lay rigid, his face contorted in pain. Chapter 50. Wrathful Murder. Emergence from the secret realm. Li Guanchi lay rigidly upon the altar, his entire body paralyzed. Veins bulged on his forehead, drenched in cold sweat, while his fingers twisted in a frenzy. The excruciating pain coursing through him contorted his features into a mask of agony. Gritting his teeth, Li Guanchi began to channel the 9 revolutions of thunder scripture. Gradually, the subtle thunder within him was absorbed into his dantian. The intense, stabbing sensation rendered him nearly lifeless. With a defiant roar, he bellowed, "A mere force of thunder, be refined." Boom! As the thunder surged within him, the minute arcs of electricity were transformed into rich strands of vital energy. With a soft crack, Li Guanchi's entire body went limp. A smile crept across his face as he murmured, "12th layer." His dantian had expanded by a substantial 30%, resembling a vast lake. After what felt like an eternity, Li Guanchi rose and gazed downward, only to find that the magical shield had become riddled with wounds, its spiritual light extinguished. At that moment, he recalled the contents of his storage ring. What is this? Within the ring floated a purple egg, the size of a human head, enveloped in scales resembling pine nuts. Frowning, Li Guanchi softly inquired, "Sword spirit, what is this?" The sword spirit replied gravely, "A thunder dragon egg. I truly cannot fathom how such an object has appeared in the realm of human spirits." Li Guanchi exclaimed, "A dragon? An egg?" His hands trembled with excitement. The joy of just breaking through to the 12th layer of chi refinement paled in comparison to this moment. He envisioned himself standing atop a colossal dragon, commanding the world. However, the sword spirit's next words doused his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. "First, Contemplate how to incubate it. Its aura is exceedingly weak. It will require an extensive period of nurturing. Yet, should you manage to hatch it and establish a master-servant contract, it could become a significant ally in the future. Without hesitation, Li Guanchi disregarded his injuries and stored the entire altar within his storage ring, placing the dragon egg atop it. The altar once again emanated a myriad of thunderous energies. Yet, the sword spirit cautioned, this is a considerable burden. The high-grade spirit stones in this array can last at most a year and a half. At that time, considering the conversion to low-grade spirit stones, you will need to expend at least 3,000 each month. Prepare yourself mentally. Li Guanchi's expression soured as he internally lamented, 3,000 a month? Good heavens! I can't even use that much for my cultivation. After surveying the chamber and finding nothing else of value, he stepped onto the teleportation array to exit. Upon leaving, he did not forget to pry the spirit stones from the array. After all, this was money. No matter what, even if it turns out to be a glutton for spirit stones, I will hatch it. A dragon swordsman. How impressive. Suddenly, the jade slip at his waist began to flicker wildly. Li Guanchi's expression shifted, and he quickly grasped the jade slip, channeling his vital energy into it. Old Li, come save us. We have found 2 profound techniques, but Coffin is injured, and the Wanxian sword sect along with several other factions is pursuing us. Li Guanchi immediately replied, Run first. Wait for me. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath Li Guanchi's feet erupted, propelling him towards the others. Moments later, on a vast platform, the Wanxian sword sect, Zixiao Pavilion, and Qinglong Island had encircled 6 figures in the center. As the fierce sword lights flickered, the encircled individuals gradually began to falter. Are you 3 factions intent on annihilating us completely? Do you not fear the retribution from Jinyue Mountain and the Daxia sword sect? Shen Qi, with a fractured left arm, could only wield his sword with his right hand. His body bore multiple wounds from blades, and his eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage. Earlier, when they discovered a hidden chamber containing a magical artifact array sale, the individuals from Zixiao Pavilion and Qinglong Island had ambushed them. 2 severely injured disciples had perished in an instant. The remaining 3 had managed to escape only with the aid of the Daxia sword sect. Yet, the Wanxian sword sect seemed to have anticipated their movements, blocking them here. Dressed in a blue robe, Luo, who wielded his sword with ferocity, his face twisted in derision. As long as you all perish here, who will know we were responsible? Just like those 2 useless disciples from Qixin Gate. Yifeng fought valiantly against 3 adversaries, drenched in blood, his expression cold as ice. Coffin had fallen at Luo Hu's hands. An arrow pierced her heart. Too late for anyone to intervene. Zhong Lin and Lin Dong remained silent, their backs pressed together in a defensive stance. Among the Wanxian sword sect, Zhao Xianju waved his hand, casting forth a magical artifact, silk ribbon. The satin ribbon extended wildly, enveloping Shen Qi and Yi Feng in an instant. Attack! Kill them! In a split second, numerous sword lights surged towards the ensnared duo. Suddenly, atop a massive boulder 20 feet away, a figure materialized. A furious roar erupted. How dare you! At the sound of this voice, the disciples from the 3 factions trembled in fear. Act quickly. He has arrived. It was Li Guanchi of the Daxia sword sect. The earlier scene of him battling 7 adversaries without losing ground was vividly etched in their memories. Moreover, everyone present could sense that his aura had grown even more formidable. In an instant, several long swords lunged towards the silk ribbon. The boulder beneath Li Guanchi shattered, and a subtle thunder resonated in the air. The crowd behind attempted to slash at the ribbon, but to no avail, only able to impede others. Yet still, 4 swords penetrated the ribbon. Shen Qi pivoted, positioning his back in front of Yifeng. 3 swords pierced through him, and the final thrust aimed at his heart was halted by his shoulder blade. Swish! Li Guanchi's cold, murderous voice echoed in Luo Hu's ear. I told you, I would seek you out for retribution. Luo Hu's eyes widened in horror, his entire body trembling with fear. Suddenly, a massive head was severed, blood splattering over 3 feet. What ensued was a battlefield resembling a brutal massacre. Li Guanchi's figure continuously shifted amidst the chaos, each stroke of his sword extinguishing a life. The swift, glimmering blade barely paused. After a mere 10 breaths, Li Guanchi seized Zhao Xianzhu by the throat with one hand, forcefully pinning him against the stone wall. Zhao Xuanzhu's internal energy erupted as he desperately pushed against Li's hand with both hands. Yet it was all in vain. That grip was as unyielding as an iron vice. Zhao Xuanzhu's complexion turned a deep shade of purple, his eyes filled with terror. As he lowered his gaze, he caught sight of Li Guanchi's pure white eyes. Although the latter was blind, he distinctly perceived boundless rage emanating from Li's gaze. Li Guanchi's blood-smeared face twisted into a malevolent grin. "Are you afraid?" The sword pressed inch by inch against Zhao's chest, swiftly piercing through his skin. The excruciating pain and the dread of impending death caused Zhao Xuanzhu's eyes to widen, his pupils trembling and contracting. His flushed face gaped open, tongue lolling, saliva uncontrollably spilling onto Li Guanchi's hand. His eyes brimmed with pleading, yet no words escaped his lips. Li Guanchi, resembling a demon, murmured to himself, "Isn't it better to live? You wretched dog, why provoke me? Why must you seek to kill the disciples of the great Xia sword sect? You truly deserve to die." The sword scraped against his ribs, producing a piercing friction as it gradually pierced Zhao Xuanzhu's heart, all while he gazed on in horror. With a sudden, forceful thrust, the blade emerged from his body, pinning him to the stone wall. After completing this grim deed, Li Guanchi stood in place, gasping for breath. He then hurried to the side of several others. Finding Shun Qi gravely injured, blood gushed from Shun's mouth as he murmured, This block consider it a repayment for your kindness." Li Guanchi furrowed his brow and admonished, "Do not speak such morbid words. You are not dead yet. Who has healing elixirs? Quickly bring them forth." Without hesitation, Yi Feng retrieved a golden vial from his storage bag, poured out a pill, and forced it into Shun Qi's mouth. Shun's complexion visibly regained its color. The blood from his wounds ceased, and his breath steadied considerably. Yi Feng collapsed to the ground, pallid, and declared, "You're a true man. I owe you a life." Li Guanchi spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice. "Kachin." Zhong Lin quietly interjected, "He is dead, sacrificing himself to save me." Upon hearing these words, Li Guanchi fell silent. A rumble echoed as the heavens trembled and a fissure opened. Li Guanchi softly spoke, "Let's depart. Remember, we do not know how they perished. Aside from our own, we have never encountered anyone else in this secret realm." The disciples of Jinhua Mountain understood the gravity of Li Guanchi's words, nodding solemnly. Their lives had been saved by the collective efforts of the great Xia sword sect, and Li Guanchi had rescued them not once, but twice. Aside from the two of them, everyone else has perished. This matter is far too significant, and naturally, no one could speak of it. Please take Shin Qi outside first. His injuries cannot be delayed. We shall follow shortly thereafter. Chapter 51. The Clown Who Provokes Laughter. A hum reverberated as the elders of the six sects stood anxiously in the square. After all, each entry into the secret realm had often resulted in casualties among the disciples. An elderly man from the seven-string sect, hunched and frail, chuckled softly. "Why must you all wear such troubled expressions? The fluctuations of this secret realm do not appear overly intense. I believe there is little danger to be feared. It seems to me that you're all rather overly anxious." A one-eyed man clad in a white robe from the Wanjian sword sect retorted with a cold smile. "Who among us does not know that once one enters the secret realm, the true dangers lie within? However, the six sects have long agreed that life and death within the realm are the responsibility of the individual. Should someone become enraged later on, it would simply become a spectacle for all to witness." With that, his gaze incessantly darted towards Shunlan. Shunlan, her expression icy, shot back, "Suja, are you insinuating something about the great Xia sword sect? I truly wonder where you find the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. Would you dare to utter such words if Li Nanting were present? If you were to gouge out your other eye, I would consider you fortunate to escape with your life." Suja's face twitched as he pointed at Shunlan, yet he fell silent. The elder from Jinhua Mountain frowned and admonished, "Enough. Let's cease this bickering. The exit to the Yunming Immortal Palace has been open for quite some time. Yet where are the disciples?" Upon hearing this, The crowd collectively furrowed their brows, their expressions varying. Indeed, this duration was significantly longer than previous instances. It had been nearly a whole incense stick's worth of time, and still no one had emerged. A stifling atmosphere began to envelop the square. Suden Li, Shen Lan et Golim. Someone is coming out. A hum echoed as three figures stumbled forth from the shimmering rift, appearing somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing Shun Qi being carried by another, the elder from Jinyue Mountain's expression drastically shifted. After assessing the severity of his injuries, he swiftly took hold of three disciples and ascended into the air. The others exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding washing over them. How could it be that only three disciples returned from Jinyue Mountain, given their formidable strength? Moreover, Suja's next words remained unspoken, but all present understood the implication. They were not blind. They could clearly see the numerous sword wounds adorning Shun Qi's body. This meant that the two disciples who had not returned from Jinyue Mountain were very likely slain. In an instant, the crowd fell into an unspoken silence. After what felt like an eternity, close to half an incense stick's time, Li Guanchi and the others emerged, supporting one another. Shenlan swiftly approached them, her countenance shifting abruptly. "Why are there only four of you? Where's Kuqin?" Zhonglin's face bore a pained expression as he solemnly replied, "She is dead." He refrained from elaborating on the circumstances of her demise, adhering to Li Guanchi's instructions. At this moment, the group appeared exceedingly weak. It was a wonder they had survived at all, let alone elevated their realms. Li Guanchi, maintaining a composed demeanor, discreetly grasped Shenlan's arm, his fingers pressing firmly into her flesh. Shenlan did not even cast a glance at Li Guanchi. She turned her furious gaze upon the other elders of the sect and scolded them sharply. "Humph, we shall depart." With that, she unsheathed a flying sword and, accompanied by the others, swiftly soared toward the cloud boat. Once Shenlan had left, Su Zhe and the elder from the Seven Strings sect exchanged gleeful remarks. "Huh, the female disciple Shenlan brought along must surely be her newly accepted apprentice this year. TSK, it's good that she has perished. Ha ha ha, what a relief." The remaining individuals harbored their own thoughts regarding the demise of the female cultivator from the Daxia sword sect, each harboring their own speculations. It was likely the handiwork of their own disciples. A man from the Wuxian sword sect chuckled lightly. "It seems that we disciples from several sects have reaped the most rewards this time. I wonder whose disciples will suffer losses." A woman from the Zixiao pavilion scoffed. "Regardless, it certainly will not be our disciples from the Zixiao pavilion. Judging by the caliber of those from the Daxia sword sect, they must have hidden away in the secret realm to avoid calamity." However, they waited for quite some time, without any disciples from any sect emerging. Suja chuckled reassuringly. "It's fine. The troublesome ones have all left, so of course, we should take the opportunity to gather some benefits while we can. Such occurrences are not uncommon. No need to fret." Everyone nodded in agreement, as experience suggested that victors typically scavenged for spoils at such times. Meanwhile, among the airborne members of the Daxia sword sect, Li Guanchi urged softly, "Elder Shun, we must hasten our departure." Shenlan, still engulfed in grief over Kuqin's death, could not help but ask in a somber tone, "Tell me, what truly transpired within the secret realm?" Yifeng, equally anxious, interjected, "Elder Shun, let us discuss the matters inside once we return. We must leave promptly." Seeing Shenlan poised to inquire further, Li Guanchi had no choice but to declare, "I have eliminated all the members of the other four sects." This revelation left Shenlan staggered, nearly losing her footing on the flying sword. With a trembling voice, she questioned, "All? You have killed them all?" Upon seeing Li Guanchi nod, Shenlan immediately stowed her flying sword and unleashed a wave of ice-blue spiritual energy. Before the astonished onlookers, the sky before them was rent asunder, revealing a pitch-black fissure measuring nearly 10 feet in width. Without a moment's hesitation, Shenlan summoned an ice-blue barrier and led everyone through the rift. Li Guanchi's heart stirred as he glanced at the middle-aged woman beside him. Elder Shun was, in fact, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. In an instant, when they reappeared, they found themselves upon the cloud boat above Jinyue Mountain. As Shenlan maneuvered the cloud boat away from Jinyue Mountain, she retrieved a jade slip and spoke solemnly. "Sect Master, come to meet me on the way back. Li Guanchi has killed all the disciples from the four sects. I fear they may band together to obstruct us." The cloud boat streaked through the sky at its maximum speed, plunging into the clouds. Before Shenlan could catch her breath, her expression froze momentarily as she produced a piece of earthy yellow jade slip. The Jinyue mountain owes a favor to the great Xia sword sect. Shen Qi is the son of the sect master. At this moment, Li Guanchi succinctly elucidated the circumstances to Shenlan. Upon hearing everything, Shenlan did not cast any blame upon Li Guanchi. Instead, he regarded him with a look of profound appreciation. Such a disposition. Why would one fear not becoming a great talent? Shenlan remarked, "Rest assured, as long as we do not acknowledge it, it will suffice. Moreover, even if we were to acknowledge it, what of it? The four families are still quite inexperienced in their attempts to contest with the great Xia sword sect. Well done. If one is overly merciful, what purpose is there in remaining in this realm of cultivation? Yet the matter of Kuqin, it is indeed regrettable. I ought not to have allowed her to come." Sigh. As the group journeyed to the midpoint, the great Xia sword sect unexpectedly dispatched 5 distinguished elders aboard cloud boats to receive them. When Li Guanchi rose and beheld the 5 cloud boats, an immense sense of reassurance enveloped him. Chapter 52, A Modicum of Reason. Spring rained upon their return to the great Xia sword sect. The members recounted every detail of their experiences within the secret realm. In the grand hall, not only were the elders from various peaks present, but also the sect leader, Lu Kangyan, and the law enforcer, Qin Xian. Li Nanting stood prominently at the forefront, alongside Li Guanchi and the others. Li Guanchi felt an unsettling apprehension in his heart, for they had annihilated all disciples from 4 sects, including several with heavenly spiritual roots, which would surely invite retaliation from the others. However, Lu Kangyan waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming, "Do not fret. It was merely a handful of disciples who perished." The affairs of the secret realm belong to the secret realm. The rules set a millennium ago stand firm. If they possessed the capability, they would have slain you within the realm. Their incompetence cannot be blamed on others. Let them come if they wish. Focus on your cultivation. Upon hearing these words, Li Guanchi felt a surge of emotion. 20 lives had been lost. How could the 4 sects possibly remain unresponsive? Yet, the great Xia sword sect displayed unwavering support for its disciples. This was the confidence of a great sect. After their departure, Li Nanting could hardly contain his joy when he sensed that Li Guanchi's aura had grown even more formidable without breaking through. He asked no further questions, assuming the young man had encountered some fortunate event in the secret realm. Li Guanchi, Ye Feng, Lindong, and Zhonglin made their way directly to the Baibao Pavilion on Tianju Peak. Li Guanchi fulfilled his promise and exchanged the immense Tai treasure silver for sect points, an impressive total of 1,200 points. Furthermore, a small piece of Xianshi spiritual sand was valued at 2,000 points. Thus, Li Guanchi amassed a total of 3,200 points. He divided the points into 5 equal shares and gently remarked, "Although Kuqin is no longer with us, this portion can be exchanged for gold and silver to be sent to her family. Consider it a token of our affection." The others nodded in agreement, and each person received 604 points. Yi Feng produced 2 jade slips, stating, "One contains a movement technique, the other a cultivation method. Who among you desires them?" Li Guanchi shrugged, replying, "I have no need for them. You may distribute as you see fit. I shall take my leave." The others nodded in understanding, with the movement technique go to Zhonglin and the cultivation method to Lindong. Upon returning to Tianlei Peak, Li Guanchi discovered that Lindong and Zhonglin had each gifted him 200 points. He touched his nose, accepting their kindness without hesitation. Back in the courtyard, he found a little girl amusing herself with a plump orange cat. Upon spotting his return, Yusun hurriedly ran to him, extending her hand. Li Guanchi smiled gently and, as if performing a magic trick, produced 2 steaming buns to offer her. "Yay, the little blind girl is quite loyal," she exclaimed. "Ouch, it's hot." Gazing at the languid orange cat on the ground, Li Guanchi reached out to scratch its chin, prompting the chubby feline to nuzzle against him. Noticing the darkening sky, He lifted the cat and called out, "Son, let's go inside. It seems rain is imminent." Thunder rumbled in the distance. As Yusuan contemplated the sudden onset of rain, the thunderous roar compelled her to cover her head and dash into the house in a state of panic. Li Guanchi, observing her distress, chuckled. The little one is afraid of thunder. The rain began to pour down more vigorously. Given the inclement weather, Li Guanchi, too, felt the rare urge to take a respite. He decided to stoke the fire, set a kettle of tea to brew, and place some potatoes and sweet potatoes atop it. He moved the rocking chair from the backyard into the foyer and beckoned the little girl to join him. However, she remained frowning, covering her ears, and sat stiffly on a small stool, forgetting to nibble on the bun in her hand. Noticing her discomfort, Li Guanchi scooped her into his arms and draped a blanket over her. "Fear not, it is merely thunder. I am here. Enjoy your bun in peace." Yusuan timidly lowered her hands and took small bites of her bun, her large eyes fixated on the sweet potatoes roasting on the fire, salivating at the sight. Li Guanchi smiled and asked, "Would you like some?" The little girl eagerly nodded. After peeling the sweet potato, he wrapped it in parchment and placed it in her hands. "Take care, it's hot." Delicious," she exclaimed between bites. At that moment, a ginger cat leapt onto Li Guanchi's lap. Outside, the rain pattered gently, while the cat began to purr softly. The large rocking chair now accommodated both a big and a little person, along with a plump cat. Yusuan nestled between the armrest and Li Guanchi, a sweet potato smeared across her mouth, creating an indescribable atmosphere of tranquility. Li Guanchi's heart found solace in the rhythm of the rain. Suddenly, Yusuan spoke up, "Little blind one, weren't you once a beggar? Weren't you afraid of thunder?" Li Guanchi's expression turned reflective as he replied softly, "I was not afraid, but I feared the rain." "Why fear the rain? Isn't thunder more terrifying?" she queried. "Foolish girl, when it rains heavily, everyone goes home. I, on the other hand, would find no food and go hungry." Yusuan pondered this, eventually nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. But how is it that you possess such a good temperament now? How did you endure?" Li Guanchi gently rocked the chair and replied, "How did I endure? When the wind blew, I walked slowly. When it rained, I sought shelter. When thunder roared, I covered my ears. When snow fell, I huddled my shoulders. In short, the little blind one has traveled alone for a very long time." Yusuan frowned, perplexed by his words. Yet, she soon seemed to cast the question aside, wrapping herself snugly in the blanket, leaving only her little head exposed as she asked, "Little blind one, when you fell into hardship and faced harsh words from many, why didn't you retaliate?" Li Guanchi pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "If someone mocks you sharply, you should retort immediately. If they look down upon you without cause, respond with disdain." Before Li Guanchi could finish his words, Yusuan tilted her head and inquired, "Isn't it appropriate to treat such unpleasant individuals in this manner?" Li Guanchi replied softly, "You see, those whom you despise can easily transform you into the very person you loathe." Yusuan was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time someone had imparted such wisdom to her. However, she grasped it only partially, and as her thoughts meandered, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. A gentle smile graced Li Guanchi's face as his left hand caressed the orange cat, while his right hand softly patted Yusuan. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, both the young woman and the child had succumbed to slumber. A single blanket enveloped them, along with the cat, while outside thunder rumbled, contrasting sharply with the serene scene within. Chapter 53. The Division of the Four Ancients. Cultivating the spirit spell early the next morning, Yusuan awoke groggily in bed, only to discover that she was covered with yesterday's blanket, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Turning her head, she was delighted to find a new set of clothing, which filled her with uncontainable joy. Just then, the sound of a sword slicing through the air reached her ears from the courtyard. After changing into her fresh white dress, Yusuan couldn't help but beam with happiness. Upon stepping outside, she saw Li Guanchi gracefully practicing his swordplay. Upon noticing her awakening, Li Guanchi smiled and remarked, "You look splendid, and the fit is perfect. Your previous sleeves were far too short." This elicited an eye roll from the young girl, who retorted, "You little blind bat, don't you ever take a break?" Li Guanchi chuckled softly and replied, "Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you do not progress, you will regress. To achieve greatness, one must persist in their practice every day. Yusuan shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Why not just do it early tomorrow?" Ruffling her hair, Li Guanchi responded, "My dear, what you should accomplish today cannot simply be postponed, even if tomorrow dawns early." With that, he continued, "I shan't keep you. Today, we must attend the lecture on the laws of cultivation, and we also need to visit the heavenly water peak." Yusuan, unbothered, quickly darted off towards the dining area, exclaiming off to buy buns. After a refreshing bath, Li Guanchi washed and hung up his practice attire, donning a pristine white robe of the sect before heading out towards the heavenly sword peak. Today, Qin Xian's lecture would focus on matters pertaining to foundation establishment. As he stepped out of the great hall, Li Guanchi pondered the profound realization that upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, the energy within one's dantian could liquefy. One could also practice fasting, abstaining from worldly sustenance, thereby reducing the impurities within. Moreover, one's lifespan could extend to over 200 years, allowing for brief periods of sword flight. This lecture left Li Guanchi profoundly astonished. No wonder it was said that true cultivation commenced only after one established their foundation. Clearly, the disparity between those who had and had not established their foundation was immense. Even Li Guanchi, at present, would not dare claim he could easily defeat a foundation establishment cultivator. Such a feat was exceedingly difficult. Once foundation was established, one could wield a greater array of spells and talismans. Many magical artifacts could only unleash their true power post-foundation establishment. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he was quickly approached by Yi Feng and his companions, who had all made significant strides in their cultivation. It appeared these fellows had exchanged their points for quite a few useful items. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow and suggested, "Old Li, how about a wager to see who establishes their foundation first?" Li Guanchi smirked and replied, "You should be on the verge of breaking through to the 10th level, shouldn't you?" Yi Feng chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the statement. Although Li Guanchi was tempted to profit from the lad, he didn't dare take the risk this time. "I shall not wager." "Why? Aren't you already at the 10th level? I even sense some at the pinnacle of the 10th level whose aura pales in comparison to yours." Li Guanchi sighed. "I simply do not wish to see you lose your money." At this moment, Zhong Lin interjected, "By the way, what are your thoughts on the matter of the opening of the market after establishing the foundation?" Upon hearing these words, Li Guanchi felt a surge of energy, while Yi Feng merely scoffed, suggesting that they treat the matter as a mere formality, not to invest too much concern. He remarked that even when considering the entire northern domain, it would be fortunate if a mere 100 or 80 of the spiritual ruins contained any treasures. Ultimately, it would be an achievement if there were even 10 or 8 fortunate souls who could claim weapons. Lin Dong also nodded slightly, whispering that there was no need to place excessive importance on this matter, as he had heard from the elder that the existence of spiritual ruins was not predicated on innate talent. Spiritual ruins were elusive, even more so than spiritual roots, existing or not existing without any discernible reasoning. Zhong Lin chuckled, suggesting that among them, only Old Li stood a chance. Li Guanchi shuja, responding that they ought not to elevate his hopes, as that phenomenon did not rely on talent, and no one could ascertain whether he possessed it. Subsequently, the group refrained from further discussion and focused on their meal, as they had to attend lessons on spiritual incantations at Tianshui Peak in the afternoon. Nonetheless, Li Guanchi kept the matter in mind, for it was not the first time he had heard of the spiritual ruins. Spirit of the sword. Is there something within the spiritual ruins? The sword spirit, seemingly impatient, replied, "How would I know? Is there a significant difference between having weapons in the spiritual ruins and not?" Li Guanchi initially expected the sword spirit to retort, but was taken aback when the spirit's voice carried a complex emotional weight and stated with grave seriousness, "There is a difference, a substantial one. Those who truly stand at the pinnacle of existence are almost invariably individuals who possess treasures from the spiritual ruins. While it is not absolute, the impact is considerable." In truth, the sword spirit had another thought unvoiced. Whether Li Guanchi possessed a sword from the spiritual ruins would determine if he could genuinely wield the sword within the sword box. If he did not, His fate would be to utilize only the first sword within the box for his entire life. Soon, however, Li Guanchi cast this concern aside, as he could not afford to contemplate such distant matters. He had only just broken through to the 12th level of Qi training, and his foundation required further solidification. Advancing to the 13th level seemed quite challenging. He even contemplated whether to break through to foundation establishment at this juncture, but was sharply reprimanded by the sword spirit for such thoughts. At Tianshui Peak, it was unexpectedly the peak master, Shunlan, who was delivering the lecture. Shunlan's gaze on Li Guanchi grew increasingly peculiar. To her perception, Li Guanchi's aura now bore a weight surpassing that of some practitioners at the 9th level of Qi training and foundation establishment, sparking her curiosity, but she did not dwell on it. The art of spiritual incantations traces its origins to ancient times and was further developed during the prehistoric era. Legend has it that there are 300 spiritual incantations in total, with those numbered among the first 30 regarded as forbidden spells. However, due to various circumstances, many of these incantations have become forgotten since ancient and recent times. At this juncture, someone posed a question. Elder Shun, what do you mean by ancient and recent times? Shunlan, with a touch of exasperation, explained recent times refer to approximately 10,000 years, while ancient times extend back 100,000 years. In ancient times, the span of years stretched from 500,000 to a million, while the term primeval refers to a million years ago. It is advisable to frequently visit the library to peruse the chronicles of the human spirit realm. Merely being aware of cultivation is insufficient. Subsequently, Shunlan commenced instructing everyone on the swiftest methods to wield spiritual incantations. Li Guanchi exhibited considerable interest in such offensive techniques. Thus far, he had encountered 3 distinct spiritual incantations. The first was the incantation used by Qin Xian to ensnare the 2 individuals who had usurped their bodies, Serpent Bind. Then there was the Thunder Whip employed by Shunlan, and the incantation utilized by Liu Kanjin to restrain that disciple. The effective use of a spiritual incantation necessitates the development of unique meridians within one's body, allowing for its swift execution. The names of these incantations are not merely for vocalization of the technique, but serve as a conduit for harnessing energy. Thus, it is essential to articulate the name and rank of the incantation. Once Shunlan had retracted the anatomical meridian diagram from view with a wave of his hand, he softly stated, "This illustrates the meridian flow of the Thunder Whip, enabling one devoid of thunderous spiritual energy to conjure a Thunder Whip. The crux lies in sensing the presence of thunderous spiritual energy." Suddenly, Li Guanchi murmured from below, "Spiritual incantation. 282, Thunder Whip." Crackling sounds echoed as a violet thunder whip, measuring nearly 10 feet in length, materialized instantaneously in the palm of Li Guanchi. Shunlan, with a smile, nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Indeed, this talent is truly extraordinary." Chapter 54. The Quest for the Spirit Spell. Minning Valley. After several days of recuperation, Li Guanxi's 12th layer realm was firmly established. He continued his rigorous training daily, while Li Nanting frequently shared tales about the cultivation world. Each story, distinct and varied, only deepened Li Guanxi's perception of the treachery that lurked within the hearts of those in the realm of cultivation. With a chuckle, Li Nanting remarked, "These are but a few of the many experiences I encountered in my youth." Li Guanxi smiled slightly, replying, "Master, you hardly seem old at all." "Haha, you flatter me. But I am indeed no youth. I am 267 years old this year. If we were down the mountain, I would have been buried twice over." Upon hearing this, Li Guanxi could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. How true it was. The elder playfully slapped the back of his head, laughing. "You little rascal." Li Nanting tapped his pipe and said softly, "Recently, that girl, see, and has been increasingly attached to you." Li Guanxi chuckled, scratching his nose. "I quite like her. She is so understanding that it tugs at my heartstrings. After all, my other courtyard is rather empty, so preparing a room for her to stay with me would be quite nice." Li Nanting smiled and suddenly produced a jade slip, handing it to Li Guanxi. "I have noticed your aura has become increasingly stable. You must be reaching a bottleneck. As for your reluctance to break through to the foundation establishment stage, I trust you have your own plans, and I shall not rush you. I hear you have been diligently practicing spirit spells. Therefore, I would like you to procure something for me. Li Guanchi took the green jade slip and noticed it depicted a Taoist temple. Master, what is it that you wish for me to procure? Li Nanting's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he replied, a lightning law spirit spell. Go to the Taoist temple on Longho Ridge and seek an old man named Ling Daoran. Just tell him that I sent you. Li Guanchi asked softly, Master, have you spent all your favors on me? Is it truly worth it? Li Nanting puffed on his pipe, wisps of smoke obscuring much of his face. It is indeed worth it. Of course it is worth it. You are my disciple, Li Nanting. What could be more valuable than spending my favors on you? By the way, keep this foundation establishment pill on you at all times, just in case. Li Guanchi accepted the foundation establishment pill and the jade slip without hesitation. Currently, he possessed 3 foundation establishment pills and over 500 low-grade spirit stones, alongside 20 medium-grade spirit stones, most of which he had acquired from the storage ring of the Beastmaster sex leader. Li Nanting glanced at the storage ring on his hand. It is best to keep this storage ring hidden. Wealth should not be flaunted. Use a storage bag instead. It will save you a great deal of trouble. Li Guanchi nodded in agreement and then descended the mountain. The following morning, he contemplated purchasing a map of the northern region from Bai Baoji. After all, he would be traveling extensively in the future, and not having a map would be quite inconvenient. What? A complete map of the northern region costs 100 high-grade spirit stones. Why don't you just go and rob someone? The female disciple at the counter stifled a giggle and said, Li Xixiang, you may not realize just how vast the northern region of the entire Qinyan continent is. It spans not merely millions of miles, and the complexity of mapping it requires a formation master of the nascent soul stage to replicate, even with difficulty. Therefore, a map covering a radius of 100,000 miles will suffice, and it only costs 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Upon recalling the Thunder Dragon egg in his storage ring, Li Guanchi hesitated before responding. I cannot afford that. Just provide me with a map covering a radius of 100,000 miles. The female disciple, undeterred, accepted the 2 medium-grade spirit stones he offered and handed him the blue jade slip, feeling a pang of regret as he exited the Bai Baoji. Li Guanchi cast a glance back at the cheerful disciple, suspecting she was coveting his spirit stones. As he probed the jade slip with his consciousness, an immense map materialized in his mind. The slip meticulously recorded all the terrains and major sect influences within a radius of 100,000 miles centered around the Daxia sword sect. Upon encountering the names of these sects, various pieces of information surfaced. Qixin sect, renowned for its intricate weaponry and concealed arms, led by sect master Chao Xinghua, a pinnacle figure in the mid-nascent soul stage. Li Guanchi murmured, how fascinating that the map is rendered with such detail. What kind of power is the Tianji Pavilion that produces and sells these maps? After storing the jade slip, Li Guanchi made his way to the mission pavilion. While perusing the tasks, he stumbled upon one that involved investigating a turmoil within a dynasty in the Daxia sword sect's territory. The task only required a thorough investigation, with minimal reward points. However, given Li Guanchi's nature, he thought even a mosquito's leg is meat, and thus he accepted it. After all, this location was just behind the Longho Ridge, and the journey would not take long. Subsequently, Li Guanchi returned to his courtyard and gathered 2 pieces of clothing. Yu Suian peeked her little head out at the door and softly inquired, Li Guanchi, where are you going? Just stepping out for a bit. Oh, when will you be back? Li Guanchi ruffled the little girl's hair with a smile, saying, don't worry, it won't be long. I'll bring you some delicious treats when I return. Yu Suian's eyes sparkled, and with her hands on her hips, she exclaimed, then I want the best local buns. 4. No. 6. Li Guanchi laughed heartily and nodded. All right, I will bring you back 6 of the best meat buns from the area. With that, Li Guanchi set off alone, carrying his sword box down a mountain. Along the way, many disciples paused to bow respectfully to him. Recent events had spread some rumors across the various peaks. Although the truth of these tales was uncertain, they still held a deep respect for this prodigy of the Daxia sword sect. Glancing at the map, Li Guanchi noted that the nearest location where he could board a cloud boat, Minning Dock, was just 100 miles away. With his current pace, he could reach it in less than an hour. if a foundation establishment cultivator were to fly on a sword. They could arrive at the 100-mile mark in half an hour. Having discerned the correct direction, Li Guanchi exerted his strength and executed a graceful maneuver, akin to a leopard leaping swiftly toward the south. Before long, he beheld a myriad of flying cloud vessels traversing the skies above. A towering mountain peak, rising to an impressive height of 500 zhang, had been transformed into an expansive platform. Upon this platform, magnificent pavilions sprang forth, bustling with a throng of people coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. Surrounding the area were 7 or 8 cloud vessels, each measuring several zhang in size. And the crowds were comprised of individuals of considerable wealth and status. Upon reaching the platform, Li Guanchi was instantly captivated by the vibrant scene before him. The entirety of the platform was encompassed by a single street, yet both sides of this thoroughfare were inundated with numerous vendors. The air was filled with the sounds of their boisterous calls. Suddenly, a smile crept across Li Guanchi's face as he firmly grasped a hand at his waist. The tremendous force caused the lean man to wear a sheepish grin. "My lord, do be gentle. Today my luck is not shining bright, and I am at your service," he pleaded. Li Guanchi chuckled and released his grip, softly remarking, "You have already pilfered from me. Should there be a next time, your hands may well be forfeit." With that, he waved the jade slip from the great Xia sword sect before the man's eyes. The man immediately bowed profusely, exclaiming, "This esteemed gentleman possesses keen insight. Let there be no more indiscretions." With a sycophantic smile adorning his face, the man gestured for Li Guanchi to board an opulent cloud vessel. Without hesitation, Li Guanchi accepted the invitation and stepped aboard. The cloud vessel was set to dock at Wangyue City, the nearest location to Longho Ridge. Chapter 55. The Heart Refining Grounds. Drunken Flower Pavilion. Li Guanchi found himself intrigued, not expecting that this seemingly inconspicuous mining cloud boat dock would be teeming with such a medley of characters. Among the recent assembly were thieves, scouts, gamblers, and swindlers. A veritable cross-section of society. Any Na'vi youth arriving here might well find themselves stripped of their possessions by the end of the day. The nearby shops and street vendors were equally shrewd, not to be underestimated. As Li Guanchi sat aboard the cloud boat, he gazed at the swiftly passing clouds, and beyond them lay a breathtaking panorama. The sunlight spilled over the clouds, resembling a vast golden sea, stretching infinitely into the horizon. In the distance, other cloud boats glided gracefully by. At this moment, the vessel soared thousands of feet above the ground, and reclining in a beast-hide chair, Li Guanchi yearned even more for the art of sword flight. This journey to Moon Viewing City would take a full day, and nightfall would soon be upon them. The captain, leading the group, began to collect the fare for the voyage. The cost was reasonable, yet not trivial: 8 low-grade spirit stones. Each passenger obediently paid their fare, and Li Guanchi produced his own stones. Surprisingly, the burly captain approached him, bowing slightly and clasping his fists in greeting. He courteously remarked, "Sir, this time you are exempt. Let us be friends. Consider this my gesture of goodwill." The captain's words were exceedingly polite, prompting a slight smile from Li Guanchi, who then discreetly returned the spirit stones to his possession. He retrieved a small jade vial and unceremoniously pressed it into the captain's hand. "A portion of qi refining powder. We owe each other nothing." Initially, the captain hesitated to accept, but upon realizing the vial contained qi refining powder, he hastily tucked it into his sleeve, a broad smile spreading across his face. "Very well, sir, please rest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call." Li Guanchi internaliskufa, recognizing that the captain was clearly aware of his identity and sought to cultivate this connection. With the backing of the great Xia sword sect, it would be unlikely that anyone in Mining Dock would dare to encroach upon his business interests. Such calculations were apparent even to a blind man. Before long, the captain had arranged for an assortment of fruits and snacks to be delivered exclusively to Li Guanchi. The captain understood the unspoken rules of the realm. Having accepted the qi refining powder, he dared not overreach. These were the unspoken conventions of the underworld. Should he accept a gift and then attempt to leverage it for his own gain, he would need to weigh his own worth against the potential repercussions of crossing Li Guanchi. As night fell, The cloud boat docked at a brightly lit harbor. Li Guanchi disembarked and offered a slight bow to the captain without uttering a word. Looking up, he noticed the moon viewing dock was bustling with activity. Numerous cloud boats lined up in a serpentine fashion. Merchants flowed in and out, and within the marketplace, many women thronged, with shops abundant in silks and brocades. Carrying a massive sword case on his back, clad in white robes and possessing a handsome visage, Li Guanchi captured the attention of many young women. Yet, the striking whiteness of his eyes caused some to shake their heads and sigh. His enchanting fox-like eyes, framed by long lashes, seemed capable of ensnaring a person's very soul with each flutter of his eyelids. A woman, engrossed in her embroidery within a shop, suddenly gasped as she glanced down at her bleeding finger, yet her gaze instinctively sought the figure of a certain individual. Meanwhile, Li Guanchi had already descended from the dock and entered the bustling city of Wanhua. The cries of street vendors filled the air. Chilled jelly, one bowl. Sesame cakes, braised duck noodles, steaming hot braised duck noodles. The streets were thronged with people. The thoroughfare spanning a remarkable 3 zhang in width, flanked by 2-story shops on either side. The vibrant street, illuminated by countless lights, buzzed with activity and the quaint architecture, alongside the flowing streams, captivated Li Guanchi's curiosity. To reach the shops, one had to traverse several covered bridges spanning the small rivers, where flower boats drifted lazily, occasionally echoing with the sounds of poetry or the laughter of women. Li Guanchi smiled softly and murmured, "What a lively place this is." Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire about a certain location before hastening towards it. With his head held high, he strode confidently, even stopping by the city's treasure house to exchange for substantial gold and silver. The weight of the precious metals instilled in him a profound sense of security. This time, he was determined to explore the mysterious realm his grandfather had spoken of, one even more enigmatic than the great thoroughfares. As he walked, a remarkably charming young woman approached him, her gaze unwavering from his face. Just as she neared, she stumbled and fell toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Guanchi deftly sidestepped, appearing several feet away. With a thud, the woman collapsed onto the ground, pain etched across her features. Unable to restrain herself, she called out to his retreating figure, "Why are you dodging? Why are you in such a hurry? Do you have business to attend to?" A gentle voice floated back to her, "I do have business, listening to music at the brothel." Leaving her in stunned silence, she bit her lip in frustration. "You scoundrel!" At the renowned Drunken Flower Pavilion, Li Guanchi had barely steadied himself when 4 exquisite women pulled him into the establishment. "Oh, young sir, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit?" One introduced herself as Qinghe. "You are remarkably handsome. Is this truly your first time in Wanhua? Such a sturdy physique. How about I accompany you today without charge?" In the brief span of 3 zhang from standing at the entrance to being drawn inside, he felt as if he'd been thoroughly examined by their hands. Closing his eyes momentarily, he reflected, "No wonder my grandfather often spoke of the tumultuous nature of the mortal world. Yet, this place of willows and smoke is the most challenging for the heart. Today, let me experience the trials of the heart." Upon entering the Drunken Flower Pavilion, the main hall was abuzz with revelry. Li Guanchi furrowed his brow slightly, and the woman named Qinghe, perceptive to his discomfort, whispered, "If the noise is bothersome, the small hall on the 2nd floor is considerably quieter, though it requires a bit more silver. The private rooms on the 3rd floor are more suitable for discussions." Li Guanchi smiled faintly, surprised by the woman's astuteness. "Let's find a spot on the 2nd floor where we can observe the hall." Subsequently, Li Guanchi softly uttered, "Ladies, for today, allow Qinghe to accompany me alone. I shall join you on another occasion." The 3 women displayed expressions of disappointment, yet greeted him with smiles, promising that there would be a next time. Li Guanchi surveyed his surroundings, keenly attuned to the whispers of the crowd, silently acknowledging that this was indeed an excellent place for gathering information. A melting pot of diverse individuals from all walks of life. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, Li Guanchi did not engage in the same frivolities as others, refraining from inappropriate advances towards the women. After casually tossing out 100 taels of silver, he instructed the women to arrange some refreshments, leaving only the task of pouring wine for her to attend to. A mere glance revealed a youth of a similar age to his own on his right, capturing his attention at once. Chapter 56. Listening to melodies in the brothel, and then playing. A figure clad in a deep blue robe, emanating a strong scent of blood, stood before them. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his countenance was resolute, marred by a long scar on the left side of his forehead. His bloodshot eyes still retained a hint of a murderous aura, though he appeared to be of similar age to Li Guanchi. His hands were calloused and bore numerous intersecting scars. Noticing Li Guanchi's gaze, the youth turned slightly and smiled. He then raised his wine cup and downed its contents in one swift motion. Li Guanchi, somewhat taken aback by the other's perceptiveness, quickly lifted his own cup in a gesture of apology and drank. Although he noticed a flicker of confusion in the youth's eyes, he dismissed it without further thought. On the high platform in the hall, a woman in a pink dress approached gracefully, her face veiled with thin gauze. As someone set up a guqin, she let her delicate hands glide over the strings, producing a melodious sound that resonated throughout the tavern, overpowering the clamor of the crowd and transforming their chatter into whispers. As the music filled the air, Li Guanchi felt as if he had been transported to a serene paradise, where the gentle trickle of spring water and the soft calls of birds created a harmonious backdrop. The verdant grasslands swayed with the breeze, and, as the final note lingered, it left one yearning for more. With a silver ingot in hand, Li Guanchi chuckled softly, requesting, "Please deliver this to the lady below as a token for her performance." The woman beside him accepted the ingot with a beaming smile and descended the stairs. Before long, the very performer who had just played the guqin, accompanied by Qinghe, approached Li Guanchi's table. As they neared, he caught a whiff of a faint osmanthus fragrance. The woman in the pink dress arrived before his table and offered a slight bow, her voice ethereal as she spoke. "Thank you for your generosity, noble sir. I am Xiang Yue, and I would be honored to perform a solo piece for you." Li Guanchi smiled gently and replied, "I will be most grateful, Miss Xiang Yue." At that moment, a server brought the woman's guqin to her. As she turned, Xiang Yue finally noticed the youth beside Li Guanchi. She paused momentarily, then quickly bowed in respect. The youth's voice, deep and resonant, commanded, "Do what you must, do not mind me." Li Guanchi observed this exchange keenly, and with a subtle probe of his senses, found no indication of anything amiss with the youth. Yet, assessing his vitality, he concluded that even if he was not a cultivator, he was indeed a considerable figure in the realm below. However, just as the woman began to play, a sudden sound of air being sliced through echoed ominously. Bang! Li Guanchi sprang to his feet, drawing his sword to intercept the incoming dagger. The dagger exploded upon impact, yet its sharp fragments embedded themselves deep within the guqin. The string snapped, leaving a thin trail of blood on Xiang Yue's face. A voice, dripping with disdain, rang out from the second floor. "Humph. I thought we had a notable figure here. How dare you refuse our young master's invitation to come here and play for someone else? I see that you no longer wish to keep this drunken flower tavern open. A despicable courtesan dares to defy the orders of my family's young master." Li Guanchi's expression gradually darkened. A cultivator of the 7th level of qi refinement actually resorted to violence against a defenseless woman. Had he not intervened just now, the woman before him would undoubtedly have met her demise. Li Guanchi sheathed his sword and coldly mocked, "In this age, even serving as a dog can instill a sense of elevated status. I must admit, I have truly broadened my horizons." The man, standing at a mere 6.5 feet, with a long face and slanted eyes, possessed an indescribably lecherous appearance. Yet he donned a white brocade robe, which only seemed incongruous. The second floor of the Drunken Flower Pavilion fell utterly silent. Those who could ascend to the second floor were usually somewhat affluent, possessing a broader perspective. Initially, the crowd had gathered for mere entertainment. However, upon recognizing the figure on the staircase of the third floor, they immediately lowered their heads. A glint of murderous intent flickered in the man's eyes as he licked his lips, scanning the surroundings. He coldly barked, "What are you staring at? Keep looking." and I shall gouge your eyes out." His eyes narrowed as he turned his gaze towards Li Guanchi. "TSK, even the blind have come to frequent the brothel now. What, just to listen to the music? Ha! Quite audacious, aren't we? Do you not recognize me, Shu-san?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, two more figures appeared beside the diminutive man. Li Guanchi let out a derisive laugh, too disinterested to respond. Three chi refinement cultivators behaving so arrogantly? Whose young master possesses such grandiose airs? Is he from a sect of cultivators? Li Guanchi Musha Inwarli. The first of the trio, a burly man, furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. "Shu-san, why are you so slow? The young master is still waiting." Upon hearing the term young master from their lips, Xiang Yue's frail form involuntarily shuddered, as if she had heard something terrifying. Observing the three sycophants, Li Guanchi scoffed, then casually sat down and propped his feet on the table. He softly inquired, "Do you still have the guqin strings?" Xiang, somewhat flustered, nodded and retrieved the strings from her sleeve, handing them to him. Li Guanchi chuckled in disbelief. "Why are you giving these to me? I cannot play the guqin. Change them, and then play." Upon witnessing Li Guanchi's demeanor, the three men exchanged cold smirks and drew their long knives. "Kid, you don't seem to be from around here. I advise you to mind your own business." Li Guanchi, both enraged and amused, retorted, "For heaven's sake, you have already claimed everything. It seems as if I am the one bullying you. Understand this. It is you who have come here to steal someone from me." After saying this, Li Guanchi pondered for a moment, then rose with his sword, shrugging as he declared, "Why should I reason with you?" At that moment, the madam of the tavern hurried into the fray, exclaiming, "Oh dear esteemed guests, please refrain from wielding weapons and disturbing the peace. Young master, if you could take a step back, I shall promptly summon the most beautiful maidens of our establishment for your enjoyment." She then turned to the trio on the third floor, bowing respectfully, "Gentlemen, I shall send Xiang Yue to play the guqin for young Master Zhang, along with Shizi, Lu Hua, and Tianxian to accompany you. May I ask for your grace and favor? My humble establishment has just opened. Do you possess an abundance of grace?" With a resounding slap, a man known as Shu-san struck the brothel keeper across the face, toppling her to the ground. With a contemptuous spit landing upon her visage, he coldly asserted, "Do you think you deserve respect? What face do you possess?" He then called to his companions, "Render this blind fool incapacitated." As his words reverberated, a sudden, ominous melody arose, resonating with an air of foreboding. The sound of strings echoed sharply. Three figures approached Li Guanchi with purposeful strides. Yet, as they neared the youth, he unexpectedly sprang into action, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he wielded his blade with precision against Shu-san. This turn of events astonished even Li Guanchi. However, the other two assailants continued their advance toward him. Onlookers could only perceive the white-clad figure darting like the wind, and moments later, a crimson mist erupted from the limbs of the two attackers. In the blink of an eye, anguished cries pierced the air behind Li Guanchi as their tendons and ligaments were severed. Standing firm with his sword, Li Guanchi regarded the perilous youth and softly inquired, "Do you require assistance?" After a brief hesitation, the youth nodded in affirmation. With a swift motion, 3 strikes were delivered, Shu-san's limbs rendered useless. Li Guanchi grasped his hair and hoisted him aloft with one hand. Realizing he had encountered insurmountable odds, Shu-san, despite his predicament, glared malevolently at Li Guanchi and proclaimed, "You are doomed. Do you know whose man I am?" "I am." Crack! Li Guanchi's left hand, fingers poised like a blade, plunged violently into Shu-san's throat. Shu-san's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that his life would be claimed by this audacious adversary. Typically, one would wait for him to announce his identity. Casually discarding the lifeless body aside, Li Guanchi murmured, "How can you be even more blind than I? Are you truly incapable of discerning the gravity of the situation?" Chapter 57. The young swordsman, Li Shunji. The agonizing screams of the two men abruptly ceased. Despite their limbs bleeding profusely and their bodies trembling, they remained resolutely silent. Meanwhile, the youth swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor, brandishing his blade. Li Guanchi was uncertain of the adversary's motives, but he promptly turned and crouched beside the leader. Upon noticing Li Guanchi's approach, the man trembled violently, releasing a pool of yellow liquid. Li Guanchi frowned slightly. "Brother, you seem to be a bit overheated lately. No need to be anxious. I merely wish to inquire. What faction do you belong to?" The man, eyes brimming with tears and his lips nearly torn, dared not utter a word. Upon hearing the question, he fervently shook his head in denial. The patrons on the second floor wore expressions of sheer astonishment. For only moments ago, a man had been slain for claiming his faction. Now, to ask another about theirs was nothing short of reckless. Li Guanchi rose and swiftly dispatched the two men with a couple of swift strokes, blood splattering in all directions. At that moment, chaos erupted on the third floor. The madam, witnessing the deaths, seemed to lose her senses, collapsing to the ground and repeatedly muttering, "It's over. It's all over." Just then, the earlier knife-wielding youth descended slowly, his eyes reflecting profound disappointment. As he lowered his head, an undeniable aura of authority enveloped his demeanor. The youth approached Li Guanchi, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, esteemed master, for your intervention. I am Li Guanchi, son of General Li Run of the Xiantian dynasty." A hushed silence fell over the tavern upon his declaration. The madam, grasping at a lifeline, attempted to reach for Li Guanchi, but was halted by a mere glance from him. It is important to note that Wangyue City is hardly even a capital in the Xiantian dynasty, and General Li Run is renowned as the undefeated warrior of the entire dynasty. For years, he has conquered city after city, expanding the realm, earning him the greatest accolades. His sole heir, Li Guanchi, has accompanied his father into the fray since childhood. Li Guanchi furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "Xiantian dynasty? Isn't that the very task I have undertaken?" Noticing Li Guanchi's frown, Li Guanchi quickly reassured him. "Esteemed master, there is no need for concern regarding this matter. I shall ensure it is addressed. I apologize for disturbing your leisure. Might I invite you to enjoy music and wine?" Li Guanchi curled his lips, replying, "Perhaps another time. I find myself lacking interest now. I need to rest for the night, as I have matters to attend to tomorrow. However, do not mistake my words for mere politeness. I genuinely intend to return to your royal city in a few days." Li Guanchi smiled faintly and produced a jade pendant inscribed with the character Shinji, presenting it to Li Guanchi. "As long as you are within the territory of the Xiantian dynasty, simply present this pendant to any officer, and they will convey a message to me. Should the need arise, you can even command a contingent of 3,000 men at your disposal." Li Guanchi accepted the jade pendant with a smile, finding you will suffice. As for mobilizing troops, I have no desire for warfare. Subsequently, Li Guanchi turned and descended from the tavern, idly tossing the jade pendant in his hand while murmuring, "Listening to music in the brothels is quite pleasant, though there are some rather bothersome individuals this time." However, Li Guanchi, is it mere coincidence? Or perhaps, finding a humble inn by the roadside, Li Guanchi settled in and, after tidying up, placed a white jade mat upon the ground. He then retrieved 2 spirit stones, cradling them in his palm as he entered a meditative state. Ever since embarking on the path of qi refinement, Li Guanchi had scarcely found time for sleep, dedicating himself almost entirely to cultivation. This intense focus had accelerated his progress remarkably, yet the 13th layer of qi refinement proved exceedingly challenging to transcend. With the impurities within his body having diminished significantly, breaking through to expel the remaining impurities had become a formidable task. Nonetheless, Li Guanchi sensed a recent loosening of the bottleneck, convinced that a breakthrough was imminent. Early the following morning, Li Guanchi purchased a selection of breakfast pastries from a street vendor. He specifically sought out the city's renowned stall for its delectable buns, leaving with a steamer full of them. The scenic beauty along the way inspired him, prompting a sigh of wonder at the vastness of the world and the limited territories he had traversed. Mountains, rivers, and seas lay beneath his feet, visible in all their glory. After 3 hours of travel, Li Guanchi had covered nearly 400 to 500 li. He finally arrived at a mountainous area marked on the map. Without much thought, noticing that the sun would soon set in a couple of hours, he made his way up the mountain. Just as he began his ascent, a sudden roar of a beast echoed in his ears. Instinctively, Li Guanchi propelled himself forward, spotting a massive wind lizard below, its gaping maw poised to strike. This wind lizard appeared on the verge of advancing to the second tier, akin to a human cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Thud! Despite the distance of several zhang between him and the creature, Li Guanchi halted abruptly, causing his sword sheath to detach from his back. With a swift twist of his waist, he hurled the sheath forward. Whoosh! The sharp sound of slicing air resonated as the sheath struck the wind lizard's head, crushing its jaw. The beast, reeling from the blow, collapsed to the ground. Li Guanchi unsheathed his sword and leaped forward, deftly evading 2 swipes from its claws, channeling his energy to pierce through its jaw with a single strike. Plop! The young acolyte, now utterly stunned, fell to the ground, his face pale with fear. Li Guanchi then proceeded to collect the lizard's hide and beast core. Just as he grasped the sword sheath, he suddenly froze, awkwardly clearing his throat twice. He turned and squatted before the acolyte, waving his hand and inquiring, "Is this Dragon Marquis Ridge?" The young acolyte, finally regaining his composure, nodded and replied, "Indeed, this is Dragon Marquis Ridge. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I would have." Li Guanchi playfully lifted him by the collar, chuckling, "Perfect, I came in search of your Taoist temple." The young acolyte, brimming with joy, led Li Guanchi up the mountain, excitedly pulling out a small purple flower to show him as they walked. "Look, isn't it beautiful?" Li Guanchi turned his head and was astonished to discover that the purple flower was none other than the primary ingredient for concocting the 6 Harmonies elixir, the Bai Zi Ling Hua. A second-tier material, this single blossom could easily be exchanged for over 200 inferior spirit stones. No wonder the wind-soaring lizard had attacked him. With a smile, Li Guanchi remarked, "Indeed it is lovely, but I must refrain from venturing into such desolate places alone to seek these luminous blossoms in the future. It is far too perilous." Before long, Li Guanchi followed the young Taoist apprentice to the entrance of a modest Taoist temple. The temple, occupying a mere 100 paces in circumference, was graced by an elderly man clad in a blue, front-buttoned robe, who sat at the doorway, puffing on a pipe. The elder's hair and beard were entirely white, his long eyebrows surpassing his nose, and he sported a goatee, his cheeks slightly hollowed. Upon catching sight of Li Guanchi, a flicker of brilliance flashed in the elder's eyes. "This young practitioner, what is your relation to Li Nanting of the great Xia sword sect?" Li Guanchi adjusted his attire and, with a respectful demeanor, replied softly, "Respected elder, Li Nanting is the name of my master. I am Li Guanchi." Ling Daoran nodded slightly and beckoned to the young Taoist apprentice, saying, "Shaoan, I did say this little one possesses commendable character, did I not?" Buzz, the young apprentice, who had previously been quite frightened, now regained a rosy complexion. With a mischievous grin, he tucked away the Bai Zi Ling Hua and remarked, "Not bad, huh? But he actually mistook me for a little boy." Oomph. Li Guanchi widened his eyes in astonishment, realizing that the seemingly 7 or 8-year-old apprentice was, in fact, a little girl. Moreover, the aura she emanated was undeniably that of a genuine foundation establishment practitioner. Looking up, he noticed the plaque above the temple inscribed with 3 grand characters, Chang Chungwan. Ling Daoran placed his pipe down, tapped it against a stone, and gently said, "Come in, little one. Since your master has sent you, I am well aware of your intentions. However, the Taoist incantation cannot be rushed. Let us discuss it further inside." Chapter 58. The Mastery of Spiritual Spells Amidst the Turmoil of Dynasties. As Li Guanchi approached the Taoist temple, he was struck by its astonishing simplicity. Beyond a bell tower and a drum tower, the entrance was marked by a towering archway. Venturing further inside, one would find the main hall of worship, along with the in-mountain dwelling, as well as a library. As dusk began to settle, Li Guanchi joined the elderly man in preparing a meal. It must be noted that the temple had its advantages, as it did not impose restrictions on wine and meat, aside from the 4 abstentions and 5 prohibited meats. Everything else was permissible. That evening, after sharing a meal with the old man and a young boy, Ling Daoran invited Li Guanchi outside for a drink. The elder suddenly lamented, "Is it true that Li Nanting remains at the Golden Core stage, even now?" Li Guanchi nodded slightly, for he too was unaware of what had transpired with his master. "Ah, It appears you are still oblivious to your master's past, Ling Daoran remarked with a chuckle. Li Guanchi gazed at the moonlight and softly replied, Indeed, I am unaware, but it seems my master is quite concerned about this matter, which is why I have never broached the subject. Ling Daoran laughed heartily. What else could it be? Your master, that romantic, boldly intervened on behalf of another. Years ago, during the opening ceremony of the Sixth Sex, many wandering cultivators had come to witness the event. One had audaciously insulted Elder Shenlong of the Water Peak. Li Nanting had resolutely intervened, leaving the man grievously injured. What a force! The elder exclaimed, raising his cup. You see, wandering cultivators are the bane of this world. That man, after enduring his injuries for years, re-emerged to mercilessly slaughter disciples of the great Xia sword sect. He would strike and flee, leaving no one able to pursue him. Ultimately, your master fought valiantly for 3 days and nights to protect the disciples from harm. In the end, he suffered injuries to his nascent soul, resulting in his fall to the foundation establishment stage. The great Xia sword sect expended countless resources and endured over a decade of healing before he could return to the golden core stage. The elder paused momentarily, looking at Li Guanchi. Do you not think your master seems a bit foolish? Li Guanchi shook his head gently and replied, This is not foolishness, it is responsibility. The elder's eyes sparkled with delight, and he could not help but laugh heartily. What a sense of responsibility. I would say that it is Li Nanting, like a steadfast tree, who upholds the integrity of the great Xia sword sect. It is precisely because of individuals like him that the disciples of the sect flourish. Of course, it is also why Li Nanting has achieved a peak golden core lifespan of 800 years. Very well. I shall entrust you with that spiritual spell come morning. After a sleepless night, Li Guanchi reflected on the elder's words before entering meditation. A faint smile graced his lips as he considered, No wonder Master Shun has always harbored resentment towards my master. Shenlong has already attained the nascent soul stage, while my master remains at golden core. Given my master's temperament, even if he harbors feelings, he would find it difficult to express them. A night of cultivation left Li Guanchi invigorated, and the ethereal spiritual energy of Longho Ridge was far more abundant than that of the ordinary world. Rising early, he diligently practiced his martial forms 100 times. When the elder finally rose, the sun had already ascended high into the sky, while the young acolyte had long been awake, reciting his scriptures. After observing the acolyte's reading, the elder stretched lazily. It was then that the young acolyte approached the elder, glancing outside at the boy practicing martial arts, and quietly inquired, Master, why does he, a blind man, light an oil lamp in his room? Having opened his mind's eye, is there truly a need for light? Is this not superfluous? The elder reached out to gently pat the acolyte's head and sighed softly. Indeed, Li Nanting has taken on an extraordinary disciple. To the world, a blind man lighting a lamp may seem foolish. Yet who can deny that it may also signify a certain wisdom, or perhaps a noble demeanor? The elder slowly made his way outside, leaving the young acolyte to ponder deeply. The elder brought Li Guanchi to a training ground in the backyard. Speaking softly, there are 300 spiritual incantations, each with distinct purposes. The 3 primary types are offense, defense, and confinement. Beyond these are illusions, tranquility, barrier breaking, sealing, spirit eradication, and void prohibition, among others. The incantation I possess ranks 246 among the 300, classified as a powerful offensive spell. It is called Breaking Array Thunder Spear. He then gently tapped Li Guanchi's forehead, flooding his mind with profound knowledge. After this, the elder personally demonstrated the incantation. With a single hand, he formed several intricate gestures, and as his formidable energy surged, the very heavens above Longho Ridge transformed dramatically, the winds howling wildly. In an instant, the once clear sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and torrential rain began to pour, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. With a fierce gaze, the elder shouted, Breaking Array, Thunder Spear. Suddenly, a colossal spear of lightning, measuring nearly 10 feet in length, descended from the sky, crashing onto the training ground with a thunderous boom. Dust and debris were sent flying, and the wind and rain ceased. As the dust settled, a vast crater, several dozen feet in diameter, marred the training ground, the earth within charred black, with arcs of lightning flickering within the depths of the pit. Li Guanchi's throat constricted as he murmured, "The power of this incantation is truly overwhelming." The elders smiled slightly, jesting. "That is only a glimpse of the power possessed by the top 100 incantations. Ah, now that is a force capable of splitting mountains and parting seas." The art of incantations is not as simple as that of medicinal artifacts. One must grasp the subtlety through the innate connection to the celestial. Only when one's heart aligns with the incantation's formula can it be executed most perfectly. Thus, for 3 entire days, Li Guanchi devoted himself to unblocking the meridians and acupoints necessary for this incantation. After 3 days of silent meditation, Li Guanchi suddenly opened his eyes wide. "I understand now. I comprehend. It is the heart of breaking the array. Yet the creator of this incantation must have been ensnared on the battlefield, transforming the might of thunder into a spear to shatter the formations." Gradually, a fierce determination and battle intent filled Li Guanchi's eyes. As the vibrant energy surged, the entire Taoist temple was enveloped in an enigmatic power. Ling Daoran, reclining in a rocking chair, suddenly opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the direction of the backyard. In disbelief, he murmured, "Such profound insight, unparalleled in the world." Boom! Spell number 246. Array-breaking, thunder spear. A somewhat ethereal spear of lightning pierced the heavens and descended. Thud! A shallow pit of 3 feet appeared in the backyard. Li Guanchi, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at the elder and said, "Senior, even the spear's shadow seems a bit insubstantial." Ling Daoran could not help but roll his eyes. He was currently at the pinnacle of the mid-yuan Ing stage, while Li Guanchi, if he wasn't mistaken, Li Guanchi had yet to break through to the foundation establishment stage. To supplement your practice, look at how thin the child has become. Li Guanchi grinned widely, retrieving an array of fine wines and delicacies from his storage ring. He even brought out half a steamer of meat buns intended for Yuswan. Meanwhile, in the Xiantian dynasty, which Li Guanchi had yet to investigate, a shocking event was unfolding that would astonish the world. Chapter 59. The Turmoil of the Cultivators. Cold, rainy night at the break of dawn, Li Guanchi had already bid farewell to Ling Daoran and set forth towards the Xiantian dynasty. Along his journey, having accomplished his mission, he intended to gather information about the recent happenings within the Xiantian dynasty. However, as he traversed through various villages and towns, he found that every mention of the Xiantian dynasty was invariably accompanied by the name of General Li Run, as well as that of his son, the 14-year-old prodigy, Li Shenzi. The recent strife among the dynasties was instigated by the Xiantian dynasty's provocative actions and declarations of war. Previously, the Xiantian dynasty, along with the Dashi and Xiongshi dynasties, maintained a delicate balance of power. Yet, over the past 2 years, the Xiantian dynasty had been incessantly inciting border conflicts. Li Guanchi furrowed his brow, hastening his pace towards the capital of Xiantian. He suspected that the situation might be more complex than it appeared. Why had the Xiantian dynasty, historically focused on stability and defense, suddenly harbored ambitions? This peculiarity struck him as odd. He recalled conversations with his grandfather regarding the dynasties of the past. His grandfather had once remarked that those who held power in the court were primarily concerned with fortifying their domains rather than expanding them, unless they were inherently ambitious individuals. As night fell, Li Guanchi finally beheld the imposing silhouette of Xiantian City. However, upon approaching the city, he was met with an unsettling silence. The lack of light suggested a pervasive darkness enveloping the city. The oppressive atmosphere cast a pall over the once vibrant capital. Standing before the towering, sealed gates, Li Guanchi felt an uneasy premonition. He swiftly retrieved a prepared shadow stone, tucking it into his robes. Scaling the walls from a side entrance, he deftly traversed the towering heights. Yet, upon leaping atop the battlements, he was astounded to find an abundance of patrolling soldiers encircling the walls. Fortunately, he had approached with great caution from a distance. Concealing himself behind a watchtower, Li Guanchi donned a suit of nocturnal garb. Employing his spiritual awareness, He adeptly evaded several squads of patrolling guards, leaping down from the walls and melding into the night. The heavy clouds blanketing the sky obscured the glow of the full moon. As he stealthily approached the city center, the muffled sounds of commotion gradually morphed into the thunderous clamor of battle cries. Taking advantage of the cloak of darkness, Li Guanchi ascended to the rooftop of an inn. From this vantage point, he glimpsed a grand estate illuminated in the distance, surrounded by thousands of soldiers wielding flickering torches. The scent of blood hung thick in the air, reaching him even from afar. His mind sharpened. The ripples of his consciousness surged forth. The plaque adorning the estate bore the striking characters Li Fu. A jolt of realization coursed through Li Guanchi. Could this be the home of that young man? The general's residence? As his awareness expanded, he soon discerned a magnificent dragon carriage drawn by 9 magnificent steeds. On one side of the carriage, a middle-aged man exuding an aura of ethereal grace sat astride a magnificent steed. Beside him stood a young man, pallid and breathless, whose presence stirred unease in Li Guanchi's heart. He recognized this youth's aura from his time at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Cautiously retracting his spiritual awareness, he feared alarming the adversaries. In his perception, the middle-aged man next to the dragon carriage was evidently a foundational cultivator. Recalling the scene at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, it was clear that the knife-wielding youth, Li Guanchi, must have ascended to the 3rd floor to seek him out. The walls of the Li Manor were now lined with armored archers, while within the courtyard, dozens of silver-clad soldiers surrounded Li Guanchi and another resolute-looking middle-aged man, brandishing long blades. Suddenly, Li Ren, filled with righteous indignation, bellowed, "Your Majesty, what crime have I committed to warrant your personal intervention in exterminating my entire family?" The figures within the carriage remained silent. Li Ren, his blood surging with anger, shouted again, "Answer me. What have I, Li Ren, done to deserve this?" The ethereal man scoffed and replied, "Li Ren, you conspired with the Lion dynasty, intent on rebellion. Today, I shall act on behalf of His Majesty to confiscate your military command and execute your entire household as a warning." Hearing this, Li Ren erupted in fury, pointing his blade at the man. "Tang Chongqing, you are nothing but a despicable scoundrel. To fabricate accusations is but a coward's game. Your Majesty, if you believe my merit poses a threat, I would willingly return my military command and retreat into the mountains. But if you fail to recognize the true villain beside you, you may be committing an unforgivable blunder." Li Ren's eyes were bloodshot as he denounced Tang Chongqing. However, within the carriage, a long pause ensued before a sigh resonated. "Execute." The cry from Li Ren echoed with defiance, prompting all soldiers atop the walls to draw their bows taut. The soldiers within the courtyard were resolute, ready to face death. One soldier gravely proclaimed, "General, today, that treacherous national advisor seeks your demise. We shall protect you and the young master at all costs." Tang Chongqing barked, "What are you waiting for? Li Ren's collusion with foreign powers makes him a traitor. Proceed with the execution." Young Li Guanchi, his eyes ablaze with fury, realized that over 100 had already fallen in the manor. Fortunately, his father had wisely sent the women of the household away from the city beforehand. Li Guanchi spoke somberly, "Father, there is no need to plead with His Majesty any longer. It is clear that he has already been ensnared by that rogue's machinations." From the rooftop, Li Guanchi finally grasped the full scope of the situation. It was evident that cultivators from the mountains had intervened in the affairs of the kingdom below, a grave taboo in the realm of cultivation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air filled with the sound of arrows slicing through, as hundreds of projectiles rained down upon the Li household. Li Ren, now despondent, felt a renewed sharpness in his eyes as he commanded, "Form a shield formation and retreat to the courtyard." With a series of clattering sounds, dozens of soldiers raised their shields, forming an impenetrable phalanx. In an instant, the crowd retreated swiftly, finding themselves within the courtyard. The air was filled with the sound of arrows whistling through the air, yet they merely struck against the shields, causing them to tilt slightly without inflicting any significant harm. Tang Chongqing, with a fierce expression, waved his hand and commanded in a deep voice, "Kill them." A multitude of soldiers surged into the courtyard, weapons in hand, and in a heartbeat, blood-spattered and dismembered limbs flew through the air. However, at that moment, thunder rumbled ominously from the skies, followed by a torrential downpour. In the distance, a figure clad in white appeared, advancing slowly. As he walked, Li Guanchi murmured softly, "One of the taboos in the world of cultivation is that the practitioners on the mountain must not interfere with the dynasties below. Do you understand the gravity of your transgressions?" Tang Chongqing felt the surge of his inner power, the relentless rain failing to touch him even slightly. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, he retorted, "Who is this audacious young fool, daring to speak so boldly about my affairs?" He raised a finger, and at once hundreds of soldiers behind him tightened their grips on their weapons. As his arm descended, Tang Chongqing bellowed, "Kill him." The earth trembled with the force of his command. Chapter 60. The rainy alley in white garb, the murderous sword. Amidst the tumultuous sky, sporadic flashes of lightning illuminated a figure clad in white, wielding a sword. In an instant, hundreds of soldiers surged towards Li Guanchi. With a soft sigh, Li Guanchi gripped his sword with one hand and charged fiercely into the fray. In that moment, the dark alley was filled with the glimmer of his sword, resembling a cascade of chilling light. Li Guanchi advanced at an astonishing speed towards Tang Chongqing. The brilliance of his sword sparkled, and blood splattered around him as he struck. Each stroke of his sword was ruthlessly precise, sending severed limbs and rainwater flying. Li Guanchi moved with a ghostly grace, as swift as the wind. In the torrential downpour, he tore through the defenses of his adversaries with the sharpness of a blade. Just as Li Guanchi closed the distance to within 5 paces of his opponent, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Tang Chongqing's eyes. Sensing the impending threat, Li Guanchi leaped into the air. The cobblestones beneath him erupted as 2 long ropes of binding talismans shot forth from below. Clang! The sound of a sword resonated as a flying sword suddenly soared into the void, just as the long sword was about to pierce Li Guanchi's face. He deftly countered with a reverse stroke, deflecting the attack. Utilizing the momentum, he soared once more into the air. A cold smile crept upon Tang Chongqing's lips as he gestured, causing the long knives at the waist of his soldiers to ascend uncontrollably. Instantly, for long knives and a sword were hurled towards the airborne youth. With no place to evade, Li Guanchi, despite his vigorous attempts to block, was struck by several blades. As he descended, another long sword, discarded by the roadside, lunged at his back with lightning speed and treachery. Yet, Li Guanchi remained unfazed. He lightly tapped off the wall of the Li residence, performing a graceful somersault. With impeccable precision, his sword met the incoming blade, twisting around its hilt before he hurled it towards Tang Chongqing. However, a barrier of elemental energy manifested before Tang Chongqing, halting the sword's tip just an inch from his brow. Slowly dismounting, the 2 opponents gazed at each other from a distance of 10 paces. The torrential rain blurred the vision of the onlookers, and the dragon chariot parted its curtains to observe Li Guanchi. Tang Chongqing's finger curled ever so slightly, summoning the flying sword back into his grasp, his expression grave as he addressed Li Guanchi. "Not yet at the foundation stage?" Li Guanchi chuckled coldly in response. "To kill you, my chi is more than sufficient." Such audacity! Boom! The cobblestones beneath Tang Chongqing's feet abruptly shattered without warning, hurtling towards Li Guanchi at blinding speed. Yet, the opponent's movements had already been captured by Tang Chongqing's keen perception. In an instant, their forms danced in the rain, the glimmer of cold light illuminating the clash of their swords, sparking with intensity. But with each exchange, Tang Chongqing grew increasingly alarmed. Throughout the encounter, the youth's aura remained remarkably steady. Even after inflicting wounds upon hundreds of soldiers, he showed no signs of fatigue. Moreover, his physical strength rivaled that of a pure martial cultivator, with each strike carrying tremendous weight. In a mere handful of breaths, the tiger's mouth of Tang Chongqing had already begun to crack. Boom! Tang Chongqing's internal energy erupted instantaneously, and the brilliance of his sword became significantly sharper. However, Li Guanchi's agility was remarkable. He deftly evaded lethal strikes amidst their fierce engagement. The 2 continued to exchange blows in the rain, having already clashed hundreds of times. Li Guanchi's sword was both swift and precise, its strength surpassing that of Tang Chongqing by a notable margin. Yet, in the moment, Tang Chongqing pressed forward with his sword. Forcing Li Guanchi to retreat, Li Guanchi suddenly sheathed his sword. In an instant, a chilling sensation surged from Tang Chongqing's feet, prompting him to retreat hastily. Li Guanchi, instead of retreating, surged forward with explosive energy. Clang! The sound of a sword echoed as a streak of cold light sliced through the air before him. Thud! Thud! Blood gushed forth from Tang Chongqing's chest. Enraged, Tang Chongqing swiftly cast several talismans, unleashing ice spikes and fireballs that rained down upon Li Guanchi. Standing firm with his sword, Li Guanchi adeptly dodged the barrage of attacks. Yet, in the next moment, he leapt into the air, swiftly forming seals with his hands. At that moment, his internal energy surged forth. Thunder rumbled ominously as the already dense clouds above darkened further. Lightning crackled, and Li Guanchi bellowed. Spirit spell, 246. Breaking array, thunder spear. Boom! Tang Chongqing's expression shifted drastically, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. He hastily conjured several defensive talismans, creating barriers that materialized before him. As Li Guanchi's internal energy rapidly depleted, a thunderous spear, measuring 4 feet in length, cleaved through the night sky. Bang! 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 The barrier shattered. The thunder spear pierced through Tang Chongqing's body in an instant. With a piercing scream, Tang Chongqing found himself impaled, pinned against the stone slab. The raging thunder quickly charred his body, extinguishing all signs of life within him. Li Guanchi, panting heavily, wasted no time in extracting 2 spirit stones, vigorously absorbing their energy. Dad! Tang Yi, witnessing his father's demise at the hands of the descending thunder, was overwhelmed with despair. His former lackeys had been slain, and now, panic-stricken, he gripped the reins tightly and fled in terror, unable to think clearly as he beheld his father's charred body. Li Guanchi's eyes glinted ominously as he rose, lightly kicking the long knife on the ground, twisting his form to strike the hilt with force. Whoosh! The long knife emitted a piercing sound as it penetrated Tang Yi's body with the infusion of energy. Thud! Tang Yi, already drained by indulgence, collapsed helplessly to the ground. After a moment, Li Guanchi stood at the entrance of the Li residence, bellowing, "Everyone, cease this at once." His voice, infused with energy, resonated deeply. Raising the identity jade slip in his hand, he declared solemnly, "I am Li Guanchi, a disciple of the heavenly Thunder Peak of the Great Xia Sword Sect. I am here to investigate the cause of the turmoil in the Xiantian dynasty in the name of my sect. Tang Chongqing, as a foundational cultivator, has transgressed the prohibitions of the cultivation realm by intervening in the affairs of the kingdom below and shall now face execution. The Li family, renowned for their loyalty and valor, has been tragically ensnared by the treachery of others, and is, in fact, innocent." At this point, Li Guanchi abruptly pivoted to direct a stern rebuke towards the interior of the dragon carriage, declaring with a fierce voice, "The current sovereign, Ji Songyuan, has heeded slanderous whispers and appointed a cultivator as the national master, which is a blatant violation of the laws. Henceforth, let his imperial title be stripped away. The details of this matter shall be managed according to the directives of the Great Xia Sword Sect." From the dragon carriage emerged a middle-aged man, his countenance haggard. Observing the identity jade slip in Li Guanchi's hand, he trembled slightly and bowed in reverence, uttering, "Ji Songyuan, humbly obeying the decree of the celestial master." Within the Li residence, both Li Run and Li Shun, drenched in blood, exchanged glances that reflected a flicker of relief after surviving calamity. Li Shun finally recognized the figure clad in white outside. Recalling their fateful encounter at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, he couldn't help but murmur softly, "Li Guanchi, I, Li Shun, owe you an immense debt of gratitude." Chapter 61. I killed him, as the spirit ruins on this night. The kingdom of Xian trembled with turmoil. The national master, Tang Chongqing, had perished, and the rebellion attributed to the Li family was no more. The current sovereign was temporarily deposed by the celestial master of the Great Xia Sword Sect. Amidst the rain, Li Guanchi sheltered himself beneath an umbrella, gradually merging into the deluge. As soon as he exited the city, he sought refuge in a cave to tend to his wounds. Stripping off his garments and applying healing ointment, Li Guanchi's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. He swallowed a medicinal pill for recovery, and the flow of vital energy within him surged, allowing him to breathe a little easier. Leaning against the cave wall, Li Guanchi felt a flicker of trepidation in his heart. He had not anticipated that a foundational cultivator would prove to be so formidable. That energy barrier was indeed quite troublesome. However, in his perception, Tang Chongqing seemed to be an unaffiliated rogue cultivator. If his opponent truly hailed from a distinguished lineage, he would surely understand the taboos of the cultivation world. Moreover, the opponent's swordplay exhibited no discernible technique, relying solely on the ability to wield a sword against him. More crucially, Li Guanchi sensed that the opponent's vital energy was not particularly abundant. It was highly probable that he had chosen to establish his foundation at the 9th level of qi refinement. Feeling the emptiness within his dantian, Li Guanchi resolved to enter a meditative state for cultivation. Unknown to him, the sword spirit had appeared behind him, nodding slightly. It must be said that Li Guanchi's resilience and diligence in the path of cultivation were truly commendable. Following the fierce battle, he also gained a glimmer of insight, particularly in the understanding that when wielding a sword, the pursuit of flashy techniques was no longer paramount. A swift, decisive strike might indeed be the superior choice, significantly conserving the expenditure of inner energy. At dawn the next day, Li Guanchi hurried to the nearest dock. The cloud boat soared through the skies, granting him a rare moment of respite. However, at that moment, a streak of light suddenly zipped past the side of the cloud boat. Sensing something amiss, Li Guanchi opened his eyes just in time to see Elder Su Zhengjie, the second elder of Tianlei Peak, slowly tearing through the cloud boat's barrier. The captain of the boat hastily bowed in greeting, exclaiming, "Greetings, celestial master." Even the other passengers aboard the cloud boat rose in respect. Elder Su Zhengjie waved his hand lightly, allowing everyone to rise, and appeared beside Li Guanchi with a smile. "You rascal, what have you heard? Is there a foundational cultivator causing chaos in the court?" Li Guanchi nodded and replied softly, "Is it truly necessary for Elder Su to personally handle this matter?" Su Zhengjie laughed heartily. "Indeed, the foundational cultivator is of little consequence. What is more critical is the selection of a new emperor. So tell me, did you manage to gather information without sustaining any injuries? Did that cultivator discover you?" Li Guanchi shrugged and said, "Well, Elder, I killed that foundational cultivator." "What?" Su Zhengjie's voice rose sharply, filled with astonishment. His expression turned grave as he cautioned, "You little rascal, this is no joking matter. You, a qi refinement cultivator, killed a foundational one?" Li Guanchi replied candidly, "He wasn't that strong." "Not that strong? He is still a foundational cultivator." Su Zhengjie was still processing the information when Li Guanchi leaned in and asked, "In such a case, should the points awarded be more substantial? Behold, I have vanquished that monk. You may now proceed to select the new emperor without lifting a finger. Surely, I deserve some recompense for this endeavor." Su Zhengjie chuckled heartily and remarked, "I always suspected your decision to withdraw from the intersect was partly motivated by the allure of the external examination's point rewards." Old Li was adamant in his disbelief, insisting you were merely trying to reassure him. "Well done. Let us keep this matter discreet. Simply head to the task hall to collect your points later." Li Guanchi grinned, silently reflecting that these earnings were painstakingly garnered, yet it had indeed come to fruition. Upon concluding their conversation, Su Zhengjie tossed aside his sword, preparing to depart. Li Guanchi bowed respectfully, saying, "I bid you farewell, second master uncle." Suddenly, Su Zhengjie recalled something and turned back, questioning, "Are you not nearing your foundation establishment?" Li Guanchi, momentarily taken aback, contemplated his loosening bottleneck and nodded in affirmation. The elder, with hopeful eyes, urged, "Then prepare yourself soon. Perhaps the competition in Lingshu this year will depend solely on you." With that, the elder gently tore through the barrier and soared away on his sword towards the Xintian dynasty. After the elder's departure, all aboard the cloud vessel regarded Li Guanchi with a newfound respect. However, Upon noticing Li Guanchi meditating with his eyes closed, none dared to approach him for conversation. Li Guanchi disembarked at Minningwu, the location closest to the Great Xia sword sect. Merchants along the street slightly bowed to the young man carrying his sword case. Li Guanchi smiled and, without delay, made his way back to the Great Xia sword sect. As anticipated, the points awarded for investigating the Xintian dynasty had tripled. The steward personally transferred the points to Li Guanchi, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he discreetly inquired, "Li Shiji, did you truly slay a Foundation establishment cultivator?" Li Guanchi bore an enigmatic smile and whispered yes. Upon returning to the courtyard, he spotted Yu Xuan standing atop the roof, scanning the surroundings. Upon noticing his return, Yu Xuan leaped down with excitement. "Li Guanchi, why did you take so long to come back?" he exclaimed, eagerly extending his hands. "Li Guanchi laua fartili. I brought you something. Come, let's eat inside." The pair returned to the courtyard together. Behold, the grand meat buns from Wanghua City. And, cough, some uniquely delightful pastries too. Yu Xuan immediately bit into half of the bun, squinting with delight as he mumbled, "Delicious. All right, enjoy your meal." "Where are you off to?" "To the ascending spirit platform." Upon arriving at the platform, Li Guanchi checked his points within the jade slip. With the additional 600 points, he now possessed a total of 1,800 points, sufficient to access the mysterious level ascending spirit platform for an entire month. When he reached the platform, he resolutely spent 700 points to open a mysterious level cultivation chamber. The disciples of the Great Summer Sword sect scarcely have any time to interact, as each individual is diligently devoted to their cultivation. Due to the unique assessment system, any disciple who ranks poorly in 2 consecutive evaluations faces expulsion from the inner sect. Thus, within the inner sect, which is envied by the outer disciples, the atmosphere of cultivation is even more intense. Everyone is hurrying along, scarcely pausing for a moment, moving as if in a race. Under such circumstances, even Li Guanchi feels an overwhelming pressure, especially when he frequently observes senior disciples soaring through the air on their swords. Gritting his teeth, Li Guanchi resolutely thought to himself, "This time, I must break through to the 13th level during my seclusion. By the way, Sword Spirit, are you there?" "What is it?" Could you adopt a more amiable tone? "I would like to inquire about the nature of the Lingshu." Chapter 62, The Gifts of Destiny. Breaking through the 13th layer. However, the Sword Spirit offered no explanations, merely uttering a single phrase. The existence of weapon souls in the Lingshu is dictated by fate. First, break through the 13th layer. Li Guanchi shrugged, refraining from further inquiries, and activated the ascension platform. As the formation beneath his feet resonated, a thin mist swiftly enveloped the chamber. This profound-grade ascension platform was indeed extraordinary, as the spiritual energy began to take on a mist-like quality. For a considerable time thereafter, Li Guanchi remained oblivious to the world outside, dedicating all his focus to cultivation. 7 days later, while his expression remained tranquil, a tempest surged within his dantian. Rich primordial energy filled his entire dantian sea, flowing rapidly with the operation of his internal technique. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed within his spiritual platform. Boom! The swelling primordial energy surged with fervor. Li Guanchi's dantian expanded instantaneously, becoming twice its previous size. This vast dantian sea was at least 3 to 4 times larger than that of disciples with heavenly roots. The overwhelming richness of the primordial energy within was beyond measure. As an enigmatic essence of the Tao began to flow into Li Guanchi's body, he could sense the purity of that power, and the voice of the sword spirit resonated in his mind. "Inhale, absorb as much as you can." Li Guanchi did not dare to hesitate. As his technique operated, the mysterious energy transformed into tendrils of white mist that he inhaled into his body. Soon, the entire Daxia sword sect sensed a peculiar anomaly. Above the ascension platform on Tian's Hufeng, a swirling aura of 7 colors lingered, while below lay Li Guanchi's secluded chamber. I can no longer absorb any more." The sword spirit, simultaneously drawing upon the Tao's gifts from within Li Guanchi, urged him to continue. Thus, Li Guanchi absorbed while being absorbed in turn. The ethereal mist persisted for an entire incense stick's duration before gradually dissipating. Li Guanchi, now with a round and bloated belly, lay on the ground, weakly declaring, "I can't move, I've overindulged. You take over." Though this statement held little weight, the sword spirit's countenance flushed slightly. Turning, it dove into the sword box to commence the absorption of the Tao energy within Li Guanchi. This substance, akin to spiritual energy, was profoundly mysterious. It could not directly augment Li Guanchi's total primordial energy, but could assist in stabilizing his realm. In the brief span of an incense stick, Li Guanchi had thoroughly solidified his cultivation at the 13th layer of qi refinement. At that moment, he felt as though his fist weighed over 1,000 pounds, enough power to crush most newly established foundation cultivators. Moments later, his round belly disappeared at a visibly rapid pace. "Ah, you absorb quickly," he remarked. Yet this time, the sword spirit offered no reply, as if it had succumbed to a deep slumber. Stretching his limbs, Li Guanchi then realized his body felt as if it were coated in a layer of muck, exuding an unpleasant odor. Promptly, he pushed open the door of the secluded chamber. As he stepped outside, Li Guanchi was met by the sight of a dozen elders from the sect standing before him. "Master, what is this?" Lu Kongyan extended his hand to examine his body, his eyes suddenly widening in disbelief. You haven't established your foundation?" Li Guanchi scratched his head and replied, in response to the master, "I have indeed not yet established my foundation." Lu Kongyan took a few deep breaths, utterly astonished by the immense energy reservoir within Li Guanchi. "My goodness, is this the energy sea of a saintly grade spiritual root? In all my years of cultivation, I have never encountered such a vast energy sea." Lonnie rolled her eyes and remarked, "Master, aren't you exaggerating a bit? How much larger can the energy sea of a disciple at the 10th level of qi training be?" Li Guanchi, wishing to avoid further scrutiny, interjected, "Seniors, may I return to bathe? I feel as though I've become a stinky fish in a brine jar." Upon hearing this, Lanhe smiled gently and waved her hand, enveloping him in a soft, water-like blue energy. In an instant, all the grime was cleansed away, and Li Guanchi clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, Elder Lan." Li Nanting had grown accustomed to the extraordinary occurrences surrounding him. The reason behind Li Guanchi attracting the benevolence of the heavenly Tao at the 10th level of qi training was unspoken among them. However, before departing, Lu Kongyan spoke gravely. "It won't be long before the talented disciples from the other peaks begin to break through to the foundation establishment stage. At that time, let Li Nanting lead the team to the place of awakening. This year's gains will depend on your disciples." Subsequently, everyone dispersed, and Li Nanting patted Li Guanchi's shoulder with a smile. "Well done. You have indeed attracted the gifts of the heavenly Tao." With that, the elder followed Lu Kongyan away. Li Guanchi, relishing his newfound leisure, made his way straight to the sword tower. The formidable power of being at the 13th level of qi training not only expanded his energy sea, but also significantly enlarged his spiritual consciousness, allowing him to easily cover a radius of 50 zhang. Upon reaching the sword tower, he directly ascended to the 6th floor. Without employing his consciousness, Li Guanchi swiftly drew his wrist and executed 6 sword strikes as fast as the wind. Soon, a resounding clang echoed from the ancient bell atop the sword tower. Ding! All the disciples from various peaks looked up towards the Tian's Hufing, with many murmuring, "Someone has surpassed the 12th level of the sword tower. Could it be that a senior brother has broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage and is challenging the sword tower? Let's go take a look." An increasing number of people gathered around the sword tower on Tian's Hufing. However, at this moment, Li Guanchi was panting heavily with 12 dark puppets lying defeated beside him. He gazed up at the stairs above, took a deep breath, and slowly rose to his feet. The next level housed the foundation establishment puppets, and he was eager to test how many levels he could ascend with his current strength. Clack, clack. On the 13th level of the sword tower, the brightly lit arena spanned 100 zhang. It was occupied solely by a silvery puppet seated on the ground. Li Guanchi unsheathed his sword, inhaled deeply, and stepped onto the battle platform. Boom! An invisible pressure erupted instantaneously. Intricate spiritual patterns gradually emerged on the surface of the puppet. With a rustling sound, the puppet drew a long sword from its waist, standing 5 paces apart from Li Guanchi. Observing the increasing number of disciples gathering around the sword tower, the elder guarding the tower simply waved his hand, projecting the events of the 13th floor. In an instant, the ground beneath Li Guanchi and the puppet shattered violently, and the two figures collided with remarkable speed. The clash of swords resonated continuously, echoing across the platform. The two figures engaged in a swift exchange, with Li Guanchi's sword striking with both agility and power, even managing to surpass the puppet in strength by a notable margin. Soon, seizing the opportune moment, Li Guanchi lunged forward, his sword deftly plunging into the throat of the silver-armored puppet. With a clang, the silver armor gradually retracted the sword and settled back to the ground. The 13th floor of the sword tower was breached. Following swiftly were the 14th and 15th floors. Ultimately, Li Guanchi reached a halt at the 15th floor of the sword tower. Throughout the battle, he had also absorbed numerous strengths from the puppet, enhancing his mastery over his own power and achieving a profound comprehension of the Qinglian Tiangang sword technique. However, the sword technique had undergone considerable modifications by the sword spirit. Injured yet resolute, Li Guanchi slowly emerged from the sword tower. Upon stepping out, he was met with a throng of disciples gathered outside Tianxiafeng. Finally, a senior brother from the sect, with great difficulty, swallowed hard and exclaimed, "He hasn't even established his foundation yet." Chapter 63. Preparing for foundation establishment, the news of Li Guanchi's audacious endeavor to breach the 15th level of the sword tower, while still in the Qi gathering stage, swiftly spread throughout the sect's various peaks. Meanwhile, Li Guanchi returned quietly to his secluded residence. Days passed in tranquility, during which Li Guanchi's swordsmanship continued to advance remarkably. The speed of his strikes increased, and executing 3 slashes within a single breath became his current limit. Even when held to the most stringent standards by the sword spirit, he managed to complete the task in the briefest of moments. During this period, Li Guanchi profoundly grasped the terrifying depth of the sword spirit's comprehension and unique insights into the path of the sword. The sword spirit could instill within him an overwhelming force even when he held nothing in his hands, or guide him to unleash a sharp beam of sword light while wielding a sword box. Ultimately, however, Li Guanchi found himself unable to replicate such feats and could only inquire, "What is the purpose of this?" Leaning against a stone pillar, the sword spirit replied softly, "It is all about momentum. Such things cannot be rushed. Take your time to comprehend." Even the most gifted prodigies gain insights into the sword's momentum through the trials of battle. At this juncture, the sword spirit paused slightly before continuing. "You may now prepare for your foundation establishment. Your 13th level has already reached perfection. There is no need to delay this matter." Li Guanchi Shuja, contemplating the words his master had imparted to him the previous day. In just half a month, the spiritual realm would be opened, and before that, everyone would need to journey to another sect. He took out a jade slip and softly declared, "Master, I am ready to establish my foundation." Upon hearing this news, Li Nanting hurriedly returned from the Emperor's Peak. As he entered, he was greeted by the sight of a mountainous pile of logs in the backyard and the sight of Li Guanchi drenched in sweat. The elder couldn't help but exclaim, "You young man are pushing yourself too hard in your training. At least take a moment to rest." With that, Li Nanting reached out to assess the youth's condition. A look of admiration once again graced his features, but this time he noticed that the young man's dantian was brimming with energy, with vast amounts of vital force occupying the extensive dantian sea. With a grave tone, Li Nanting instructed, "Then meditate well tonight. Prepare for your foundation establishment tomorrow." After speaking, the elder departed. After all, Li Guanchi was the first among the newly accepted disciples to attempt a breakthrough to foundation establishment in a mere 5 months. Such speed had never been witnessed in the annals of the sect's history. Even Yi Feng from the Heavenly Gold Peak had only just recently breached the 10th level of Qi gathering. However, It seemed he would indeed catch up and join Li Guanchi in the opening of the spiritual realm. The news of Li Guanchi's impending breakthrough spread rapidly throughout the entire sect. Senior brothers and sisters from Thunder Peak sought him out, eager to share their own experiences of breaking through their realms. Some even recounted their experiences of failing before succeeding, only to be met with a sharp reprimand from Gu Ran. Amidst the clamor, the group eventually dispersed under Gu Ran's insistence. Before leaving, Gu Ran gifted Li Guanchi a clear heart pill, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. "Rest assured, little junior brother, you will be just fine." Li Guanchi nodded with a smile, and once the crowd had departed, he felt a surge of excitement within him. The sword spirit mockingly remarked, "Foundation establishment is merely the initial step on the path to immortality. Why the anxiety? With me by your side, you shall at the very least commence at the realm of void refinement." Li Guanchi, upon hearing this, curled his lips and retorted, Hold on. You can boast all you want, but don't drag me into it. Void refinement. I haven't even established my foundation yet. That will happen tomorrow. Foundation establishment. In the presence of golden core cultivators, one is as fragile as an ant. Li Guanchi returned to his chamber, but found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning restlessly. The mere thought of being able to fly with a sword filled him with excitement, making slumber elusive. Instead, he resolved to meditate and refine his cultivation, adjusting his breath and state of mind. The following morning, the square of Tianjian Peak was thronged with a crowd eager to witness how this prodigy, having only entered the sect 5 months prior, would establish his foundation. In the expansive square stood a colossal luminous screen towering 100 feet high, displaying the conditions of the ascension platform at Tianjian. In honor of Li Guanchi's foundation establishment, the sect leader had permitted the use of a terrestrial-level ascension platform. It is worth noting that there are only 3 such tranquil chambers at this level. Ordinarily, the Law Master Qin Xian occupies one, with the other 2 reserved primarily for the Elder's secluded cultivation. This clearly illustrates Liu Kangle's significant regard for Li Guanchi's foundation establishment. Inside the tranquil chamber, only Li Guanchi and Li Nanting remained. Li Nanting, with a smile, reassured him, "There is no need for nervousness. I have already explained the intricacies of the foundation establishment process to you multiple times. Relax. Here is a tranquil heart pill. Take it, and once its effects manifest, you may proceed with your cultivation." He handed Li Guanchi both the tranquil heart pill and a foundation establishment pill. Li Guanchi distinctly felt the warmth of the elder's palm, slick with perspiration, and grinned, "Master, you need not worry." The elder inhaled deeply and stated solemnly, "Focus on your breakthrough. I shall guard the door for you." As the elder exited the tranquil chamber, Li Guanchi's breathing gradually steadied. Yi Feng and Zhong Lin stood together, silently observing the scene. Yi Feng couldn't help but feel fortunate he hadn't wagered with Li Guanchi, thinking his talent is truly extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Li Guanchi consumed both the tranquil heart pill and the foundation establishment pill. Boom! Instantly, the qi si within his dantian began to whirl. A mysterious force enveloped Li Guanchi, and in an instant, the effects of the tranquil heart pill unfurled. His mental state transformed into one of profound tranquility. The voice of the sword spirit resonated softly in his mind. Guard the spirit platform. Unify the essence. Li Guanchi's consciousness converged, and his awareness surged into his dantian. He resolutely declared inwardly, "Let come." Boom! Following the guidance of the sword spirit, Li Guanchi fervently circulated his inner cultivation method, assaulting the primordial essence within his dantian. Terrifying pressure relentlessly compressed the mist-like essence, marking this step as the most crucial in solidifying the primordial essence into a liquid state. Furthermore, he needed to forge his dantian into an impregnable container. Before long, the effects of the foundation establishment pill began to manifest, and the force of his impact became significantly more potent. Gradually, the vital energy within the dantian began to exhibit signs of liquefaction. Meanwhile, the sword spirit materialized 36 unique acupoints within Li Guanchi's mind. Breaching these 36 acupoints would greatly benefit his forthcoming cultivation journey. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Guanchi commenced channeling the vital energy within him to strike at these acupoints. Although the sword spirit did not elucidate the reasons behind this action, Li Guanchi chose to place his trust in her, for he could sense that his destiny had been irrevocably intertwined with that of the sword spirit from the very moment he accepted the sword box. Unless the sword spirit wished to forfeit her power, she would never inflict harm upon him. Furthermore, Li Guanchi could surmise, without much thought, that his grandfather must have left behind some contingency. Thus, he decided to take the plunge. Chapter 64. Celestial Phenomena. Foundation Established. Boom! At this moment, all members of the Great Xia Sword Sect stared in astonishment at the figure within the tranquil chamber. The ethereal essence of heaven and earth surged into the young man's body, so dense that it was almost visible to the naked eye. Gradually, radiant light began to shimmer in the skies above the Great Xia Sword Sect, with increasingly abundant hues coalescing into 7-colored clouds that spiraled and gathered in the air as if accumulating some formidable power. Lu Kanyan observed this scene with a smile, softly murmuring, "Celestial phenomena. It seems this young man has succeeded to establish a foundation with such a powerful dantian. His starting point is exceptionally high. At this rate, when he eventually reaches the golden core stage, the quality of his golden core will surely be remarkable." The heavenly cranes within the sect were drawn to the vibrant aura. Those present could gaze upwards to see the dense, shimmering clouds illuminated by 7 colors, while beneath them, hundreds of cranes circled gracefully in the air. Moreover, cultivators above the foundational level could distinctly sense the heightened presence of thunderous spiritual power within the essence of heaven and earth surrounding the Great Xia Sword Sect. Suddenly, Li Guanchi, within the tranquil chamber, snapped his eyes open, a glimmer of brilliance flashing from their depths. With a resounding boom, a wave of energy erupted from Li Guanchi, radiating outward. The spiritual essence within the chamber was instantly depleted, prompting Li Nantang, who had been vigilantly monitoring the situation, to swiftly retrieve a pre-prepared formation disc and toss it into the chamber. In an instant, the rich spiritual essence flooded back into the tranquil space, and the radiant aura above intensified remarkably. The celestial light descended like a pillar. Li Guanchi stood resolutely in place, his pure white eyes reflecting a piercing gaze. A formidable aura suddenly erupted from him, exuding a subtle pressure. A smile finally graced Li Guanchi's face, unable to contain the excitement bubbling within him. At this moment, his internal energy surged, more than doubling from before. The once nebulous sea of energy transformed into a vast reservoir, the essence liquefying into a richer form of power. Overwhelmed by exhilaration, Li Guanchi drew forth his long sword, casting it into the air. As his consciousness resonated, the liquefied energy within him swiftly connected with the sword. This profound mental connection allowed him to perceive the sword's existence clearly, enabling him to manipulate it with his mind. So, this is the reason foundational cultivators can command swords from a distance. Presently, Li Guanchi experienced an extraordinary sensation emanating from the ethereal light above. He distinctly felt a surge of vibrant life, energy coursing through him. With a gentle step, he placed his feet upon the long sword, which dipped slightly before stabilizing. Years of diligent training had granted Li Guanchi an unparalleled foundation. Buzz! With a mere thought, the flying sword darted forth from the tranquil chamber and soared into the sky. Emerging from the chamber, Li Guanchi's emotions surged, his fists clenched tightly. He flew around the Tianju Peak on his sword, exhilarated by the experience. Immediately, the flying sword soared alongside the towering Tianju Peak, piercing through the clouds above. Floating amidst the cloud layers, Li Guanchi gazed upon the golden-hued clouds before him, and for a moment, his eyes grew misty with emotion. Surrounding him were over 100 celestial cranes, so close that he could almost touch their wings. Through the clouds, Li Guanchi could vaguely discern the numerous steep peaks and winding rivers within the confines of the Great Xia Sword Sect. As he surveyed the vast expanse below, he finally grasped why the Great Xia Sword Sect was renowned for its 800 extraordinary peaks and 3,000 graceful waters. After a considerable time, not even a fraction of his inner energy had been expended. Based on his estimations, considering the total amount of energy in his dantian, he could sustain a full-force sword flight for at most 3 hours, a duration sufficient to traverse 600 miles. Riding the sword, he could travel 1,000 miles in a day. Li Guanchi turned back on his sword, his white robe fluttering elegantly in the air. As his energy surged, an invisible barrier formed before him, shielding him from the fierce winds. Whoosh! His return on the sword was marked by an unparalleled grace, and the flying sword finally hovered beneath the high platform. Leaping down, Li Guanchi stood firm and bowed respectfully to the elders and the sect master. Disciple Li Guanchi of Tianlai Peak pays respects to the sect master and esteemed elders. Lu Kanjan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent! In just 5 months and 7 days since joining, you have broken through from the pinnacle of body refinement to the foundation establishment, though there have been obstacles along the way, bolstered by your spiritual roots. It is evident to all that you have tirelessly devoted yourself to cultivation. All disciples of the great Xia sword sect should embody this spirit." At this point, Lu Kangjan's expression turned grave. "Do you all think that Li Guanchi, as an inner disciple, merely enjoys comfort? Let me enlighten you. Li Guanchi has undertaken 2 missions. The first, he faced a vengeful spirit comparable to a second-tier malevolent ghost and, despite his diminished state, vanquished it, resolving its torment and guiding it into reincarnation with a soul-calling incantation. The second, he confronted and decisively eliminated a foundation-building rogue cultivator from the Chaos Dynasty at the 10th level of Qi training." Gasp! A wave of astonished gasps and exclamations erupted from the crowd. At that moment, nearly 3,000 disciples of the great Xia sword sect stood below, many of whom had entered the sect for a year or 2, some even longer, yet had not established their foundations. Lu Kangjan narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. "Some may claim that Li Guanchi benefits from a remarkable master and possesses unparalleled talent. But let me tell you, since entering the sect, he has challenged the sword tower 16 times and secluded himself in the spirit ascension platform for 78 sessions. In his courtyard, he has shattered no less than 39 wooden stakes while practicing his punches. This is why he has achieved foundation establishment so swiftly." Upon hearing these words, all disciples felt a chill run down their spines. They could not help but harbor a sense of admiration for that tall, poised figure, while simultaneously igniting an unnamed fire within themselves. This flame was intangible yet searing, causing discomfort throughout their beings, especially as they recalled their own moments of laziness and complacency. The fire burned even more fiercely in response. The path to immortality on the Changsheng Bridge is fraught with thorns and challenges. Cultivation is akin to navigating against the current. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. Strive diligently. As these words resonated, Lu Kanyang's voice, imbued with elemental energy, echoed throughout the grand halls of the great Xia sword sect. Today, the disciple Li Guanchi, having only joined as a novice 5 months prior, has successfully established his foundation. He was awarded 3 bottles of cultivation pills and a reward of 500 points in recognition of his achievements. The disciples of the sect regarded him as a paragon, encouraging one another to devote themselves to their practice and seek breakthroughs at the earliest opportunity. All disciples bowed in respect, proclaiming, "Long live the sect." Subsequently, Lu Kanyang softly summoned, "Come with me, I have matters to discuss with you." Li Guanchi promptly replied, "Yes, sect master." Soon after, the crowd dispersed, and Li Guanchi along with Li Nanting followed Lu Kanyang to the grand hall atop the Tianzi Peak. Lu Kanyang, seated upon the elevated platform, rubbed his temples and turned to Li Nanting, inquiring softly, "Have you spoken with him?" Li Nanting bowed in response, "Not yet. As he is on the verge of a breakthrough, I dare not say too much." Chapter 65. Significant relationships upon witnessing the unfolding events. Lu Kangyan nodded slightly and remarked in a hushed tone, "This young man, as foundation-building momentum, is exceedingly formidable, continuously invoking celestial phenomena. Perhaps the matters concerning the spirit ruins this year will indeed rely upon Guanxiu." Subsequently, Lu Kangyan turned to Qin Xian and inquired softly, "How many disciples have completed their foundation this year, yet have not surpassed 1 year in practice?" Qin Xian replied solemnly, in response to the sect leader, "There are a total of 76 breakthrough disciples this year. However, nearly 90% of them have already surpassed the age of cliff breaking." Li Guanchi, standing below, asked, "Master, what is the cliff breaking age?" Li Nanning transmitted an explanation. "Before the age of 16, one can maintain a full vitality and spiritual brilliance. Once one surpasses 16, even if they have established their foundation, they can no longer unlock the spirit ruins within." After a brief silence, Lu Kangyan sighed softly. "The resources within our sect remain insufficient. Otherwise, the cultivation speed of these disciples could be significantly accelerated." He then stated, "This year, the opening of the spirit ruins will still take place at the Xiang Hall. Let Nanting lead the team this year, as Li Guanchi will also be attending. Tomorrow, we shall assess the disciples within the sect, and we will depart the day after." Li Nanting nodded in agreement, and subsequently took his leave with Li Guanchi. As they journeyed together, Li Guanchi and Li Nanting soared through the skies on their swords. The elder spoke softly, "I never expected you to establish your foundation so swiftly. While others may linger in the Qi refinement stage for 2 or 3 years, you have achieved it in merely 5 months. Li Guanchi smiled without responding. The monotony of cultivation had granted him an unparalleled tranquility. Perhaps it was the absence of sight that had led him to endure prolonged solitude and darkness. For him, cultivation had become a form of respite and relaxation. After a moment of contemplation, Li Guanchi inquired, "Master, why do I sense that the sect leader places such great importance on the opening of the spirit ruins?" Li Nanting pondered for a moment before responding. "Although the matter of the spirit ruins is even more ethereal than that of spiritual roots, it is undeniable that every individual possessing a spirit ruins artifact soul will eventually become a formidable practitioner. For instance, among the disciples of the great Xia sword sect, several who have achieved breakthrough to the nascent soul stage are those endowed with artifact souls. This illustrates the immense enhancement in combat power provided by artifact souls." Li Guanchi nodded in understanding, yet he remained uncertain as to why such emphasis was placed on this matter. The elder noticed his confusion and continued, "Moreover, Xiang Hall is among the most esteemed forces across the entire Qinyan continent, with its hall master being a powerful practitioner in the transformation stage. Xiang Hall oversees numerous small secret realms, which are equally invaluable to sects like ours. The allocation of these resources is based on whether the disciples possess artifact souls and the quality thereof. If a sect gains control over any secret realm, it significantly enhances the strength of its disciples. They could even sell quotas of these secret realms to other sects, facilitating resource exchange and accumulation." After listening to the elder's explanation, Li Guanchi finally grasped the situation. No wonder the sect leader had recently been wearing a troubled expression. However, even Li Guanchi himself was uncertain about such matters, as even the spirit sword could not ascertain whether he possessed the spirit ruins. In the end, Li Nanting consoled him with a smile, saying, "There is no need to overthink it. After all, the matter of the spirit ruins is destined by the heavens, and no one can alter it. Focus on solidifying your cultivation realm, for we shall prepare to depart the day after tomorrow." Early the next morning, a figure wobbled through the air on a flying sword, exclaiming, "Li Guanchi, ha! I have also broken through to the foundation establishment stage. What do you think of the flying sword bestowed upon me by my master?" Just as Li Guanchi finished his sword practice and carefully bandaged his injured hand, he looked up at the approaching Yifeng and couldn't help but chuckle. "You come show off before your foundation is even stable." It was Yifeng's first visit to Li Guanchi's secluded residence. Upon seeing the mountainous pile of broken wood in the backyard, he couldn't resist saying, "Being talented is one thing, but you work harder than anyone else. I can't even muster any jealousy." Leaping down from the air, Yifeng sat beside him and said, "Tomorrow, I will depart with you. Among this new batch of disciples, only the 2 of us have broken through to foundation establishment. Lin Dong and Zhong Lin are still at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and they plan to break through only after reaching the 10th layer. He heard that they would ultimately select 10 individuals for this journey. Li Guanchi nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, "The 6 sects surrounding our northern region do not have their respective domains of fortune. If someone awakens a weapon soul on this trip, perhaps we can gain access to a secret realm. That would be beneficial for our cultivation." Yifeng shrugged and said, "All right, I won't disturb you any longer. See you tomorrow." After bandaging his wound, Li Guanchi decided against going to the Spirit Ascension platform. After all, the consumption of points there made even him feel a bit pained. He entered the training room in the backyard, embedded a spirit stone into the formation, and sat cross-legged on the ground, taking out a bottle of elixirs, looking at the Peiyuan pill worth 50 spirit stones in his hand. Li Guanchi found himself envious of the alchemists. However, he had little hope of becoming one himself. The next morning, Li Guanchi awoke from his cultivation. Still lingering on the experience from the previous night, he murmured, "Indeed, consuming elixirs is the quickest way to enhance one's cultivation." In the plaza of the Tianzi Peak, Li Nanting and several disciples had been waiting for quite some time. As Li Guanchi flew in on his sword, his spirits were still soaring. Upon arriving at the plaza, he noticed that there were only 9 of them, including himself. Shortly after, he spotted a stumbling figure in the sky, struggling to dress while flying. "Ah, I apologize, el deli. I overslept." Li Nanting reprimanded sternly. "Do you have no sense of time? How could you oversleep for such an important matter?" He continued, "Let us go. We must travel to the Ziyang Palace, which is at least a 10-day flight away." With a wave of his hand, the elder conjured a magnificent cloud vessel, its bright crimson hue glimmering as it appeared. This vessel, measuring approximately 10 zhang in length, could comfortably accommodate 30 to 40 individuals without issue. As the last of the passengers boarded the cloud vessel, it gently ascended from the great Summer Sword sect. Whoosh! The vessel accelerated with remarkable swiftness, swiftly piercing through the clouds and enveloping itself in an invisible barrier that repelled the howling winds. Suddenly, Li Guanchi's consciousness detected an unexpected figure. He turned and approached the rear of the second tier of the cloud sail, discovering a little head peeking out. With a hint of exasperation, he communicated telepathically, "Master, Yu Suian has boarded the ship." With a resigned expression, Li Nanting gazed at the innocent-looking girl and could only embrace her, feigning annoyance. "You rascal, you ought to be more cautious. What if you were to be tossed overboard?" Yet, upon witnessing Yu San's tear-filled eyes, the elder's heart softened, and he refrained from scolding her further. After gently setting her down, Li Nanting remarked, "I shall entrust you to his care, for I must take the helm to ensure our timely arrival at the Ziyang Palace." Chapter 66. The Arena of Life and Death. Do you dare to accept? Upon reaching the Ziyang Palace, 8 days had already elapsed. Throughout this duration, Li Guanchi found little opportunity for cultivation, as he was constantly led by Yu Suian to explore various sites. Occasionally, when Li Nanting lost control of the cloud vessel's speed, the little girl would insist that Li Guanchi take her for a flight on his sword. Although Li Guanchi indulged her, he would not acquiesce to every whim, reminding her of the inherent dangers and encouraging her to diligently cultivate to achieve foundation establishment at the earliest possible moment. However, upon hearing the term cultivation, Yu Suian would promptly cover her ears and flee, turning instead to seek out Yifeng. Among their party of 10, there were 3 female disciples, all hailing from the Tianshui Peak, who held Li Guanchi in high regard, given his evident prowess and innate talent. Buzz! The cloud vessel gradually decelerated, swiftly descending through the clouds. Li Guanchi stood at the forefront, witnessing a magnificently colossal sect. The entire layout of the sect exhibited a symmetrical structure, reminiscent of a royal dynasty at the foot of a mountain, resplendent in its grandeur. The sect was established atop a majestic mountain range, enveloped by swirling mists and the calls of celestial cranes. As soon as Li Guanchi entered the vicinity of the Ziyang Palace, he could distinctly sense the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth becoming markedly more abundant. This conspicuous change prompted an inward gasp of astonishment. It seemed the Ziyang Palace harbored a significant number of spiritual veins. Before long, the cloud vessel hovered 1,000 feet away from the Ziyang Palace. halted by a green barrier. Shortly thereafter, a streak of light shot forth from within the palace, revealing an elder clad in a dark purple robe, soaring gracefully through the air. The elder's visage was stern, his aged face marred by a long scar. Upon observing the design of the cloud vessel, the elder furrowed his brow and intoned, "Is this not the cloud vessel of the Daxia sword sect?" Li Guanchi slowly disembarked from the vessel, and upon encountering the elder, he offered a slight bow and said, "I am Li Guanchi, an elder of the Daxia sword sect. We have come here to test the spiritual ruins, and I kindly request that your esteemed palace lower the barrier." Upon hearing this, the elder smiled slightly and waved his hand, creating a gap in the barrier measuring several dozen feet. Leaping onto the cloud vessel, he clasped his fists and spoke gently, "I am Song Ru, a venerable of the Xiang Palace, tasked with welcoming you. I hadn't anticipated that the Daxia sword sect would arrive the earliest." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the cloud vessel gradually entered the confines of the Xiang Palace's barrier. Once inside, Li Guanchi immediately perceived the heaven and earth's spiritual energy to be several times purer than that within the Daxia sword sect. Gazing below, he observed several expansive training grounds, each bustling with thousands of disciples honing their physical forms. The thunderous roars of their exertions reverberated through the air, while numerous disciples in dark purple robes soared through the sky on their swords. Occasionally, fleeting glimmers indicated the presence of Golden Core realm cultivators. Yet, to Li Guanchi's surprise, these Golden Core cultivators were similarly garbed in the attire of Xiang Palace disciples. He marveled inwardly at the formidable strength of the Xiang Palace's disciples, realizing why it had ascended to become a premier power in the Cheongyan continent. Suddenly, Song Ru frequently glanced at the elder beside him, hesitantly inquiring, "Elder Li, did you not achieve the nascent soul realm a century ago?" Li Guanchi maintained an impassive expression and softly remarked, "That is but a matter of the past. In this lifetime, it may be unlikely for me to attain the nascent soul again." Song Ru was slightly taken aback, inwardly reflecting, "Indeed, he is a golden core sword cultivator of the great Xia sword sect, renowned for his 800 years of lifespan." Song Ru's demeanor softened considerably compared to earlier, as he led the group to dock the cloud vessel. He then arranged accommodations for everyone and gently stated, "I must trouble you all to receive the visitors from other sects over the next 2 days. You may freely wander within the hall during this time, but do be mindful that certain areas may be inconvenient. I kindly ask for your understanding and not to stray too far." Li Guanchi offered a slight smile, clasping his hands in gratitude. "I appreciate your efforts, my friend." At this moment, the disciples were eager to return to their chambers for a much-needed rest, as the past 10 days aboard the cloud vessel had afforded them neither proper meals nor adequate sleep. Li Guanchi spoke solemnly, "For those wishing to rest, you may return. However, remember this is not your home. Temper your tempers and refrain from provoking conflicts." The group nodded in agreement and hurriedly returned to their rooms. Meanwhile, Li Guanchi had been diligently cultivating for several days, and his foundation was now firmly established at the initial stage of foundation establishment. According to his calculations, even with the assistance of the Peiyuan Dan, breaking through to the mid-stage would not be an endeavor to be accomplished in a short time. Moreover, the sword spirit had been absorbing his essence over these days. Fortunately, during his breakthrough to foundation establishment, he had opened 36 meridians, which significantly enhanced his ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even with the sword spirit siphoning off half of his vital energy, his cultivation speed remained notably swift. However, after only a brief period of cultivation, Li Guanchi suddenly felt that something was amiss. Had I forgotten something? Upon opening his eyes and pondering for a moment, he exclaimed, "Where is Yu Suian?" He hurriedly made his way to Yi Feng's room, and upon seeing Yi Feng fast asleep, he turned to search the surroundings but could not find any trace of Yu Suian. After waking Yi Feng, he anxiously inquired, "Where is Yu Suian?" Roused from his slumber, Yi Feng blinked in confusion and replied, "Did she not go looking for you? She is not with you?" Li Guanchi's expression darkened, and he spoke rapidly, "No, that little girl has vanished. I must go find her." Yi Feng, now dressed, reassured him, "Do not worry. That girl is quite clever. She will be fine. Li Guanchi's face remained grave as he cautioned. That little girl is rather impulsive. Let's hope she does not cause any trouble, especially since we are not at the great Xia sword sect. Once Yifeng was fully attired, the two swiftly exited. At this moment, Li Nanting was in the Xiang Hall, conferring with the elders of his sect regarding the upcoming opening of the spirit ruins in 2 days. Completely unaware of the events unfolding in his absence, the two separated to search, swiftly weaving through the various halls. The disciples of Xiang Hall, upon seeing the emblematic garb of the great Xia sword sect adorning the two, regarded them with a glimmer of pride. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced through the air near Li Guanchi's ear. Apologies? Is an apology sufficient? Ha, kneel down. A loud thud echoed as a heavy object crashed to the ground. Are you aware of the immense value of the robe I wear? Hee. I've heard that you are someone of great significance. Huh? After the youth spoke, he turned to the others with a smirk, murmuring softly, If I were to maim you, do you think that blind man would go mad? At that moment, Li Guanchi arrived, witnessing a slender young man clad in a blue robe, forcefully grinding his foot against the cheek of Yu Suan, his expression a picture of malice. The youth, lean and with pronounced cheekbones, had narrow, shadowy eyes. His blue robe shimmered with a faint glow, yet at the hem, a conspicuous oil stain marred its elegance. Surrounding them, several disciples of Xiang Hall jeered. Look at that wild girl in her flowery robe. Who knows where she came from? Perhaps she's just a wildling. Ha! They mocked. What a pitiful sight, daring to confront Senior Pang Li. The robe worn by Senior Pang Li was bestowed personally by Elder Li, and it was no wonder he was furious at its defilement. Yu Suan, hearing their taunts, felt her eyes welling with tears, fixating on her tormentor. I didn't dirty it. You're wronging me. You were the one who stumbled onto my clothes when I approached. The young man, seeing her distress, raised his hand to strike, exclaiming, what if I am wronging you? Just as his hand was about to descend, Pang Li suddenly felt a firm grip on his wrist. He turned to see Li Guanchi, clad in white, his eyes narrowing as he sneered. Who are you? Li Guanchi, observing Yu Suan's reddened wrist, softly introduced himself, Li Guanchi of the Daxia sword sect. Following his words, he proceeded to scatter nearly 100 low-grade spirit stones onto the ground, leaving the surrounding disciples of Xiang Hall in astonishment. When did disciples of the Daxia sword sect become so affluent? 100 spirit stones, just like that? Could he possibly be a core disciple? Pang Li's gaze turned icy as he regarded the scene, glancing at the wrist he had seized, remaining silent. After this display, Li Guanchi's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. Regardless of whether she was responsible for the stain, consider these spirit stones a compensation for cleaning your robe. Pang Li's expression twisted with derision as he nonchalantly brushed off his attire, a fleeting glimmer of regret crossing his eyes. He had intended to harm the girl to distract Li Guanchi, but the latter's arrival was swifter than anticipated. He had been observing her for days, noting the closeness she shared with Li Guanchi. Such a pity. However, before he could finish his thought, Li Guanchi delivered a powerful kick to Pang Li's abdomen. The force propelled Pang Li several meters away, like a discarded sack, and this was Li Guanchi tempering his strength. Li Guanchi gently rubbed Yu Suan's arm, blowing softly to comfort her. It's all right, the blind man is here. With tears brimming in her eyes, Yu Suan nodded, her lips trembling. Li Guanchi slowly rose to his feet, his voice icy and deliberate. The matter of the robe has been settled. Now, we must address your transgressions against my sister. Grasping Yu Suan's hand, Li Guanchi approached Pang Li step by step, his demeanor imposing as he coldly inquired, Shall we engage in a battle of life and death? Chapter 67. The Overbearing Master. No changes allowed. A chilling voice gradually resonated throughout the crowd. Li Guanchi's tone betrayed not a hint of fluctuation. Yet, this calm demeanor belied words that sent shivers down the spine. Pang Li had recently achieved a breakthrough in foundation establishment, but his initial strength was not yet fully stabilized. Rising from the ground, he caught sight of his fellow disciples' peculiar gaze, causing his expression to darken considerably. Just you? A life and death battle? Li Guanchi furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of impatience as he retorted, Just me. A life and death battle. Will you accept or not? At that moment, a disciple from the Xiang Hall interjected, Brother, Is it really necessary to escalate things to this level? This girl, Pang Li, hasn't even laid a finger on her. I see you're also here from Xiang Hall for the spirit market. Why go this far? Li Guanchi turned, his pure white eyes fixated on the speaker, scoffing. Such eloquence, huh? Where were you before? Either be quiet or step in and take my challenge for him. The youth opened his mouth, glanced at the taciturn Pang Li, and wisely fell silent. Li Guanchi softly remarked, Exactly. Don't play the virtuous while being a hypocrite. If you wish to be the good Samaritan, where were you earlier? He then turned his gaze back to Pang Li, raising his voice significantly. Are the disciples of Xiang Hall truly so cowardly? Unable to endure the peculiar stares from his peers any longer, Pang Li bellowed, I accept. I will wait for you at the Qingxiadian Martial Arts Arena in an hour. If you don't come, you're a coward. Li Guanchi grinned, tossing his sword and taking Yuswan with him. Ascending into the air, he looked down at Pang Li, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he softly warned, Do not falter. With a whoosh, Li Guanchi soared into the sky with Yuswan, spinning several times in midair. Only when the little girl revealed a smile did he return her to their residence. As soon as they landed, Li Nanting was already waiting outside the door. Li Guanchi, noticing his master, gently said, All right, you may return now. Yuswan, seeing the somber expression on Li Nanting's face, cast a worried glance back at Li Guanchi. She walked directly to Li Nanting, taking the old man's hand and whispering, Grandpa Li, don't blame the little blind one. It was my fault. Li Nanting knelt down, rolling up the little girl's sleeve to reveal her bruised wrist, and smiled. It's all right. You should go back and sleep. Grandpa does not blame him. With that, Yuswan reluctantly returned to her room, glancing back multiple times. However, at that moment, all members of the Daxia sword sect stood outside, evidently having just heard the news of Li Guanchi's challenge to the disciples of Xiang Hall for a life-and-death duel. Li Guanchi took a deep breath, bowing to the elder. I apologize, master. I couldn't hold back. Li Guanchi understood that their purpose for coming was to seek a test from Xiang Hall. Yet, on his very first day, he had stirred up such significant trouble. Even if Li Nanting asked him to apologize, he would still act with a greater good in mind. Yet who could have anticipated that Li Nanting would furrow his brows, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he chided, a group of useless fools. How could they allow a disciple of the Xiang Palace to bully Yu Suian? Disciple. Li Guanchuan responded, slightly taken aback, I am here. Li Nanting's entire being surged with spiritual power, enveloping the space in an overwhelming aura. What a splendid challenge. It's merely the Xiang Palace, issuing a challenge on the arena. No one can utter a word against it. Strike for me. Even if it leads to death, I shall bear the consequences. What is merely an opening to the spirit ruins? Even if the Xiang Palace refuses to allow us access, I shall take you all to the Spirit Enlightenment Hall. Victory is imperative. Hearing this, Li Guanchuan smiled faintly, responding solemnly, Rest assured, master. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder of the Xiang Palace, Song Ru, arrived at the courtyard, his face etched with anxiety. Li, how can your disciple engage in a life-and-death duel with that Pang Li? Li Nanting's expression darkened, dismissing any previous pleasantries. With a wave of his sleeve, he coldly retorted, Oh, why not? The disciple of the Xiang Palace struck my granddaughter first. Is it wrong for my disciple to issue a challenge? Song Ru was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Li Nanting's unwavering stance, as he had originally come at the behest of Master Pang Li, intending to mediate. However now, Li Nanting continued, It is merely a sparring match between the younger generation. Does the Xiang Palace not allow its disciples to accept challenges? If they fear death, they should not have accepted in the first place. Gazing into the fierce eyes of Li Nanting, Song Ru sighed and spoke. Since they are all disciples of their respective sects, why not change this life-and-death battle to a regular contest? It is but a minor conflict, not a deep-seated grudge. The glint of coldness flickered in Li Guanchuan's eyes, yet he opted to conceal it. Li Nanting turned to Li Guanchuan, who merely nodded slightly and softly replied, I'll leave it to Master's discretion. The elder nodded slightly, but narrowed his eyes, stating, I care not who that disciple's master is. Tell him to return. No changes. The life-and-death arena remains. If his master disagrees, he may come to me, Li Nanting, after the duel, Song Ru's pupils constricted. He had expected Li Nanting to reconsider for the greater good. Yet he was astonished by Li Nanting's fiery temperament, remaining resolute even when it involved his own disciple. A faint smile crept upon Li Guanchi's lips, and he mused, "It seems Master is genuinely enraged." After all, the relationship between Yusuan and Li Nanting is akin to that of a grandfather and grandson, with Yusuan often calling him Grandpa Li. For what I know of my master, his fury may surpass even my own. Song Ru forced a bitter smile, saying, "Very well, I shall return to report this." Alas, why must it come to this? Once Song Ru departed, Li Nanting turned to his disciples, his voice steady and powerful. "I want all of you to remember, having chosen the path of a sword cultivator, you must wield your sword without hesitation." What does it mean to be without hesitation? Even if the Ziyang Hall stands as the preeminent force in the Northern Realm, what significance does it hold? Today, Li Guanchi's audacity to challenge in the arena of life and death demonstrates his valiant spirit in wielding the sword. He does not cower before the disciples of formidable powers, nor does he bow to injustice. At this moment, all the disciples are ablaze with fervor, their hands tightly clenched. Such actions speak volumes more powerfully than 1,000 words of instruction, particularly when the elder proclaimed, "If his master is unsatisfied, let him come seek me, Li Nanting." It signified that Li Nanting is not merely Li Guanchi's master, but also embodies the stance of the great Xia sword sect. Should Li Nanting suffer humiliation or show weakness, it would reflect the diminished stature of the great Xia sword sect itself. Li Guanchi, a disciple of the great Xia sword sect, hereby issues a challenge for a life-and-death duel against Pang Li, disciple of Elder Zheng Hao from the Qingxiao Hall. In an instant, the entire Ziyang Hall erupted in uproar. Chapter 68. Brother Yufeng, all in. Countless disciples of the Ziyang Hall were taken aback. Some of the newly initiated disciples had never even heard of the name of the Daxia sword sect. To them, perhaps only the other 5 halls of similar rank could catch their attention. How audacious for a seemingly inconspicuous disciple of the Daxia sword sect to issue a death challenge to Pang Li. It is worth noting that Pang Li, as a registered disciple of the elder from the Qingxiao Hall, had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage last month. This matter had reached the ears of many disciples, and Pang Li, possessing a fire-type celestial root, had mastered the fierce and formidable mid-grade profound fire sword technique. In no time, numerous disciples from the Ziyang Hall gathered, eager to witness this life-and-death arena. When the time drew near, the members of the Daxia sword sect arrived together, soaring through the air on their swords, clad in pristine white robes, their expressions resolute and composed. They paid no heed to the whispers and gossip of the Ziyang Hall disciples. Thud! The group landed, and Li Guanchi leaped onto the 50 zhang arena. Standing on the platform, he naturally attracted the attention of countless Ziyang Hall disciples. By this time, the surrounding area of the arena was already packed with a dense throng of disciples, and even several elders from the hall had come to see what kind of disciple from the Daxia sword sect dared to issue such a death challenge. The clamor of discussions gradually reached Li Guanchi's ears. It turns out the one issuing the challenge is a blind man. So what if he is blind? Nowadays, even the most ordinary individuals can cultivate. At least he has reached the foundation establishment stage, hasn't he? In my opinion, half a stick of incense, 1 tea pass before he is begging for mercy on the ground after being beaten by Pang Li. I wouldn't be so sure. Someone bold enough to issue a death challenge must possess some strength. Let us open bets. Anyone willing to wager? Pang Li against this fellow at a 10-to-1 payout. One particularly rotund disciple shouted eagerly. This scene did not escape the notice of the Daxia sword sect disciples, who felt a surge of indignation. However, at that moment, Li Guanchi opened his eyes and looked towards Yifeng. He saw Yifeng raising his eyebrows at him, both their gazes sparkling with intensity. Li Guanchi conveyed through voice transmission, "What is your stake?" Yifeng gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. After pondering for a moment, Li Guanchi casually tossed Yifeng a storage bag, communicating, "Inquire first, don't let him escape." Yifeng raised an eyebrow at him, saying, "Rest assured." Then, feigning displeasure, Yifeng pushed through the crowd, his face filled with anger as he exclaimed, What's the meaning of this? A 10-1 bet? Is my brotherly not worth your faith? The rotund man, his face jiggling with fat, flashed a glimmer of cunning in his small eyes. He patted the storage bag in his hand and scoffed. What? You look down on us? If you have the ability, why not place a bet for your fellow disciples? If you lack that strength, then cease your clamoring and prepare to be humiliated with spirit stones. As he spoke, the fat man even patted his own face, making his flesh quiver. Yifeng's face flushed, clearly incensed, which only provoked a chorus of ridicule from the Ziyang Hall disciples. Bang! Yifeng produced 2 storage bags and placed them upon the wooden board before the rotund man, precisely upon the side of the great Xia sword sect. The rotund man cast a glance at the storage bags and chuckled. Oh, this brother certainly exhibits a lavish spirit, bringing forth 2 storage bags. I dare say they must contain 100 or so spirit stones combined. In the eyes of the rotund man, Yifeng was clearly a fellow intoxicated by his own bravado. However, Yifeng merely responded with a cold smile. Fear not, I truly possess wealth. My concern lies in whether you can afford to compensate later. This remark immediately elicited hearty laughter from the disciples of Ziyang Hall. One could not help but interject, brother. You may be unaware of who this rotund fellow is, right? The largest treasure pavilion in the northern region is owned by his family. Compensate? Huh? The rotund man grinned widely. Did you hear that? The rotund man, am not lacking in funds. Shall we commence? Will you place your bet? Yifeng smiled slightly, then released his grip, softly stating, the low-grade spirit stones total 6,500. I hope you can afford it. Gasp. What? 6,500 stones. Who is this fellow? Damn, he intends to win big in one go. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The rotund man's brow furrowed, his expression shifting to one of gravity, his eyes widening slightly. He fixed his gaze intently upon Yifeng's face. After a brief moment of hesitation, he placed his hand upon the storage bag. I accept. Upon declaring this, the rotund man retrieved a blank jade slip and inscribed Yifeng's name along with the amount wagered. He tossed it to Yifeng and stated solemnly, when the rotund man, make a wager, I shall follow through. Should you win, bring the jade slip to me. My name is Tang Ru. Whoosh! A streak of light descended from the heavens, and another figure landed upon the arena. It was Pang Li, the one previously kicked by Li Guanchi. The streak of light was none other than Pang Li's master, Zheng Hao. A formidable aura radiated from him, pressing heavily upon Li Guanchi, causing a momentary stagnation of his internal energy. Clang! A resounding sound of a sword echoed as an elder's figure materialized before Li Guanchi. Li Nanting, sword pointed at Zheng Hao, narrowed his eyes, and coldly remarked, a late-stage Golden Core elder dares to exert pressure on a Foundation establishment disciple. Are the elders of Ziyang Hall so shameless? Upon hearing this, many elders suspended in the air bore expressions of discomfort. Observing some with darkened faces, Li Nanting preemptively declared, Oh, have I misspoken? If you desire to fight, I am willing to face all 3 of you at once. It is merely a life-and-death arena. Should you dare to accept, we can proceed now. Let the juniors contend amongst themselves. I shall entertain you. These words ignited an uproar among the 3 great elders in the sky, who began to speak in unison. Li Nanting, do not overstep your bounds. Humph, such arrogance. Li Nanting's sword emitted a soft chime as he pointed it towards the elder who had just spoken. Arrogant or not, you may test me. Do not merely engage in verbal sparring. All you have left is a sturdy tongue. The atmosphere grew tense as both sides stood poised for confrontation. At that moment, an ethereal elder clad in hemp robes emerged slowly from the void. His hair and beard were entirely white, and his brows extended past his chin. He spoke softly, Nanting, why bother squabbling with them? Li Nanting turned to regard the elder and replied gently, Elder Miao. The elder waved his hand and said, Since the challenge has been issued, let fate decide life and death. Every individual, regardless of who they are, must take responsibility for their actions. I shall preside over this battle. A fight to the death knows no rules or constraints. Let commence. Zheng Hao wished to voice his thoughts, but the elder's mere glance compelled him to swallow his words. Pang Li drew forth a long sword, suffused with a crimson hue, and with a fierce expression declared, Blind fool, Prepare to meet your end. Note: please refrain from promotional messages or comments unrelated to the narrative. The current setting features a single female protagonist, or potentially none at all, with the development of the divine realm contingent upon the book's performance. The first showcase yesterday was met with considerable favor from esteemed readers. Realm progression in the spirit realm, body refinement, chi cultivation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, union, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Chapter 69. The Threat of Pang Li. A surge of killing intent. Pang Li's spiritual energy enveloped his longsword, its entire body radiating a crimson hue. It appeared that even though Pang Li possessed a celestial root, his innate talent was not particularly remarkable. Li Guanchi let out a cold sneer, swiftly thrusting his sword repeatedly. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike was as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he executed 2 thrusts that targeted the vulnerable points of his opponent's sword. The originally cleaving sword technique was abruptly interrupted. Despite dozens of ferocious sword techniques unleashed in succession, none could approach Li Guanchi. In Pang Li's eyes, he appeared to be full of flaws, utterly flustered. As the rapid flurry of strikes reached their limit, the spectators below were left in a daze. After forcing Li Guanchi back with a single strike, Pang Li's expression transformed from disdain to solemnity. After a brief exchange, he had come to realize that his adversary's prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own. Li Guanchi twirled his sword with one hand, mockingly saying, "Is this truly your full strength? How disappointing." Boom! The bluestone slab beneath Li Guanchi suddenly shattered as he sprang forth like a panther. His movement technique, akin to lightning, surged into action. With terrifying speed, he closed the distance to Pang Li in the blink of an eye. By the time Pang Li processed what was happening, Li Guanchi had already appeared merely 3 feet in front of him. A chilling glimmer flashed in his eyes. Pang Li could only rely on instinct to parry with his sword. Yet, how could Li Guanchi's blade be so easily deflected? The long sword transformed like a spirit serpent, shifting from thrust to maneuver. Thud! With brilliant flashes of light, 3 consecutive sword strikes pierced through Pang Li's form. Pang Li, undeterred, replicated his previous sword techniques, his spiritual energy surging with an imposing presence. However, this time, Li Guanchi merely stood his ground, leisurely advancing step by step. For every sword light that Pang Li attempted to unleash, Li Guanchi preemptively struck with a counter. Each of his blows bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. The sheer force and rapidity of his assault compelled Pang Li to interrupt his intended swordplay. Bang! 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 Pang Li began to retreat continuously, each step shattering large sections of bluestone beneath him. The onlookers below could not help but swallow hard. It was evident to all that the combatants were on entirely different levels. Having executed the fierce fire sword technique twice in succession, Pang Li's spiritual energy was now severely depleted. In stark contrast, Li Guanchi maintained an unwavering rhythm in his breathing from beginning to end. Moreover, his stance was remarkably stable, showcasing impeccable control over his body. The disciples of the Ziyang Hall began to doubt whether Pang Li was truly exerting himself. To them, it appeared as though Pang Li was tentative in his strikes, retreating to defend before his longsword could even be unleashed. Upon the vast martial arts platform, all eyes were fixated on Li Guanchi, who continued to advance with unyielding determination, while Pang Li was forced to retreat incessantly. Bang! With a powerful kick, Li Guanchi sent Pang Li sprawling several feet away, his gaze icy as he whispered, "Is this all the strength you possess? Or perhaps your brazen demeanor is merely a facade afforded by your status as a disciple of the Ziyang Hall?" At that moment, Pang Li's chest caved in, and he coughed forth a mouthful of blood. A pervasive sense of lethargy enveloped him, and his eyes burned with fury. Li Guanchi stood merely 3 feet away, yet he felt utterly unable to reach his opponent. Li Guanchi continued his cold mockery. Slow, far too slow. In an instant, he made his move. Whoosh! A flash of cold light flickered, and almost no one could discern Li Guanchi's action. Pang Li's grip on his sword suddenly fell to the ground. Slowly, he turned his head, agony piercing through his nerves. Gazing at his empty wrist, a wail erupted from Pang Li. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" The chilling cry reverberated through the air as Pang Li collapsed to the ground, clutching his severed wrist desperately. In a panic, he hastily retrieved several elixirs and swallowed them whole. With a twisted expression, he took a vivid red elixir and consumed it with fervor. Boom! Li Guanchi avruplielta. His expression indifferent as he regarded Pang Li, whose eyes now glowed crimson from several dozen yards away. Beside the arena, Li Nanting squinted at the elder beside him and murmured, "Elder Miao, ISNT that explosive spirit elixir a bit excessive?" The elder, hands folded within his sleeves, lowered his gaze slightly and replied softly, "As I said, in a fight to the death, any means are permissible." Li Guanchi murmured to himself, "An explosive spirit elixir? This aura is nearing the mid-foundation stage." As the power of the elixir surged within him, Pang Li's eyes gleamed with madness, and he roared, "I will have you dead." Spirit Incantation 293 Inferno Blast. Boom! In an instant, numerous fireballs, each the size of a human head, rained down upon Li Guanchi. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Spirit Incantation. Pang Li has cultivated the Inferno Blast to such a level. Li Guanchi shook his head slightly, having expected Pang Li to possess some hidden card. If that were the case, sensing the moment, Li Guanchi activated the flow of his inner energy almost instantaneously. Buzz. Lightning whip. A whip of purple lightning, extending nearly 10 feet, materialized in his left hand. Bang, 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 boom. As the whip danced, the multitude of fireballs, before even approaching him, were obliterated. The lightning whip then dissipated, and Li Guanchi sheathed his sword and advanced. On the platform, Li Guanchi showcased to all the spectators the sheer aesthetic brutality of raw power. Each punch, infused with terrifying strength, struck like torrential rain upon Pang Li, whose body, though tempered and resilient, was no match for the might of Li Guanchi's blows. The blood sprayed forth, quickly staining the ground beneath them. Li Guanchi unleashed a relentless barrage, his fists hammering down upon Pang Li without mercy. Moments later, he executed a sweeping kick that crashed against Pang Li's legs like a massive axe. Crack! Crack! The sound echoed sharply as Pang Li crumpled to the ground, kneeling. His face contorted in agony. He was drenched in blood, his chest caved in, and his legs bent at an unnatural angle, remaining rigidly before Li Guanchi. Breathless, Li Guanchi raised his clenched fist and turned to glance at Li Nanting. At that moment, with swollen eyes barely open, Pang Li, whose mouth was stained with blood, unsteadily lifted his head and grinned menacingly at Li Guanchi. His fingers twisted in agony, seized Li Guanchi's wrist, and in a faint whisper, he threatened, "Even if you have won. So what? Ha, cough, cough. I am a disciple of the Lord of Qingshao Palace. As long as I do not perish, I will surely seek the opportunity to kill that wretched girl." Li Guanchi slowly averted his gaze, lowering his eyes to Pang Li, noticing Li Guanchi's attention upon him. The grin on Pang Li's face twisted into an even more sinister expression. Soon, he would pay a painfully steep price for his arrogance. The elderly man with white hair on the platform murmured, "What a splendid seedling." With that, he rose and departed. Tapte satanta, ruthless actiun, slaying Pang Li. However, Zheng Hao squinted his eyes, fixated on Li Guanchi on the stage, and spoke in a deep voice, "Humph. The victor is clear. You have won." Li Guanchi abruptly turned, his pure white eyes locked onto the master of Qingshao Hall, amidst the disbelief reflected in his opponent's gaze. Li Guanchi raised his leg and delivered a swift kick to Pang Li's chin. Crack! Pang Li's jaw shattered, blood mingled with shattered teeth spewing forth. His body was propelled into the air by the immense force. Then, Li Guanchi inhaled deeply, twisting his waist and delivering a powerful punch to Pang Li's dantian. This punch, infused with vital energy, instantly shattered Pang Li's dantian. "You dare, you little beast!" Zheng Hao's overwhelming pressure erupted as he stood, ready to leap forward. The elder's furious voice suddenly rang out, a sword appearing in his hand, poised before Zheng Hao. "Try to move, I dare you." Pang Li's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as blood sprayed onto Li Guanchi's face, though his body was sent flying by the tremendous force. Li Guanchi's face quickly loomed before him. At that moment, Li Guanchi wore a fierce expression, his pure white eyes veined with blood. Originally wanting to gauge his master's reaction, Pang Li could no longer restrain the murderous intent swelling within him. Li Guanchi seized Pang Li's left arm and delivered a brutal knee strike. Crack! The white bones were stained with flesh, piercing through the skin. Next, Li Guanchi grasped Pang Li's head, raising his arm high and smashing it down onto the arena. Bang! The platform trembled. The green brick shattered, creating a pit a foot deep. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The entire Ziyang Hall fell into a profound silence, as if a pin drop could be heard. Only the occasional sound of swallowed saliva broke the stillness. After rising, Li Guanchi's chest heaved violently, not sparing a glance at the fallen figure on the ground. Zheng Hao's eyes were filled with fury, yet the sword at his throat pressed deeper by half an inch. Clenching his teeth, Zheng Hao fixed his gaze upon the young man on the stage. Finally, casting a wary glance at the murderous Li Nanting, he waved his sleeve with a cold snort. Very well. What a disciple of the Daxia sword sect. Li Nanting withdrew his bloodied sword, remaining silent. Zheng Hao addressed Li Nanting in a low tone. Today, we have forged enmity. I hope he does not fall into my hands in the future. Li Nanting scoffed. If enmity is forged, so be it. Do I appear to be afraid of you? At this moment, Li Guanchi emanated an aura of terror. Blood and flesh splattered across his face, yet he did not bother to wipe it away. Gazing at the silent crowd below, Li Guanchi spoke. Do not think of me as cruel. Had I found myself at a disadvantage today, I believe Pang Li would not have spared me either. If any of you are dissatisfied, feel free to come up. I will stand right here and await you for the duration of an incense stick. Silence. At this moment, the disciples of Ziyang Hall felt as if a hand had gripped their throats, rendering them speechless. The actions of Li Guanchi on the stage had left an indelible impression upon them. Li Guanchi leaped down from the high platform, his breath only slightly weakened. Yifeng rubbed his hands together and patted the plump man beside him, saying, "Brother, pay up." Tang Ru's face twitched as he calculated the spirit stones in his hand, softly replying, "Wait for me here for a while. I will gather the amount and bring it to you." Yifeng shrugged and replied, "Then just deliver it to my residence. I dare not wait here for you." Subsequently, the elder led everyone away on their swords. Upon returning to their lodgings, Li Nanting paused and gently said, "Guanchi, come with me." Li Guanchi silently nodded and followed the elder into the room. The others, witnessing this, gathered around Yifeng, expressing their concerns that Li Guanchi, his hostility is rather excessive. Indeed, I've killed a few myself, but the way he tortures, it's too much. Before anyone could speak further, Yifeng's expression darkened. Rising to his feet, he walked toward his room, coldly turning back to say, "Excessive hostility? He has been hostile towards you? Hearing such words from you is truly repugnant. Even if today had not involved the little bun, I believe Li Guanchi would still have chosen to issue a challenge to anyone among you. He protects not just Yu Suan, but also the conduct of all disciples of the great Xia sword sect. If today he had bowed and scraped before the disciples of Ziyang Palace, tomorrow, all sects in the northern region would know that the disciples of the great Xia sword sect are spineless." Upon reaching this point, Yifeng felt that further words were futile and simply returned to his room. The remaining individuals stood in place, exchanging glances, until finally, one previously silent female disciple softly spoke. "If the junior hears you speak like this, it will surely sadden him." Just as Yifeng mentioned, while Li Guanchi's actions today were indeed somewhat bloody, from this day forth, the disciples of Ziyang Palace will no longer dare to bully any disciple of the great Xia sword sect at will. After saying this, the girl departed, leaving behind two disciples who wore expressions of shame as they sighed and returned to their own rooms. Upon entering the room, Li Nanting first used a clean cloth to wipe the blood from the youth's face. He spoke gently, "You must learn to control your state of mind. Do not allow the manifestation of inner demons. It is permissible to kill, but I worry about your mindset due to today's methods." Li Guanchi remained silent for a long time before suddenly saying, he threatened to find an opportunity to kill Yu Suian in the future. Li Nanting nodded slightly, understanding why Li Guanchi had cast a glance at him before striking with such ferocity. It was for this reason. Li Nanting merely smiled and patted his shoulder, offering no rebuke but instead softly advising, in the coming days, take a calming pill before your cultivation to avoid disturbing your mindset. I fear you may develop inner demons later on. Now, go back and rest early. We should be able to test the spirit ruins tomorrow. Li Guanchi nodded and then returned to his own room. As he stepped outside, he encountered the previously seen rotund man, who approached Yi Feng carrying a staggering 10 storage bags. Upon noticing Li Guanchi, Tang Ru shuddered slightly, tossing a storage ring to Yi Feng before hastily retreating. Yi Feng received the bags with a broad grin, promptly distributing 7 of them to Li Guanchi. You take 7, I'll take 3. After all, I contributed little. He chuckled. Li Guanchi offered a faint smile and softly replied, thank you. However, he then returned 2 storage bags to Yi Feng. Taken aback, Yi Feng accepted the bags and murmured, what is there to thank? It was merely heartfelt words. Now, let us rest. As night fell, individuals from the other 5 sects gradually arrived at Xiang Hall. Li Guanchi sat on the bed, hesitating to enter his meditative state. Spirit of the sword, do you think I erred? The voice of the sword spirit resonated gently within his mind. Why doubt yourself? Did you not resolve your determination when you struck? As for your methods to me, they are mere childish play, hardly sanguinary. After observing for some time, I have come to believe that your disposition is precisely what allows one to endure in this harsh realm of cultivation. Li Guanchi smilat finely, consuming a calming elixir, and mused inwardly. Indeed, I had already solidified my thoughts when I struck. Why should I linger in doubt? Chapter 71. The 5 sects deadline and the spirit testing ruins on this night. The Xiang Palace was anything but tranquil. It is said that Elder Zheng how erupted in fury upon returning to the hall. Yet, he could not outwardly express his wrath, for Elder Miao had already tacitly approved of the impending confrontation. As night fell, the cloud boats of the other 5 sects gradually arrived at the Xiang Palace. The 7-string sect, the 10,000 Immortal Sword sect, the Azure Dragon Island, the Jinyue Mountain, and the Zixiao Sword Pavilion. Each of these 5 sects brought 10 disciples, who were allocated accommodations accordingly. As soon as the disciples of the 7 strings sect arrived at the Xiang Palace, they inquired, have the disciples of the Daxia Sword sect arrived? The Xiang Palace disciple responsible for guiding them responded with a peculiar expression, Daxia Sword sect? They arrived yesterday. The group exchanged glances, and the leading disciple remarked solemnly, Umph. Is there a blind person among their disciples? Before the Xiang Palace disciple could reply, a fellow disciple from the 7-string sect sneered, It hasn't been long since the Yunmeng Immortal Palace incident. That fellow couldn't possibly have established his foundation by now. The more the Xiang Palace disciple listened, the more intriguing the expressions on their faces became. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, Do you have a grudge against that person? The tall disciple from the 7-string sect scoffed, Not just a grudge. He has killed 5 of our Qi refining disciples. We will settle this score eventually. The Xiang Palace disciple nodded in understanding, but, upon sensing the fervent energy of the group, couldn't help but shudder at the memory of the earlier events. With a heavy heart, he cautioned, He is here. However, I advise you not to entertain thoughts of revenge. With just a few of you, you are truly insufficient to confront him alone. After speaking, the Xiang Palace disciple gestured toward the already arranged accommodations and turned to leave. Indifferent to the reasons behind the anger in the eyes of the 7 strings sect disciples. Was Pang Li truly that weak? If he were, he would not have been accepted as a disciple by the elders of the palace. It could only be said that the blind swordsman was extraordinarily powerful, so much so that everyone instinctively felt that Pang Li and he existed on entirely different tiers of strength. The disciple merely offered a kind warning, indifferent to how the 7-string sect disciples chose to interpret it. Soon after, the disciples from several other major sects began to inquire about the Daxia Sword sect. They quickly learned of the events that transpired during the day from the Xiang Palace disciples. This revelation instantly quelled the tempers of those who initially sought to provoke. Particularly, the records from Tang Ru, which vividly captured the entirety of Li Guanchi's fierce battle, surfaced. This was a precaution taken by Tang Ru to prevent any dishonest behavior. Unexpectedly, some expressed interest in purchasing the records, prompting Tang Ru to buy extensively, selling hundreds of copies in one night. The previously aggressive disciples from various sects fell silent upon viewing the recorded images. The swordsmanship displayed by Li Guanchi within the footage was beyond their capacity to contend with, not to mention the terrifying power and speed he exhibited. At dawn the next day, Li Nanting softly communicated with everyone, prepared to head to the spirit testing palace. By this time, Li Guanchi had already bathed and arranged himself. He had spent the night in cultivation, although he absorbed spiritual energy rapidly. He had to share half with the sword spirit. With the frustrations in his heart dissipated, Li Guanchi practiced his boxing forms dozens of times that morning. Soon, a group of 10 soared into the sky on their swords, following the elder towards the spirit testing palace. Along the way, Li Guanchi noticed the multitude of disciples from the Xiang Hall. Upon rough estimation, there were nearly 10,000 of them. Such a vast force must consume an unimaginable amount of resources daily. The dense spiritual energy of the surroundings further highlighted the disparity between the great Xia sword sect and a power like the Xiang Hall. Yet, he had no regrets about joining the great Xia sword sect. Li Nanting, Shunlan, the sect leader, all were fiercely protective of the disciples of the great Xia sword sect. They soared past numerous pavilions and over lofty mountains, arriving at the back mountain of the Xiang Hall. Here stood a remarkably conspicuous black palace, appearing quite ancient after enduring the ravages of time. Daoring Overtenjong. The palace was constructed and intricately carved from an unknown black stone. By the time they descended, members from the other 5 sects had already gathered. "Ha ha ha, old Li. I didn't expect you to be leading this time," exclaimed the elder who had previously welcomed Shenlan at Jinhua Mountain. A faint smile appeared on Li Nanting's face, indicating familiarity as they engaged in friendly conversation. The elder's gaze subtly flickered towards Li Guanchi. At that moment, Shun Qi approached Li Guanchi's side, his hearty laughter resonating. "Ha ha, Brother Li, Brother Yi, you two are indeed here." Yi Feng playfully punched his shoulder, saying, "Oh, have you fully recovered from your previous injuries?" Shin Qi thumped his chest and replied, "I recovered long ago. I've heard about yesterday's events." "Brother Li is formidable." Li Guanchi smiled slightly and softly inquired, "Have the other sects troubled you?" Shun Qi's expression darkened as he snorted. "It's a blessing that Jinhua Mountain hasn't sought trouble with them. Let us hope we all have spirit souls in the spirit testing grounds. Ha ha." Shortly after, the venerable Elder Song Ru from the Xiang Hall arrived at the spirit testing palace. Everyone returned to stand behind their respective elders, awaiting the opening of the palace. The elder nodded slightly at the crowd, then produced a diamond-shaped black jade pendant and embedded it into the grand door. A mysterious wave surged forth, enveloping the entire spirit testing palace in a cloak of black light. The black light flickered like flames, twisting and dancing. With a resounding boom, the gigantic stone doors slowly opened, and Song Ru gently announced, "You may enter." The spirit testing ceremony involved not only the 6 sects, but also nearly 20 individuals from the Xiang Hall. As everyone stepped into the Grand Hall, Li Guanchi suddenly felt a significant drop in temperature, a chilling aura enveloping him. Then he beheld a central altar approximately a zhang in size, situated in the heart of the hall. The altar stood 3 feet high, its surface entirely enveloped in a deep black hue, with a singular gap amid the 9 stone columns. Surrounding this altar was a pool of pitch-black water. Subsequently, Song Ru retrieved 9 shimmering spiritual stones from his storage ring and embedded them into the grooves atop the altar. A resonant hum filled the air as, in an instant, the 9 stone columns emanated a mysterious wave, conjuring a murky gray barrier. Song Ru spoke softly, stating that before entering the altar, one must first traverse the purifying pool, standing still within it for a duration of 3 breaths before positioning oneself at the altar's center. There was no cause for alarm. The Lingshu test posed no dangers. Thus, it was imperative to remain composed, regardless of what transpired. With that, the elder instructed the waiting disciples of Xiang Hall to commence. Chapter 72. The portly Tang Ru and the golden abacus, a male disciple, removed his outer robe and shoes, revealing only his inner garments, and stood at the edge of the dark pool, taking a deep breath. It was evident that even the disciples of the Ziyang Hall were quite anxious. The youth gradually stepped into the inky waters, which seemed to envelop him like a living entity. After 3 breaths, the young man emerged onto the altar with clarity in his eyes and a mind devoid of distractions. The members of the Wanxian Sword Sect and the Zixiao Pavilion turned their gazes towards Li Guanchi, their eyes occasionally flashing with malice. However, Li Guanchi merely turned slowly to meet their gaze, and both parties averted their eyes from one another. Li Guanchi softly uttered a single word: waste. The disciples led by the Wanxian Sword Sect were instantly engulfed in fury, their eyes fixated on Li Guanchi as they scoffed. Humph! You merely killed a disciple of the Ziyang Hall. What is there to boast about? During the Lingshu test, let us see how you fare when you have nothing. Suddenly, Li Guanchi stepped out from the crowd, moving towards the 2 major sections. This bold move caused the onlookers to instinctively retreat a few steps. With a slight smile, Li Guanchi turned to the disciple and gently inquired, "What is your spiritual root?" The disciple replied with a grunt, "Humph. A wood-type, heavenly, spiritual root. Li Guanchi Shukalat Sufli." Clicking his tongue, and remarked "Quite impressive." Hearing this, the disciple felt a surge of pride and taunted. "What? Is your spiritual root inadequate?" Li Guanchi's expression turned peculiar as he earnestly responded, "You must be joking. Surely you are not aware that I possess a saint-grade spiritual root? A lightning type at that? TSK. How isolated your Wanxian Sword Sect must be. Are you still relying on carrier pigeons for communication? Do you have to shout across mountains to converse with others?" Without regards for the disciples' aghast expression, Li Guanchi continued to converse with Yi Feng, saying from now on, "Let us keep our distance from the Wanxian Sword Sect and the Zixiao Pavilion." Yi Feng nodded solemnly, agreeing. Indeed, without strength, their intellect seems lacking as well. Listening to their banter, the disciples of the Wanxian Sword Sect were visibly agitated, their chests heaving with rage, and their fingers trembling as they pointed at Li Guanchi. Ultimately, one of them spat out, "I shall see if you can awaken in the Lingshu." Soon, the disciple on the altar underwent a chilling transformation. It appeared as though he had fallen into a deep slumber, his breathing elongated. A black suddenly materialized on his forehead, expanding at a visible rate, resembling a fist-sized hole opening between his brows. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, yet the youth's essence remained unchanged, as if utterly unaware of the unfolding events. All that could be seen was the emptiness within the black hole, which gradually closed. The youth's forehead bore no mark, and after a brief moment, he opened his eyes, filled with confusion, completely oblivious to what had just transpired. The young man descended from the altar, somewhat disheartened, followed closely by the second and third. After testing over a dozen individuals, he found that each was in a situation strikingly similar to his own. Moreover, Li Guanchi observed that the disciples of the Ziyang Palace appeared to be slightly younger than himself. This led him to conclude that these disciples possessed considerable talent. However, no weapon souls were discovered within the spiritual ruins. It was at this moment that Li Guanchi noticed the previously opened portly figure among the crowd. Tang Ru clearly sensed Li Guanchi's gaze and courteously nodded in acknowledgement. Li Guanchi returned the gesture slightly, harboring no significant disdain for the portly man who would be returning to gather funds for them. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "Eureka!" The crowd turned to find that within the dark center of the tall young man's forehead, something emerged. However, Song Ru let out a soft sigh upon realizing that the object within the spiritual ruins was merely a dilapidated stone, hardly qualifying as an artifact, which inevitably brought a sense of disappointment. The last participant from Ziyang Palace was the portly man. After removing his outer robe, Tang Ru's substantial belly was barely concealed even by his inner garment. With hands awkwardly clasped over his stomach, Tang Ru's ears flushed with embarrassment. After the cleansing was completed, he ascended the altar, which felt rather cramped. Yi Feng jested, "Brother Fat is indeed quite prosperous." Tang Ru shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, "Get lost. This is what you call being fortunate." Following this, the barrier closed, and Tang Ru took several deep breaths, ultimately closing his eyes as his mind swiftly calmed. At that moment, Li Guanchi discerned that the portly man's talent was not to be underestimated. Buzz. Soon, the spiritual ruins of the portly man began to slightly open. While others had only a fist-sized space, his was expanding. The elder from Xiang Palace clenched his hands tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the interior of the spiritual ruins. Li Nanting quietly explained, "Only those with weapon souls will see their spiritual ruins expand. It seems this fellow possesses a weapon soul within his spiritual ruins." Buzz. The previously slow expansion of the spiritual ruins suddenly surged to the length of an arm amidst the flickering brilliance of 9 stone pillars. A rectangular artifact gradually manifested before the crowd's eyes. Everyone held their breath, peering through the hazy barrier at the object. Li Guanchi, using his inner vision, discovered that it was a golden abacus. The surface of the abacus shimmered with faint patterns, and the beads were distinctly visible. Pop, pop! The sound of the abacus beads being moved resonated crisply. To everyone's astonishment, 6 of the 9 stone pillars erupted with radiant white luminescence. Subsequently, the pitch-black space of the spiritual ruins vanished, while the abacus remained in the external realm before swiftly entering Tang Ru's forehead. The crowd held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. When Tang Ru finally opened his eyes, many witnessed a glimmer of brilliance within them. The slight bloodshot veins and murkiness that once lingered in his gaze had disappeared entirely. Song Ru laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Wonderful! A 6th-grade weapon soul." The portly man also felt a sense of resonance within him, muttering to himself as he donned his long robe. Yesterday's record of the crystalline stones incurred a loss. If only I'd thought to sell a few at a blurred, lower price, I could have earned so much more. Alas, why didn't I consider that yesterday? Hearing his murmurs, Li Guanchi couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It seems this fellow has the makings of a shrewd merchant. The elder gently remarked, "Let's begin with the great Xia sword sect." All disciples of the great Xia sword sect turned their attention to Li Guanchi. Li Nanting smiled and said, "Then you shall take the lead." Li Guanchi nodded and then removed his outer robe, yet he did not relinquish the sword box strapped to his back. The inky waters enveloped him entirely, but he dared not approach the sword box. After a moment, Li Guanchi slowly opened his eyes and leapt onto the altar. Chapter 73. The soul of the 9-grade weapon and the threads of fate. As Li Guanchi stood upon the altar, an involuntary hush fell over the gathered crowd. Their breaths held in anticipation. Suddenly, a voice, urgent yet tinged with a hint of panic, resonated within Li Guanchi's mind. "Who is your grandfather, after all?" Buzzing with a peculiar intensity, Li Guanchi felt his consciousness plunge into an expansive void, a realm adorned with an array of diverse artifacts. Here lay swords, spears, halberds, axes, hammers, divine brushes, remnants of limbs, shields, and much more, an infinite expanse of nothingness where each step unveiled countless weapons scattered upon the ground. Each artifact radiated an overwhelming aura, shimmering with ethereal glimmers of various attributes, intricately inscribed with a myriad of complex patterns. In a hushed whisper, Li Guanchi mused, "What is this? How can there be so many?" Soon after, he found himself pondering, "Am I to choose one for myself?" Thus began his aimless quest through this vast nothingness. Gradually, he noticed that the vicinity of particularly potent weapons was devoid of any other artifacts. These formidable items seemed to possess a territorial instinct. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a long sword, entirely enveloped in a hue of violet. Lightning coiled around it, and within a radius of 10 zhong. No other weapons dared to linger. As he approached, the sword, embedded in the ground, emitted a clear and ringing note, as if it were showcasing its prowess to Li Guanchi. He extended his hand slowly before the sword. However, just as he was about to grasp it, an inexplicable sensation whispered to him, suggesting that this sword was not meant for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Guanchi withdrew his hand, softly declaring, "You shall find a master more suited to you." A resounding note of the sword reverberated through the void, sending all nearby artifacts tumbling away. Then, the sound transformed into a melodic lament, as if pleading for the young man to stay. Yet, the boy's silhouette remained resolute. With closed eyes, Li Guanchi ceased to use even his inner vision. In the enveloping darkness, he followed that faint, intangible feeling, gradually venturing deeper into the abyss. As he progressed, all artifacts seemed to part before him, as though imbued with sentience. Beneath his white robe, countless mysterious patterns glowed with an eerie crimson light. The further he traveled, the more formidable the artifacts scattered upon the ground became. Numerous long swords, even mightier than the previous lightning sword, emerged. Yet, the youth's steps never faltered. He continued his journey into the depths. In the spirit testing hall, Song Ru furrowed his brows, perplexed by the difficulty of accessing the Lingshu. He observed with growing concern that the spirit stones embedded in the altar were depleting at an astonishing rate. Without hesitation, Li Nanting swiftly produced 30 high-grade spirit stones and embedded them within the altar. In the void, a faint red thread extended from Li Guanchi's forehead toward the heavens. The sword spirit glanced down at the red thread entwined around its heart, its expression shifting in rapid succession. The great Sumru 9 Palace extermination pattern. Su Xian, who exactly are you? Crafted through blood patterns. Is it to conceal his ethereal Dao body? The threads of causality. Do you intend to bind me irrevocably to his fate? The sword spirit's exquisite gaze fixated intently on the boy's silhouette. In a moment of flickering resolve, she murmured solemnly, "If that is the case, then I shall choose him. So be it." Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the void. Suddenly, an insurmountable mountain appeared before Li Guanchi. Upon its summit, a crimson glow shimmered, revealing the fleeting silhouette of a longsword. As Li Guanchi lowered his gaze, he realized that this towering mountain was not merely a mountain, but a colossal accumulation of countless artifacts. Atop the peak, the longsword stood proudly, surveying the world below as if it were a sovereign among mortals. Above the purple sun palace, the heavens shifted in turmoil, thick, dark clouds enveloping the vicinity for 100 miles. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth boiled over as if unleashed from confinement, while the rich spiritual mist within the purple sun palace surged like a bubbling spring. Many disciples awakened to the essence of the spiritual realm fell to their knees. Trembling uncontrollably, the weapon souls instinctively manifested, quivering close to the ground. In an instant, the spiritual realm at Li Guanchi's brow expanded to a formidable 10 zhang. Moreover, this void continued to spread. Song Ru's expression changed dramatically. With a surge of yuan force, he propelled all disciples outside the door. The spirit stones beneath the altar transformed into ash at a visible rate. Li Nanting retrieved all of his high-grade spirit stones and embedded them upon the altar. Buzz! The expansion of the spiritual realm persisted. 50 zhang, 100 zhang, 300 zhang, 500 zhang. Finally, Li Guanchi ascended to the mountain peak, where he beheld a long sword of deep crimson hue. The sword measured 3 feet and 1 inch, bearing evident signs of a fracture blade. What should have been a sharpened tip was now a slanted notch. Yet, despite this imperfection, the sword's formidable brilliance could not be concealed. The sword's edges were a vivid scarlet, as if stained by the blood of countless foes. The guard was entwined with a multitude of crimson tendrils, wrapping around the sword's edges. As he gazed upon this extraordinary longsword, Li Guanchi felt an inexplicable connection and slowly reached out to touch it. Buzz! The moment the long sword was gripped in his hand, the mountain beneath him collapsed with a resounding crash. All the artifacts in the void disintegrated into nothingness in that instant. Li Guanchi whispered, "Sword spirit, is it you?" There was no response. Meanwhile, upon the altar, 9 stone pillars erupted with blinding white light, which gradually shifted to a blood-red hue. The onlookers through the doors of the spirit testing hall beheld the boy clutching a long sword of pure crimson. As the 9 pillars transformed to red, they suddenly detonated. Li Guanchi opened his eyes. With a mere thought, he drew the weapon soul into his spiritual platform. The profound sensation enveloped him, as if the essence of the weapon had become an intrinsic part of his very being. He felt an intensified connection with the sword spirit, deepening their bond significantly. As the celestial phenomena gradually faded, Li Guanchi gracefully descended from the altar. Li Nanting's grin stretched almost to the back of his head as he approached the young man, clapping him on the shoulder with boisterous laughter. Excellent, excellent. A ninth-grade sword spirit. Truly a prodigious talent. Fortune favors you, he exclaimed joyously. The disciples of the Seven Strings sect wore expressions of dismay, daring not to cast even a glance in his direction. Li Guanchi, somewhat bashful, offered a modest smile and refrained from elaborating further. The members of the great Xia sword sect erupted in exuberant cheers, celebrating the significance of a ninth-grade sword spirit. Heavens, we shall undoubtedly secure a place in a trial's secret realm this time. Truly, Li Shidi, your talents are a source of shame for us all. Ye think? Remark it. Swallowing hard as he regarded Li Guanchi with an expression akin to awe. I cannot fathom why you do not seek a position among the holy places of the central domain as a scion. He murmured. Chapter 74. A Change of Allegiance? Reluctantly obeying, the disciples of the Zixiao Sword Pavilion widened their eyes, their throats struggling to articulate. With trembling voices, they murmured, a ninth-grade sword spirit. Such a figure. If he survives, he will undoubtedly become renowned throughout the great Xia domain in a century. The disciples of the Wanshan sword sect were equally astonished, unable to regain their composure. The transformation of the 9 stone pillars from white to red was beyond their comprehension. It was certainly not a mere change of color. The talents they once prided themselves on seemed as worthless as discarded vegetable leaves in the presence of their opponent. Furthermore, they had learned during the previous exchange between Li Guanchi and the disciples of the Qixin sect that their adversary possessed not only the most terrifying lightning-type spiritual root, but also a sacred grade one. A sacred grade root. At this moment, a disciple from Qinglong Island murmured, "How long has he been cultivating?" Yifeng cast a sidelong glance at him, mocking, "Too slow. It's taken you 5 months just to establish your foundation." Ahem, I'm in the same boat. The man who had just spoken nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. Li Nanting's chest heaved violently, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he gazed at Li Guanchi, as if all the hopes of the future great Xia sword sect rested upon him. The unusual events occurring here had already attracted the attention of the higher-ups at the Ziyang Palace. A dozen elders soared through the air, among them the previously encountered Elder Miao. Even before Elder Miao stood a stranger, the vice-master of Ziyang Palace, Gu Xiong. The old man exuded a potent aura, his presence both palpable and ethereal, clad in a long purple robe adorned with golden embroidery. Though his cheeks appeared slightly gaunt, he stood tall like a sword, his gaze piercing. Upon seeing Gu Xiong's arrival, everyone immediately bowed in respect, intoning, "Greetings, Vice-Master." The remaining elders and disciples of the 5 sects also bowed, saying, "Salutations." Elder Gu. Gu Xiong's voice was deep and powerful. What has transpired? Why has the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged? There was an undeniable hint of inquiry in his tone. He had only just begun his seclusion when the spiritual energy within 100 miles of Ziyang Palace unexpectedly erupted. Subsequently, Song Ru recounted the events as they had unfolded. To everyone's astonishment, Gu Xiong, who was already half a step into the divine transformation stage, turned to Li Guanchi and spoke, "Oh, such talent. Would you consider becoming my closed-door disciple? I share your lightning-type spiritual root." Upon hearing this, all present gasped in disbelief. Gu Xiong had actually offered to take Li Guanchi as his disciple. With a master who was half a step into the divine transformation stage and the backing of the Ziyang Palace, Li Guanchi's status would instantly elevate him to the pinnacle of society. Li Nanting gritted his teeth, bowing his head in silence. The eyes of the disciples from the 5 sects glimmered with envy. The white-browed elder behind Gu Xiong furrowed his brow, his lips moving as he communicated silently. The elder glanced at the bowed Li Nanting and chuckled softly. What does it matter to have a master? As a disciple of the ancient Xiong, I shall ensure that his talents do not go unnoticed. The Ziyang Palace possesses ample resources to support his endeavors. Gu Xiong's words were unreserved, even somewhat harsh. Yet, Li Guanchi remained as calm as still water, taking 2 slow steps forward to respectfully bow to the elder. Subsequently, Li Guanchi raised his head to gaze at the elder, his face adorned with sincerity. Junior Li Guanchi, pays his respects to the palace master Gu. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. For Gu Xiong was merely the vice master, yet Li Guanchi addressed him as the master of the palace. Gu Xiong smiled slightly and inquired softly, "What say you?" "Worry not about any existing sect affiliations. In the realm of cultivation, a wise bird chooses its tree. Switching allegiances is not uncommon." Li Nanting clenched his fists tightly beneath his sleeves, the blood seeping from his clenched teeth, leaving a metallic taste in his mouth. The other party's blatant undermining was undeniable, yet he could not voice his objections. Li Guanchi took a deep breath and spoke softly. "My humble origins mark me as a beggar. The Daxia sword sect, broad-minded as it is, has embraced me, much like the teachings of Xiang Palace that welcome all. Should I withdraw from such a sect? What if a more formidable sect beckons me in the future? At that juncture, would I go or stay? If I were to depart, would not the elder grieve the loss of a cherished disciple, rendering your investments in vain? Thus, I am truly grateful for your esteemed regard. Yet it is difficult for me to comply." Gu Xiong's once stern countenance softened, his eyes brimming with admiration. Li Nanting, meanwhile, relaxed his brow, a look of relief crossing his face. Gu Xiong could not help but praise. "The Daxia sword sect is indeed blessed. Your words have left me feeling somewhat abashed. Ha ha. Therefore, I hope you find a smooth path ahead in your cultivation journey, and soon ascend to greater heights." With that, the elder and the assembly of Xiang Palace's elders departed. Once the elder had left, the tension that had gripped Li Guanchi's heart finally eased. The words exchanged, though seemingly light, carried profound implications. A single misstep could have plunged Li Nanting into a dilemma. Turning to Li Guanchi, Li Nanting was met with the young man's obedient call, "Master." "Ha ha, you rascal. I thought you were an impulsive fool. Yet you possess a wisdom in social affairs that rivals even the oldest of foxes. Had it not been for your impeccable articulation, I might have nearly whisked you away with me." Li Guanchi smiled gently, and soon, Songru approached Li Nanting, giving a thumbs up. Looking at Li Guanchi, he remarked, "I was on edge watching you. The palace master is infamous for his temper. Now, let us proceed with the tests. I shall adjust the stone pillar." The disciple from the seven-strings sect stood in stunned silence, questioning, did he just reject a half-step transformation god? And he remains unscathed. Meanwhile, a disciple from the Wuxian sword sect narrowed his eyes and murmured, "In the future, one must avoid provoking this individual at all costs." The subsequent trials cast a heavy gloom over all. The great summer sword sect saw all 8 of its members emerge with their spiritual realms utterly vacant, until Yi Feng ascended, astonishingly awakening the soul of a sword artifact, achieving a remarkable 7th tier. In stark contrast, among the 4 sects, Seven Strings Sect, 10,000 Immortals Sword Sect, Purple Cloud Sword Pavilion, and Azure Dragon Island, not a single one manifested a useful artifact soul. It was akin to a performer suffering from cramp, unable to exit the stage gracefully. Upon reaching Mount Jinyue, the first to ascend, Shun Qi astonishingly awakened a shield artifact soul, albeit of only the 5th tier. Nonetheless, it was sufficient to elate him. After the spiritual realm tests concluded, the disciples from the other 4 sects departed in dejection, forsaking even the banquet prepared by the Purple Sun Palace. Following the banquet, the Purple Sun Palace entrusted 2 spheres of spiritual light to Li Nanting, imparting certain instructions and informing him of a mere decade of usage rights. Due to Shun Qi's merit, Mount Jinyue also received a sphere of spiritual light, granting it 5 years of usage rights. The following morning, Li Nanting, beaming with joy, departed the Purple Sun Palace with the others, embarking on the journey back to their sect. Chapter 75, Sect Rewards, a favorable preference on the journey back to the sect. Li Guanchi found himself alone in the tranquil cultivation chamber of the Cloud Vessel. Immersed in his practice, he felt the surging primal energy within him and couldn't help but lament this breakthrough to the mid-stage will likely take some time. Even though his absorption of spiritual energy was astonishingly rapid, the vastness of his Dantian's Dao platform was a formidable challenge. After a prolonged silence, Li Guanchi attempted to summon the Sword Spirit. "Sword Spirit, are you there?" The spirit's voice, tinged with an air of contemplation, softly replied, "What is it?" This gentle tone left Li Guanchi somewhat bewildered, as the sword spirit had previously exhibited a haughty and aloof demeanor. The sudden shift to such tenderness took him aback. Scratching his head, Li Guanchi inquired, "That sword, is it you?" The sword spirit's voice carried a hint of melancholy as it responded, "Yes. I did not expect you could truly bear my projection." Li Guanchi was puzzled by the term projection, suspecting it might refer to something akin to reflection. Then, why is the sword's edge broken? The sword spirit fell silent for a considerable time before quietly revealing, "I once severed a being, resulting in mutual destruction." At this moment, Li Guanchi lacked any understanding of such matters. It must have been an extraordinarily powerful entity. The sword spirit, intrigued, asked, "Why do you think so?" With a smile, Li Guanchi replied, "Because I believe you are very strong." The sword spirit within the sword case smiled, its eyes narrowing in a captivating manner. After Li Guanchi posed numerous trivial questions, he finally returned to the main subject. I wish to know what abilities you can bestow upon me." The sword spirit chuckled softly, saying, "Me? You will have to forge a soul weapon first to comprehend that. In essence, I can endow it with special abilities based on the nature of the soul weapon." Gulping with excitement at the sword spirit's words, Li Guanchi felt a tempest of emotions within him. "Bestow special abilities?" The sword spirit gently laughed, "But there is no need to rush. Not only must you find a formidable soul weapon master, but even if you do, the soul weapon may not necessarily be able to harness my power." Nodding in agreement, Li Guanchi resolved to share more of his primal energy with the sword spirit today. Sensing this, the sword spirit teased, "Why are you sharing so much with me today?" Li Guanchi smiled faintly and slowly opened his eyes. "I feel that you are different from before, it seems. You trust me more now?" The sword spirit shook its head in resignation, stating, "Since yesterday, our fates have been tightly intertwined, sharing both glory and disgrace. However, I too have a question. Do you know the significance of the crimson patterns inscribed upon your body?" Li Guanchi furrowed his brow and conveyed telepathically, "I do not know. They were drawn by my grandfather. Ever since I began following him at the age of 6, he has painted a portion each year. The process is excruciating. I would rather die than endure it again. Do you know what it signifies?" At this moment, the sword spirit gradually revealed herself, her gaze intensely fixed upon Li Guanchi. With an air of gravity, she spoke, "I am quite curious about your grandfather's true identity." As she spoke, her fingertips glided across Li Guanchi's neck, parting his collar to unveil a faint trace of blood. Leaning closer, the sword spirit murmured, "The great Sumru 9 Palaces extermination rune. Even I believed that the method of inscribing this blood mark had long been lost." Hearing the awe in her voice, Li Guanchi couldn't help but inquire, "What significance does this hold?" The sword spirit rose slowly, smiling as she replied, "It conceals your innate ethereal Tao body, preventing early detection by the celestial beings from the upper realms and averting potential calamities. I must admit, your grandfather is quite formidable. Now, I shall take my leave to rest." As the sword spirit vanished, a subtle smile crept upon Li Guanchi's lips. It seemed he could afford to share some of his primordial energy with her in the future. The journey home was swift, with the cloud boat docking beside the plaza of the Great Xia Sword Sect, where Lu Kongyin and the others had been waiting for some time. Li Nanting descended from the sky, greeting them with a smile. "Sectmaster, you must reward Guanchi and Yifeng handsomely this time." Lu Kongyin laughed heartily, declaring, "Indeed, rewards are in order." Li Guanchi of Thunderbolt Peak stepped forward to receive your commendation. His voice, imbued with primordial energy, resonated throughout the Great Xia Sword Sect. Li Guanchi has awakened the soul of a 9th-grade sword artifact. He has secured 2 trial secret realms for the Great Xia Sword Sect. The reward includes 10 bottles of primordial nourishment pills, 3,000 sect points, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, 1 month of use of the Earth-level Ascension platform, and a single entry to the library where he may select 2 manuals of his choice. As for Yifeng, he shall receive 3 bottles of primordial nourishment pills, 1,000 points, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 month of use of the Shen-level Ascension platform. Afterward, Lu Kanyin's expression turned slightly awkward as he added, "Our sect faces financial constraints, please understand." Yifeng, with tears welling in his eyes, murmured, sect master. Your favoritism is glaringly evident. If we must be impoverished, I would prefer to do so together. But Li Guanchi's wealth makes my own plight feel far more unbearable. Is this the essence of sacrificing the self for the greater good? Lu Kangyan quickly shifted his gaze and cleared his throat. Since your new disciples have only been initiated for half a year, the sect permits you to return home for a fortnight. You may prepare to descend the mountain tomorrow and visit your families. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's enthusiasm waned, as returning home did not seem a cause for joy to him. Yet, the other disciples could not contain their jubilance. After all, they were young and had left their homes to join the sect, naturally harboring a longing for home. Even Li Guanchi contemplated whether to fly back to Fulong village. In a soft whisper, Li Guanchi mused, I find myself missing that girl Wan Shu. I truly wish to see her astonishment when she witnesses me soaring through the skies on my sword. Soon after, the group dispersed, and Li Guanchi returned to his courtyard with Yu Shuyan. As soon as they landed, Yu Shuyan dashed away like the wind, exclaiming in a flurry, It's time for dinner. It's time for dinner. Suddenly, the little girl halted, turning her head to inquire of Li Guanchi. Li Guanchi, what are you eating? Sitting in the courtyard, Li Guanchi was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with a smile, 2 meat buns. Yu Swan beamed, her 2 braids bouncing playfully as she exclaimed, All right, wait for me to return. Just as the little girl departed, Yi Feng arrived, soaring on his sword to Li Guanchi's side. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed Li Guanchi polishing his long sword and couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you still here? Aren't you going home to check in? Li Guanchi shook his head and replied, I have no intention of returning. My grandfather is not at home, so it feels pointless to go back. Yi Feng added, Neither do I wish to return. It's exceedingly dull. My father has little regard for me, and returning would only be a bother to him. Chapter 76. A name well-deserved. Refining the heart, Li Guanchi was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Yi Feng's family. He had never inquired, nor had Yi Feng ever mentioned it. However, upon reflection, Li Guanchi raised an eyebrow at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, puzzled, asked, What is the matter? With an air of mystery, Li Guanchi replied, Would you like me to take you to a place of cultivation? Instantly, Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he leaned closer to Li Guanchi and whispered, Is there perhaps a special place within the sect that I am unaware of? I suspected your rapid cultivation was due to Elder Li providing you with special guidance. A hint of enigmatic amusement graced Li Guanchi's face as he softly responded, Oh, what do you mean by special guidance? This place is one I discovered myself. Ahem, it's called the Red Dust Heart Refinement. Yi Feng furrowed his brow in confusion and repeated, Red Dust Heart Refinement? That sounds impressive. Is it some kind of heart-refining environment? With a mysterious smile, Li Guanchi urged, Just tell me if you wish to go or not. Of course I want to go. I must see how you manage to cultivate so rapidly. The two reached a consensus, and with a swift motion, they soared into the sky on their swords, directly exiting the confines of the Daxia sword sect. Before departing, Li Guanchi casually informed Li Nanting that they were heading to the Red Dust Heart Refinement. Even Li Nanting, at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, paused momentarily, his expression one of perplexity as he muttered, Red Dust Heart Refinement? What on earth is that? This time, the two chose not to take a cloud boat, instead opting to fly directly through the clouds on their swords. As they felt the fierce winds and watched the clouds rush past, a sense of carefree joy enveloped them. Laughter echoed through the heavens. I was once a celestial being, gazing down upon the mortal realm, Li Guanchi exclaimed, reveling in the moment. Beside him, Yi Feng remarked with a hint of envy, I didn't expect you to be quite cultured. You possess a certain scholarly demeanor. Li Guanchi Shukalat. My grandfather made me read a great deal as a child. Now, let us make haste to arrive there before sunset. Several hours later, the two found themselves hovering above a grand city. Yi Feng, with a peculiar expression, gazed down at the brilliantly lit city below, questioning, Is this the Red Dust Heart Refinement you spoke of? Li Guanchi replied with a grin, Why bother with so many questions? Just follow me. With a whoosh, they descended, landing outside the city gates and blending into the throng of people entering the city. Once inside, Yi Feng remained furrowed in thought, uncertain of Li Guanchi's intentions. After navigating through winding streets, Yi Feng stood before a brightly lit establishment, shock etched on his face as he read the characters on the sign, Drunken Flower Pavilion. Just then, a voice, tinged with anger, pierced through the bustling street sounds. Li Guanchi, is this what you refer to as the red dust heart refinement? Drinking and visiting brothels? Li Guanchi, wearing an expression that conveyed misunderstanding, covered his ears. Turning to observe the crowd's reactions, he retorted, "What are you shouting about? Have you been here before?" Yi Feng's face flushed slightly as he shook his head ever so gently. Li Guanchi, with a friendly arm around his shoulder, chuckled, "Well, that settles it. Come on, let's go." The two had already attracted the attention of numerous young ladies, and, as they ascended the steps, a throng of them hurried to surround them. With his golden hair and strikingly handsome features, Yi Feng was indeed a heartthrob among the maidens. "Oh my, the young master is exceedingly handsome," one exclaimed. "Indeed, his complexion is even more delicate than mine," another chimed in, urging her companions to feel his smooth skin. In an instant, several girls were pressing against him, their perfumed scents almost overwhelming. Li Guanchi noticed that Yi Feng's face had turned scarlet, and he appeared utterly stiff, as a few girls practically dragged him inside. Meanwhile, the familiar girl from before accompanied Li Guanchi. It's you, young master," she exclaimed. They entered the Zuehua building, taking their previous seats, but this time, a different beautiful woman was performing melodious tunes on the flute. Yi Feng sat rigidly amidst a crowd of admirers, while Li Guanchi finally interjected, "All right, you may all leave now. My brother can hardly breathe." Upon hearing the guest's words, the ladies dared not linger and reluctantly took the opportunity to caress Yi Feng's cheeks before departing with lingering glances. Once the room was devoid of company, Yi Feng exhaled a deep sigh. The trials of the mortal world truly test the heart. He quickly gulped down several cups of tea from the table to calm his racing pulse. Turning to the girl named Qinghe, Li Guanchi smiled. "If Miss Xiangyue has the time, would she be so kind as to play a tune for my brother?" Qinghe nodded with a smile, softly replying, "Please wait a moment. Young master, ever since you left, Sister Xiangyue has been quite concerned about you." Li Guanchi merely chuckled at her words, dismissing them lightly. Whether her concern was for him or for his formidable prowess and status was an unspoken understanding between them. After Qinghe departed, a sudden commotion caught Yi Feng's attention. Thud, thud, thud. A glossy black myna, perched on the table, was pecking at an egg, seemingly determined to access the yolk within. Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Silly bird, that is soft. How could you possibly break the egg?" The myna, rather astute, tilted its head and echoed, "That is soft. That is soft." Yi Feng chuckled and corrected, "Indeed, it is soft. You need something hard." Li Guanchi teased, "You're talking to it as if it understands." Before long, a graceful figure draped in a flowing pink gauze dress appeared. Xiangyue had arrived. Yi Feng's gaze was drawn to the veiled beauty. Despite her covering, radiated allure. Xiangyue performed a delicate bow and smiled softly. "Young master, it is a pleasure to see you again." Li Guanchi produced 100 taels of gold and gestured towards Yi Feng, whispering, "Please play a tune for my brother." Xiangyue gazed into Yi Feng's eyes, her own sparkling beautifully, and instructed her attendants to place the instrument before him. Li Guanchi and Yi Feng were both momentarily taken aback, with Yi Feng exclaiming, "I cannot play the piano either." To their astonishment, the woman gracefully settled onto Yi Feng's lap, causing his cheeks to flush crimson, extending down to his collarbone, while his body stiffened, frozen in place. As the melody concluded, Li Guanchi found it quite pleasant, though Yi Feng was oblivious to it. When the woman finished her performance, she slowly rose, picked up a golden item, and prepared to take her leave. The previously boisterous parrot called out, "It's soft. It's soft." The woman, having turned away, blushed and retorted, "It's hard." With that, she departed with a light-hearted step, leaving behind a mortified Yi Feng and a chuckling Li Guanchi. After a considerable time, Yi Feng's complexion finally returned to normal as he solemnly remarked, "The power of tempering the heart amidst the mundane truly lives up to its reputation." However, at that moment, Yi Feng's expression shifted as he produced a jade slip of azure hue. Setting the slip down, his countenance darkened significantly, and he abruptly rose, stating, "I must return to my clan." Li Guanchi furrowed his brow and softly inquired, "Has something happened at home?" Upon seeing Yi Feng nod, Li Guanchi stood up and declared, "Since I have nothing pressing, I shall accompany you." Yi Feng remained silent for a moment before not refusing, and together they took to the skies, departing from Wangyue City. Chapter 77. Xiongtai Mountain Manor. Listening to the walls throughout the journey, Yi Feng wore a sullen expression, his brow tightly furrowed. Li Guanchi, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from asking too many questions as they soared through the night towards his home. In the great Xia sword sect, all the peak masters and elders convened in the main hall to deliberate on various matters. Eventually, the peak masters and elders departed, leaving only Meng Linhai in a hurried rush towards Tu Kuei's retreat. As dawn broke, Li Guanchi and his companion finally arrived above a picturesque range of mountains. Descending through the clouds, the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth. In the serene morning, the mountains were occasionally graced by the melodious chirping of birds, enveloped in mist, with streams cascading down the slopes, producing a gentle tinkling sound. Li Guanchi inhaled deeply and remarked softly, "The spiritual energy in these mountains is quite abundant." Yi Feng managed to force a smile and replied, "We are almost there." Before their arrival, they had passed a large city, but Li Guanchi was surprised to discover that Yi Feng's home was nestled within the mountains. Soon, Li Guanchi noticed the spiritual energy becoming even more concentrated. After navigating around several towering peaks, they soon beheld a sprawling manor covering several thousand square feet. Li Guanchi chuckled, "I hadn't anticipated that your family was so well off." Yi Feng merely smiled, his voice tinged with bitterness as he responded, "Aside from my mother and sister, this family only offers me a modestly prosperous background. Come on, it's my first time bringing someone home as a guest." They descended on their swords and arrived at the entrance. The attendant at the door, upon seeing the descending figure, was Yi Feng, immediately bowed and greeted, "Young Master Feng has returned. Please come inside." Li Guanchi glanced up at the plaque that read Xiongtai Mountain Manor. With a slight nod, Yi Feng led Li Guanchi inside. Crossing the threshold, the air within the manor was suffused with the fragrant aroma of spiritual herbs. Yi Feng guided Li Guanchi towards the rear of the estate, where numerous servants and maidens paused to pay their respects as they passed. Yi Feng explained, "My family is in the herbal medicine business, supplying spiritual herbs to various alchemy shops. I am the third child in my family, with two older brothers." Li Guanchi smiled. "Isn't that quite good? What is there to be troubled about?" Yi Feng's voice dropped to a somber whisper, "I am a concubine-born son." Li Guanchi paused slightly, choosing not to press the matter further, but he could discern that Yi Feng's past may not have been easy. Before long, they traversed numerous pavilions and corridors, arriving at a tranquil courtyard at the rear of the manor. Here, the previously gloomy Yi Feng finally revealed a warm smile. The sunlight fell perfectly upon his face, giving him a vibrant glow. Yi Feng quickened his pace and called out softly, "Mother, I'm back." Soon, a middle-aged woman, apron tied around her waist, emerged from the kitchen. Even after the passage of time, her face bore few wrinkles. Dressed in a light green long gown, she possessed a gentle demeanor, not conventionally beautiful, but radiating warmth. However, one could distinctly sense the woman's gentle demeanor, her eyes exuding an unspoken tenderness. Upon catching sight of Yi Feng, her almond-shaped eyes brightened slightly, and she briskly approached him, wiping her hands on her apron. Behind her, Li Guanchi paused for a moment, watching the scene with a tinge of envy. "Feng, what brings you back?" The woman soon noticed Li Guanchi entering and inquired with a hint of surprise in her voice. "And who is this? Your friend?" Yi Feng scratched his head and replied softly, "This is Li Guanchi, a recently made friend from the sect. He is quite righteous and has treated me well." He then turned to introduce Li Guanchi, "My mother, Su Shi." Li Guanchi offered a slight bow, saying, "Aunt Su." The woman's eyes turned slightly red, and she quickly helped Li Guanchi up, gently saying, "Oh, come in, come in. Our Fenger has a temper, so please be understanding as friends. You haven't eaten yet, have you? It will be ready soon. Just wait a moment. Why are you both so thin?" Without further ado, she ushered the two into the house. Observing his mother discreetly wiping away tears, Yifeng softly remarked, I have no friends in this household. Li Guanchi chuckled. Why is that? Yifeng shrugged and replied, others look down on me, and I am too lazy to seek out their company. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow and added, soon, you shall meet my sister, Yi Qing, a beauty beyond compare. But I must warn you, young man, if you wish to become my sister's suitor, you must first pass my test. Li Guanchi couldn't help but roll his eyes, playfully retorting, who demands to showcase their sister's beauty upon first meeting? Yifeng stood up, saying, I'll lend a hand. Soon you shall savor my mother's culinary skills, which are unparalleled. There were pastries and fruits on the table, and he encouraged, make yourselves at home, treat it like your own. Watching Yifeng head into the kitchen, Li Guanchi felt a pang of melancholy. However, even after a considerable time, Yifeng's sister had yet to return. A hint of unease appeared on Yi Mu's face, which Yifeng noticed and softly inquired, Mother, where is Qing? The woman pressed her lips together, her throat slightly constricting, and with a fleeting gaze, she replied, she is likely still playing outside. Let's wait a bit longer. Realizing that his mother was concealing something, Yifeng's voice turned serious. Mother, I have now joined the immortal sect and achieved the foundation establishment. I have grown up. Not everything must you bear alone. Since my return, I have refrained from asking what has transpired in the clan, merely wishing to share a meal with my friend and our family. Please speak the truth to me. Looking at her frowning son, Sushi reached out to touch his brow, her eyes reddening as she softly said, You have indeed grown. With a sigh, she continued, Qinger should be with your father. You may go and check on her. With a sudden resolve, Yifeng stood up. Suonthik weekly question. Do not argue with your father. He is not as you perceive him. He has been overwhelmed with his own burdens lately. Please speak to him calmly. Without waiting for the woman to finish her words, Yifeng had already dashed out of the door. Li Guanchi savored a bite of the dish before him, praising, Aunt Sue's cooking is truly delightful. Rising from his seat, Li Guanchi gently reassured, Do not worry, Aunt Sue, I will keep an eye on him. Sushi nodded slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks, as if a long-held grievance had suddenly erupted. Li Guanchi swiftly exited the small courtyard, his senses alert to the fact that Yifeng was racing towards the main hall of the villa at an astonishing pace. Just as he was about to quicken his stride, he suddenly detected a faint sound, causing him to halt abruptly. From dozens of yards away, separated by numerous pavilions, Li Guanchi unexpectedly heard a man's voice. Ha! This time we have truly driven the Yi family into a corner. Yi Qing'er is mine. Ha! I told you. The young master is surely favored by destiny. Who could have anticipated that this daughter of the Yi family would be so fitting? Li Guanchi narrowed his eyes and, with light footsteps, approached a lavish villa, pressing his body against the courtyard wall. Thoughts racing through his mind. He could only catch a snippet of the conversation before the speaker entered the room. Li Guanchi whispered to himself, Who is the one speaking? What troubles has the Yi family encountered? Chapter 78. Boldly unsheathing the sword. Yitianying in the main hall, two middle-aged men were seated in positions of prominence. The man on the left, adorned in a deep blue robe, cinched with a jade belt, bore a resolute countenance and well-defined features. He was Yifeng's father, Yi Tianying, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the early golden core stage. However, at this moment, Yi Tianying wore an expression of obsequiousness. Behind him stood a young lady in a flowing water-blue gown, Yi Qing. With her delicate features and striking beauty, she lowered her gaze, her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Holding a wine cup, Yi Tianying smiled gently and spoke softly, Brother Zeng. It is not that I am unwilling to provide you with the goods. It is simply that my suppliers below have inexplicably failed to deliver on time. I implore you, considering our long-standing friendship, to show me a bit more leniency for just a couple of days. The man beside him remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm confidence. He wore a blue robe embroidered with golden dragons, his figure slightly portly, with a bulbous nose and thick lips. His sharp eyes were filled with shrewdness. He lounged in his chair, casually twirling the wine cup on the table without any intention of lifting it. This man was Zeng Shuheng, the head of the Zeng family, also engaged in the business of medicinal herbs and spiritual grasses. Zeng Shuheng himself was a practitioner at the mid-golden core stage, boasting formidable strength. Ah, old Yi, it is not that I am unwilling to grant you leeway, but this batch of goods is meant for a major sect. You know well that dealing with sects is quite troublesome. They only care about results. Otherwise, I would not have signed a contract with you that carries 100-fold penalty for breach. Moreover, given the substantial volume of this order, had it not been for our family's good relationship, I would not have sought you out for the remaining half. At this juncture, Zheng Shuheng's tone slightly faltered, while beads of cold sweat began to form on Yi Tianying's forehead. He was acutely aware of the immense profits to be gained if this transaction succeeded. Yet, he was utterly incapable of procuring such a large quantity of goods. A breach of contract would lead to devastating compensation, leaving the entire Yi family financially crippled. And other families with whom they had dealings would also sever ties. The Yi family would find itself in an irretrievable abyss. Before Yi Tianying could respond, Zheng Shuheng continued, "With only 3 days remaining until the delivery date, my goods are ready. All that is left is your half. Old Yi, you tell me, what am I to do?" Yi Tianying's expression fluctuated as he had already pleaded humbly countless times. Yet, Zheng Shuheng remained resolute, adamantly adhering to the contract and the necessity of timely delivery. At that moment, a figure burst through the door with great urgency. Yi Tianying furrowed his brow and turned to the approaching Yi Feng, exclaiming, "When did you return? Wait, have you established your foundation?" Upon uttering these words, a fleeting glimmer of excitement and joy crossed Yi Tianying's face. He beckoned to Yi Feng, whispering, "Come, sit down." This time, Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, as his relationship with Yi Tianying had once been quite strained. In a situation such as today, he was only worthy of standing at the side. However, the atmosphere in the hall was so tense that Yi Tianying unexpectedly invited him to take a seat at the lower end. Shortly thereafter, Li Guanchi also appeared at the entrance. Yi Feng softly remarked, "This is my friend." Upon noticing this, Yi Tianying slightly nodded, indicating that Li Guanchi should also sit down. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, remaining silent, and led Li Guanchi directly to the lower seat, offering a subtle nod to Yi Qinger. A flicker of malevolence crossed Zheng Shuheng's eyes as he chuckled softly. "I never imagined that your third brother has already established a foundation. Congratulations." After speaking, the man prepared to rise and depart. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Yi Tianying forcefully slammed his wine glass onto the table, shattering it into pieces. The humility that once marked his expression was replaced by an air of calmness. Zheng Shuheng slowly turned around, sneering, "What is this? Are you throwing your cup at me?" At this moment, Yi Tianying also stood, his gaze fixed intently on Zheng Shuheng as he scoffed disdainfully. "Heh, since you've already made your plans, why bother with the pretense? Zheng Shuheng, if you have matters to discuss, lay them bare on the table. I, Yi Tianying, have exhausted all means of feigned humility over these past few days. What exactly does your Zheng family desire? Speak plainly." Zheng Shuheng's expression twitched as he cast a glance at the girl standing behind Yi Feng, chuckling softly. "Old Yi, why are you so agitated? Isn't it merely a matter of compensation and goods?" Quite easily resolved. As soon as those words left his lips, Yi Tianying's heart tightened. He sensed that the other party harbored ill intentions. "Indeed," Zheng Shuheng continued with a smile, "I see Qinger will soon turn 14, a young lady by all accounts. She would be quite the match for my son, Zheng Yuan. Why not let our families unite in marriage? If our two families become one, this little matter would be of no consequence." Gazing at Zheng Shuheng's smiling face, Yi Tianying felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Upon hearing Zheng Yuan's name, Yi Feng's anger surged, and he rose, exclaiming furiously, "You must be dreaming. Let me tell you, anyone can marry my sister, except for Zheng Yuan." Yi Feng's chest heaved violently as he spoke, for he had long heard of Zheng Yuan's reputation. He was nothing more than a good-for-nothing scion, abusing his family's power to commit injustices, with numerous accounts of forcibly taking women. Few women emerged alive from encounters with the Zheng family, often settling for a sum of money to escape. Thus, when the Daxia sword sect had slain an outer disciple, Yi Feng felt a sense of vindication. He had known Zheng Yuan since childhood, recognizing him as a cold-hearted individual with a pathological obsession regarding women. Zheng Shuheng snorted coldly, and a terrifying pressure instantly descended upon Yi Feng. In an instant, the chair beneath Yi Feng exploded, and he was pinned to the ground by that overwhelming force. Unable to move, the man's eyes narrowed, revealing a sinister glint as he glanced at the prostrate Yi Feng and sneered. A mere child who has just barely established his foundation dares to raise his voice against me. Yi Tianying, I see your parenting leaves much to be desired. Shall I take it upon myself to discipline you? In that moment, Li Guanchi swiftly drew his sword, a surge of energy coursing through him as a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. His entire body tensed, and the tiles beneath his feet shattered explosively. With his left hand forming a seal and his right hand gripping the sword, the atmosphere above the villa was instantly transformed. Dark clouds gathered ominously, occasionally pierced by the rumble of thunder. Boom! Another formidable presence surged skyward as Yi Tianying stepped protectively in front of Yi Feng, reaching out to halt Li Guanchi's advance. He drew his sword from his waist with a fierce motion, pointing it towards his adversary. Clang! Yi Tianying's sword was aimed squarely at Zhang Shuheng's face, a derisive smile curling his lips as he declared, "Why don't you try to discipline me? I graciously call you Brother Zhang. Yet you seem to hold your Zhang family in far too high regard. If it weren't for your fortuitous breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, and your acquisition of a millennium-old Lu Jiazi ginseng, which propelled you to the mid-Golden Core stage, your family would hardly be considered a lineage of note. In my eyes, the Zhang family is merely a nouveau riche." Zhang Shuheng's cheeks twitched slightly. Nothing irked him more after attaining power than being labeled as nouveau riche. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he replied with a chilling smile. "The choice has been made clear to you. 3 days hence, either deliver the goods, or your Yi family shall face eternal ruin." Oof. With a sweeping gesture of his sleeve, Zhang Shuheng stormed away from the Yi residence. Li Guanchi sheathed his sword and assisted Yi Feng to his feet. Yi Tianying cast a deep glance at Li Guanchi and spoke softly. "Feng, take Qing home first, and allow your friend to explore the villa at will. Afterward, come to my study." He then offered Li Guanchi a gentle smile, adding, "There is no need for formality. Consider this place your own home." Li Guanchi buapuliteri. Yet he sensed that this man was not the kind of father Yi Feng described. Judging by the murderous aura Yi Tianying had displayed upon drawing his sword, it was evident that he cared deeply for both Yi Feng and Yi Qing. At that moment, Yi Feng too was profoundly affected. The father he had witnessed today was strikingly different from the one he had always known. Chapter 79. A mere million compensated to you. In the study, the weary Yi Tianying gestured towards the chair before him and softly said, "Please take a seat." Yi Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but complied and sat down. Faced with his father, Yi Feng found himself at a loss for words. Yi Tianying, observing him, inquired, "Are you curious to know what transpired?" Upon receiving a nod from Yi Feng, he continued, "Now that you have established your foundation, it is only fitting that you are informed about the affairs of our family. 3 months ago, Zhang Shuheng unexpectedly approached me for a large and urgent order. Our stock was insufficient, but I contacted several regular suppliers, believing we could manage it. Thus, I agreed, although the contract stipulated that failure to deliver on time within 3 months would incur 100-fold compensation. At that time, I did not think much of it, as I had received confirmations from the other suppliers that they could meet the deadline. However, now these suppliers are unable to fulfill their obligations for reasons unknown, leaving the Yi family in a predicament." After speaking, Yi Tianying looked at Yi Feng and gently asked, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" After a long silence, Yi Feng exited the study, only to encounter Li Guanchi nearby. As they walked together, Li Guanchi furrowed his brow, recalling the information he had overheard by the wall. Shaking his head at Yi Feng, he softly remarked, "I believe both you and your father have misinterpreted the situation. This is undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by the Zhang family. It is quite possible that the suppliers your father contacted had already been bribed by them. Furthermore, the Zhang family's objective is not merely the Yi family's assets." Yi Feng's heart tightened at these words, and he exclaimed, "What?" Li Guanchi whispered, "The ultimate goal of the Zhang family is likely your sister, Yi Qing." Yi Feng's expression darkened, and he hurriedly pulled Li Guanchi to find Yi Tianying. Once Li Guanchi conveyed his suspicions and the information he had overheard to Yi Tianying. The latter's complexion shifted repeatedly. He slammed his palm on the table, angrily rebuking. No wonder Zheng Shuheng insisted on having Qing'er accompany me. That scoundrel. It seems the rumors about his son Zheng Yuan's health issues were indeed true. Li Guanchi, recalling the aura he had sensed at that time, softly remarked, "Is Yi Qing'er of the water spirit root?" Yi Tianying, with keen eyes, nodded sharply. Indeed, Qing'er possesses a Yin water constitution. Oof. They have set their sights on our Yi family. At this moment, Yi Feng interjected, "What shall we do now?" Li Guanchi pondered for a long while before responding softly. There are no viable solutions. Since the Zheng family has laid this scheme so overtly, it indicates their confidence that you will be unable to procure such a vast quantity of spirit herbs. Moreover, regarding the contract, they will undoubtedly insist on adhering to its terms. Yi Feng spoke gravely. If compensation is required, how much would it be? Yi Tianying, closing his eyes, spoke bitterly. 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, he then opened his eyes, his voice resolute. Humph. Even if I were to compensate him with 1,000,000 spirit stones, he shall never have Qing'er serve as a concubine for his son. At most, I, Yi Tianying, will exhaust my family fortune and start new. Observing the furious declaration from Yi Tianying, Yi Feng felt a tumult of emotions surge within him. Lowering his head, he spoke softly, "Father, since you hold Qing'er in such high regard, why have you neglected us and mother all these years?" Yi Tianying cast a glance at Li Guanchi, slowly seated himself, and replied in a gentle tone, "Neglect? If I had truly disregarded you, where would you find refuge within this estate? If I had turned a blind eye, how could you and Qing'er possibly lead lives free from want and enjoy continuous wealth?" Yi Feng was already taken aback by this revelation. Yi Tianying continued, "You believe I've been excessively strict in my discipline, even unfeeling. My indulgence towards your elder and second brothers stems from my understanding that you are destined to embark on the path of immortality in pursuit of eternal life. Hence, I never allowed you to engage in the family business, as I hold little expectation for them. As long as they can manage the household affairs, that suffices. Now that you have entered the realm of immortals and achieved foundation establishment, you shall move to the front courtyard tomorrow." Tears welled in Yi Feng's eyes, and years of pent-up grievances burst forth. Observing this, Li Guanchi quietly exited the study, granting the father and son space to converse. Once outside, he furrowed his brow. Then a smile crept onto his lips as he murmured softly, "It seems this matter may require only my gentle push." Thus, 3 days swiftly elapsed. Yi Feng's family residence transitioned from the rear to the finest front courtyard. The once expansive estate now bustled with numerous servants, and the demeanor of all towards Yi Feng shifted to one of profound respect. However, during these 2 days, Yi Tianying had scarcely shown his face, tirelessly scouring for spirit herbs, even at prices thrice that of the market. Nevertheless, the quantity he procured remained woefully meager. In the grand hall, Yi Tianying's eyes appeared sunken, and strands of white had begun to weave through his hair. Yi Feng remained silent, aware that today marked the final deadline. Yi Tianying opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. "Why fret? If it comes to that, I shall relinquish this estate." It was evident that Yi Tianying had made his resolution. Boom! 2 immense pressures descended upon the skies above Cheongtai Manor. Yi Tianying snorted coldly and soared into the air. There stood Zheng Shuheng and another elder, poised in the air. Behind them was a sword-wielding youth, none other than Zheng Yuan, the one Li Guanchi had overheard speaking that day. As the breeze rustled, the elder's robes billowed dramatically. Upon witnessing this, Yi Feng cast aside his sword and ascended into the air. Li Guanchi followed suit, his jade slip responding in kind. Yi Tianying stood 3 paces ahead of the two, his voice steady. "Humph. Are you so eager to come and collect your debts?" Zheng Shuheng chuckled coldly, producing a round jade pendant marked with 2 drops of blood. This was the contract pendant binding their agreement. Yi Tianying, the contract's term has expired. Have you made your decision? Shall our families unite in joy, or will the Yi family find itself destitute? Yi Tianying let out a cold laugh and said, You have exerted such tremendous effort to thwart my high-priced acquisition. It seems you have truly suffered. Zheng Shuheng responded with hearty laughter. I have consumed all the Crimson Ridge herbs within a 100-mile radius. Dream on if you think you can acquire them at a premium. Today, either your daughter marries my son, and this matter is settled, or you present me with 1,000,000 spirit stones, and I shall leave immediately. Yi Tianying's countenance darkened profoundly as he waved his hand, casting forth over 30 storage bags. Finally, he produced a deed for Cheongtai Manor and said in a deep voice, "Within these bags are 600,000 spirit stones, in addition to herbs valued at 200,000, alongside the deed for Cheongtai Manor, a mere 1,000,000 spirit stones. I shall compensate you."